When Dunn's physical body crossed into the world of pirates, he faced the highly sought-after Mera Mera no Mi and unhesitatingly swallowed it. As the Logia-type power awakened within him, a mysterious data panel unfolded before his eyes. During his years of training in Frostmoon Village, he perfectly fused the power of flames with traditional swordsmanship, creating a blazing sword technique that could change the color of the heavens. Mihawk's pupils trembled as he witnessed the blade entwined with solar flames. Zoro saw a new realm of swordsmanship in the scorching sword energy, and Kuina firmly believed that this junior brother would surely reach the pinnacle of sword masters. When Sengoku insisted that he was not a pirate, the burning sword edge in Dunn's hand had already given the sharpest reply. While lying in the ruins, Karp was proving the credibility of that answer with his swollen cheeks. Chapter 1. The Mera Mera no Mi at the start. Eat or not to eat. Come and store your brain, and return 2 portions of brain matter in 100 years. Now, there's a discount for storing brains. Store 1 brain to randomly receive a type of devil fruit. Is this the Mera Mera no Mi? Looking at the strange flame-wrapped orange fruit in the ancient wooden box before him, Dunn's eyes widened. Is this really the world of One Piece? Although he checked his surroundings, shocked by the bird's nest beneath him with a diameter of at least 20 meters and the giant tree towering at least 100 meters high, he understood that this was not his original world, because in his original world, there were no birds this large, nor trees this tall, unless he had returned to an era dominated by ancient beasts. In his memory, there were only 2 bright headlights rushing towards him while he carried takeout across the sidewalk at night. Had he struck lucky? In every sense, he had struck lucky. The legends were indeed true. This was absurd. However, what was even more absurd was that while looking for a way down from this height of at least 100 meters, he found an ancient wooden box. When he opened the box, he saw the strangely characteristic fruit inside. As someone who had watched the anime for 20 years, Dunn naturally recognized this peculiar fruit. So, I really have crossed into the world of One Piece. He instinctively took the orange fruit from the box and muttered to himself, still unable to believe it, but there was a better way to confirm. Dunn looked at the fruit in his hand and bit his lip. If this really was the dangerous pirate world for ordinary people, then for him, this devil fruit, which was said to be so bad that even dogs wouldn't eat it, was now his lifeline. After all, given his current situation, he couldn't withstand most dangers. Even if he miraculously escaped from this island and found a populated area, he wouldn't be able to resist pirates. In the story, the real scenes of pirates killing were not depicted, but now he had truly arrived in this world. After all, this was a Logia-type, and no matter how people mocked it, it was still a Logia fruit representing the power of nature. Not to mention, just the passive elementalization alone was enough to handle most dangers, though it would turn him into a sitting duck. But flaws do not obscure the essence. In almost no time, these thoughts echoed in Dunn's mind, and then his gaze fell back to the fruit in his hand, and his throat unconsciously moved as he swallowed hard. Eating it to gain the power of flames would confirm that this was the world of pirates. If he didn't gain this power and even died from poison, then he would consider himself unlucky. Crack! Without further thought, Dunn directly bit into the Mera Mera no Mi in his hand. The taste was right. Almost the moment the fruit pulp entered his mouth, the thought arose in Dunn's mind. In the world of pirates, the taste of devil fruits was described as extremely unpleasant. No one could calmly face the taste of a devil fruit. In fact, many described devil fruits as worse than X. But now, he seemed to understand that feeling. He didn't know what X tasted like, but the fruit pulp in his mouth was a combination of the most disgusting flavors he had ever encountered in his life. It felt as if his body was desperately resisting the pulp he had eaten. This was a revulsion that came from the depths of his soul. But the lucky Dunn also developed a fierce determination. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Being ruthless to oneself is harder than being ruthless to others. Dunn awkwardly stretched his neck, swallowing the pulp in his mouth hole, then took another bite of the remaining fruit in his hand. Crack, crack, bite after bite. Until the last piece was downed, Dunn fell over, his face turning pale. This was a physical stress response that he finally understood why so many predecessors who crossed over said that devil fruits taste like X. They might not have eaten X, but they certainly felt that X was the most disgusting thing in this world. But Dunn felt that compared to devil fruits, X could even be considered delicious. After a long while, Dunn barely managed to sit up, and the discomfort in his body began to fade. At the same time, he also felt something like an instinctive ability or power emerging within him. Boom! A ball of flame surged and burned in his raised hand. The high temperature had no effect on him. Instead, he felt warmth. And this flame had no effect on his clothes. It should be said that even the clothes on his arm turned into flames. Waving his hand to disperse the flame, the sleeves of his wrist remained intact. I confirmed it. I've come to the world of pirates and become a fruit user. What am I now? A flame man? Dunn muttered to himself that it seemed like self-deprecation, but it was actually a sign of Dunn's relaxed mood. Though he maintained a relatively calm demeanor, who could stay calm when faced with something resembling a crossover? Despite appearing calm earlier, Dunn was actually panicking inside, especially when he discovered the giant bird's nest beneath him and the 3 massive eggs in it, which were even taller than him. Dinosaurs couldn't lay such large things. And now, with this ability to elementalize, at least for the present and in the future, the dangers he might encounter would no longer be crises. After all, Logia-type users are almost invincible against those who cannot use Hawkeye. Simply having the passive elementalization ability could render these opponents helpless. He had also gained the capital to secure his existence. Having realized this, Dunn felt his mood lighten and was finally able to calmly observe his surroundings. Beneath him was a massive bird's nest, possibly about 20 meters across. If the nest had an owner, then the wingspan of this bird was probably around 40 to 50 meters. For reference, the wingspan of the bird in image 160 is 54 meters. Even with the ability of the Mera Mera no Mi as a support, Dunn did not intend to confront such a monster head-on. After turning around, Dunn frowned in silence. It wasn't easy to get down. Although the Logia ability might allow him to fall from this height of 1 to 200 meters without dying, Dunn didn't want to try it. He was not a cute little creature. He didn't have that kind of terrifying physique. Yes, he had confirmed that his body, while appearing to be that of a 14 or 15-year-old, was indeed his own, with the scar from an accident in his childhood still present. On his knee, this is troublesome. Dunn sighed with a frown, then his gaze fell on the 3 giant eggs in the nest. There was another method, which was to set the bird's nest on fire. Although huge, the nest was still made of branches, dry grass, and enormous feathers, making it the perfect kindling, and the ability of the Mera Mera no Mi gave him the means to survive in the flames as long as he landed on a supporting branch below. Who knows, he might even get to try some roasted bird eggs. Chapter 2. The Returning Giant Bird, Ignite. Dunn was doing something that others could not imitate. The flames on his body completely ignited the bird's nest beneath him. Dry wood, dry grass, and feathers are the best combustible materials. In just a moment, the flames spread to the entire bird's nest, which was ignited at the top of the giant tree, resembling a huge torch. Despite being engulfed in flames, Dunn not only felt no heat, but instead felt extremely comfortable, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his whole body warm and cozy. Having just acquired this extraordinary power, Dunn really wanted to study the abilities of the flame fruit. However, this was definitely not a good opportunity. He decided to think about these things after descending to the ground. Dunn also realized that if he relied solely on the powers of the flame fruit, he might end up becoming another ace. Although he had become a well-known, powerful figure on the sea thanks to the fruit's abilities, his reliance on the flame fruit had caused him to neglect the development of Hawkeye, making Ace seem quite weak to others. That, of course, it might also be due to the shortcomings of his version. He needed to improve his fruit abilities, Hawkeye, swordsmanship, and physical strength whenever possible. Standing amidst the blazing flames, Dunn pondered. Especially Hawkeye, one might not be a top-tier user, but one must at least know how to use it. That he wondered if he, as a transmigrator, could learn such techniques. After all, he was not a native of this world. If he couldn't learn it, he might have to find a place to hide in the 4 seas. For a moment, Dunn's thoughts became chaotic, until a loud explosion rang out, and Dunn caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing aroma. The scent was so prominent amidst the smell of burning materials. Instinctively, Dunn stepped forward as the raging flames receded, gathering toward him. His gaze fell upon 3 bird eggs in the center of the nest. The blue eggshells were charred, and one of the eggs had cracked open, revealing the golden yellow, roasted egg white inside. The tempting aroma lingered at his nose, prompting Dunn to swallow hard and walk over. Having been in this world for some time, Dunn had eaten nothing except for a devil fruit, which had dissolved the moment entered his stomach. In simple terms, he was starving. So, when he reached the side of the charred, exploded giant egg, Dunn raised his hand to pry open the carbonized shell and scooped out a piece of the golden, tender egg white. Inside, just one bite, and Dunn felt that nothing he had ever eaten before could compare to this mouthful. Not to mention he had just eaten a devil fruit that a sense of indescribable happiness rose within him. The feeling of being able to eat something delicious when hungry was simply too blissful. However, just as he was savoring a few bites, he heard a piercing bird cry from a distance, causing his body to tense up as he suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. A brilliantly feathered giant bird spread its wings and flew toward him, its shrill cries echoing that, "Oh no." Having burned down someone's home and eaten their young, what would the consequences be? Almost instinctively, Dunn wanted to find a place to hide. But the giant bird was too fast. In just a few breaths, it swooped down like a supersonic fighter jet, accompanied by a terrifying roar. Dunn also noticed the approaching giant bird. Its feathers were incredibly vibrant, and as it spread its wings above the nest, it gave Dunn a feeling of being overshadowed. The giant bird's head resembled that of a dinosaur with a beak. Boom! The giant bird landed directly on the nest, seemingly unconcerned about the burning nest below. Its enormous eyes revealed a furious expression, fixated on Dunn, who was still holding a piece of egg white. This is it. That was Dunn's first thought upon seeing the giant bird. What a freak. That was his second thought. The bird's appearance was somewhat challenging to comprehend, but then he remembered this was the world of pirates. Oh, then it's no big deal. Even under the intense gaze of the giant bird, Dunn couldn't help but start to think wildly. Humans truly are the kind who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Roar! The giant bird suddenly opened its mouth and roared angrily at Dunn. In an instant, a gust of wind carrying a fishy smell surged toward him. Before Dunn could react to the foul odor, the already flaming nest ignited once more in the gale, exploding with a loud bang. The giant bird, having landed in the nest, was startled by the sudden burst of flames. However, it quickly became even angrier, its long neck and head resembling a massive mace that came crashing down on the nest. Hey, damn it! Dunn didn't expect the bird to be so fierce. Didn't it care about its three young? Although they were all cooked. Dunn and the entire nest were sent flying, scattering into the air, alongside numerous glittering treasures that were also sent flying in all directions. Boom! Flames erupted around Dunn, igniting everything that fell around him, including dry branches that in that instant. A massive fireball with a diameter of several meters appeared in the sky. The giant bird that had destroyed its nest spread its wings and charged toward the fireball with the force of the wind. The fireball exploded upon being struck by the giant bird, scattering fireworks across the sky. Behind the burning giant bird, Dunn's body reformed, floating in the air as he felt his stamina depleting. Indeed, reassembling one's body after elementalization consumed energy. After transforming into a fireball using the burning materials, he could clearly feel the effects after being shattered by the giant bird. How to kill this bird? Now, it was a fight to the death. One had to die to quell the other. But killing such a giant beast was no easy task. Just as Dunn had this thought, he saw a massive mouth full of teeth coming at him. Oh right, birds can twist their necks behind them. That was the only thought that crossed Dunn's mind after being swallowed. Boom! Having just swallowed Dunn, flames erupted from the bird's mouth like a jet of fire. The giant bird, now in the air, let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground, struggling to roll and break free. The flames on its body ignited everything around it as it rolled. Guys, did you see that? There must be treasure over there. Not far from the burning island, a pirate ship was racing toward the island. The speaker was a pirate wielding a curved sword, standing at the bow of the ship, his face filled with excitement as he shouted. Oh! The pirates on the ship immediately responded. They had seen from a distance that a huge torch had ignited on the island, followed by the sight of widespread flames, and in the sunlight, they saw countless golden glimmers. Falling from above, it was definitely treasure. Isn't that why they became pirates? So, fearless pirates rushed over to AS for the angry giant bird that had just flown back. No one noticed it at all. Then, as the pirate ship approached the island, the pirates on board were immediately captivated by the countless golden glimmers scattered on the beach. Treasure, Chapter 3, Body Datization and Startup Capital. On the shallow beach by the sea, there were numerous broken wooden pieces and a lot of shiny treasures scattered around. These were all collected by the giant bird from other places and stored in its nest. Due to the earlier impact, the broken wood and treasures that made up the nest were scattered all over the island. Now, these treasures had completely captured the pirates' attention. With a cheer, the pirates on the ship poured down, eagerly searching for the treasures. These excited fellows seemed to have forgotten about the burning island in front of them. The giant bird was no longer struggling. Flames poured from its body, and everything around it had turned into a raging inferno. This is the ability user of the natural system. Even Dunn, who has just eaten the fruit, can control flames powerful enough to kill this ferocious beast. Although this giant bird has a strong physique, it has no resistance to the flames surging from within its body. Orange flames gathered at the burning head of the bird, and then a hand suddenly reached out from the giant beak, grabbing the edge of the beak. Then Dunn, engulfed in flames, emerged. The orange flames wrapped around him like an outer garment, and his black hair seemed to turn orange under the influence of the flames, dancing and swaying with their movement. Ding! Killing an elite-level enemy. Data processing is starting. Dunn, still reeling from a series of events, was jolted back to reality by the sudden appearance of something in his mind. Data processing? Is it the system? He was naturally familiar with what a system is, and since he had already crossed over, having an additional system seemed quite reasonable. Elite enemy? Is it referring to this giant bird? Dunn turned to glance at the still burning giant bird, and a brief understanding flashed through his mind. Data processing successful. Would you like to open the data panel? Yes. Another prompt sounded, and without hesitation, Dunn confirmed. After his confirmation, a not-so-complex panel appeared before his eyes. Body data processing. Your body's vital points disappear. When attacked, damage is converted to a deduction of health points. Panel attributes will change according to your own strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age, 14 years old. Physique, 1.7, rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health, 91, recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. Inherent talent, indomitable. When health reaches 0, enters a brief enhanced state. All your body attributes are increased tenfold. Health points will no longer be deducted. All negative statuses are cleared. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Ability, Flame Fruit. Initially mastered a powerful natural system fruit ability that grants the power to become fire and control flames. Continues to enhance the body. Fruit weaknesses have been cleared. Weaknesses and host soul. Current fruit development, weak. Is this a famous blade? Dunn stroked his chin, focusing on his talent. The effect of Indomitable is quite powerful. It allows him to enter a 10-minute invincible state when receiving fatal attacks. The most impressive part is the tenfold increase in body attributes during those 10 minutes. Doesn't this mean he can retaliate even with a sliver of health? As for the disappearance of physical weaknesses, Dunn thought for a moment. It perfectly matches the natural system abilities. The natural system is essentially equivalent to having no weaknesses, but it is not foolproof against opponents skilled in hockey or abilities that counter it. At that moment, the true power of the disappearance of weaknesses can be demonstrated. But in any case, Dunn's evaluation of body data processing can be summed up in 3 words. Too strong. After receiving a fatal attack, he can enter a 10-minute invincible state, during which all attributes are enhanced tenfold, and health will not be deducted. This talent will become increasingly terrifying as he grows stronger. Of course, the power of body data processing is not limited to that. The ability to make vital points disappear is also incredibly strong. When vital points are attacked, it will only forcibly deduct a portion of health and conventional weaknesses, like the heart, will disappear. Moreover, health will automatically recover, and eating can speed up recovery in just a short while. His health has already recovered from 91 to 96, and it's about to be full health. Of course, his situation is definitely not limited to these changes, but for the details, he will have to explore them slowly later. However, what he understands now has already made Dunn very satisfied, or rather, it has far exceeded his expectations. If just a short while ago, when Dunn obtained the Flame Fruit, he thought about living steadily in this world. Now, with this newfound confidence, he could potentially challenge the top powers on the sea. That a person's ambition always changes with their own strength. Of course, the immediate priority now is to figure out where he is and how to continue growing stronger. Dunn looked at the flames burning around him, smelling the scent of charred meat and thick smoke in the air, and stepped forward. The world of One Piece, here I come. Moments later, Dunn stepped out of the area engulfed in flames and found himself eye to eye with a group of pirates who had come searching for scattered treasures. His elemental transformation had not been lifted. The burning flames swirled around him like a large orange-red cloak. Seeing this scene, the pirates swallowed hard. Devil, it's a devil on the sea. The low-level pirates had never even heard of devil fruits. A person engulfed in flames clearly exceeded their understanding. Bastard, what devil? You clearly obtained a treasure. A scruffy pirate with a shiny curved knife approached, flanked by a dozen subordinates, staring at the flame-wreathed Dunn. Dunn's gaze scanned these people. Then he looked past them at the pirate ship docked by the sea. This is a specialty of the One Piece world. Endless pirates setting sail for various reasons. Just now, he hadn't seen any pirate ships around the island, probably drawn here by the burning flames. However, what surprised Dunn was that he could understand their words. Is it because of data processing, or because of the crossover? This thought spun around in Dunn's mind but did not linger, because the curved knife was already pressed against his neck. Kid, hand over the treasure you obtained, and the great Lord Doru will spare your life and let you board my ship. So, Great Lord Doru, do you have a bounty? Dunn glanced at the knife against his neck and calmly asked. Of course, I'm a pirate with a bounty of 2.5 million berries. In this East Blue, I'm already the strongest. 2.5 million berries? Dunn smiled. Startup capital, isn't this it? Chapter 4. Time and the 7 warlords of the sea. Here is the East Sea. Dunn calmly looked at the pirate in front of him, who had a proud expression on his face. Doru, with a bounty of 2.5 million berries. According to stereotypes, most pirates have no sense of their own strength. When not faced with a crisis, they are typically arrogant and overconfident. A bounty of 2.5 million, even in the weakest East Sea, is still a small fry. However, what caught Dunn's attention was the green label atop Doru's head. Elite Pirate. Is this a digital assessment of the enemy? Dunn's gaze swept over the other pirates surrounding him. All of them had gray labels. Lackey, small fish, pauper. Is this a fixed evaluation, or is it relative to themselves? Dunn pondered in his heart, but his calm demeanor provoked anger in a knife-wielding Doru. After a year at sea and having attacked several islands, although he hadn't acquired any valuable treasures, the weaklings he faced had always shown fear towards him. Now, this brat in front of him had a knife at his throat and was actually dazed. Especially feeling the pirates closing in around him made Doru feel that his authority was being challenged. Damn, brat, you're so arrogant. Doru's face revealed a fierce expression, his tone turning grim as he exerted force with his right hand holding the knife, slashing past Dunn's neck. Too easy. Doru was taken aback. Then his gaze turned to Dunn, who had shifted his attention to him. The wound on his neck, struck by the knife, was now engulfed in orange flames, with not a drop of blood spilling out. After the flames extinguished, the wound had healed. Current health. 100. Doru instinctively took a step back, looking at Dunn in terror. Although not very smart, he understood from the previous scene that the person before him was not someone he could handle. Dunn glanced at Doru. The flames wrapping around him receded completely as he walked toward the pirate ship docked on the shore. The surrounding pirates fell silent, hurriedly making way for Dunn's departing figure. Gulp. Doru swallowed hard. Captain? A pirate who looked like a small leader cautiously approached, calling out, waking the frightened Doru from his daze. Damn it. After snapping back to reality, Doru seemed a bit embarrassed and angry, his hand holding the curved knife trembling slightly. Board the ship. Under the watchful eyes of the many pirates, Doru took a long time to finally speak. This was a deserted island. If they didn't board the ship, it would be death. Once the flames extinguished, the island would likely be left with nothing. As for swimming to another island, they had only one choice: return to the ship and await an unknown fate. Dunn understood this as well. Besides knowing this was the East Sea of the pirate world, he was completely ignorant of everything else, so he needed a guide. Of course, these pirates were also moving money bags to him. After all, this world had pirate hunters. After a moment, Dunn sat behind a wooden crate. In front of him stood dozens of pirates with anxious expressions. Where's the nearest naval base? Surveying the pirates, Dunn spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, the group of pirates exchanged glances, Then their eyes fell on Doru, who was standing in front. Doru naturally noticed this situation and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Naval Division 16. Set sail for Division 16. Dunn nodded, smiling as he spoke. But we are pirates, Doru exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in instinctive reaction. The other pirates also stirred restlessly. Bang! Upon hearing this, Dunn raised his hand and snapped his fingers, producing a spark at his fingertips. In the next moment, with a bang, the spark expanded, instantly transforming into a fireball over a meter in diameter. The panicking pirates stepped back in fear, staring in horror at the fireball floating at Dunn's fingertip. Set sail. Dunn spoke again, and this time, the pirates hurriedly began to get busy. No one wanted to experience what it felt like to be hit by the fireball. All the pirates started to work. Even those with nothing to do pretended to be busy, fearing they would be singled out by Dunn. After the fireball disappeared, the pirates on the ship collectively sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Doru nervously packed the treasures gathered from the island into bags and brought them before Dunn. In the face of unknown great fear, even a fool knows what choice to make. This is the East Sea? Dunn glanced at the treasures, not very knowledgeable about their value, so he asked about what he wanted to know. Yes, sir. Doru's previous arrogance had completely vanished, and he was now extremely obedient, almost kneeling to answer. Do you know Windmill Village? Dunn asked. Doru looked confused. How about Frost Moon Village? Doru looked even more bewildered. Do you know Karp? Seeing Doru's expression, Dunn asked again. The naval hero Karp? Doru hesitated before speaking, clearly puzzled after hearing Karp's name from Dunn. Oh, I know Karp. Dunn nodded. It seemed he wasn't completely ignorant after all. Who is the Admiral of the Navy? Dunn asked again. Doru's expression turned confused once more. This guy knows a few things, but not much. After questioning for half an hour, Dunn still hadn't figured out the current situation. Even knowing Karp, Doru only recognized the name, seeing him as a figure beyond his reach. He didn't even know that Karp was also from the EC. He was utterly clueless about the current time, asking 3 times and getting no answers. Until Doru felt he knew nothing. Looking at Dunn's calm expression, he sensed that Dunn was about to get angry, so he hurriedly took out a newspaper and left. In the year 1511 of the sea calendar, in the corner, there was Doru's photo along with the bounty of 5 million. Perhaps that was why he was kept alive. Empress Boa Hancock of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, captain of the Kuja pirates, bounty of 80 million, promised to the Navy and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Dunn watched the big news that occupied an entire page of the newspaper. Then, looking at the slightly youthful face of the pirate empress, he blinked. So, Luffy's departure from the sea is probably still 8 or 9 years away. Dunn recalled the memories in his mind, unable to remember the exact details, but it should be around 1520. Of course, Dunn was only considering this to determine the current time in order to formulate his upcoming plans, or rather, a plan to become stronger. The flame fruit gave him a safety net, and digitization was his trump card. But he wouldn't give up on hockey and swordsmanship. Since this is the East Sea, a visit to Frost Moon Village is necessary, as it may be the easiest place for him to obtain hockey training methods and learn decent swordsmanship. Chapter 5. Major Mouse and the Devil Fruit User of the East Sea Navy's 16th Division. Sir. The urgent shouts startled Major Mouse, who had been squinting his eyes. What the hell are you in such a hurry for? The furious Navy major glared at the Marine who rushed into his office, having been woken from his nap. Sir, a pirate ship is approaching the base. The Marine who entered stood at attention and reported, noticing Mouse's angry expression. Huh, wait, a pirate ship? This news made Major Mouse's eyes widen in surprise, looking at the standing Marine with a puzzled expression. Yes, sir. The reporting Marine nodded repeatedly, indicating that he hadn't made a mistake in his report. Is the base commander back yet? Major Mouse stood up and frowned as he asked. The base commander just left for the headquarters to give a report not long ago. The Marine answered cautiously upon hearing the inquiry. Sound the alarm and prepare for battle. Major Mouse, looking somewhat lecherous, issued a direct order. The Marine who heard the command saluted and quickly turned to run out, grabbing the long knife beside him. Major Mouse still had doubts on his face. There aren't any formidable pirates in the East Sea, let alone those who would directly assault a Navy base. What's going on? Stepping out of the office with his sword, the alarm at the Navy base sounded. Groups of Marines quickly poured out in formation, and Major Mouse led hundreds of Marines towards the port. Residents in the small town outside the base looked on in confusion at the situation. A large group of Marines, led by Major Mouse, arrived at the seaside dock and immediately spotted a small pirate ship heading straight for the port. Prepare for battle. As a Navy major, Mouse was evidently not someone who was completely incompetent. After all, he had risen through the ranks from a Marine to his current position. The Marines lined up, weapons in hand, waiting for the pirate ship to approach. On the pirate ship, Dunn stood at the bow, already seeing the lined-up Marines. Behind him, a group of pirates crouched down with their heads covered, with only a few controlling the ship's direction while the others remained obedient. "Slow down, come to shore," Dunn instructed, and the rapidly sailing pirate ship slowed down. Moments later, the not-so-large pirate ship gently docked at the pier. Dunn stepped off the ship, and his gaze fell on the line of Navy personnel. With mouse-like whiskers and a somewhat lecherous appearance, Major Mouse declared, "I am Major Mouse, the Deputy Commander of the 16th Division of the Navy, number 00733. A pirate dares to attack a Navy base. I'm not a pirate. Well, I'm a bounty hunter. I'm here to deliver pirates and collect bounties." Dunn, unfazed by Mouse mistaking him for a pirate, directly informed him of the truth and pointed to the pirate ship behind him. Major Mouse's expression stiffened as he looked up at the pirate ship and then noticed a row of heads poking out from the ship's railing. A bounty hunter? Major Mouse was somewhat bewildered, and the Marines, who were on high alert, exchanged confused glances. "All right, and the treasure on the ship. Please convert it to berries and bring it over." Dunn glanced at Major Mouse as he walked past him, and the Navy line instinctively parted to create a path. Watching Dunn stride through the parted Navy ranks towards the town, Major Mouse and the group of Marines were left in a fog. However, when they boarded the pirate ship, facing the pirates who were not tied up but offered no resistance, they began to speculate about Dunn's strength. Recognizing the pirate Doru, who had a bounty of 5 million berries, they directly detained Doru and the other pirates and conducted a brief interrogation. Doru and his crew resigned to their fate. Pirates, especially the big ones, are known to bully the weak and fear the strong. For instance, Dunn had merely displayed his strength, and this group of pirates who had just set sail for a year had no thoughts of resistance and obediently sailed their ship to the Navy base. Controlling fire? Not injured by a slash from a sword. Returning, Major Mouse mumbled about the information gathered from the interrogation regarding the bounty hunter. A user of a devil fruit? A fire-related ability user? Originally, Major Mouse had thought about possibly embezzling the treasure and the achievements of these pirates, but he became serious. These pirates were inexperienced, but Major Mouse had been in the Navy for many years and was well aware of the existence of devil fruits. Upon hearing Doru mention fire, he immediately thought of the abilities of a devil fruit user. "Sir?" A Marine's reminder brought Major Mouse back to reality after just coming out of the cell. "That bounty hunter? Convert the bounty and those treasures into berries and send them to that bounty hunter. Also, inquire about his situation. At the very least, we need to know his name." Major Mouse thought for a moment and, not wanting to provoke the other party without understanding what kind of ability user he was, decided against it. As for a Logia-type, he didn't even dare to think about it. After all, among the Navy, 3 Logia-type rear admirals were currently in the limelight and seemed poised for promotion to admiral. They were candidates for admiral. In the town's tavern, Dunn sat at the bar, listening to people discussing the events that had just occurred. It was quite rare to see the Navy escorting a large group of pirates back to the base. Such things were uncommon here. It was said that they were captured by a bounty hunter, a whole ship of pirates. Some people were evidently more well-informed. "That's really impressive, capturing so many pirates. He must be a master of the sea." "Definitely." It said there were dozens of pirates. Catching that many must be quite formidable. Hearing the discussions about himself in the tavern, Dunn found it quite interesting as he quietly listened, until suddenly a Navy soldier entered and quieted the tavern. "Bounty hunter, here est the berries calculated from the bounty and treasure, a total of 9,530,000 berries." The arriving Navy soldier saw Dunn sitting at the bar, walked over, saluted, and handed him a bag. In an instant, all the patrons who had been discussing turned their gazes towards Dunn. "Thank you." Dunn looked at the bag and directly accepted it. You need to register to collect the bounty. The Navy soldier, seeing Dunn take the bag, waved, and a Marine holding a piece of paper and a pen stepped forward, staring intently at Dunn. We need to register who collected the bounty to report it up. My name is Dunn. I just set sail. Dunn's gaze swept over the two Navy soldiers as he replied. And then? That's all. Seeing Dunn shake his head directly, the two Navy soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them asked again, "What will you do next?" "Next? I will continue searching for pirates, after all. I'm a bounty hunter." Dunn raised an eyebrow and said, Chapter 6 Frost Moon Village and the Three Great Powers of the Navy. So, he said that. Dunn, listening to the report from the Marine in front of him, Major Mouse waved for him to leave, then picked up the Den Mushi. Regardless of the circumstances, a suspected devil fruit user needed to be reported. After all, the devil fruit is a treasure of the sea. Users of these abilities are extremely rare. Even within the Navy, there are only a few dozen of them. Achievements are not solely about capturing pirates or guarding a base. Recommending talent is also a way to make merit. If the Navy recruits a devil fruit user because of his report, it would be a significant contribution. Headquarters? This is Major Mouse from the East Blue 16th Branch, number 00733. I have something to report. After the Den Mushi connected, Major Mouse spoke seriously. At the town dock, Dunn looked at the bustling dock, contemplating the news he had just learned and examining the sea chart he had just purchased. The East Blue is vast, or rather, the entire sea is vast. He decided to set his next destination to Frost Moon Village. Before he had enough strength, he did not plan to go to the Grand Line, so he intended to proceed directly to Frost Moon Village as per his previous plan. However, there were no ships heading directly to Frost Moon Village. According to the distance on the sea chart, a regular merchant ship might take about 3 months to reach Frost Moon Village. Of course, if it went directly without stopping at other islands, it might take a little less time. In that case, he should hire a ship. After a moment of thought, Dunn shook his head slightly and made a decision. Perhaps by other means, he could find a ship heading directly to Frost Moon Village from a larger island, but he didn't want to waste time on that. With nearly 10 million berries on him, Dunn felt that was more than enough for the short term. He decided to head to Frost Moon Village as quickly as possible and start his plan to become stronger. Once the decision was made, the next steps became much simpler. After taking out a reward of 500,000 berries, Dunn easily hired a merchant ship. After a brief preparation of supplies, the merchant ship left the dock and sailed into the ocean. Dunn's departure naturally caught the attention of the Navy, who reported it up the chain. The name Frost Moon Village, which Dunn had inquired about, also made its way to Major Mouse's desk. Is this his destination? After pondering for a moment, Major Mouse reported this information to headquarters. Since the message had been sent up, he no longer needed to concern himself with it. Days later, at the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, the crunching sound of Sanbei made Sengoku, who was reading documents, feel veins popping on his forehead. Karp, don't you have your own office? Unable to hold back, Sengoku suddenly looked up and glared at Karp. Don't be angry, Sengoku. I just finished the Sanbei. Karp was completely unfazed by Sengoku's anger, pouring the Sanbei from his bag into his mouth, then stood up and walked over to Sengoku's desk, opening a drawer to take out a large bag of Sanbei. Seeing his old comrade like this, Sengoku was speechless, mostly feeling helpless. If you're so bored, I can find you a mission. Karp, who had just sat down, turned his head to look at Sengoku, but said nothing. You have once again refused the promotion to Admiral. The world government is not pleased with you. Seeing Karp's expression, Sengoku sighed. They can only be displeased. Karp looked away, tearing open the bag in his hand, appearing indifferent. Forget it, you're right. Sengoku's forehead showed a few black lines, but then he felt somewhat resigned. The title of Navy hero had been circulating in the Navy for over a decade. The Navy had deliberately crafted Karp as the hero who captured the Pirate King. And Karp's personal influence was indeed significant now. As long as he didn't make mistakes, the Navy and the world government wouldn't touch Karp. Or even if he did make mistakes, they still wouldn't act. Moreover, he was a top combat power on the sea. No one is a fool. Since the execution of Roger, the number of pirates has been increasing every year. Now in the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lean's influence is growing. And the Navy is preparing to prioritize their top combat power plan. They are ready to formally promote Akainu and the others to Admiral. What do you think? Looking at Garp munching on Senbei, Sengoku suddenly spoke, changing the subject. You guys can discuss that with the world government. Garp replied nonchalantly. This time, promoting those three to admiral is mainly to respond to the growing influence of Whitebeard in the Grand Line, which is imperative. Additionally, Admiral Kong is also preparing to take office with the world government. Oh, Garp was taken aback and turned to look at Sengoku. Previously, the Navy only had two admirals. One was the strategist Sengoku, and the other was the Black Arm Zephyr. However, due to certain issues, although Zephyr is still an admiral, he only serves at the Navy training camp, which means that the next Navy admiral should be Sengoku. So, are you sure you don't want to be an admiral? For you, it's just a title. It won't increase your workload much. Sengoku tried to persuade him again. Garp shook his head directly, firmly refusing. Fine. Since that's the case, take a look at this report. Saying this, Sengoku threw a report to Garp, who caught it with one hand and looked at it with some confusion. A pirate hunter has appeared in the East Blue. He looks to be around 14 or 15 years old, just set sail, and is suspected to be a fire-related ability user, possibly a Logia-type fruit user. You should go back and see if you can find him. If you do, see if you can recruit him into the Navy. A fire-related ability user, possibly a Logia? Sengoku, do you think Logia-types are everywhere? Garp was somewhat speechless. Having been in the Navy for decades and fought countless pirates, there are only a handful of Logia users, 3 of whom are just kids in the Navy. What if? Of course, if you're unwilling, I can send someone else. Sengoku replied directly. I'll go. I just happen to be returning anyway. Garp immediately stood up upon hearing this. It's hard to find time to go back, so consider it a paid vacation. Watching Garp sway away, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. This old friend is becoming increasingly unmotivated, and he knows the reason. However, being of such age, Sengoku didn't want to push him. The most critical thing next is the appointment of the 3 admirals in the Navy. After all, this appointment will also require reforms within the Navy and communicate the matter of the 3 great powers of the Navy throughout the sea. Deterrence is also a key aspect. Chapter 7. Does exercise make you stronger? I am full of liver on the merchant ship heading to Frostmoon Village. A physique 5. 1. Rapidly transforming due to certain influences. Dunn looked at the changing information on the data panel with a contemplative expression. During the journey to Frostmoon Village, Dunn naturally didn't waste any time and was constantly researching his Mera Mera Nomi abilities and the data panel. The data panel could intuitively display his mastery of abilities, and even newly acquired abilities could be added. For example, Mera Mera Nomi, proficient. Swordsmanship, beginner, you have mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. A new entry for swordsmanship appeared, thanks to his practice with the sword during this time, and the evaluation of the Mera Mera Nomi also changed. Of course, the most concerning change for Dunn was the change in his physique. After all, in the world of pirates, everyone has a monstrous physique, with each one having incredible physical strength, especially the strong ones who are never weak in body. When he first obtained the data ability, his physique was only 7, which was also indicated to be rapidly transforming. In just about a month, his physique increased from 7 to 5, 1, and just now he had already tested it. His overall physical qualities had indeed improved significantly, of course, compared to his previous self. Whether it was speed, strength, endurance, or even resilience, he tested them all, and they had all increased. Was it due to the devil fruit or something else? Or perhaps, after coming to this world, his physical quality would gradually improve because of it? This was his speculation. Of course, this was not a bad thing. In this world, a strong foundation is physical strength, which is also the basis for becoming strong. He just didn't know how long this enhancement would last. According to his strength estimation, he now possessed about 5 times the strength he had before crossing over. However, for the strong in this world, having 5 times the strength of an ordinary person is indeed not much to look at. After all, on this ship, a robust crew member could easily lift several hundred pounds of barrels. However, Dunn didn't dwell on this matter for too long, because he had discovered another terrifying ability that was not indicated on the data panel. Of course, it was the ability to make vital points disappear, where damage to the body would convert into a reduction in health points instead. When he exercised, it was normal to consume stamina, but the aftereffects of physical training were deemed as damage. He could see the health points deducted due to excessive exercise. But the fatigue and bodily abnormalities caused by the training would completely disappear after eating and restoring health. In the world before his crossing, there was a limit to human capabilities. Of course, this world might have limits too, but they are very high. If his speculation was correct, his body would change for certain reasons, and through this ability, he could rely on extraordinary effort to rapidly become stronger. Understanding this, Dunn felt that he was not far from those immensely powerful beings who could destroy the world. He was not afraid of effort, but feared that there would be no results after putting in the effort. If there was constant feedback, and even that feedback was enormous, far beyond imagination, then he felt that he was full of liver. The King of Rolls is online. Dunn suddenly stood up, walked to the wall of the room, and picked up the barbell from the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Tremors and muffled sounds echoed in the room. On the ship, many crew members turned their heads to look in the direction of Dunn's room. Here we go again. Everyone on the ship knew about Dunn's identity. A pirate hunter who captured dozens of pirates, very powerful. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but he was definitely much stronger than them. Those ferocious pirates, even when gathered in dozens, were still quite intimidating, especially to the crew members running this merchant ship. No wonder he was so strong. This gentleman worked too hard. Decided, I also want to work hard to become strong and eventually become a pirate hunter. Finn, seemingly no more than a teenager crew member, clenched his fist and said with determination. But as soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. A pirate hunter, huh? Is the deck clean? A harsh voice sounded, making the group jump and immediately bury themselves in work. The previously determined young crew member turned around to see it was the captain and quickly forced a smile, nodding and bowing as he went to scrub the floor. Becoming a pirate hunter? That's a death sentence, kid. It's best not to think about it, unless you're prepared to die, the old captain said, seeing a group of people busying themselves aimlessly. He had witnessed countless pirates setting sail after the execution of the Pirate King back in the day. The chaotic seas filled with fighting pirates and plundered islands were not something ordinary people like them could venture into. That was truly life-threatening. In this chaotic world, for people like them, being able to live honestly until death was already quite difficult. With this thought, the old captain turned his gaze to the direction of Dunn's room. It seems that only someone like him can venture into that world. During the following time, Dunn did not waste any time, exercising extensively every day. Naturally, his food requirements also increased significantly. The merchant ship, originally planning to head straight to Frostmoon Village, had to stop at an island midway to purchase supplies. However, the time didn't increase much. After about 2 months and 20 days, the merchant ship arrived early, reaching its destination around noon. Sir, that is Frostmoon Village. In the distance over the sea, an island appeared in Dunn's eyes. Dunn nodded slightly upon hearing this. The ocean was indeed vast. On this journey, they had encountered only a few ships, let alone pirates. Of course, it could also be due to being in the East Sea. Dunn placed his hand on the railing, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Body data. Your vital points have disappeared. Damage from attacks is converted into health point deduction. Panel attributes will change based on your strength. You will not die until your health points reach 0. Current body age, 14 years old. Physique, 9. Rapidly transforming due to certain influences. Current health, 100. Recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. Inherent talent. Indomitable. When health points reach 0, enter a brief, enhanced state. Your physical attributes are enhanced tenfold. Your health points will no longer be deducted. All negative states are cleared. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Abilities, Mera Mera no Mi. Proficient a powerful Logia-type fruit ability, granting the ability to transform and manipulate fire. Continuously enhances the body. Fruit drawbacks have been cleared. Weakness and Ho Soul. Current fruit development, 9. Swordsmanship, proficient you have mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. This is his current panel, and it is the result of his training over the past 3 months. His physique has surpassed that of an ordinary person by 10 times, making him extraordinarily strong. Chapter 8. Entering the dojo. Zoro and Kuna, but that was relative to before crossing over. For this world, perhaps it was just catching up to a normal level. Dunn was very clear about this. Fortunately, the rapidly transforming hints had not disappeared, which meant that his body was still continuously growing stronger. It was likely due to that devil fruit, after all. Its introduction mentioned that it would continuously enhance the body. As for swordsmanship, he knew he didn't know any sword techniques, but the basic actions like slashing and stabbing, along with the honing and training of his strength, had also raised his evaluation by a level. In the following period, he would focus on improving his strength in Frost Moon Village. Of course, he wouldn't aim too high. As for his physique, continuous improvement would be enough. He naturally wouldn't expect to master the devil fruit right now, but his training would not stop. Therefore, the purpose of coming to Frost Moon Village was to elevate his swordsmanship to the level of cutting iron and to become a true swordmaster. As for hockey, at the very least, he aimed to comprehend the two-color hockey. He wasn't sure if he had the qualifications for Conqueror's hockey. However, the confidence brought by the data panel made him believe that even without Conqueror's hockey, he would absolutely not be weaker than anyone else on this sea. Mastering the two-color hockey was already enough. As the ship docked, Dunn stepped onto the ship's railing and turned to look at the group of people on the deck behind him. The hiring is over, everyone. After saying this, Dunn leaped off the ship and landed on the small dock of Frost Moon Village. There were few people on the dock, not many, and they didn't pay much attention to the arrival of a merchant ship, each busy with their own matters. Dunn inquired about the location of the dojo and headed there directly. On the merchant ship, watching Dunn's disappearing figure, the crew exchanged glances. What are you looking at? We are not the same as that gentleman. Hurry up and prepare, gather some supplies. I'll go see if I can transport some goods. The captain's loud shout made the crew busy. Thud! The bamboo sword struck Zoro's head, producing a hollow sound. With a large bump on his head, Zoro held his head with both hands, covering the spot where the bamboo sword had hit, but his face was full of defiance. This is the 1,959th time you've lost, a girl around 10 years old said calmly while holding the bamboo sword. This had happened nearly 2,000 times since Zoro joined the dojo. She had become accustomed to it, or rather, numb to it. Just wait, I will definitely defeat you. Zoro released his hand from his head, grabbed the bamboo sword he had thrown down earlier, and stared fiercely at Kuina, looking quite passionate. However, with a bruised face and a large bump on his head, he looked somewhat ridiculous. So ridiculous that laughter came from the entrance of the dojo. Then, the laughter attracted Zoro's furious glare. Hearing the laughter, Zoro turned his head with an unhappy expression toward the dojo entrance, where he saw a boy around 14 or 15 years old leaning against the dojo's large door. Watching the two, the boy wore loose white clothing, had somewhat long black hair, and his features were soft and upright, looking quite amiable. However, the smile on his face made Zoro feel as if he was being mocked, which naturally made him feel indignant. Who are you? Zoro assessed Dunn at the door and directly asked. I'm here to learn swordsmanship. Upon hearing the question, Dunn stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the spacious courtyard of the dojo, finally resting on Kuina and Zoro. Learning swordsmanship? Wait, I'll go tell my father. Kuina was not surprised. After all, there were quite a few people who came to learn swordsmanship at the dojo, but it seemed that this person was not from the local area. After Kuina left, Zoro walked up to Dunn, looking up defiantly at him. What are you looking at? Dunn looked down at the green-haired boy in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle when comparing this little guy to the vice admiral who had withstood the combined attack of the 4 emperors on Onigashima and blew up the giant billboard. If he had a camera snail on hand, he would definitely take a picture of Zoro's current look. This would surely become Zoro's dark history. You're still laughing? One day, I will defeat Kuina. Zoro wiped his nose, which was bleeding, and said defiantly. Dunn shook his head at this. Defeating her was impossible, but since Kuina was still alive, saving her wouldn't be out of the question. As for whether it would change Zoro's fate, he didn't care. If you want to join the dojo to learn swordsmanship, then I will be your senior brother. Upon hearing Dunn's contemplation, Zoro quickly thought of the matter of seniority and said immediately, since they were both here to learn swordsmanship, naturally, whoever was stronger would be the boss. Hearing this, Dunn directly shook his head. So, if I defeat Kuina, does that mean she has to call me senior brother? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dunn. Impossible. You will never defeat me. Just as Dunn was about to respond, Kuina's voice rang out. Then, Frost Moon Yasaku and Kuina walked out together, with Kuina still looking displeased. "I want to challenge you," Zoro shouted angrily, raising the bamboo sword and pointing it at Kuina. Kuina glanced at Dunn and her father and then walked directly outside the dojo, with Zoro following right behind her. It seemed that another swordsmanship duel was about to begin. "Please excuse my daughter's behavior. She and my disciple just enjoy sparring." Frost Moon Yasaku did not stop Kuina and Zoro's duel, but instead smiled and said to Dunn. As he said this, his gaze was scrutinizing Dunn, and when he met Dunn's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. "It's all right, after all. They are here to learn swordsmanship. There should always be a distinction in skill, or one side will have to concede before it ends. I can see that neither of them is easy to convince," Dunn said lightly with a smile. "You see very clearly." Frost Moon Yasaku nodded gently, and then made an inviting gesture. Dunn naturally would not refuse. After entering a room in the dojo, Frost Moon Yasaku knelt down and invited Dunn to sit. Dunn casually sat down with a relaxed expression, his eyes scanning Frost Moon Yasaku. Top sword master, extremely dangerous. Frost Moon Yasaku had a blood-red mark above his head, remembering the symbols above the heads of the previous pirates and others. Yasaku was the most dangerous person Dunn had encountered so far. "Are you not from Frost Moon Village?" Yasaku asked, puzzled by Dunn's gaze. But he did not lose his courtesy and inquired. "Yes, I came here on a merchant ship today. I heard there was a dojo here that teaches swordsmanship, so I came over." Dunn nodded slightly, responding calmly. "Then, why do you want to learn swordsmanship?" Yasaku asked again. "Is it important?" Dunn raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. "Kind of." Yasaku nodded. His attitude made Dunn ponder. He slightly lowered his head in thought, and after a moment, he raised his head slightly and gave his answer. Chapter 9 Expectations and Tuition Fees. "Zoro, I didn't pay any money. Probably, I can live freely in this world." A clear voice echoed in the room. Obviously, Dunn's answer surprised Shomatsu Gushiro, as it was directly reflected on his face. Living freely in this world is not a simple matter. Shomatsu Gushiro seemed to understand the implication of Dunn's words, and he said with some emotion, "So, to learn swordsmanship, to become stronger, to have the power to protect oneself." Dunn continued calmly. "So, master of the dojo, are you satisfied with my answer?" "Satisfied? Actually, no matter what answer you give, I will teach you. After all, when wielding a sword, one must have one's own belief. Only a sword like that can possess greater power," Shomatsu Gushiro said, wearing a warm smile. Dunn naturally did not take Shomatsu Gushiro's words as preaching. After all, he had only a superficial understanding of the sword, while Shomatsu Gushiro in front of him was a top swordsman, at least in terms of understanding the sword, far surpassing him. Moreover, it seemed that to become a true swordsman, one really needed some kind of belief to support them, which also included a domineering presence. Since he came to learn the sword, let's talk about the fees. Dunn was just thinking about this when Shomatsu Gushiro, who was kneeling, spoke again. "All right," Dunn nodded. Although he remembered that Zoro came to learn the sword without any fees and was allowed to stay and eat for free at the dojo, it was likely that Zoro, or rather the entire Shomatsu village, had some blood relation. And this way is good too. 500,000 berries for a year. After seeing Dunn nod, Shomatsu Gushiro thought for a moment and offered a price. Dunn immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Seeing this gesture, Shomatsu Gushiro thought Dunn wanted a bargain, so he waited for Dunn to continue. 1,000,000 berries for a year. Dunn then stated his price, leaving Shomatsu Gushiro momentarily stunned. He thought he had guessed wrong. 1,000,000 berries. I want you to teach me without reservation. Dunn stated his requirements. "Okay, but I will only teach you more once your swordsmanship reaches a certain level." Shomatsu Gushiro looked at Dunn's eyes that were firmly gazing back at him, and after a moment of silence, he nodded directly. Seeing Shomatsu Gushiro agree, Dunn breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, smiled, and was about to speak when two children poked their heads in from outside. "Kuina go," and Shomatsu Gushiro was about to speak, and then remembered that he hadn't asked for Dunn's name. "Dunn. Kuina, go arrange a place for Dunn to stay. He will be learning swordsmanship at the dojo from now on." "Oh." Kuina looked at Dunn curiously and nodded. On the other side of the door, Zoro, with a more bruised face than before, stared at Dunn as he got up. You come along too. I'll need you to move things later, Kuina said directly to Zoro, and then led the way. Dunn cupped his hands towards Shomatsu Gushuru and then followed behind Kuina. After the three left, Shomatsu Gushuru did not get up, his expression somewhat puzzled. He could tell what Dunn's gesture meant, but it seemed to be a standard action, like some kind of ceremony. Could my guess be true? Shomatsu Gushuru murmured to himself. Although they had just met and the time was short, Shomatsu Gushuru saw arrogance, or rather pride, in Dunn. No. Shomatsu Gushuru frowned and shook his head. Although it seemed like arrogance and pride, it should be some sort of condescending attitude. Although it appeared very polite. He just had that feeling. Is he a noble? Shomatsu Gushuru felt that there were many contradictory aspects to Dunn. Meanwhile, Dunn over here was not thinking that much. At this moment, he was holding Zoro by the nape of his neck, dragging the kid along with Kuina. So, in a dojo this big, you could still get lost? Dunn's voice was full of curiosity. He knew Zoro was extremely directionally challenged, but the dojo wasn't that big. Zoro should have been here for a long time, right? Yes, Kuina replied without looking back, decisively. Impossible. How could I possibly get lost? Zoro struggled desperately, but the hand holding the nape of his neck was very steady, not even shaking. If I hadn't held you back, you would have turned around and gone who knows where just now. Dunn's words made Zoro, who was struggling hard, freeze. He then slumped down, looking a bit dejected. Speaking of which, you lost again. Seeing Zoro give up struggling, Dunn suddenly provoked him. Zoro, who had just given up his struggle, immediately snapped back and resumed his struggle. Oh, what are you talking about? Zoro said angrily. So you won? Seeing Zoro's anger, Dunn asked with an odd expression. As soon as these words came out, Zoro's face froze. I didn't win, but I will win in the future. Zoro mumbled with his head down. TCH. Kuina didn't even look back. This is your room. If you need anything, I'll have Zoro. Forget it. I'll bring it to you later. Kuina pushed open a room in the dojo, stepping back and saying. Dunn tossed Zoro onto the ground and stepped into the room to take a look around, nodding. To join the dojo and learn the sword. You must first learn from me. Once you master the basic sword techniques, my father will teach you. After Kuina finished speaking, she looked at Dunn, who was much taller than her, and then turned to Zoro. Come with me to get the things. Zoro, with his head down and a dejected expression, followed Kuina, clearly still affected by Dunn's words, not fully coming to his senses. After watching the two leave, Dunn turned back and looked at the small room in front of him. He didn't have many requirements for his living environment. Although it was small, it was still relatively clean. He walked to the small table in the middle of the room and sat cross-legged. The first step was completed. Next, he would see how much he could learn. Dunn supported his face with his arm, thinking to himself. He was quite looking forward to the upcoming learning, although he had already consumed a devil fruit. This was just the beginning of his contact with the powers of this world. Kuina and Zoro returned quickly, with Zoro carrying a big bag filled with various simple daily necessities. Hey! After Zoro put down the big bag of items, Dunn placed a small bag on the table in front of him. Kuina and Zoro both looked at him with puzzled expressions. What is this? Kuina asked curiously. Tuition fees and living expenses for the future. As soon as Dunn said this, Kuina became even more puzzled, walking over to open the bag and her eyes widened. So much money. Zoro was stunned, coming over to peek inside and immediately gulped. Do you need to pay this much money to learn swordsmanship at the dojo? Zoro felt numb. He and T paid any money. Chapter 10. The King of Involution. Goena's reluctance. So, why do you have to pay so much money to learn swordsmanship at the dojo? Isn't it worth this much even if you sell yourself? This is what Zoro is currently thinking. He follows Goena, who is carrying the money pouch, in a confused state, and then meets Shimatsuki Kojiro. Upon seeing Goena present the bag filled with berries to him, Shimatsuki Kojiro also looks surprised. I have no money, Zoro says dejectedly after struggling with his expression while watching Kojiro count the berries. This statement draws puzzled looks from Goena and Kojiro. You are different from him. You don't need to pay. Shimatsuki Kojiro immediately perceives Zoro's thoughts and shakes his head. In fact, when he mentioned the tuition fee, his intention was already clear, and this boy named Dunn also understood his meaning. That is, this teaching is merely instructional, a transaction. The other party pays the tuition fee, and he teaches swordsmanship. There won't be any further complications. He cannot see through this boy at all. The aura around him is very contradictory. As for this boy's intentions, he cannot know. Zoro still wants to speak, but is beckoned by Guina to go outside. 9 million berries, that is quite a sum. After a moment, Shimatsuki Kojiro looks at the neatly arranged berries in front of him and sighs. This is not something that just anyone can take out. A strange shoha, able to produce such a large amount of money, is indeed interesting. The next day, Dunn wakes up early, warms up according to his training methods, and then meets the other students in the dojo. 99 of the students in the dojo are from Shimatsuki village, mostly around the same age as Guina and Zoro, with only a few around Dunn's age, and 2 young men who appear to be in their 20s. The sudden appearance of Dunn clearly piques the curiosity of everyone, especially during breakfast. When they see Dunn's astonishing appetite, everyone's eyes widen. It seems he doesn't eat quickly, but the food in front of him disappears rapidly. This kind of appetite goes beyond the ordinary. Shimatsuki Kojiro, who is also having breakfast, observes Dunn's situation with a thoughtful expression. Compared to these young people, he naturally has more experience. Indeed, this boy named Dunn is quite special. Thud! Zoro's astonished eyes are fixed on Dunn, and the meat he was holding falls from his hand as drool escapes his mouth without him noticing. No wonder he needed to spend so much money. Is this for food? Zoro mumbles to himself. Dunn, of course, does not pay attention to the gazes around him. After all, for him, being able to eat means obtaining enough energy, and perhaps the effectiveness of his training will improve. Naturally, he does not want to starve while practicing. The breakfast incident allows everyone to remember this new student who just joined the dojo. Shortly after breakfast, formal sword training begins. Everyone practices the basic sword moves with wooden swords in a disciplined manner. Dunn shows no signs of impatience. Guina stands beside him, teaching him the basic sword movements, correcting him as she explains. Not far away, Shimatsuki Kojiro has his gaze fixed on Dunn. Dunn has practiced some swordsmanship, but it appears to be self-taught, and he has likely never fought using swordsmanship. So many of his moves are somewhat off. Of course, this does not mean that those moves are useless. They just lack efficiency. However, it also reveals Dunn's foundation. After watching for a while, Shimatsuki Kojiro turns to leave. On the other hand, Guina seems to take her temporary instructor role very seriously and patiently explains the purpose of the moves and how to exert force. Dunn, of course, shows no sign of impatience. He now understands why he felt unnatural while practicing sword moves before. It can only be said that there is still much for him to learn. The morning is for basic training, while the afternoon is free training time. Guina and Zoro's sparring continues. Most of the other students have left the dojo, with only a few remaining to practice, and Dunn is naturally among them, continuing to train in standard sword stances. He practices until everyone is left, leaving him alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rhythmic sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air resonates as Dunn remains calm, his breathing unchanged after a day of training. This weight poses no pressure on him. However, after Guina's modifications, he can feel that the proper stance and exertion truly have their own methods. Since it improves him, Dunn is very patient. When the sky darkens and Guina comes to call Dunn for dinner, she looks at him practicing with standard sword moves and reveals an inexplicable expression on her face. Training should balance work and rest. In the evening, the other students have left the dojo, and only 4 people are eating. During a break, Shimatsuki Kojiro calmly reminds, "These are easy for me. I can feel my control over strength improving." Dunn naturally understands that he is speaking to him. Shimatsuki Kojiro is taken aback, glancing at Dunn. Then his gaze shifts to Guina and Zoro, who seem to be eating but are actually listening intently. If that is the case, if you can meet my requirements in a month, I will personally teach you. Okay. Dunn nods and then buries himself in his food. In the following time, Dunn enters a mode of intense involution, even prompting Shimatsuki Kojiro to send him to practice elsewhere. Otherwise, he worries that the other students might be discouraged. Of course, even so, Guina and Zoro also enter a state of intense involution. In the woods behind the dojo, Dunn closes his eyes, holding a wooden sword in his right hand to fend off the attacks coming from all directions. Goena and Zoro continuously attack him with 4 wooden swords. Dunn does not care about the pain from the wooden swords hitting him. His mind focuses on sensing the incoming attacks. He is unsure if this method of practicing observation hockey is correct, but it seems that Luffy learned to use this method to teach observation hockey. Regardless of success, trying out can't hurt. It's just a way to accompany Goena and Zoro in practice. Whoosh whoosh. The two are panting heavily, exchanging glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Of course, Goena's eyes show more reluctance. As she grows older, she increasingly feels the gap between people, or rather, the gap between men and women. She had sensed it from Zoro's rapid improvement in strength before. Now, the situation with Dunn is even more pronounced. She can clearly feel that Dunn is holding back at least 90 of his strength when swinging his sword. Yet even so, she and Zoro cannot withstand the strikes of the wooden swords head-on. This is the gap, a natural gap. There are countless strong women in the ocean, and even among the pirate kings at the top of the ocean, one is a woman. Just as Goena's reluctance deepens, Dunn's voice suddenly rings out. Chapter 11, Pride and the Celestial Dragon. A conversation with Gung Shiro. Dunn's voice echoed through the woods. Goena, who was in the middle of an attack, suddenly stopped. Even Zoro, who was seriously engaging Dunn, noticed something was off with Goena's emotions and halted his actions. Are you trying to say that women can also reach the top through their own efforts? Goena asked after a moment of silence, looking up at Dunn, who had removed his eye patch. No, what I mean is that some people are born with terrifying talents that most cannot compare to. You only need to surpass yourself. Dunn smiled and shook his head. I don't know who told you what, but your sword has become less confident. Yeah, that's about the feeling, Dunn observed Goena, then turned to Zoro. As for you, you're not very bright and quite stubborn, but you have made rapid progress. This was Dunn's own assessment. In the past month, he could feel Zoro's strength increasing quickly. It must be said that there are indeed terrifying differences among people in this world. Are you praising me or scolding me? Zoro pointed to his own nose, a bit hesitantly. Praising you. Oh, then thank you. Zoro nodded and then looked at Goena. He also sensed that something was off with her emotions. Some things you need to think through yourself. When I first came here, your father asked me why I wanted to learn swordsmanship, and I gave my answer. After saying this, Dunn waved his hand and walked towards the dojo. He had his own matters to attend to. Goena's personality was too strong, and she needed to figure things out on her own. Perhaps Zoro needed to give her a nudge. He hadn't sparred with Goena as long as Zoro had. In the woods, Dunn didn't concern himself with what would happen after he left. He directly went to meet Gung Shiro. It seemed Gung Shiro was waiting for Dunn. When he saw him approach, he raised his hand to invite Dunn to sit down. Dunn naturally didn't stand on ceremony and sat cross-legged opposite Gung Shiro. Thank you, Gung Shiro said as soon as Dunn sat down. Is it about Goena? Dunn asked in response. Yes, it's about my daughter, Gung Shiro admitted with a nod. Zoro's strength is increasing rapidly. I can feel that Goena is finding it increasingly difficult to keep up with him, Gung Shiro sighed. Due to the inherent physical differences between female and male swordsmen, Goena's strong-willed nature makes it even more difficult. When Gung Shiro said this, Dunn could hear the difficulty in his tone. So, you mentioned this, which has made Goena a bit distracted recently. Dunn naturally understood and recognized Gung Shiro's intent. In a way, it was a precautionary measure for Goena. As a father, he certainly knew his daughter's character. Perhaps he was worried about her failing against Zoro soon and couldn't overcome her mental barrier. That's true, but I don't have a good solution either, Gung Shiro said, rubbing his forehead with a look of helplessness. Then he looked up at Dunn. And your talent is excellent. No, I should say it's very good. In fact, your talent might not be inferior even to those strongest in the sea. Gung Shiro said this very seriously. This was his true feeling. Powerful physical strength and recovery, learning ability, and the temperament to endure tedious training. If he hadn't seen that Dunn had no intention of taking him as a master, Gung Shiro might have really wanted to take Dunn as his disciple. However, this terrifying talent made Gung Shiro feel that he might not be qualified. I won't argue with that, Dunn replied with a smile. Just the aspect of quantification has already surpassed everyone. The supportive role of quantification and cultivation is stronger than Dunn had previously imagined. Hearing Dunn say this, Gung Shiro shook his head helplessly, then his expression became serious. In just 1 month, your growth has far exceeded my expectations, but I have some doubts about you. Doubts? Dunn looked at Geng Shiro's serious expression, curious. Your identity. Or rather, are you a noble of the world? Or are you a celestial dragon? Geng Shiro asked with a heavy tone. A celestial dragon? You mean me? Dunn had thought that Geng Shiro might have doubts about anything, but he never expected him to ask this. Why do you think I'm a celestial dragon? Because I can sense an air of superiority over everything from you. Seeing Dunn's reaction, Geng Shiro already knew the answer. So he directly expressed his feelings and why he asked such a question. This kind of aura about you is natural, not deliberate. When I first saw you, I felt a certain arrogance or pride. But it seems to be different. Dunn didn't refute this. Instead, he stroked his chin and began to ponder. Since Geng Shiro had said so, it should be true. But he should still be considered humble, right? He wasn't a dragon Aotion. Even if he wanted to match those powerful figures of the sea, he at least had to develop first. Wait, Dunn suddenly realized why Geng Shiro had this feeling. It was because he viewed everything in this world from an outsider's perspective. Being an outsider and knowing what would happen in the future, he naturally carried a sense of superiority. This feeling arose naturally. It seems you've thought of the reason. Geng Shiro noted the change in Dunn's expression and spoke up. Yes, I have some possible reasons in mind. Dunn did not argue. That's good to hear. Now, let's talk about what you want to learn from me. After hearing Dunn's reply, Geng Shiro did not continue to inquire but changed the topic. He didn't know the reason behind Dunn's aura, but because of Guena's situation, he could give a reminder. Since the other party had already thought of it, there was no need to elaborate. Swordsmanship and hockey, Dunn answered without hesitation. Hockey? Sure. The methods you used when sparring with Guena and the others were indeed a way to train observation hockey, but their strength was too weak, so the effect was limited. As for armament hockey, it requires a certain physical standard, and your physique is more than enough. Geng Shiro had guessed what Dunn wanted to learn when Dunn attempted to practice observation hockey, so he wasn't very surprised. Although hockey is not commonly seen in the Four Seas, it's not a big secret. As for swordsmanship, my suggestion is that I can help you with the strength of your swordsmanship, and you need to find the swordsmanship that suits you. Chapter 12. The Gift of the Sword and the Black Blade. First, learn observation. Haki Shuangyue Jingsairo's words were undoubtedly true. After all, there are differences even among geniuses. Although Dunn had only been at the Shuangyue Temple for less than a month, his displayed talent had already astonished Shuangyue Jingsairo. That was why he gave this response. Looking for a sword technique that suits him, Dunn murmured, as a flame flickered in his mind. The power of the Mera Mera no Mi was the strongest ability he had mastered at present, so it was natural for him to think of flames. A skinny old man, surrounded by fire, then appeared in his mind. The temperature rivaling the sun, a full power attack lasting too long could even destroy a realm. He had not neglected the development of his fruit powers and had attempted to use all his knowledge to create some powerful moves. Perhaps he could give it a try. Dunn's eye sparkled. Cool and powerful moves? What man wouldn't like that? It seems you already have some ideas. However, before we get to that, I will impart to you my understanding of swordsmanship as a reference, Shuangyue Jingsairo said, smiling as he noticed the change in Dunn's expression. No problem. I do have some ideas, but the difficulty is high. However, I am indeed willing to try, Dunn replied without urgency, willing to spend time on this. You must not neglect the basics of swordsmanship. You will practice on your own every morning, and in the afternoons, I will guide you in mastering hockey and swordsmanship. After saying this, Shuangyue Jingsairo looked Dunn up and down, then walked over to a wall and pulled on it, causing it to slide open, revealing a row of sword racks. You can choose a sword. Although I don't recommend beginners use real swords, you are different. Dunn, hearing this, did not hold back and got up to choose. They all looked exquisite. Dunn knew that Shuangyue Jingsairo's father, Shuangyue Jingsenlang, was a master swordsmith from the land of Wano, and the great sword Enma was forged by him. Dunn picked up each sword but ultimately grabbed a longer, wider, and heavier one. Now over 8 meters tall, this sword was already taller than him. Seeing Dunn return with the unusually long sword, Shuangyue Jingsairo was somewhat surprised but said nothing more. Once the door was closed, the two sat down again. Shuangyue Jingsairo's gaze swept over the long sword lying next to Dunn, and he felt a bit sentimental. These swords were all crafted by my father in the past. However, he hasn't forged any in a long time. You can give it a name yourself. Perhaps it will become a true black blade, renowned across the seas. Black blade? Dunn asked in return. He knew what a black blade was, and that it was developed by the wielder through their own training, seemingly related to hockey. A black blade was a form of sword, and after countless battles and entanglements with hockey, the sword would undergo a change in its very nature. Its material would become more solid, to the point of being indestructible. Seemingly intrigued, Xuanyue Jingsairo stared directly at Dunn. And now, that man who just became the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, holds a black blade named... I thought mentioning it would elicit a reaction from you. However, Dunn's expression showed no signs of fluctuation upon hearing about the black blade Yuru. Don't you want to become the world's strongest swordsman? Xuanyue Jingsairo asked with a hearty laugh. I don't have that thought right now. After all, I should still be some distance away from that great swordsman. Dunn shook his head. My goal has always been to live a stable life in this world. If that great swordsman becomes an obstacle for me in the future, perhaps the title will belong to someone else. Hearing Dunn calmly state that he might take the title from the #1 swordsman, Xuanyue Jingsairo burst into laughter. Ha ha, good. I actually look forward to that day. After all, I could say I have guided your swordsmanship, and I would take pride in that. So, I'm not even a swordsman yet. I assent it a bit too early for us to talk about this. Looking at the laughing Xuanyue Jingsairo, Dunn felt a bit speechless. I believe you have that talent. All right, thank you for your trust, but I want to learn observation hockey first. Good. Although he didn't understand why Dunn wanted to learn observation hockey first, Xuanyue Jingsairo did not refuse. Then I will take my leave. After speaking, Dunn got up, grabbed the sword beside him, and left. Xuanyue Jingsairo watched Dunn leave, and after a long time, a short old man slowly stepped out. He knows I am here. He might have awakened observation hockey, but he just can't use it freely yet. The old man, holding a pipe, sat in the spot where Dunn had just been. What does your father think? You can't see through it, old man. I'm not as good as you. It's just as unclear to me. Xuanyue Jingsenlang shook his head. Although he was a master swordsmith and knew some sword techniques, his skills were not as good as his son's. However, perhaps he could really forge a black blade. He hadn't expected Dunn to choose that one. Thinking of the sword Dunn had taken, Xuanyue Jingsenlang felt emotional. That sword was not inferior to the great sword. It was just that when he forged that sword, he lacked the strength, which made it rough and heavy. The sword Dunn took was indeed over 10 times heavier than a typical sword. His unique talent made that weight insignificant to him. Xuanyue Jingsairo understood Dunn's strength. Or rather, Dunn's strength was proportional to his appetite. Well, focus on teaching him. He probably won't stay here for long. Xuanyue Jingsenlang said as he stood up and walked out. But after a few steps, he turned back, his dim old eyes looking at Xuanyue Jingsairo. And Zoro. He paused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Zoro's swordsmanship talent is inherited from his grandfather and father, even that dragon-slaying swordsman. You need to teach him well. Understood. Being from the land of Wano, Xuanyue Jingsairo actually believed in bloodlines. Since Zoro's ancestors had produced several great swordsmen, Zoro must have that kind of potential as well. Dunn indeed sensed that someone had been nearby while he was talking to Xuanyue Jingsairo, but did not delve deeper into it. He just needed to focus on his own matters. Returning to his room, Dunn raised his hand and drew the sword he held. The dull sheen wasn't very bright, and wave-like patterns covered the entire blade. It was significantly thicker than an ordinary sword, yet the sharpness of the blade was not diminished at all. Gripping the hilt, the sword laid across his chest, and a spark of fire emerged from Dunn's hand, spreading along the blade. In an instant, flames completely enveloped the blade. However, at this moment, the flames were merely superficial. Chapter 13, Flames Entwined. The training of Kin Bunchaku aside from looking cooler, the flames entwined around the sword did not show much improvement. Dunn activated his data panel. Body data. Your vital points have disappeared after receiving an attack. Damage is converted to a reduction in health. Panel attributes will change based on your strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age, 14 years old. Physique, 21. Rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health, 100. Recovering, eating can restore quickly. Inherent talent, unyielding when health reaches 0. Enter a brief, enhanced state. All your attributes are increased tenfold. Health will no longer decrease. All negative statuses are cleared. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Abilities, Flame Fruit. Skill Mastery, a powerful natural type fruit ability that grants the power to transform and control flames. Continuously enhances the body. Weaknesses and soul host issues have been resolved. Current fruit development, 13. Swordsmanship. Skill Mastery. You have mastered the basic moves and training methods of swordsmanship. The fruit's improvement was not substantial, only increasing by 4. While his physique had increased by 11 compared to a month ago, and the prompt for rapid evolution still hadn't disappeared. This indicated that his physique was still rapidly improving. This was a good thing. However, fully developing the devil fruit here was not convenient. After retracting the flames from the sword in his hand, Dunn sheathed it, and the heat in the room gradually dissipated. It seemed he needed to make other plans. Simply relying on imagination would not allow for quick development of the devil fruit's power. It required a place where he could fully unleash its abilities. Initially, he had planned to train here until he became a sword master, which he estimated would take several years. However, if staying here delayed the development of the fruit, then he couldn't remain for too long. After mastering the two-color Hawkeye, he should go out for a while. However, not many people should know about his fruit's abilities. Dunn squinted, thinking about the pirates he sent to Navy Base number 16. Of course, he didn't take it too seriously. The next day, in the Isin dojo, Dunn was seriously practicing the basic sword moves with a long sword he named Flame. Although the sword was dull in luster, its imposing appearance attracted quite a few gazes. Kuina and Zoro occasionally focused their attention on the sword in Dunn's hand. Not far away, Shuangyue Jingsairo nodded secretly. He believed that Dunn would surely achieve great things in the future because of this. He remained humble and diligent, showing no sign of complacency despite his superior strength, and did not slack in his basic training. How many times have you beaten Zoro? Kuina swung her bamboo sword next to Dunn and suddenly heard his words. 1995 times, Kuina replied. Zoro's face turned several shades red upon hearing this, but a loss was still a loss. Dunn nodded. It seemed that Kuina's death was approaching. Since he was here, Dunn naturally wanted to prevent this from happening, which would not be difficult for him. He just needed to pay a little attention. This was also why he needed to learn Kinbunchaku first. After finishing the continued training, Zoro, who obviously remembered Dunn's earlier question, challenged Kuina again. Meanwhile, Dunn began his training in Kinbunchaku Haki. In the quiet room, Shuangyue Jingsairo looked at Dunn with a smile. Since you know Haki and a method of training, you should know what Kinbunchaku Haki is, right? He did not start explaining directly, but instead posed a question. What is Kinbunchaku Haki? Dunn slightly lowered his head in thought. His understanding of Haki came mostly from the works before his crossing, but for someone who had never encountered such power before, it felt somewhat abstract. He could only try his best to experiment. However, he could still provide an answer to Jingsairo's inquiry. Is it perception? Dunn remained silent for a moment before speaking. Perception, is it? Is that how you view Kinbunchaku Haki? But that understanding is not wrong, Jingsairo said with a smile. Everything has a breath, whether listening or feeling. You must perceive their breath, whether it be wind or water, trees, or even steel. Of course, there are also people. After all, Kinbunchaku Haki is not only targeted at living beings, but also includes those without life, and you will need to understand this in your future swordsmanship training. Dunn nodded slightly, understanding, but still feeling it was somewhat abstract. Seemingly seeing Dunn's thoughts, Jingsairo smiled and said, in fact, Haki is a power that everyone possesses. But this power lies dormant within a person's body and needs to be awakened through training. Of course, after being awakened, it also requires further training to become stronger. I know all this, Dunn nodded. So, Conqueror's Haki is the same? Conqueror's Haki is different. It is truly a rare talent, not something everyone possesses. Jingsairo immediately shook his head, seemingly aware that this contradicted his earlier statement that everyone has Haki, and explained again. As for Conqueror's Haki, I don't really understand it well, but I do know that on this sea, the number of people with Conqueror's Haki is extremely few. The underlying implication of this statement was that it was too early for Dunn to be talking about this. Dunn nodded, not interrupting Jingsairo's words. In fact, you have already awakened Kinbunchaku. It's just that you have not yet realized it, or rather, you have not sensed this power. Jinxiro's words made Dunn pause, and he looked down at his hands. You say kin bunchaku is perception. So, in your understanding, it is about perceiving everything around you, sensing the breath of everything around you. Upon hearing this, Dunn closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. Suddenly, a deadly killing intent rushed toward him. The violent killing intent made a layer of goosebumps appear all over Dunn's body. Almost instinctively, Dunn wanted to elementalize to resist this killing intent. But the killing intent came swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. The source of the killing intent was Shuangyue Jinxiro, who was sitting not far away. In Dunn's perception, it felt as though a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of him, sitting cross-legged on the ground, resembling a blood-colored demon. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Shuangyue Jinxiro across from him. Did you feel it? Jinxiro asked with a smile. The aura I released is very subtle. Those who are not sensitive enough to aura or breath cannot perceive it. Do you remember the feeling from just now? Chapter 14. Two-color hockey and energy. An unexpected visitor, Dunn's eyes were filled with surprise, because a new ability had appeared on the digital panel. Observation hockey. Preliminary mastery. You have a preliminary perception of the energy of all things in the world. Is that how easy it is to master? Dunn found it hard to believe, which is why he was so surprised. Energy? Dunn keenly sensed the explanation of observation hockey on the digital panel. Energy? That's a good way to put it. Hearing Dunn's soft words, Shuangyue Gungsong paused for a moment, then smiled and said, This is a description of what you perceive. Whether it's breathing or energy, it represents what you understand. It seems you really do understand. Shuangyue Gungsong spoke with a tone of deep emotion. He had sensed during his earlier conversation with his father that Dunn had already awakened observation hockey. But now, Dunn's performance clearly indicated that he had already realized this ability. The speed of mastery was astonishing. Even for himself, he had started with swordsmanship, gradually perceiving the breath of all things before mastering observation hockey. Thank you. Dunn closed his eyes again, and after that strange feeling reappeared, he opened his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Since you've mastered observation hockey, then mastering armament hockey may not be difficult for you. Shuangyue Gungsong did not waste any time and planned to explain armament hockey again. In my homeland, armament hockey is called flowing sakura. It is a power that is born from one's own body. If one's physique is insufficient, it is difficult to use this power. This is a power that can flow and be manipulated. Once mastered, it not only provides strong defensive and offensive capabilities, but can even counter some powerful devil fruit users. As Shuangyue Gungsong spoke, he looked at Dunn meaningfully. Occasionally, a scorching sensation would emanate from Dunn's room. Shuangyue Gungsong, who had mastered observation hockey, could clearly feel it. So, observation hockey is the perception of the energy of external things, while armament hockey is actually the application of a certain energy within oneself. Dunn began to understand. The description of observation hockey involves energy. So according to Gungsong's words, it may be similar. If it's hard to understand, using the easier concept of internal energy would help Dunn understand more clearly. Of course, there might be some differences, but the general idea should be the same. Perhaps that's the case. Shuangyue Gungsong paused for a moment, thought about Dunn's words, and then nodded. My strength is limited, and I can only explain it based on my own understanding. There are many people stronger than me out at sea. Perhaps my explanations of observation hockey and armament hockey might not be accurate. You're too modest, Master. Your strength is impressive. Dunn shook his head slightly. While there were many strong characters that Luffy encountered in the original story, most of them could put Luffy in tough battles. In reality, those strong individuals were just a small fraction of what was out there at sea. A top swordsman is already a top expert on the sea. Everyone has their own strengths, and my talent is limited as well as my ability to see the limits of my talent. But you, Dunn, your future is unclear to me. Is that a compliment? Dunn smiled. No, I'm just stating a fact. This world is not peaceful. I know you may be very familiar with this world, so you should also know what it looks like. As Dunn listened, he gradually felt something was off, and immediately raised his hand. I've heard that armament hockey is a power that is guided out. Is it about imagining wearing an invisible armor on your body? He awkwardly shifted the topic. Yue Gungsung naturally noticed this. He also knew that he had said too much. He had a feeling that Dunn might become a significant figure in this sea in the future. And such a person, no matter what they do, could potentially influence the entire world. You're right, Yue Gungsung said, raising his hand horizontally in front of him. Dunn squinted his eyes, and, through his perception of observation haki, he saw that a layer of something was covering Yue Gungsung's arm. This is the most basic use of armament haki. When you have enough quantity of armament haki, it will look like this. As Yue Gungsung spoke, his arm appeared to be covered with a layer of dark purple armor. And like this, Gungsung raised his hand to grab a cup on the table. A dark purple layer covered the cup. Wrapping, or flowing sakura, these are all applications of armament haki. Dunn nodded lightly upon hearing this. I understand. If you understand, you could try to guide your armament haki later. But this is not an easy task. Many people spend their entire lives without being able to guide this energy. Of course, for you, it shouldn't be difficult. Dunn looked down at his hand and tried a little, but was unsuccessful. It seemed he needed to put in more effort. One thing I need to remind you is that the quantity of haki is limited. It is not infinite. If too much haki is consumed, it requires time to recover. This recovery time varies from person to person, and the amount of haki also varies, all of which are related to one's physique. I understand. I will remember. Dunn nodded. Since that's the case, you should go back now. You can try it on your own. Starting tomorrow, I will personally spar with you. If you want to quickly understand how to use your sword in haki, combat is the best way. Yue Gungsung said with a smile, though there was a hint of mischief in his tone. Of course, Dunn was not afraid. After saying his goodbyes, Dunn left. Once outside, Dunn took out a scarf to cover his eyes and clumsily activated his observation haki. No matter what, it's always good to practice more. If excessive consumption of haki affects the body, Dunn could completely ignore such negatives. Kuina was practicing her sword alone in the dojo while in the nearby woods. Zoro was swinging a bamboo, sword tied with stones. Meanwhile, Dunn returned to his room to try to guide his armament haki. At dusk, an inconspicuous merchant ship slowly approached Yue village and docked at the pier. The people who got off were cloaked in gray, obscuring their faces. However, one person's head was somewhat exaggerated. Move a bit faster. Once we gather the food, we leave. Our identities are somewhat sensitive. A low voice sounded, and the others nodded in unison. The group silently made their way and soon arrived at the front of the Ichin dojo, where Yue Gungsung was already waiting. The food is ready. Yue Gungsung spoke slowly, maintaining a calm demeanor, clearly having made prior arrangements with these individuals. Chapter 15. Kuina. Downing this bowl of poisonous chicken soup, dangerous targets. Dunn, who had just tried to assist in guiding his observation haki into armament haki, suddenly opened his eyes. Having just grasped the observation haki, his sensing range was still quite limited, barely covering the entire one-heart dojo. The group that had come to the dojo gave Dunn an extremely dangerous feeling. There were so many powerful individuals, and some were even stronger than Gungshiro. In the field of vision sensed by the observation haki, the heads of this group were all marked with extreme danger signs, with one person's head even having 3 blood-red question marks above it. A group from the Revolutionary Army? Dunn opened his eyes, already guessing the identities of the visitors. Gungshiro indeed had private contacts with the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D, Dragon, or simply known as Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A thorn in the side of the world government, the son of marine hero Monkey D. Karp, and the father of Monkey D. Luffy, a natural-type devil fruit user, suspected to have a nature-related ability linked to wind. Although he rarely made a move, this person should be among the top-tier individuals on the seas, a Yonka-level powerhouse. Dunn felt somewhat tempted, but before he could fully rise, he sat back down. These people represented trouble. You could say that the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon had noble ideals and wanted to overthrow the world government to change the world. But that had nothing to do with him. He wasn't even a person of this world. Respect was merely respect, and as for contact, it was better to forget it. With this thought, Dunn retracted his inner thoughts, steadied himself, and continued his training to guide his armament haki. Kuina and Zoro, who were engaged in another match, also noticed these uninvited guests and saw Gungshiro bringing people into the dojo, but they didn't go to check the situation. You lost again, for the 1,997th time. Kuina calmly looked at Zoro. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. I will definitely defeat you. Upon hearing Kuina's emphasis, Zoro instantly exploded with anger. You will never defeat me. Kuina placed her hands on her hips and shot a sideways glance at Zoro. Zoro gritted his teeth, pointing his bamboo sword at Kuina. Not only will I defeat you, but I will also defeat Dunn, and then I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. After saying this, Zoro huffed, staring at Kuina with heavy breaths. Defeat Dunn? Kuina was taken aback, her expression somewhat bewildered. Dunn had only been at the dojo for a month, and his strength had skyrocketed, especially his progress in swordsmanship, which had exceeded her expectations. Plus, there was that super physique that amazed her father. According to her father's words, Dunn's physique was not weaker than those monsters on the seas. Now, Kuina already felt an overwhelming sense of not being able to win, even if she gave it her all. You can't even see the gap between us and him, Kuina said in a low voice. Do you admit defeat? Although Zoro was directionally challenged, he wasn't stupid and could occasionally have a moment of clarity. Right now, he sensed Kuina's emotions. You've beaten me 1997 times. Don't underestimate yourself. Or what about me who lost to you? Zoro glared angrily at Kuina. Kuina kept her head down and said nothing, while Zoro stared wide-eyed at her, suddenly raising his bamboo sword. I've made up my mind, Kuina. Next I will defeat you, and then I will defeat Dunn. After saying this, Zoro huffed and turned to leave, only to see a figure behind him that he hadn't noticed before. Dunn. Zoro froze for a moment, stammering. I give you this opportunity. Come on, Zoro, challenge me, and then defeat me, and charge towards the position of the world's strongest swordsman. Dunn held a wooden sword, looking seriously at Zoro. Zoro. Kuina. Oh, what? Are you scared? Looking at the dazed duo, Dunn smiled. You shouldn't be too arrogant. Zoro exploded again. This guy just didn't know when to stop, and he charged at Dunn with his sword. Then, what awaited him was a strike to the head. A red mark appeared on Zoro's face, and blood gushed from his nose. Stumbling back a few steps, Zoro covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. The sting and pain in his nose caused tears and snot to flow together. Seeing this, Kuina walked over, gripping the sword handle. I'll take over, Kuina said, raising her wooden sword to attack. Bang! A good hit is a good start. Kuina crouched down, holding her head, her eyes watery, watching the two of them. One holding their head and the other covering their nose, Dunn sat down on the ground, observing them. Last time, did you have something unfinished to say? Kuina, holding her head, suddenly asked Dunn as he sat down. What? You mentioned that there are women who become top-level powerhouses on the seas. Kuina clearly still cared about this matter. Dunn sighed. He understood Gung Shiro's intentions, but it seemed to make Kuina's doubts about herself grow heavier. See, properly. Dunn pointed to the space in front of him. Kuina and Zoro came over and sat down, looking at Dunn with tearful eyes. Both Zoro and Kuina knew that Dunn was very knowledgeable about the seas. People are different. There are many races on the seas, such as fishmen, mink tribe, and giants, and they have a huge gap compared to humans. Let me put it this way, as long as a giant is an adult, their strength is comparable to a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, which is already considered a strong powerhouse on the seas. Kuina and Zoro clearly had no concept of the strength of a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. Now, in the new world of the Grand Line, the Charlotte Linlin who established the nation of all nations, well, she is one of the strongest pirates on the seas, and when she was 5 years old, she destroyed a giant village. Is she a woman? Kuina looked at Dunn, clearly curious. Yes, a woman, but her talent on these seas is perhaps unmatched by many. Dunn sighed. He genuinely believed this. If I keep surpassing myself, can I reach such a level in the future? Kuina looked at Dunn. She seemed to need some affirmation. Swordsmanship has no end. You can keep practicing and continuously grow stronger. Dunn said to Kuina. He originally wanted to shatter Kuina's illusions and let her see through these things. In terms of talent, Kuina might be quite high, but she hadn't reached a level that would turn heads. Yes, a 10-year-old Kuina being able to defeat adults in the dojo is impressive, but Kuina herself could feel that her battles with Zoro were becoming increasingly difficult. Yes, I want to keep getting stronger like this and become the world's strongest swordsman. Kuina's expression changed, seemingly contemplating Dunn's poisonous chicken soup, while Zoro completely downed this bowl of poisonous chicken soup, excitedly saying, "The red mark on my face and the nosebleed make me look a bit ridiculous." Chapter 16. Keep fooling. Come on, let us make a pact and strive to become the world's greatest swordsman together. Zoro was completely caught up in the frenzy, so excited that it seemed he would burst at any moment. However, no one echoed his excitement. A cold wind blew by, rustling the trees in the forest. Even Zoro felt a bit awkward. "I never said I wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman." Dunn stroked his chin and thought, "Since you're learning swordsmanship, don't you want to become the strongest?" Zoro's eyes widened, clenching his fists tightly, seemingly unable to believe Dunn's words. Kuina was also a bit curious. "I'm different from you. You all have steadfast ideals, while I don't. Maybe when you become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll still be an inconspicuous nobody. When that happens, if someone bullies me, I'll just say my junior brother or sister is the world's greatest swordsman, and then I can eat and drink without paying," Dunn said with a smile. Then, Zoro and Kuina's expressions turned disdainful. "How pathetic," Zoro said somewhat exasperatedly. But then he furrowed his brows. "No, I'm the senior brother." Zoro realized this. "Your swordsmanship was taught by me. You should call me senior sister." Kuina nodded repeatedly. "Look at you both. You're about to become the world's greatest swordsman, yet you're so stingy. It's just a title. I'm older than you, so it's reasonable for me to call you junior brother and junior sister, right?" Dunn said with a helpless expression. "Reasonable?" Zoro raised his hand to scratch his green short hair, looking at Kuina. "Ah." Kuina raised her hand to scratch her face, not giving an answer. "Besides, our relationship is so close. It's also reasonable for me to rely on your names to eat for free in the future, right?" Dunn said again. Zoro and Kuina exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The two felt there was something wrong with Dunn's words, but didn't know how to refute them. "Hee. You little brat sure can talk. You've confused them both." Suddenly, a voice appeared, and Dunn turned around abruptly. Behind a tree in the direction of the dojo, a person with a head larger than their body revealed half of their head. "A monster." Zoro's eyes nearly popped out. "Don't talk nonsense." Dunn slapped Zoro, who had jumped up, back down to the ground. "This person is a special race from the sea, the Big Head tribe," Dunn said with a serious expression. Zoro looked shocked, and Kuina appeared curious. "So this is the peculiar race from the sea you mentioned. It's indeed very peculiar," Kuina said with a face full of wonder. "The sea is indeed very mysterious." Meanwhile, Hancock, who had been eavesdropping, was speechless. He had come out alone while Dragon was discussing matters with Kushru, and from a distance, he had heard voices and approached to overhear the conversation of the three kids. Their ambition is quite impressive. They want to become the strongest in the sea, the world's greatest swordsman. Then, he heard the older one fooling the younger two, and now he even set himself up as part of a race. "Hee, little brat, I'm not from the Big Head tribe. I'm just human," Hancock said as he stepped out, moving closer under the curious gazes of Zoro and Kuina. "How do you know you're not?" Dunn turned to look at the approaching Hancock, asking calmly, "What if your ancestors were? But your race has nearly gone extinct over the long years, leaving only you?" Zoro and Kuina nodded repeatedly, feeling that Dunn made a lot of sense. "My parents are both human." Hancock was taken aback and instinctively retorted, "That is still possible." I said, "Over the long years, the Big Head tribe has nearly gone extinct, and the remaining ones intermarried with humans, hiding their bloodline, only for it to resurface in your generation," Dunn said with a serious expression. "So that is how it is," Zoro said, looking enlightened. "Don't believe his words. He is obviously talking nonsense," Hancock said, seeing Zoro actually supporting him, feeling speechless. This older little brat can really talk. He even made himself believe it a bit. "You say I'm talking nonsense, then show me the evidence," Dunn said leisurely, a slight smile on his lips. Then, Kuina and Zoro looked at Hancock with anticipation, clearly hoping he would present evidence. I have no evidence." Hancock hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "How can you provide evidence for something like this?" "You see, since you have no evidence, it means you indeed might be a member of the Big Head tribe, right?" Dunn spread his hands. Hancock hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Is this race not something you made up? I know a lot about history, and I've never heard of such a group. Another voice suddenly joined in. A tall figure in a hooded cloak walked over, his voice sharp, as if metal was striking metal. 3 blood-red question marks hovered above his head. Dragon. The emerging dragon was also observing Dunn. After finishing his discussion with Kushiro about food supplies, Kushiro mentioned the young boy who had just arrived at the One Heart Dojo and had high talent and potential. Naturally, Dragon was curious, so he came to take a look. Everything happening here certainly couldn't escape his observation haki, and he had been watching the 2 kids being fooled. Even Ivankov was made to doubt himself by the clever arguments. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Dunn's gaze lingered on Dragon, staying slightly longer on the shoe prints on his face. If you put it that way, it does make sense. Dragon nodded slightly. Chief. Ivankov felt a bit awkward. What Dunn said must be wrong, but he didn't know how to refute it. Do you have any thoughts about going out to sea? Dragon waved his hand at Ivankov, and then looked at Dunn and asked, Going out to sea? That one do. As soon as Dunn heard this, he shook his head directly. Whether it's going out to sea now or Dragon wanting to recruit him, he had no intention of doing so. So, your dream is to wait for those 2 to become strong in the sea and then use their reputation to eat without paying? Dragon chuckled. He certainly didn't believe it. After all, during this food supply gathering, Kushiro's side gathered much more. And the reason was naturally that this kid named Dunn provided the money. Is that not possible? Zoro, don't you mind? Dunn said, turning to ask Zoro. Zoro scratched his head. Actually, he felt that this was wrong. But thinking about it, if he became the greatest swordsman, letting his junior eat without paying shouldn't be a big deal. But sure. Zoro nodded. Dragon's gaze fell on Zoro, already seeing that this green-haired little brat had been completely fooled. I heard from Kushiro that you're learning how to use armament haki? Chapter 17, Drago's Help. Haki entwined. Armament haki? Goena and Zoro were both stunned, clearly not understanding what Dragon was talking about. The 2 turned to look at Dunn. Ivankov's large eyes were fixed on Dunn. He knew that Jangshir could use haki, but cultivating haki requires a certain foundation, and frequently using haki is also a burden on the body. Has this kid reached the level of awakening haki in Jangshir's eyes? As for Dunn, he focused on the 3 blood-red question marks above Drago's head and nodded. I see, Drago said, then sat down directly. The training of haki is actually not difficult. Most people on the Daughter Island in the New World have mastered considerable haki. Amazon Lily. Dunn nodded and said, You actually know that. It seems you know quite a bit. Drago smiled and said, Before I came to Frost Moon Village, I saw a newspaper about the Emperor of Amazon Lily Kingdom becoming a warlord. Dunn nodded, mentioning this matter. If it's just about guiding someone to use armament haki, it's actually not too difficult, Drago said, suddenly raising his hand to grab at Dunn, his palm enveloped in dark armament haki. Dunn was startled, instinctively raising his hand to block the incoming hand as he activated observation haki. But then his wrist was firmly grasped by Drago. Instinctively, Dunn tried to elementalize, but the place where he was held could not elementalize. Drago was taken aback, a smile appearing on his face as the armament haki on his hand flowed and wrapped around Dunn's wrist. In the next moment, Dunn felt a force within his body resisting the flowing haki. Before Dunn could investigate this force, Drago had already withdrawn his hand. This is your own armament haki. This method can't be used by most people. Drago smiled, his gaze towards Dunn seeming to carry deeper meaning. A devil fruit user and a Logia-type. Dunn remained silent, and after a while of being watched by the 4, he raised his arm and armament haki manifested. Zoro and Goena couldn't sense it, but Drago and Ivankov could. Is this possible? Seeing the haki appear on the panel, Dunn was also quite surprised. You still need to practice for armament haki. If you want to use this method to help others, you need to have a deeper mastery of armament haki. Drago did not hide this. In fact, even if it didn't say it, Dunn could roughly understand. He never expected that armament haki could also wrap around a person, nor did he expect that when encountering someone else's armament haki, the hidden armament haki in his body or this energy would react on its own. Thank you. Regardless, Drago has helped him, so a thank you is still necessary. No need for thanks, consider my gratitude. Because of Dunn, Jangshir has gathered more food, which has greatly helped the Revolutionary Army, so Drago said this. After finishing, Drago stood up, waved his hand, and turned to walk towards the dojo with Ivankov. Dunn and the others watched the two leave. Dunn, what were you just talking about? Guena asked curiously after watching Drago and Ivankov leave. Haki is a power that a person inherently possesses. If you want to become a swordsman or even a grand swordsman in the future, this is something you must master. The strong on the sea have profound training in Haki. Dunn thought for a moment and explained to the two. Cultivating Haki requires a foundation, and it does put a certain burden on the body. Frequent use can be harmful. It's normal that Jangshir hasn't mentioned this to you too. As for Zoro, if it weren't for getting lost at sea and being unable to find his way back to Frost Moon Village, perhaps Jangshir would have taught him to master Haki. As for Guena, Dunn glanced at Guena, then stood up. It's still too early for you two to learn Haki. When the time comes, the dojo master will teach you. After saying that, Dunn left directly. Guena and Zoro exchanged glances. This is a power that all strong people possess. I must master it. Zoro said this with a face full of yearning. Guena silently nodded. So, to become strong, the body is just one of the conditions. Haki, huh? Guena decided to ask her father about it. On the other side, Drago and Ivankov returned and saw Jangshir. How was it? Jangshir smiled and inquired upon seeing the two return. A good young man. Drago nodded. So, Jangshir's eyes locked onto Drago, only to see Drago shake his head. He doesn't have plans to go out to sea right now. Jangshir nodded at this. However, he is indeed a devil fruit user, likely a Logia-type. Drago said. Ivankov was listening and nearly jumped up upon hearing this. That kid is a Logia-type? Ivankov was dumbfounded. Devil fruits are not common, especially Logia-types. The three top-tier Logia users in the Navy have a huge reputation on the sea and are extremely powerful. Very likely. Drago nodded. Chief, should we recruit him into the Revolutionary Army? Ivankov was clearly tempted. A Logia-type user, as long as he doesn't slack off, will definitely be a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Difficult. That young man's gaze is off. It's the same as what Jangshir said. Drago shook his head directly. I don't know why he looks at everyone with such eyes. Although he may try to hide it, that innate sense of superiority is always present. Drago sighed. In fact, he was somewhat disappointed, for reasons similar to Ivankov's. However, there's still time. He is still young. Jangshir smiled and changed the subject. True. Drago nodded at this and didn't delve deeper into the matter. After returning, Dunn guided out his Haki and maintained it. The quality was certainly not as good as Jangshir's and Drago's. But having just grasped this power, Dunn was very curious about armament Haki. He even planned to wrap it around flames, but of course he failed. Regarding the training of Haki, in addition to consulting Jangshir later, Dunn planned to keep it activated. The more he used it, the more he would progress and master more uses. Naturally, his health was also declining with the use of Haki, but the speed was not fast. However, unlike observation Haki, armament Haki also consumes a lot of stamina. The next day, before dawn, Dunn, who hadn't slept all night, directly left the dojo, and when the sun rose, he returned to the dojo drenched, carrying a several-meter-long sea fish. Chapter 18. Dunn. Are they coming for me? For Dunn, the hefty sea fish weighing over 1,000 pounds was not too much of a burden. He maintained his Haki of armament and observation as he walked into the one-hard dojo, only to meet Drago and his group, along with Shiro, who was seeing them off. Upon seeing Dunn, Drago, Ivankov, and Shiro were all stunned. They stared at Dunn, their eyes scanning his wet hair and clothes, finally resting on the sea fish he was holding. Dunn, did you buy that from the village? I didn't expect such fresh sea fish this early in the morning. Shiro hesitated before speaking. Oh, I received a favor from this gentleman yesterday, so I thought I'd catch a sea fish this morning to treat everyone. But are you all leaving? Dunn said cheerfully upon hearing this. You caught it yourself? Shiro and Drago exchanged puzzled glances. You can go into the sea? Ivankov was shocked. As a fellow devil fruit user, he knew that users would become weak upon touching seawater. Even those with strong physiques would find it difficult to resist this feeling of weakness. However, last night, both Drago and Shiro had mentioned that Dunn was a devil fruit user. So, what was going on now? Drago was also confused. When he helped Dunn awaken his Haki of armament last night, he distinctly felt that Dunn seemed to want to elementalize, but failed, or perhaps he gave up. At that time, he was almost certain that Dunn was a devil fruit user, and most likely a Logia-type. Therefore, the fact that Dunn caught a fish from the sea left the three of them dumbfounded. What a big fish! Zoro's exclamation came from outside the dojo. After finishing his morning training, he returned to see Dunn carrying the large fish and couldn't help but shout. This shout brought Shiro and the others back to reality. Dunn's situation truly challenged their traditional understanding. Thanks a lot, Dunn. Just in time. I'm also hungry, Drago said after regaining his composure, waving at the others and then smiling at Dunn. The others quietly left, unsure what their leader was up to. Next, Shiro took the knife himself while Zoro, Kuina, and Dunn helped nearby, and soon the entire large fish became a sumptuous feast. So, you're not a devil fruit user? While Zoro was stuffing his face, the others quietly enjoyed the meal, but Ivankov couldn't help but ask directly. Dunn's gaze fell on Ivankov, and he smiled. Are you talking about a devil fruit? Who told you I was a user? Dunn's words made everyone stop their movements, except for Zoro, who remained unaffected. Devil fruit? Is it that legendary treasure of the sea? Kuna asked curiously, surprisingly aware of devil fruits. Yes, treasures of the sea. Even the least valuable Zoan type is worth over 100 million berries, Dunn replied to Kuna. Kuina's eyes widened. Drago had been observing Dunn, and after hearing Dunn's words, he recalled last night's events and frowned slightly. Is he a special race? A special race with fire abilities? As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago knew that many special races existed in this world. If there were a race that naturally possessed fire abilities, could it be the Lunarians? That race of gods from 800 years ago? Drago speculated in his heart. If it were that race of gods, then Dunn's subtle glances or attitudes towards others would make sense. However, this race had disappeared long ago, and the world government was hunting down its people. But Dunn did not exhibit any of the characteristics associated with that legendary group. White hair, wings on his back, or flames burning behind him. Aside from Zoro, who was busy eating, the other four people's gazes were fixed on Dunn. I'm not a devil fruit user, Dunn said, raising his hand. With a bang, his entire right hand transformed into burning flames, resembling a torch. You still say you're not a user? Everyone stopped their actions, their eyes nearly popping out. It seems you have a secret, Dunn, Drago nodded, then lowered his head and stopped asking further questions. How is this possible? If he is not a user, why can he create flames? Ivankov felt his brain tremble. Is creating flames only possible for users? If you walk more in the New World, you might see many people who can use fire abilities even without being users. New World? Ivankov's eyes widened. He certainly knew that was the paradise for pirates. Cool. Zoro's voice suddenly rang out. With his mouth stuffed full, Zoro struggled to express his opinion. Kuina's eyes sparkled. Speaking of which, Zoan-type devil fruits can significantly enhance physical abilities, Dunn said, looking at Shiro. Shiro was still affected by Dunn's ability to manipulate flames. And upon hearing this, his gaze turned to his daughter, Kuna. Sure enough, after hearing Dunn's words, Kuna seemed hesitant to say something. That's true, but devil fruits are indeed hard to find. Shiro remained silent for a moment, affirming Dunn's words. If I hear any news, I'll keep an eye out for you, Drago interjected, clearly understanding the current situation. The secrets surrounding Dunn left Drago, Ivankov, and Shiro perplexed, but they did not delve deeper into Dunn's mysteries. The ship slowly left the dock. Ivankov looked at the group standing on the dock, his gaze lingering on Dunn for a long time. It was not until the figures became blurry that he turned to Drago. Captain, that Dunn? I find it strange too. His abilities resemble those of devil fruits, but I don't know why seawater has no effect on him. Drago shook his head. If Dunn's physique were so strong that seawater had no effect on him, that would be impossible. If he truly had such a powerful physique, he wouldn't be unaware of it. When I helped guide the Hawkeye last night, I tested it. His physique was indeed very strong. For someone his age, he is stronger than most, but it's not strong enough to ignore the effects of seawater. Moreover, he maintained his Hawkeye of armament the whole time. This kid is a bit mysterious. Drago withdrew his gaze and turned back to the cabin. This kid, I can't see through him. Frost Moon Village. On the way back to the One Heart Dojo, Dunn slightly lowered his head in thought, contemplating the words Drago had said to him alone before leaving. Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy had returned to the East Sea, and the reason for his return was said to be due to a pirate hunter in the East Sea, suspected to be a fire-related ability user. Are they coming for me? Chapter 19. The three admirals about to take office. The angry Wano in the East Sea, aside from Frost Moon Village. Even though I sent a batch of pirates to Base 16 and earned some initial funds, it should be the information leaked by these pirates. I'm not a pirate, and the other party is Karp. I have no intention of joining the Navy, and even if I am found, they probably won't force me. If it were someone else, I would have to consider leaving here first to avoid bringing trouble. Dunn was deep in thought, and Gungshiro was also pondering. He looked at Dunn, who was silently walking ahead, and then glanced at his daughter, Kuina. He was previously worried that Dunn's presence would make Kuina more competitive and stubborn. However, it seemed that the result was not bad after all. Yet, he actually hoped his daughter could live a stable life in Frost Moon Village. That would be the safest. After all, in this era of pirates, the sea is too dangerous. Unfortunately, Dunn didn't seem like he would stay in Frost Moon Village for long. If they could wait a few years, perhaps he could take Kuina out to see the world. With Dunn watching over her, Kuina would likely be much safer. After returning to the dojo, Gungshiro let the three of them find something to do on their own and return to his room. You want to rely on the power of the devil fruit to bridge the gap in your physical abilities? Dunn looked at Kuina, who was staring intently at him. As he walked outside, Kuina was taken aback, turned around, and followed him, with Zoro directly trailing behind. Kuina did not deny it. Then don't you think that relying on external power to enhance your strength is not pure swordsmanship? Dunn asked curiously. He didn't care much about this himself, but he knew that some people in this world had a very pure belief in swordsmanship. Why do you think that? It's still my own power. Kuina was puzzled by Dunn's statement. Isn't it true that a swordsman must dedicate everything to their sword to reach a higher level? Dunn led the two to Frost Moon Village, where people occasionally greeted them. So this is how one reaches a higher level. Zoro looked enlightened. He hadn't thought much about swordsmanship until now. At most, he recalled an old man who had spoken to him about swords not long ago. But it is still my sword. Kuina slightly shook her head. Dunn was not wrong. Kuina indeed felt that this was somewhat of a shortcut. However, Dunn's appearance made Kuina realize the gap between herself and true monsters. Even with Zoro, she felt that her power had been surpassed. If that is the case, why go out to sea in the future? I'll help keep an eye on you. Dunn looked at Kuina and then smiled. Dunn, what about me? Zoro jumped in from the side. You don't get to. Dunn directly shook his head, and Zoro instantly exploded in anger, lunging at Dunn, only to be caught by the collar. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Dunn's grip. Seeing this scene, Kuina couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll treat you to something to eat. Just take whatever you want. Today, your senior brother is treating. Dunn waved his hand and tossed Zoro away. And I want to hold back. Zoro no longer approached Dunn and channeled his anger into his appetite. Frost Moon Village inherited some customs from Wano country, and of course, most of the food preparation methods also came from Wano. Kuina and Zoro didn't hold back at all, while Dunn bought a newspaper. The president of the World Economic Journal was quite bold, daring to report any news. The benefit of this was that one could see major events happening recently through the newspaper. Upon receiving it, Dunn's eyes immediately fell on the front page. Three figures in Navy uniforms stood together. The Navy's strongest combat power. Looking at the headline, Dunn narrowed his eyes. Kizuru Akainu Akiji, while paying for Kuina and Zoro. He carefully read through the report. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku was about to step down, and Admiral Wano would be promoted to Fleet Admiral, while the three Admiral candidates would simultaneously be promoted to Admiral. Looking at the newspaper, Dunn had a sense of déjà vu, as if he were witnessing the history of this world, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. However, his smiling gaze was condescending. Perhaps it was due to the angle of his gaze towards the newspaper, or perhaps for other reasons. Dunn! Kuina's voice rang out beside him, and a skewer of meatballs was offered to Dunn's mouth. Dunn instinctively opened his mouth and bit one. It tasted pretty good. In East Sea Windmill Village, Karp, dressed in casual clothes, looked at Luffy, who was wrapped up in bandages. Clearly, just moments ago, Karp's iron fist of love had landed on Luffy. Damn it, Shanks. Karp's tone was quite unfriendly. You can't insult Shanks. I'm going to go out to sea. I'm going to be the Pirate King." Hearing his grandfather mention Shanks, Luffy became furious, shouting with a defiant expression. Of course, he might not even be defiant. He just did whatever came to mind. Karp was furious and clenched his fist to educate his grandson. Brew, brew, brew. The sound of the transponder snail rang out. Karp put down his fist, took out the transponder snail, and connected it. Then, the transponder snail twisted and transformed into the image of a man with braided whiskers and a seagull on his head. "Karp, how is your assignment going?" Sengoku's voice sounded. "What assignment?" Karp instinctively asked, then realized, cough, cough, let me find it. "Karp!" Sengoku's furious roar came from the transponder snail, causing Karp to instinctively hold the transponder snail further away. "You bastard! What are you doing back in the East Sea? Do you really think you're on vacation?" Sengoku's shout echoed again. Karp felt a bit awkward and scratched his face. No, I'm just looking for someone. You know how vast the East Sea is. It's hard to find someone here." Karp made excuses for himself, but Sengoku knew his comrade well. Just from his tone, it was clear that Karp had been slacking off for a whole month, forgetting all about the task. On the other end, a deep breath was heard, and after a while, Sengoku's voice came through again. "Since that's the case, and the mission, you should have seen the newspaper by now. This time, you need to make an appearance. It's not like I have anything to do." Hearing Sengoku's tone soften, Karp casually picked his nose with his left pinky, adopting a nonchalant tone, and then Sengoku indeed exploded. The extremely loud shout made young Luffy cover his ears, looking terrified. What kind of monster is this? It sounds scarier than Grandpa. Thinking of this, Luffy quietly stepped back, wanting to escape from the room. The moment he moved his feet, he felt an unbearable pain on his head, and he fell to the ground, screaming and rolling around, clutching his head. The fruit could not withstand this kind of pain. Perhaps it was because Luffy's brain wasn't functioning well, which contributed to this aspect. Chapter 20: The Seven Warlords. The arrival of Karp. Luffy's cries of pain echoed through the transponder snail to Sengoku at headquarters. Hearing this voice, Sengoku already knew what Karp was doing. He was actually at home, accompanying his grandson. "Hurry back and look for that person on the way. I don't believe you don't know his whereabouts." After finishing his words to the transponder snail, Sengoku hung up the call, feeling frustrated. This guy is really a bit off. Are you still not used to it? Vice Admiral Crane, the chief of staff at headquarters, with graying hair, chuckled as he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral Crane, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Forget it. I know this guy's personality, but I just can't help it." Vice Admiral Crane nodded, then changed the subject, saying, "According to the news we've received, that young pirate hunter is indeed very likely to be a Logia-type user related to flames, most likely the flame fruit." As he spoke, Crane's smile faded, becoming somewhat serious. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, being able to ignore blade strikes is highly likely, but in any case, as long as he is a devil fruit user, we should try to recruit him to avoid him becoming a pirate after spending too long at sea. That would be troublesome. The rise and fall. Sengoku was concerned about this. A young man suspected to be a Logia user, if he becomes a pirate, would definitely give the Navy headaches. But if he becomes part of the Navy, then the Navy would gain a powerful asset. Forget it. Let's see what results Karp brings back. Sengoku shook his head and then looked at Crane, saying they needed to speed up the selection of the seven warlords. Hearing Sengoku mention the seven warlords, Crane observed Sengoku's expression. Doflamingo is also one of the candidates suggested by the world government. There should be some communication between them. Crane knew that Sengoku has been troubled by the fact that Corazon was killed by his older brother Doflamingo, and if Doflamingo really becomes a seven warlord, it would be impossible for him to take action against him. Sengoku fell silent upon hearing this. We need to accelerate the selection. Once Akainu and the other two become admirals, we need to curb the pirates' entry into the New World, and the seven warlords serve this purpose. At the very least, the Paradise section and the Four Seas need to be under the Navy's control. Since Roger's death, the number of pirates has surged explosively, making it very difficult to contain them. The simplest method is, of course, to expand the military, but the world government will not agree to that. After all, expanding the military requires a significant increase in expenses. I will keep an eye on this. Additionally, Crocodile and Boa Hancock have explicitly refused to come to Navy headquarters. Sengoku was not surprised by this. Even as seven warlords, they're still pirates. How could they easily come to Navy headquarters? Go prepare. Sengoku waved his hand, his gaze falling on a large pile of documents on the table, picking one and casually handing it to the aging goat at the edge of the table. The old goat did not stand on ceremony, biting down on the document and chewing slowly. Crane nodded and left Sengoku's office. Big sister. Outside, a seemingly young female Navy officer stood at attention and called out. Okay, let's head back. Crane waved her hand, leaving with the female officer. The change of the Navy's fleet admiral and the addition of 3 new admirals naturally caused a huge stir on the seas. However, for the 4 seas, the impact of this news was not significant. Most people didn't care at all. For example, in Frost Moon Village, no one even discussed the matter. Dunn's training was progressing steadily. Body data. Your vital points disappear. After being attacked, damage is converted to health reduction. Panel attributes will change according to your own strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age, 14 years old. Physique, 29, rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health, 100 recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. Inherent talent, unyielding when health reaches 0. Enter a brief enhancement state. All your attributes are enhanced tenfold. Your health will no longer decrease. All negative statuses are cleared. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Abilities, Flame Fruit. Mastered a powerful Logia-type fruit ability, allowing you to manifest and control flames. Continuously enhancing your body. The fruit's drawbacks have been cleared. Weakness and host soul. Current fruit development, 17. Swordsmanship. Mastered. You have mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. You have some vague understanding of the path you want to take in the future. Observation Hawkeye. Preliminary mastery. You have a preliminary perception of the energy of all things in the world. Armament Hawkeye. Preliminary mastery. You can slightly control the energy within your body for attack and defense. Compared to a few days ago, Dunn's physique increased by a full 8 points, which is even more than the growth of the previous month. Perhaps it is related to awakening the armament Hawkeye and maintaining it. His view of the fruit's abilities has also slightly improved. If he doesn't use the fruit's abilities and relies solely on the dual-color Hawkeye and his physical swordsmanship, he already possesses the strength to fight. If he uses the fruit, at least in the East Blue, unless he encounters someone like Karp, there shouldn't be anyone who can completely defeat him. Dunn thought, but then shook his head, driving this thought out of his mind. No, I can't think like that. I must be humble. While thinking, he casually deflected the incoming bamboo sword. After blocking 2 bamboo swords attacked by Zoro, Dunn turned his bamboo sword to block the wooden sword coming down from Kuina. The rebound force made Kuina take several steps back. Opening, Zoro shouted vaguely, lowering his body to sweep his bamboo sword horizontally, attacking Dunn's legs. Bang! Dunn didn't even turn his head, countering with a strike. The bamboo sword hit Zoro's head, making him dizzy. He couldn't even keep the bamboo sword in his mouth and fell directly to the ground. This won't do. After being hit hard, Zoro got up directly. Although he was dizzy from the hit, he still spoke up. What won't do? Dunn turned his head, seemingly able to see through the black scarf covering his face. You keep using observation Hawkeye and armament Hawkeye. We can't possibly win against you. Zoro hated this feeling of powerlessness. Are you saying that when you encounter opponents at sea in the future, you want them to give up their strengths to fight you? Do you think they would agree? Dunn replied directly, leaving Zoro speechless. Yeah, enemies won't reason with you. Again, Kuina's voice rang out, and Dunn swung his bamboo sword, sending Kuina flying. I understand now. Zoro looked at Dunn, who was blindfolded, and shouted at the top of his lungs. What are you shouting about? Dunn said, feeling speechless as he dug into his ears. If you're going to fight, you need to win. Actually, when you fight, you don't need to remind your opponent that you're about to attack them. Dunn's words embarrassed Zoro. Just when he didn't know what to say, Dunn suddenly turned his head to look toward the dock, pulling off the black scarf on his face. They've finally come. Chapter 21. Karp's Invitation. Rejection today ends here. Dunn waved his hand and turned to walk toward the dock. Kuina and the now standing Zoro looked curiously at Dunn's back. That direction was not the One Heart Dojo, but the dock of Frost Moon Village. The people at the dock were shocked as they watched a massive warship approach. But it did not get too close. It was a Navy warship, Although they had never seen one before, with such a shape and size, it could only belong to the Navy. Of course, the most important thing was the Navy insignia on the massive sail. Why had the Navy come here? Was there a pirate nearby? Someone said in a fearful tone. This remark made many people show signs of fear. Frost Moon Village had never seen pirates before. After all, the East Sea was vast, and there were very few pirates. But they had read plenty about the brutality of pirates in newspapers. On board the Doghead warship, Vice Admiral Karp, Karp's aide, Colonel Bogart from the Navy headquarters, stood at attention in front of Karp and called out. Karp, wearing Navy attire, was napping in a beach chair when Bogart's call startled him awake, causing his nose to bubble. Karp opened his eyes and yawned. Are we there? Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. Bogart glanced at a nearby small island and nodded. All right, you all wait here. After standing up and stretching, Karp looked towards Frost Moon Village and then leaped over 100 meters towards it. As someone who had followed Karp for more than 20 years, Bogart was very familiar with his actions and was not surprised by what Karp did. He skillfully commanded the Navy personnel on the warship to drop anchor and remain on standby. As for Karp, he landed directly on the dock. His movement clearly startled the people at the dock. Who jumps this high and far? Before Karp could say a word, the villagers of Frost Moon Village scattered like birds and beasts. Karp scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. It seemed he had scared these people. Wait, just as Karp was about to use his observation hockey to see if he could find someone, he paused and turned towards the direction of the town. Well, those people had just fled. A young boy in loose robes was slowly walking over. Suddenly, Karp felt that this boy was the person he was looking for. Dunn calmly observed the tall figure standing on the dock and walked closer. This figure was somewhat underwhelming compared to the exaggerated monsters of the sea. But within that sturdy frame lay terrifying power. Karp was also assessing Dunn. He was not very old, looking at most 15 or 16, just as described in the intelligence. His build was tall and proportionate, and his steps were steady, giving off a strong sense of power. Indeed, he was a good seedling. This was Karp's judgment. Thinking of this, Karp remained in place, watching as Dunn approached him. Pirate Hunter Dunn? Karp asked with a grin. Navy hero Karp? Dunn acknowledged the inquiry with a nod, and then countered with a question. Karp was taken aback and scratched his already graying hair. It seems I'm still quite famous. Saying this, Karp laughed heartily to himself. Watching Karp laugh heartily, Dunn felt somewhat speechless. It seemed that people in this world just love to laugh. Are you happy? Dunn inquired helplessly as Karp continued to laugh. Happy? After all, I'm quite famous, Karp replied, stopping his laughter to answer Dunn's question, showing no airs. Or rather, fitting the persona. Join the Navy, Dunn. Your talent is great. Don't waste it. Karp directly extended the invitation. No. Dunn shook his head decisively. Why? Isn't being a Navy better than being a pirate hunter? Karp asked curiously after retracting his invitation upon hearing Dunn's refusal. I'm in training, so I can't. Dunn thought for a moment and provided an answer. You could train as a Navy too. There are many strong people in the Navy. Karp chuckled upon hearing this. But I heard that being in the Navy means obeying the celestial dragons, Dunn said softly after a moment of silence. Karp was taken aback, and his smile faded as he scrutinized Dunn's face for a while before slowly nodding. I see, I understand. After saying this, Karp turned around and leaped towards the warship. Does this old man have some misunderstanding? Dunn found Karp's reaction puzzling. It seemed he was just another young person who distrusted the Navy because of the celestial dragons. Karp sighed. He was well aware of the reputation the celestial dragons had on the seas. Even he himself had not been promoted to admiral because he didn't want to deal with those detestable guys. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't force others to. Back on the warship, Karp sat back down in the beach chair. Set sail. Return to headquarters. Karp said with his eyes closed. Vice Admiral Karp, what's the target? Bogart asked, looking confused at Dunn on the dock. If the person ISNT here, he probably came here and then went somewhere else. Karp replied with his eyes still closed. Bogart was stunned, turned to look at the dock, and then directly ordered the warship to set sail. It didn't matter if Karp was telling the truth. Just treat it as if he was. At the dock, Dunn watched the warship slowly set sail and turn away. This old man Karp is easy to talk to. Shaking his head slightly, Dunn turned to leave and soon spotted Gung Shilang with his hands in his pockets. Troublesome. Dunn sighed and walked over. The Navy came for you? Gung Shirlang asked as he saw Dunn approaching. Yes, they invited me to join the Navy, but I refused. Dunn nodded in acknowledgement and explained the Navy's purpose. You refused? Gung Shirlang was taken aback. Yes, I don't want to be in the Navy. You know my wish, Dunn stated. And you rejected them, and they just went away that easily? It was Karp who came. Dunn looked at Gung Shirlang and said, Karp? Gung Shirlang's body trembled. He knew Dragon's identity and naturally knew that Dragon's father was Vice Admiral Karp from the Navy headquarters. Of course, he also knew a bit about this Vice Admiral. If it was him, that was not surprising. But my Hawkeye has already awakened. I shouldn't stay here too long. Dunn said, I know you won't stay here long, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Gung Shirlang was quite emotional upon hearing Dunn's words. In just under 2 months, Dunn had become much stronger. He could clearly feel it. Even in swordsmanship, there had been significant progress. Are you going to the Grand Line? Gung Shirlang asked directly, knowing Dunn had a lot of knowledge. No, I want to go to the Grand Line until I have enough confidence to deal with those powerful pirates. Chapter 22. I'm exhausted from the spiraling sphere. That being said, Dunn had no immediate plans to leave Frostmoon Village. After all, the money was already paid. Leaving now would be a loss. Is what you said really possible? A few days later, Zhang Shiru looked at Dunn with a pained expression. How did he go from being so composed to suddenly acting so out of sorts? Controlling a temperature of 15 million degrees, like a coat wrapped around him, covering the sword? What kind of sword could withstand such high temperatures? Moreover, how could there even be flames with such high temperatures? So I seek your guidance. Dunn looked at Zhang Shiru, his expression serious. Zhang Shiru took a deep breath, suppressing his speechless emotions. I'm sorry, but I can't understand what you're saying. However, I can tell you that the technique you mentioned, Nuzin, can indeed be performed, and many swordsmen at sea can wrap their swords with haki to unleash powerful slashes. Such slashes might be similar to what you described as Nuzin. After hearing Zhang Shiru's words, Dunn raked his fingers through his slightly long hair and sighed as he stood up. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks. I haven't really helped you much. However, I can demonstrate the Nuzin technique you mentioned, though it definitely won't reach the power you described. With that, Zhang Shiru stood up and left, returning shortly after with a sword whose sheath and hilt were pure white. Let's go. This isn't a convenient place. With that, Zhang Shiru turned and Dunn followed. Before long, the two stood on the cliff on the other side of the island, gazing out at the boundless sea. Zhang Shiru took a deep breath, assumed a stance, and pressed his right hand against the hilt of the He Dao E1Z sword. In the next moment, haki covered his hand, spreading along the sword's blade. Dunn watched quietly. In an instant, a quick draw slash combined with an incredibly fast cutting strike appeared, followed by the sound of the sword entering its sheath. The flying slash carved a sword mark over 100 meters long on the sea, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. No, according to what you said, it should be a vertical slash. Zhang Shiru shook his head slightly. What he just performed was actually a diagonal slash. That's enough. I think I understand now. Dunn called out to Zhang Shiru, who was about to continue trying. The world is different, and the power of techniques varies accordingly. The kind of flames that reach tens of millions of degrees in another world, like that old man Yamamoto, will be too difficult to achieve in this world, especially since he would have to rely on his fruit abilities to reach that level. Of course, if it were truly possible to reach such high temperatures, then there would be no need for any techniques at all. No one could withstand temperatures of tens of millions of degrees. No, you wouldn't even need temperatures that high. Temperatures of a few 100,000 or tens of thousands of degrees would already be unbearable. Even the magma from the magma fruit is only about 1 to 2,000 degrees. Just a few thousand degrees would be enough to vaporize magma. However, the flames he controlled now were only around 5 to 600 degrees. Of course, by combining fire control with other forms of manipulation, the temperature could be increased. Since this is the burn fruit, the focus should still be on raising the temperature. Dunn sighed. So many techniques are useless if the temperature doesn't reach the required level. The power will be very limited. With that thought, Dunn's gaze fell on the digitalized panel that he exhaled. Burn fruit fully mastered a powerful natural fruit ability, granting the power to transform and control flames, continuously enhancing the body. Fruit's drawbacks eliminated, weakness and host soul. Current fruit development, 25. Fully mastered? So the method he thought of was correct? Seeing the changes on the digital panel, Dunn was enlightened. But with only 25 development, and still only an idea without a specific method to increase the flame temperature, he had fully mastered it? Perhaps this fully mastered state was not what he imagined. Dunn was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Shu, who had put away his stance, noticed Dunn frowning in contemplation and quietly left without disturbing him. Dunn sensed Zhang Shu's departure, but did not withdraw his focus. The changes on the panel led Dunn into deep thought, and he began to consider how to increase the temperature of the flames. Compression. This is the simplest method. Compressing the flames will definitely raise their temperature significantly. Dunn raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a watermelon floated above his palm. How to compress it? Haki, perhaps? Dunn looked at the fireball in his palm and attempted to cover it with haki. But the result was disappointing. The haki couldn't touch the flames in his hand. After several attempts, Dunn flicked his hand, extinguishing the fireball. Either haki couldn't cover a flame like this, or his mastery of haki was still lacking. If it were a solid, elemental form, perhaps haki could cover it. For example, the swamp fruit, magma fruit, or ice fruit. But for the burn and spark fruits, one could say that, after elementalization, they don't have a solid form. However, the mochi fruit, which is very similar to a natural fruit, can have haki cover it after creating a mochi arm. If this method isn't feasible right now, is there another way? A thought struck Dunn as he considered another method. In an instant, a fireball reappeared in Dunn's hand. When he first ate the fruit, he had controlled the flames to flow or rotate to speed up the cooking of bird eggs. Accelerating the flow would absorb more oxygen, speeding up combustion, or make the plasma that forms the flames more active to create higher temperatures. The fireball in Dunn's hand began to flow and then started to spin. Strands of orange-red flames, or plasma, formed several petal-shaped ribbons, and the orange-red color of the flames lightened as the speed of rotation increased, resulting in a fireball that was completely orange-yellow, enveloping a core of white-hot flames. Wow, isn't this the spiraling sphere? Can this work? The white flames had a temperature of at least over 1,000 degrees, meaning this method succeeded. However, the rotating fireball in his hand looked remarkably like a spiraling sphere infused with flames. With this thought, Dunn directly threw the fireball towards the sea. However, the shocking scene he anticipated did not occur. After flying a mere 10 meters, the spinning fireball completely burned out. There's still a long way to go. Dunn wasn't disappointed, nor did he attempt again. He turned and headed back. Meanwhile, the digital panel changed once more. Burn fruit, preliminary mastery, and the development level changed to 31. Is this considered progress? So, as long as I find a new method to develop the burn fruit, with the development progress, it will evolve into skill mastery, and then full mastery. And then what? It wouldn't be awakening, would it? Chapter 23, Awakening. The Devil Fruit Awakening can greatly enhance the abilities of the fruit. If it is a Zoan-type fruit, then after awakening, the physical quality will receive a terrifying boost, resulting in qualitative changes in recovery, attack, and defense. On the way back to the Isen dojo, Dunn recalled memories from his mind. Most of the information in this world has become somewhat vague, but certain important matters remain quite clear. For example, regarding the awakening of the devil fruit, at the time period in his memory, there were only a very few people who had achieved it, most of whom were still Zoan types. It seems that Zoan fruits are more likely to awaken compared to Paramecia and Logia types. As for Paramecia, there are also awakenings, like Doflamingo's string fruit and Katakuri's mochi fruit. As for Zoan types, there are many, not to mention people like the Five Elders and Luffy. Even in the underwater prison, there are 5 awakened Zoan guards. However, they failed during their awakening. If he follows the panel's hints to enhance the abilities of the flame fruit, he might indeed attempt to awaken the fruit. If successful, he might even replicate Old Man Yamamoto's techniques. After all, strength is temporary, but being cool lasts a lifetime. With this gain, Dunn returned to the Isen dojo with a smile. In the dojo, other students watched as Kuina and Zoro engaged in their 2000th duel. Compared to the initial crushing defeats, Kuina was clearly struggling more now. After hard training, Zoro had closed the gap in swordsmanship with Kuina. As Gongshiro had said, It was becoming difficult for Kuina to cleanly defeat Zoro. After watching for a long time, Dunn saw Zoro reveal a flaw, allowing Kuina to knock the bamboo sword out of his hand. Damn, so close. Zoro looked frustrated. The other dojo students around let out disappointed sighs. Oh, lost again. What a pity. These people had clearly been beaten by Kuina before, but unlike Zoro, they had stopped trying to challenge her after losing. Dunn watched as Kuina left with her head held high, his gaze following her until she disappeared from sight. He wondered if his arrival would change Kuina's future, preventing that deadly danger from reappearing. However, he kept his observation Hawkeye activated. If such a situation did occur, he could immediately sense it. In fact, Dunn was curious to see if Kuina had not died. Would there be another female swordmaster on the seas? It seemed that the only future female swordmaster would be the future Navy Admiral candidate, Momonosuke. However, Dunn did not expect events to unfold so quickly. The 2001st challenge. Zoro held 3 real swords, looking serious as he faced Kuina. The daylight battle made Zoro see an opportunity for victory, so he did not want to wait any longer. Defeat Kuina, then challenge Dunn. Kuina, wielding the wad Ikemanji, gladly accepted Zoro's challenge. The sound of clashing swords echoed in the woods. With his observation Hawkeye covering the dojo and even the island where Frost Moon Village was located, Dunn clearly saw the duel between the two. The result did not change. Even with real swords, Zoro still lost. However, this time, Zoro did not explode in anger, and Kuina's heartache was reignited due to Dunn's presence, rekindling her desire for the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The two emphasized their ideals again, moving toward the position of the world's #1 swordmaster. What a great age! Feeling all of this through his observation Hawkeye, Dunn was unexpectedly stirred by the two brats. Although this body was 14 years old, Dunn's mind was already mature from his previous life. The passion of youth might have been there in childhood, but over time, it had long since faded. Should he give it a try? Dunn murmured to himself, then shook his head. It's better to leave it to Zoro and Kuina. Dunn was confident in maintaining his mindset of continuous growth, but setting a must-achieve goal would only create unnecessary pressure for himself, right? It was hard to come to this world, so he should just go with the flow. With that thought, Dunn nodded repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, Kuina and Zoro, who had been watched by others, each left. The next day, after using the wad Ikemanji the previous night, Kuina went upstairs to look for a whetstone and accidentally he fell down the stairs. The wad Ikemanji she was holding slipped from her grasp and spun in the air as it fell. The sharp blade slashed toward Kuina's neck as she fell backward. Bang! A burst of flames appeared out of nowhere, exploding instantly, sending the falling wad Ikemanji flying, spinning, and its blade embedded straight into the floor. Kuina lay on her back, staring blankly at the flames that exploded above her and quickly dissipated, then turned to see the half of the sword blade that had embedded itself in the floor. Swish! A figure appeared, and upon seeing this scene, he let out a sigh of relief. The flames. It was Dunn who had acted. Kuina, sitting up with a dazed expression, turned to see the suddenly appearing Gongshiro. Father. Gongshiro nodded, then looked at the wad Ikemanji. The wad Ikemanji is not an evil sword. However, just now, with his observation Hawkeye, he could see that Kuina had almost died under its blade. In the legends of Wano, there are many tales of evil swords that consumed their masters. As descendants of swordsmiths, they believed in this even more. Seeing Kuina get up to retrieve the wad Ikemanji, Gongshiro spoke up to stop her. Wait a minute, Kuina. After stopping her, Gongshiro stepped forward, pulled out the wad Ikemanji, and looked at its snow white, sharp blade with a complex expression. This sword is an ominous blade for you. Although it did not succeed, in Gongshiro's eyes, this sword was indeed cursed. If Kuina continued to handle it, she might still be harmed by the wad Ikemanji or even die under it. Footsteps approached, and Gongshiro and Kuina turned to see Dunn walking over, carrying the long sword in. No need to thank me. You know I always keep my observation Hawkeye activated. Seeing their gazes turn toward him, Dunn smiled, and then focused on the wad Ikemanji. This sword was left for Kuina by my father. But now it seems that this sword might not be suitable for her. So, would you like to give it a try? Frost Moon Shiro looked at Dunn, his expression serious as he spoke. Saving Kuina's life deserves gratitude, no matter how it is expressed. Forget it. If I accept, and in my hand might not be happy. Dunn raised his hand to show the unusually long sword he held. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Hearing that Gungshiro was going to give the sword away, Kuina's gaze fell on the wad Ikemonji, hesitating as she spoke. Before you comprehend the armament Haki, you can only use the bamboo sword. Hearing his daughter's words, Gungshiro spoke seriously. Chapter 24. The training of powerful strength and swordsmanship. Seeing the serious expression on Kongshiro's face, Kuina was stunned. It was the first time she had seen her father look so serious. Unbeknownst to her, Kongsshiro was filled with fear of losing his only daughter. Witnessing this scene, Dunn glanced at Kongsshiro and the sword of Wado Ikemonji before turning to leave. If Kuina does not die, will Zoro still seek to obtain Wado Ikemonji and inherit Kuina's will? Through the observation Haki, Zoro was training intensely. He was pulling on 2 ropes, each tied to a stone, with a dumbbell clenched in his mouth. Not bad. Dunn walked into the courtyard, slightly bent his legs, and leaped onto the roof. With the sun blazing brightly above, Dunn lay down, squinting at the scorching sun, activating both observation and armament Haki. Next, it's time to get stronger. Kongsshiro shouldn't be holding back. Dunn closed his eyes and silently thought. In the following days, Kuina seemed like a different person. Even with Dunn around, she had previously worn a heavy expression, but now, her personality had become cheerful. Perhaps, she was more like an 11-year-old girl now. Zoro, though puzzled by Kuina's change, decided to compare himself with her. Days later, Dunn watched as Zoro, wielding 3 swords, stared intently at him. Did you defeat Kuina? Dunn asked with his eyes closed. Kuina admitted defeat. Next, my target is you, Zoro said seriously. Dunn turned to the spot where Kuina was. Well, I lost, Kuina said with a grin. Really? You just passed this trouble on to me? That has nothing to do with me. Kuina shook her head, then looked at Zoro. However, my goal is still to become the strongest swordsman in the world. After saying this, Kuina sat down, propping her chin and preparing to watch a battle. I'm not trouble. Dunn, accept my challenge. Zoro's eyes widened with anticipation as he looked at Dunn, waiting for him to agree. All right. Dunn sighed, seeing Zoro about to charge over. He raised his hand to stop him. But you have to wait. I haven't started my training for today yet. Zoro, who was about to rush in, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. After regaining his balance, he looked at Dunn in confusion. Footsteps approached. Kongsshiro, holding his sword, walked over slowly, showing no confusion at the scene before him. The island is not suitable for fighting. The ship is at the dock, and there's a small island nearby with no one around. After saying this, Kongsshiro turned and walked towards the dock, and Dunn followed directly. Kuina quickly got up without any hesitation and followed. Zoro, looking bewildered, was driven by curiosity to follow along. The small island was indeed not far. From Frost Moon Village to here, it took only half an hour by boat. Kongsshiro. After the ship docked, Zoro couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Kongsshiro. Kuina. Zoro, you 2 wait on the ship and don't come close. Kongsshiro turned to the 2 and warned. Dunn's next training would be practical combat, which he had promised Dunn before, and from now on, they would have such sparring sessions every day. Dunn was very much looking forward to this. Glancing at Kuina and Zoro, who were quietly waiting, Dunn slightly bent his legs and leaped up. The powerful force caused the small boat to shake violently, indicating the strength he had just used to leap. Zoro swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that challenging Dunn might have been a deliberate invitation to get beaten up. The small island was not large and quite barren, with only broken stones visible above the water, not a single blade of grass in sight, and water stains could be seen on the rocks. After landing, Dunn looked at Kongsshiro, who had also jumped and landed not far away. Next, you could try to learn my swordsmanship. Kongsshiro looked at Dunn calmly and spoke. Although the swordsmanship that one comprehends in battle is the most suitable for oneself, learning more isn't a bad thing. Dunn nodded in agreement, naturally not refuting. It's understandable to learn from 100 schools of thought. The swordsmanship I practice is inherited from my father, the Frost Moon family's traditional swordsmanship. The Frost Moon swordsmanship emphasizes slashing, adjusting one's breathing while slashing and letting out a loud shout to enhance the power of the slash. Kongsshiro explained as he drew his weapon. For example, like this. Kongsshiro held his sword with both hands, took a stance, and in the next moment, he seemed to teleport in front of Dunn, raising his sword high and striking down heavily. Huh! The slash came with a powerful shout. Bang! Dunn countered with his sword, and his entire body was sent flying. After adjusting his stance in midair, Dunn landed, and Kung Shiro's body followed closely behind, delivering another slash accompanied by a shout. Seeing the sword coming down, a smile appeared on Dunn's face as he held his sword and swept upwards. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Dunn's legs bent slightly as the ground beneath him suddenly cracked. What tremendous strength! Kung Shiro retreated using the rebound force, and after stabilizing himself, he exclaimed in surprise. He had long known that Dunn's breakthroughs far exceeded those of ordinary people, and that he was rapidly growing stronger. Yet now, he had used 7 parts of his strength and still found no advantage. He knew he was not a top powerhouse on the sea, but he had been practicing swordsmanship for decades. But what about Dunn before him? Of course, neither side had used any powers beyond their swordsmanship and physical strength. It's my turn. Ignoring Kung Shiro's astonishment, Dunn suddenly exerted force in his legs, causing the ground to explode beneath him. Just like Kung Shiro before. Dunn blinked and appeared right in front of Kung Shiro. Holding his sword with his right hand, he delivered a horizontal slash. As the weapons clashed, Dunn clearly felt that Kung Shiro's sword was guiding, or rather, dissipating his strength. Dunn smiled. His full force strike could actually be retracted, and after retracting, he slashed horizontally again. This strike sent Kung Shiro flying, and after several flips in the air, he landed. Rough. You're just using your strength in a crude manner, Kung Shiro said with a dark expression, quite speechless. But it's very effective. Dunn didn't mind Kung Shiro's tone and replied with a smile. However, on this vast sea, you will eventually encounter those stronger than you, like the giants and the true monsters of the sea. Kung Shiro felt that Dunn was too reliant on his strength. Can you really suppress all opponents with sheer force? This is just the first day. I just want to show the master that I'm actually not bad. Dunn said cheerfully. Want me to show you my strength? Kung Shiro was taken aback, realizing Dunn's intention. Dunn was telling him that he could just go all out. If that's the case, Kung Shiro's gaze turned dangerous. It seemed he had underestimated Dunn. Chapter 25. Kung Shiro's doubts won't get hurt? The battle between the two lasted an entire afternoon. As night fell, the bloody Dunn and Kung Shiro returned to the ship. Kuina and Zoro on the ship had already turned to stone. The fight between Dunn and Kung Shiro had clearly exceeded their expectations. The entire small island seemed to have been plowed, covered with crisscrossing sword marks. Dunn was in worse shape, but Kung Shiro wasn't much better off either. He was even missing a lens from his glasses. While maneuvering the ship to return, Kung Shiro glanced at Dunn, who was resting against a corner of the deck, feeling regretful. He had previously thought that although Dunn was improving rapidly, his short training time meant that guiding him in actual combat shouldn't be too difficult. But a monster is a monster. He realized he had underestimated Dunn. He could imagine what it would be like to continue guiding Dunn in battle. Should he refuse? But this was only the first day. However, Dunn seemed like a monster. Aside from looking a bit exhausted, he hadn't sustained any external injuries at all. He had clearly seen some sword energy hit Dunn. It seemed this guy had many secrets. Zoro, once we get back and eat enough, I accept your challenge. Dunn's voice suddenly rang out. Zoro, who was petrified, snapped back to reality after hearing Dunn call him. After understanding what Dunn meant, Zoro swallowed hard and turned to look at the plowed island. He wanted to refuse. He was reckless, but not foolish. The battle he had just witnessed made Zoro realize that the gap between him and Dunn was too vast. If Dunn were serious, there wouldn't even be a fight. One hit and he would be defeated. But with Kuina right there, Zoro gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. While controlling the ship, Kung Shiro's gaze scrutinized Dunn. His clothes were certainly torn in multiple places, but Dunn had no wounds on him, not even a scratch. Truly terrifying defensive capabilities. It seemed he was born with such a physique. Could it be a natural ability like that flame? Kung Shiro speculated. He suddenly felt that it was a mistake for Drago not to continue the invitation. He had still underestimated Dunn's talent. Dunn, of course, was unaware that Kung Shiro viewed his data-like body as a unique physique. Speaking of which, the external manifestation of this data-like body indeed resembled a monster-level physique, such as a steel balloon. The powerful effect of not getting injured as long as his health didn't drop to zero was still raging. After returning to Frost Moon Village, Dunn quickly replenished his health by eating, and he also noticed one thing. He needed to consume more food to recover. Previously, the dual-color hockey had caused him to lose health, but the loss was minimal and not very noticeable. Regular meals could completely make up for it. However, after this bout of blood loss, he felt it clearly. Not only did he feel it, but Gongshiro, Kuna, and Zoro also noticed. The three of them stared wide-eyed. Mouths agape. Gongshiro thought that he had taken 9 million berries from Dunn, and if Dunn stayed in Frost Moon Village a bit longer, he might end up feeling indebted. Meanwhile, Kuina and Zoro watched in shock as Dunn consumed food heavier than himself. Let's go. Dunn put down the bone in his hand and directly stood up to Zoro. Zoro snapped back from his daze, understood what Dunn wanted to do, glanced at Gongshiro and Kuina, grabbed his 3 swords, and followed Dunn outside. The anticipated scenario of being defeated in one move did not occur. Dunn treated it as a light workout after a hearty meal, engaging Zoro in a back-and-forth sparring match while holding a sword in one hand and Zoro's 3 swords in the other. Occasionally, he was able to use techniques he had mastered during his earlier battle with Gongshiro. Of course, he did not exert full force. After all, Zoro now could not withstand a serious blow from him. The sparring continued late into the night. Dunn did not call for it to end, and Zoro's personality naturally wouldn't say so either. Eventually, Zoro became too exhausted to get up and was carried back to the dojo by Dunn. The following days followed a similar routine. In the morning, he practiced the basics with the dojo students, sparred with Gongshiro in the afternoon, and returned to tidy up after Zoro. Each day felt very fulfilling. Of course, there were some unexpected events. It has finally begun. Dunn looked at the newspaper in his hand, feeling quite emotional. Kuina leaned over, curious about what Dunn was looking at. Seemingly due to being saved by Dunn, Kuina's attitude towards him had changed. She became more approachable. Of course, this had nothing to do with anything else, just a simple attitude of closeness. Gongshiro knew that Dunn would go to the village for a newspaper every few days and was also curious about what Dunn was reading. The 3 admirals of the Navy have officially taken office. The previous Admiral Sengoku has been promoted to Fleet Admiral. It seems the Navy will be making some significant moves next, Dunn said softly, his gaze focused on the World Economic News report about the matter. The Navy, huh? Gongshiro's eyes flashed with concern upon hearing this. Are these people very powerful? Kuina asked, looking at the photos in the newspaper, very curious. Of course they are powerful. They are the top experts on the sea. Dunn gave an objective evaluation. But it has nothing to do with the East Sea. The Navy's focus is still on the Grand Line. Dunn stroked his chin and glanced at Gongshiro. Yes, the 4 seas are already under the Navy's control. And there aren't any high-bounty pirates, so the Navy won't invest too much manpower, Gongshiro nodded. The Revolutionary Army's focus isn't on the Grand Line, so there's no need to worry about facing the Navy directly for now. Let's go, Gongshiro. The battles for today have yet to begin. Gongshiro, deep in thought, was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned bitter. This Dunn truly had a lot of spirit. However, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Kuina and Zoro were used to this by now and didn't follow along this time. When night fell, Gongshiro, feeling extremely tired, did not rest but instead took out a den mushi. Soon, a deep voice from Drago came through the den mushi. Gongshiro, do you have something? You should be aware of the Navy's situation, right? This matter? I am indeed keeping an eye on it. Drago remained silent for a moment before responding, clearly taking the matter seriously. It's not aimed at the Revolutionary Army, is it? That's not something to worry about. Our opponent now is the world government. The Navy is still more focused on pirates. Gongshiro breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was better this way, and indeed, the Navy couldn't spare more manpower. Well then, is there anything else? Drago seemed to have other matters to attend to and was preparing to end the call. Yes, there is one more thing regarding Dunn. Chapter 26, The Timing of Departure. The Night Demon becomes a warlord. Dunn? In Baldy, Drago was taken aback and thought of the strange boy he had encountered in Frost Moon Village. What happened to him? Drago was truly intrigued. He waved his hand, and the several Revolutionary Army officials in the room cast curious glances without interrupting Drago. You should have noticed his talent. The voice of Gung Shiro echoed from the transponder snail. Several officials grew even more curious, while Hancock, who had met Dunn, looked puzzled. Drago was also somewhat confused. Of course I know, that boy's talent is indeed exceptional. It's rare to master observation and armament hockey at such a young age. I'm not talking about that. Gung Shiro's voice sounded again. Then he recounted his encounters with Dunn during this time. This time, surprise appeared on Drago's face. Never been injured? Drago asked in astonishment. Indeed, after such a long time of sparring, he has not been injured even once. Gung Shiro's words left the Revolutionary Army officials exchanging glances. Could he really be from that race? Drago had previously denied that Dunn was from the Lunaria tribe, but now he was uncertain. Or rather, did this boy named Dunn possess the same talent as his Charlotte Linlin? Charlotte Linlin had roamed the seas for many years. Back in the Rocks Pirates, and later after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, she independently established the Big Mom Pirates, creating an enormous reputation. And for this woman, one of her talents is quite famous, Iron Balloon. Her physical defense is extremely terrifying. Many people are aware of this, relying on her unique physique. Charlotte Linlin has rarely recorded any injuries, even when facing opponents of the same level. If what Gung Shiro said is true, then Dunn's talent is somewhat terrifying. So, what exactly do you want to say? Drago asked, but he already had a guess in mind. Perhaps it might be possible to try to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army. Gung Shiro's voice came through. Drago fell silent. That's impossible. He previously rejected my invitation, and I can sense his thoughts. He doesn't know what we are doing. Perhaps we could reveal a little. Hancock suddenly spoke up. Drago glanced at him and then shook his head, addressing the transponder snail. He doesn't care about what we are doing, and telling him would be the same. After a pause, Drago sighed and continued speaking into the transponder snail. Since you can sense his attitude towards the outside world, you should understand that neither what we are doing, nor the pirates, nor the Navy, nor even the world government or the celestial dragons will matter to him. I was just thinking we could try again. Gung Shiro's voice seemed somewhat helpless. You brought this up not just for that reason, right? Drago, being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was quick-witted and had already noticed that Gung Shiro's sudden contact was not solely because he wanted to invite Dunn. Well, my ability is not enough to teach him. He needs a better teacher so that his talent won't go to waste. Gung Shiro revealed his other purpose. You might want to ask him about his thoughts. Drago smiled and offered a suggestion. All right, I will ask him. Let's leave it at that for now. After Drago finished speaking and waited for Gung Shiro to say nothing further, he hung up the transponder snail and then looked at the group of officials. That kid really has such a terrifying talent? Seeing Drago hang up the transponder snail, Hancock couldn't help but speak up. He had seen Dunn with his own eyes, so he was even more curious. At least at that time, he really didn't see it. It should be right. Gung Shiro must have confirmed it before saying so. Drago shook his head, his gaze sweeping around. All right, let's put this matter aside and continue discussing the upcoming plans. Frost Moon Village. After dawn, Gung Shiro called Dunn alone and conveyed the connection with Drago, recommending Dunn to join the Revolutionary Army, as well as the matter of helping Dunn find a new teacher. Dunn listened calmly. Drago said you wouldn't agree, but I still want to ask your thoughts. Gung Shiro looked at Dunn, whose expression was calm, and inquired. This is your battle. Dunn remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. As expected, Drago was right. Dunn's response left Gung Shiro somewhat helpless. My ability is not sufficient to guide you for too long. Gung Shiro said seriously to Dunn. It's okay. I won't stay here for too long. After a while, I have things I need to do. Dunn said nonchalantly. Planning to leave Frost Moon Village? Dunn had previously mentioned he wouldn't stay here for too long, and now it seemed he had a definite timeline. Yes, but I won't leave the East Blue. Dunn nodded. Really not considering it further? Drago is much stronger than I am. Gung Shiro continued. No thanks, your ideals don't suit me. Dunn refused again. In that case, then fine. Gung Shiro nodded and did not bring it up again. Originally, contacting Drago so abruptly was already a mistake on his part. Since Dunn said this, Gung Shiro no longer insisted. However, he still felt that Dunn needed a better teacher to guide him. Otherwise, it would surely waste his terrifying talent. But he did not know Dunn's true situation. And Dunn himself was very aware of his own situation. During the time of sparring with Gung Shiro, Dunn had already realized a principle. Combat is the best teacher. Whether it is improving combat skills or trying out new techniques, it can all be done in battle. Even in terms of physique, the improvement during this time of combat has been rapid. Therefore, finding suitable opponents to fight is currently the best path for Dunn. Of course, there's already a very good opponent here. Rather than going out to search, milking Gunshiro's resources here would also provide significant improvement. He could also enhance himself while waiting for the right moment to leave. After that conversation, Gunshiro no longer mentioned inviting Dunn. He was constantly shocked by Dunn's rapid improvement every day. Meanwhile, Dunn was also searching for a combat style that suited him in battle and researching techniques to combine with the flame fruit. Of course, he was also looking into how to replicate the methods of Old Man Yamamoto. Even if the temperature couldn't reach that high, it would still provide substantial references. Until a major news story appeared on the front page of the newspaper. Don Quixote da Flamingo became the king of Dressrosa and accepted the invitation to become a warlord. Chapter 27, The Battle Before Leaving. The little ghost confusion, just as the news of Doflamingo becoming a warlord of the sea was reported, another invited warlord set sail. Jinbei, inheritor of the Sun Pirates, was also invited to become a warlord. The two may have been announced one after the other, but the Navy might have made the announcement at the same time, or perhaps the news was not released earlier. Dunn looked at the newspapers placed side by side in front of him, propping his chin up with his hand, his gaze somewhat dazed. The slightly older Kana and Zoro quietly approached Dunn from behind. Watch out! The two attacked simultaneously, but Dunn didn't teeter around, instead tapping twice behind him with his left hand. Ouch! Both of them cried out in pain. Dunn's hockey-infused strike quickly caused large bumps to swell on their foreheads. The two looked at Dunn with teary eyes. It wasn't that they were crying from being hit, but rather, Dunn's strikes were really painful, making it hard to bear. I should have taught you not to shout out when you strike. Doing so gives your opponent a warning, Dunn said calmly without turning around, his eyes still fixed on the newspapers. I am a swordsman and will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, Zoro shouted, holding his forehead and raising his voice. Kuina looked at Dunn with teary eyes, holding her forehead. So this is why you come up with a bunch of flashy names for your techniques? Zoro's rebuttal made Dunn turn his head, a warm smile on his face. However, upon seeing Dunn smile, Zoro instinctively took a few steps back, warily looking at Dunn. Sure enough, the strike came as expected. Before Zoro even processed what was happening, Dunn's finger had already tapped on the spot between Zoro's hands and forehead. Thud! A dull sound echoed, and a bump the size of a bird egg quickly appeared. Zoro winced in pain, but his expression remained defiant. It seems I need to teach you how to respect your senior brother. Dunn cracked his knuckles, making a crisp sound. Zoro swallowed hard at the sight and subtly moved back. I'm a senior brother. It seemed that stepping back 2 steps made Zoro feel safe enough to slightly raise his head to retort, but his eyes were fixed on Dunn's fingers. Dunn struck again, but this time Zoro tilted his head slightly. However, Zoro's current reaction couldn't evade Dunn, but he did manage to dodge. Dunn withdrew his hand and sat back down. The effort he put in during this time was not in vain. Then Dunn looked at Kuina. I didn't contradict you. Noticing Dunn's gaze, Kuina instinctively took half a step back, then sensed a dangerous aura and directly tilted her head back. The strike that landed on her forehead grazed her nose. Her nose tinged with pain, and her vision blurred. Tears obscured her sight. It's taking shape. Dunn nodded in satisfaction, his eyes surveying the two of them. Apart from those who naturally possess strong observation hockey, awakening it at the age of 11 or 12 should also be considered talent. Of course, my contributions cannot be overlooked. The pain from the hockey-enhanced attacks is quite high. I'm leaving. Dunn walked back to the table and picked up the 2 newspapers. The 2, who were holding their heads and crying, trembled at Dunn's words. Are you trying to escape? I haven't defeated you yet, Zoro shouted loudly. Normally, if he dared to speak like that, Dunn would definitely not let him off, and Zoro knew this, so he focused and prepared himself. However, this time, Dunn turned back to look at him and shook his head. I will take time to come back and check in, and of course, it's also possible that we will meet again in other parts of the sea in the future, Dunn said with a smile. Why? Didn't you say you needed to improve more? Kuina, no longer able to hold back her tears, stared at the 2 shiny bumps on her forehead and asked urgently. She knew from her father that Dunn would leave Frost Moon Village, but this was too sudden. She thought Dunn would stay in Frost Moon Village for a long time. To save someone, Dunn said casually. Huh? Both Zoro and Kuina were taken aback. Save someone? Then the two of them simultaneously imagined that Dunn had a tragic past, with family members being kidnapped, and he came to Frost Moon Village to improve himself before going back to rescue his loved ones. Is it your family? Kuina asked. I'll help you. Zoro shouted loudly, fists clenched. Dunn looked at the expressions of the two little ones. Did you misunderstand something? The person I want to save is a stranger. Dunn stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Huh? A stranger? The two were once again stunned, unable to figure out what Dunn was up to. Why? Zoro was puzzled. There's no reason. I just want to save someone. No need for so many reasons. Dunn shook his head. After speaking, Dunn waved his hand and walked past the two, leaving them staring at each other in confusion. Soon, Dunn and Gung Shiro sat facing each other. So, you're leaving? Gung Shiro looked at Dunn, feeling that Dunn's departure was somewhat abrupt. Yes, I've learned what I needed to learn, but I want to give up on improving my strength in the future. However, before I leave, let us have a real battle, Dunn said, his expression becoming sincere. Master Gung Shiro, he called out, and Gung Shiro's face stiffened, looking at Dunn in surprise. Dunn had always addressed him as the dojo master. Moreover, Dunn knew that Gung Shiro's guidance during this time had long exceeded 900,000 berries in value. Or rather, having a top swordsman as a sparring partner for such a long time is invaluable. Not to mention that he had awakened observation hockey and armament hockey here. Dunn certainly wasn't someone who lacked gratitude. All right, Gung Shiro nodded after a moment of silence. Just as Kuna and Zoro were about to speak, Dunn turned to look at them. This time, I can't take you two with me. Why? Zoro retorted. You, how come you have so many questions? You can't even block my finger. Dunn said dismissively, rolling his eyes. Zoro's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and he glared fiercely at Dunn. But noticing Dunn's gaze landing on his forehead, Zoro swallowed hard and composed his expression. I can't provoke him. Then get ready, Kuina. You take Zoro to the village to buy some ingredients. Gung Shiro said to the two, then turned his gaze back to Dunn. So now? All right. Dunn stood up and left, and a moment later, he returned with his sword, flame, and left with Gung Shiro. Kuina and Zoro, who watched the two leave, only regained their senses after the two figures disappeared. Where exactly is Dunn going? Kuina said with reluctance. Who knows? To save a stranger, and there's no reason for it. He just wants to save, really reckless. Zoro crossed his arms, looking like a little adult. Chapter 28, A Year of Training and Improvement. A real confrontation. Is it related to these two people? Goena pulled out 2 copies of the World Economic News from behind her, looking at the large headshots of 2 individuals on the newspapers. The 7 warlords. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea. Hearing Goena's words, Zoro leaned over, curiously looking at the reports about the two on the newspapers. Could it be that Dunn is related to these two? Zoro stroked his chin and said, that is not a good thing. Dunn shouldn't be a match for these two right now. Goena looked at the evaluations of the two on the newspaper. These are all great pirates from the New World. That Doflamingo has even become a king of a country, so he must have some powerful subordinates. And that Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea, is a fishman. It says here that fishmen are generally at least 10 times stronger than humans. Being recruited by the Navy as a warlord shows how powerful they are. A trace of worry flashed in Goena's eyes. It can't be. Didn't Dunn say he wouldn't go to the Grand Line recently? These two are both in the Grand Line. Zoro suddenly said. Don't be fooled by Zoro's usual appearance. He often makes some insightful observations. All right. Goena came back to her senses, realizing the misunderstanding caused by Dunn looking at the 2 newspapers earlier. Let us go. Goena put down the newspapers and waved to Zoro. What for? Zoro asked, puzzled. To buy things in the village. Have you forgotten? Father asked us to buy ingredients for a lavish farewell feast for Dunn after their battle. Goena explained Yasaku's intentions to Zoro. On the other side, the island where Dunn and Yasaku had previously fought was no longer suitable for battle. Or rather, it wasn't suitable for this battle. The small island was already small, and sometimes high tide would submerge most of it. After nearly a year of devastation by the two, the area of the island above water had shrunk significantly, as they headed for a farther island. Dunn quietly leaned against the side of the ship, gazing at the vast sea, seemingly lost in thought. Of course, this was what Yasako observed. But the truth was, Dunn was checking his data panel. Body data. Your body's vital points have disappeared. Damage from attacks is converted to health deduction. Panel attributes will change according to your strength. You will not die until health reaches 0. Current body age: 15 years. Physique: 83. Currently undergoing transformation due to certain influences. Current health: 100. Recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. Inherent talent: unyielding when health reaches 0. Enter a brief enhancement state. All attributes of your body are enhanced tenfold. Health will no longer be deducted. All negative states are cleared. Current duration: 15 minutes. Cooldown time: 1 day. Abilities: Flame Fruit. Mastery: a powerful Logia-type fruit ability. Gaining the power to transform and manipulate flames, continuously enhancing the body. The fruit's weaknesses have been eliminated: weakness and host soul. You have a clear understanding of how to enhance the fruit's ability. Current fruit development: 46. Swordsmanship. Mastery: you have mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. You have crossed the boundary of swordsman. You have comprehended the flying slash. You have found a swordsmanship style that suits you. Observation haki. Preliminary mastery: you have gained a clear perception of the energy of all things in the world. The range of your perception has greatly increased. You can perform special perception in specific directions, with significantly extended distance. Armament haki. Preliminary mastery: you can skillfully control the energy within your body for attack and defense. You have comprehended the hardening and binding techniques of armament haki. Flame. Black blade. Under the influence of your haki, your sword is evolving towards a black blade. Evolution 3. Advanced armament haki and conqueror's haki binding will accelerate the evolution of the black blade. Through extensive battles, the weapon and its owner's personality will become more compatible, speeding up the evolution of the black blade. The improvement over the past year has been significant. The increase in physique goes without saying. It has increased dramatically again. The areas where the initial increase in physique was not very noticeable have now become clear. The enhancement of physique is a comprehensive improvement. Now, with every point increase in physique, his strength increases accordingly. At first, perhaps increasing 1 point would add to someone's strength or physique, but now it's different. After all, at his current level, every increase is extremely difficult. Even for him, the previously indicated rapid transformation has disappeared, turning into a continuous transformation. As for the others, the swordsmanship and haki he had mastered have been greatly improved, and his development of the fruit abilities has not been idle either. Or rather, the fruit abilities have also been improving while he practices swordsmanship, combined with his own development of the fruit, making it the best he currently possesses. At the very least, he can now easily replicate the techniques that Ace mastered, and of course, he can also imitate the techniques of Old Man Yamamoto. However, what surprised him the most was that the flame was evolving toward a black blade. Although the current evolution rate is still very low, as long as he can see improvement, that is a goal. Moreover, while teaching him swordsmanship and haki, Yasaka mentioned several times that all things in the world have their own breathing. Now, he also vaguely senses the pulse or breath of his sword flame. This is a peculiar feeling, similar to the idea that all things have souls. But the feeling is still very vague. Perhaps he needs to continue enhancing his observation haki. But how to turn the weapon into a black blade? The panel has already provided method. In any case, compared to a year ago when he first arrived in this world, his strength has increased by an unknown number of times. Therefore, this time, facing Yasako, he truly wants to test what level his strength has reached. Dunn thought, his gaze turning to Yasako, who had calm eyes. I will go all out this time. I no longer have the confidence to defeat you. Good, I hope so too. I want to confirm that I haven't wasted this year. Dunn stood up, his body just over 2 meters tall, looking not stout, but rather slender, yet not weak. Haven tea wasted? Yasako's expression became strange. No matter who it is, let alone a year, even if it's 10 years, to have such improvement like Dunn is already a reason to rejoice. However, he didn't know that Dunn was benchmarking against Monkey D. Luffy, from a rookie pirate who didn't even understand haki when he set sail. In just over 2 years, he mastered the Conqueror's haki binding and awakened his fruit. Compared to Luffy, his own progress is too slow. But the good thing is that Luffy hasn't set sail yet, and his speed of improvement is fast. In a few years, it's not impossible to stand at the top of this world. However, just as his thought emerged, Dunn shook his head. The improvement of power is important. But Dunn suddenly remembered that Robin seems to have just turned 20 this year. At her age, she was still hiding in the West Blue to avoid capture by the Navy and the world government. Thinking of this, Dunn became a bit distracted. Yusaku quietly steered the small boat, stopping near a small island farther away from Frost Moon Village. Let us get started. Goena and Zoro are probably already waiting. Holding the sword Wado Ikemanji, Yusaku said, leaping from the boat onto the sandy beach of the small island. Chapter 29. Power and Skill. The two combatants Dunn leaped into the air and landed on the sandy beach of the small island. Standing on the soft sand, Dunn's gaze fell on Gung Shiro not far away. This time, I'll go all out. I want to test my limits. Dunn emphasized this once more, and, after speaking, he activated his observation haki. He had fought Gung Shiro many times, and although Gung Shiro had never truly gone all out during those encounters, Dunn was aware of his swordsmanship. Although the Frost Moon family's ancestral sword technique was what Gung Shiro excelled at, a top-tier swordsman was not that simple. I have the same intention. Gung Shiro pushed his glasses up and calmly looked at Dunn with the eyes behind his glasses. This can be considered your graduation exam. Perhaps you are the most talented student I have ever instructed in my life. Gung Shiro was well aware that Dunn had always been hiding something. The power of that flame, which Dunn had never used in their previous encounters, might finally be revealed this time. With this thought in mind, Gung Shiro drew his sword. Wado Ikemanji, and a dark aura enveloped his arms and hands, then wrapped around the Wado Ikemanji. The flowing aura resembled rippling water. Dunn made the same motion, raising his hand to grip the hilt of the flame sword he was holding in his left hand, slowly drawing the exceptionally long sword. The aura appeared, wrapping around the sword's body. In the next moment, the beach beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Bang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the two held their swords against each other. A violent wave of energy surged outward, creating ripples in the sand and seawater. Trees in the distance bent under the force of the impact. You wouldn't be unaware of my strengths, would you? Dunn's expression hardened as he exerted force with his right arm, sending Gung Shiro flying. Dunn followed closely, the blade of the flame sword sweeping through a large arc toward the flying Gung Shiro. The armed Wado Ikemanji collided with the incoming sword, lifting Gung Shiro's body slightly, while a black slash flew past beneath him. Boom! The slash flew out, leaving a long sword mark in the island's forest. I once told you that a swordsman must learn to control their strength. After landing, Gung Shiro sensed the power of Dunn's strike with his observation haki and said to Dunn, who had just landed, "Yes, you did mention that, but doesn't quite suit me." Dunn held his sword in front of him, an orange-red glow appearing from his hand as if several flames spiraled around the sword's body. Flames should be explosive, passionate. Fire does not remain calm. As Dunn spoke, the flames created an afterimage in the air. The elongated blade, engulfed in intense flames, swung downward toward Gung Shiro. Gung Shiro sidestepped, and Wado Ikemanji emitted a dim light as it pierced toward Dunn's wrist. The rapidly advancing flame sword carried immense force. But just as the downward slash was about to land, it suddenly switched, transforming from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash, colliding with the changing Wado Ikemanji. Gung Shiro once again retreated with the force, and the flame sword followed closely behind. The furious flame sword energy continued to fly out as Gung Shiro retreated, constantly sidestepping to avoid the successive slashes. The scorching slashes rapidly raised the surrounding temperature. Not a bad slash, Gung Shiro said as he retreated, but he couldn't create any distance from Dunn. Compared to Gung Shiro's skillful techniques, Dunn's moves were simple and direct, powerful and overwhelming. Earlier, Gung Shiro had reminded Dunn that there were countless terrifyingly strong beings in the vast sea, and relying solely on strength might lead to significant losses at times. However, Dunn chose to continue down this path. It was a clash of power and skill. Facing Dunn's onslaught, Gung Shiro lightly tapped his feet, silently closing in on Dunn. The sword in his hand emitted several afterimages as he struck. The target was Dunn's eyes. However, The Wado Ikemanji aimed at Dunn collided with a hand wrapped in haki. The sharp Wado Ikemanji failed to inflict even a scratch on Dunn. Here it comes again. Gung Shiro thought helplessly, retracting Wado Ikemanji and colliding it with the descending flame. Then, he spun his body and performed an aerial flip, thrusting his sword once more. He knew that Dunn's body was special during their previous encounters. He had noticed many times that it was challenging to injure Dunn, but even this monster-level talent would have its limits. As the sword aimed at Dunn's torso, he instinctively retreated, avoiding the incoming blade. Swish, swish, swish. Several dull-colored slashes were emitted by Gung Shiro, his body following the strikes, as if he was also a slash, pulling after images toward Dunn. You should know this strike. Dunn sheathed his sword, placing his right hand on the hilt as he faced the incoming slashes. Flame slash. Swish. As if the blade had cut through space, it shattered all the incoming slashes. In the next moment, before Gung Shiro could react, the sword was already in front of him. Boom! Gung Shiro was sent flying. As he flipped in the air, he crashed into the distant forest. Dunn held his long sword at an angle toward the ground, looking in the direction where Gung Shiro had fallen, then lowered his gaze to his abdomen. His shirt was already cut open. Impressive. Dunn hadn't even realized when he had been hit. His observation haki had not seen that strike coming. It seems going easy won't work anymore. Gung Shiro's voice came from afar, and in the next moment, his body leaped from the trees, the flowing haki filling Wado Ikemanji in his hand. Then, he pounced down from the air. Dunn smiled, his legs bending sharply as the flowing haki wrapped around the sword's body, continuously gathering energy to the blade, flames igniting on the sword. In the next moment, the beach beneath Dunn exploded. Behind him, a long trail of flames followed, resembling an elongated orange-red cloak, as the swinging blade traced a circular arc in the air. Clang! The sword from below clashed with the sword from the opposite direction, and they held each other in a standoff in midair. The standoff lasted only a moment before the blades slid past each other. Dunn's expression hardened as he caught a glimpse of the figure and the sword that passed by his side. Health. 87. Rising into the sky. Dunn turned to look at Gung Shiro, who was descending. Gung Shiro, without any pause, swiftly turned and shot back up into the air, once again pursuing Dunn, his Wado Ikemanji emanating a dangerous aura as he struck down at Dunn. Dunn punched and turned, colliding with the incoming sword, but without the ability to leverage the air. He surprisingly lost in the contest of strength and was sent flying. In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender had reversed. As Dunn descended, he was surrounded by incoming sword blades and strikes, Gung Shiro's body leaving countless afterimages. Dunn swung his sword to block the incoming strikes, but many still landed on him. Boom! Dunn collided directly with a strike aimed at forcing him back into the sky, and his body crashed to the ground. Rip! Dunn tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his robust upper body, which bore no signs of injury. However, Dunn's health had already fallen below half. Gung Shiro, who had landed, gasped for breath, looking at Dunn, who seemed completely unhurt, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Chapter 30. Activate Indomitable. Terrifying enhancement, although it was somewhat anticipated. The Frost Moon 9 Dragon's flash that he just executed still failed to harm Dunn in the slightest. Meanwhile, Dunn, looking at his half-health, couldn't help but feel that Gung Shiro had held back. That countless slash infused with domineering energy, radiating in all directions, should have been a unique technique. However, Dunn has now realized that Gung Shiro is not his opponent. He has yet to truly unleash the power of the burn fruit. The combination of observation haki and the Logia-type is an extremely terrifying mix for any opponent. Huff! Dunn took a deep breath, retracting all the flames that were entwined around his sword. Although it might seem foolish to have power and not use it, he came to Gung Shiro to become strong without relying on the burn fruit. Even though the weakness of the burn fruit has vanished due to data processing, the immense power of the Logia-type always makes one unable to resist relying on it. The famous educator Kawai once said that haki is everything. While this statement may be somewhat extreme, it is not incorrect. To become a top powerhouse, powerful haki is indispensable. For this reason, Dunn completely retracted the power of the burn fruit. Seeing Dunn's actions, Shiro's expression turned cautious. The previous attack consumed a significant amount of physical strength and haki. If it weren't for the nearly year-long training and multiple encounters with Dunn, his body would not have recovered sufficiently to withstand such consumption. Now, Dunn's expression and actions made Shiro sense something. Huff! Dunn's figure flickered, and he and his weapon drew close. He took the initiative to attack, instinctively swinging his sword towards Shiro. With just this one strike, Shiro, a top swordsman, understood Dunn's intention and met the attack with his own sword. Their figures intertwined, and the flying slashes scattered in all directions. As they clashed, the swords infused with haki radiated a dangerous aura towards each other. In terms of swordsmanship, Dunn was certainly not on par with Shiro at this moment. One cannot expect someone who has only been learning swordsmanship for a year and has just recently found their direction to defeat someone who has immersed themselves in swordsmanship for decades. However, Dunn was stronger in power and had more haki. His formidable physique allowed Dunn's physical quality to far surpass Shiro's. A sword focused solely on offense left Shiro somewhat flustered. This guy, relying on his invulnerability, has abandoned defense? Shiro was speechless. It felt as if Dunn had not learned any of his sword techniques. He certainly had not taught this kind of swordsmanship. Yet, it must be said that it suited Dunn very well. Meanwhile, Dunn was keeping a close watch on his health. In fact, the battle with Shiro should have ended. After all, Shiro did not have a data process body like his. If he were to be seriously injured or hit in a vital area, it would either be a severe injury or death. After acting as a sparring partner for nearly a year, Dunn could not do such a thing. Right now, Dunn just wanted to try to reduce his health to trigger the conditions for activating Indomitable. After all, he would be leaving soon and needed to fully understand what kind of power he possessed after activating Indomitable. This way, when he encounters powerful opponents in the future, he can be mentally prepared. Oblivious to all of this, Shiro thought that Dunn was unaffected under his sword, while Dunn was reducing his health. 10, 5, 1. Your health has dropped to the minimum. Indomitable activated. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Dunn. Instinctively, he raised his left hand, and the incoming wad Ikemanji was gently pinched between his left thumb and index finger. Abundant haki surged uncontrollably from Dunn's body, swirling behind him like a flame cloud. A terrifying aura pressed down on everything around him. Shiro, holding the wad Ikemanji, looked in shock at Dunn, who was undergoing a drastic change in aura. Through his observation haki, Dunn seemed to transform into a terrifying monster before him, the overwhelming pressure causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. Shiro's emotional shift was clearly sensed by Dunn. He distinctly felt fear emanating from Shiro. It's over, Dunn said, releasing his fingers. You? Shiro's voice was strained. The terrifying pressure emanating from Dunn made it nearly impossible for him to speak. My trump card, Dunn replied, retracting his surging haki, and the previously overwhelming aura disappeared. Shiro let out a long breath, looking at Dunn with shock and confusion in his eyes. He did not understand what had happened to Dunn. Burning Days garment. Dunn spoke softly, causing Shiro to pause. But the next moment, he was blown away, a scorching aura rushing towards him. Centered around Dunn, a terrifying blaze erupted, shooting into the sky. Surrounded by flames, Dunn appeared to be wearing a coat made of fire. The space warped due to the high temperature. Torch! Boom! A massive fire tornado appeared, instantly enveloping half the island. Fire burns the city. Above the sea, a flame hand larger than the island itself closed in, and the terrifying heat evaporated the seawater. In an instant, mist enveloped the surrounding sea. However, the hot wind brought by the terrifying flames blew away the mist, creating a cycle. What is this? Shiro retreated again and again, returning to the ship by the sea, staring in shock at the endless flames engulfing the island and the sea before him. Ashes of heaven and earth. A voice seemed to echo in his ear, and then he saw it. A terrifying slash cleaved the half of the island apart. He could not see the true form of that slash, but he saw the sea being split open. The split sea could not close, and the surrounding seawater was evaporating. The incoming seawater could not withstand the speed of evaporation. The terrifying sword scar was expanding, until the flames completely receded and the seawater rolled back, filling the sword scar. The seawater surged, causing the ship under Gung Shiro to rock violently. However, Gung Shiro could not care about this now. His gaze was fixed on the center of the island. In the center of the island, which had been burned to ashes, Dunn stood quietly. The knife in his hand sent a sense of unprecedented terror through Gung Shiro's observation haki. But Dunn did not unleash that strike. That terrifying feeling came quickly and went just as fast. Subsequently, Dunn flipped and leaped onto the ship. Gung Shiro looked at the returning Dunn. His lips moved, but he said nothing. What a pity the Dawn Blade did not strike. I can sense that if that strike were unleashed, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. To unleash that strike, it needs to truly become a black blade. Dunn looked somewhat regretful. What would happen if that strike were unleashed? Gung Shiro asked after a moment of silence. That? The island might be destroyed. Dunn turned to look at the island, now ravaged by his flames, and said, Chapter 31 done. I want to eat fish. And oranges. If the power was truly like the sun's blade, the destruction it would cause is beyond Dunn's imagination. However, the methods he just used were actually simulated using the explosive power activated after the unyielding state, which only looked somewhat similar, but had no real connection. Strength is temporary, but being cool is a lifetime achievement. On the ship, Gung Shiro looked at Dunn, who sat still after sitting down, then turned to glance at the mangled island. Even now, he could feel the terrifying power hidden within Dunn's body, which, once unleashed, would be as destructive as before. After a moment of silence, Gung Shiro calmed himself and steered the ship back. Meanwhile, Dunn closed his eyes in contemplation, sensing the power within him. The all-dimensional enhancement was tenfold. Whether it was his physique, haki, or even the perception of his fruit ability, he could even feel a special ability surging within him. And it seemed that the fruit ability had also undergone some changes. However, 15 minutes could be fast or slow. If he were to face an enemy, 15 minutes would be enough to kill them hundreds of times. After trying for a while on the island and sitting on the ship for a moment, Dunn felt the power brought by unyielding had dissipated. Health, 23, recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. The health dropped to a critical value before activating unyielding. But the recovery continued while unyielding was active. In 15 minutes, it recovered to 23. The effect of unyielding was too powerful. As Dunn's support, it was more than enough. After trying the power gained from activating unyielding, Dunn felt more confident. However, that sudden awareness of energy, after unyielding, was deactivated. Dunn did not open his eyes, but remained in thought, pondering that peculiar energy. It felt somewhat different from the energy of armament haki. It seemed to be a unique spiritual energy. Wait, could it be Conqueror's haki? Do I have that potential? Dunn was taken aback, opening his eyes and looking at his hands. The description of Conqueror's haki in the original work was quite vague. It merely stated that Conqueror's haki is innate, a kind of potential. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. It might even be a bloodline inheritance. But as a transmigrator, does he also possess this ability? Or perhaps, Conqueror's haki itself is a powerful spiritual energy, and after activating unyielding, he received an all-around enhancement, which even included spiritual energy. Regardless, he could try to guide it out, and then he would know. Dunn thought, preparing to incorporate this into his upcoming training plan. As for the other discovery regarding his fruit ability, Dunn was unsure if it was the awakening of the fruit, but the temperature of the flames he controlled had indeed increased significantly. However, he could not determine whether it was an awakened ability or a transformation caused by quantitative change. It was like discussing toxicity while ignoring dosage. That would be cheating. This could also explain why, in the original work, Sabo was able to master the powerful fruit ability immediately after consuming the flame fruit he obtained in Dressrosa. But whichever it was good news for Dunn. The effect of unyielding was so powerful that it changed Dunn's mood. He could feel it, but did not intend to alter it. However, one more thing. The enhancement from unyielding was based on his own strength. This meant that the stronger Dunn was in his regular state, the more terrifying the enhancement would be after activating unyielding. Keep getting stronger, Dunn whispered to himself. Hearing Dunn's voice, Gung Shiro, who was controlling the ship, jolted and turned to look at Dunn, who hadn't changed his posture. It seemed like some kind of decision. Gung Shiro thought to himself. But recalling the scene he had just witnessed, he felt a deep sense of awe. He had already imagined Dunn's talent to be quite high, comparing him to the true monsters of the sea. However, what he just experienced made Gung Shiro realize he had underestimated him. Dunn's hidden power was too terrifying. Dunn would definitely become a figure capable of influencing the entire world situation. That was Gung Shiro's current thought. The ship fell silent again, and it wasn't until they approached Frost Moon Village that Dunn finally stood up. Health, 31. The recovery speed was incredibly fast, which was also a point of testing. His current recovery speed was much faster than when he had just quantified himself. Even without using food to recover quickly, he estimated it would take just a few hours to fully restore. Zoro and Kuina were already waiting at the port. Previously, the tremors of the sea could even be felt in Frost Moon Village. There was also the sudden mist that appeared on the sea and the distant flames that seemed to ignite the ocean. When they saw Dunn walking off the ship bare-chested, the two exchanged glances. Gung Shiro looked even more disheveled. In addition to his torn and charred clothes, Gung Shiro's hair had also been scorched and was yellow and twisted. However, neither of them was surprised by this appearance, because in earlier encounters, it had mostly been Gung Shiro who was more disheveled when facing Dunn. Who won? However, Zoro couldn't help but ask curiously. Looking at Zoro with his head tilted back, Gung Shiro shook his head and smiled. I lost. This battle had no outcome. Dunn shook his head, and he was speaking the truth. But I did lose, Gung Shiro said as he stepped toward the One Heart Dojo. Dunn, take it slow. At this rate, when can I catch up to you? Zoro said with wide eyes. Kid, you're still 800 years away from catching up to my strength. Dunn slung the sheathed, long sword over his shoulder and walked toward the One Heart Dojo. Watching Dunn's broad back, Kuina moved her lips. Zoro, we need to work even harder. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with Dunn. Yeah, Zoro nodded firmly. Dunn overheard their conversation, and a smile appeared on his face. The original Kana, who died early, could not know how far she would have gone. However, Zoro had indeed become a great swordsman, very powerful, and he also possessed Conqueror's Haki. His talent was top-notch, and he worked hard. Knowing this, Dunn had some doubts about whether he could defeat Zoro in the future. Of course, the time spent beating up Zoro had nothing to do with this thought. But now, well, let it go. Dunn walked lightly with the flames on his shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had originally planned to hone his skills in the East Blue for a few years, waiting to enter the Grand Line after his strength improved. But now it seemed he could head there a bit earlier. However, before that, some small matters needed to be resolved. For example, the fisherman who had run to the East Blue, attempting to occupy it, had only managed to take over 20 villages in nearly 10 years. Of course, he definitely wasn't doing it because he wanted to eat oranges. In fact, for Dunn, these matters had nothing to do with him. But who made him remember these few things, such as Kuina's death, Nami's adoptive mother Belmir being shot by Arlong, and how Red-Leg Zeph used his flesh to help Sanji survive. These were all vivid images in Dunn's mind. Perhaps coming to Frost Moon Village was partly due to this reason. Of course, learning swordsmanship was also a significant reason, and the result was quite good. However, the previous idea of using the flame fruit as a last resort had changed a bit. It was simply because, compared to the flame fruit and unyielding, using it as a trump card seemed somewhat inadequate. After leaving Frost Moon Village, Dunn planned to head to Cocoa West Village. In his eyes, Arlong was nothing now. Moreover, going out to sea required some startup capital. Along's bounty seems to be quite high. Anyway, the later Along is even worth more than Creek, who is covered in gold. It is definitely worth more than his starting capital of more than a few duros. After returning to the dojo, Dunn sat quietly, tapping his fingers on the table in front of him, contemplating his plans after leaving here. Goena and Zoro honestly brought up the finished dishes. Perhaps because Dunn was about to leave, even the usually lively Zoro became a bit quiet. After his health was fully restored, Dunn swallowed the grilled meat in his hand and stopped his actions. The other three, who were quietly eating, also paused. It's time to go. Chapter 32. The thrown back Kuna. As Dunn's words fell, the room fell into silence. Kuna turned to look at Yoshiro, then lowered her head as if deep in thought. Zoro stared intently at Dunn, then suddenly stood up. Dunn, wait on the sea. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Very good, full of spirit. Dunn smiled at Zoro, revealing his white teeth, and gave him a thumbs up. Hit hit. Upon hearing Dunn praise him, Zoro scratched his head awkwardly. Kuina and Yoshiro both shook their heads at this scene. This kid, does he have some issues? Going to take a merchant ship to leave? Yoshiro withdrew his gaze from Zoro and stood up, feeling relieved inside. Today's sparring session made Yoshiro aware of Dunn's hidden strength. Thinking back on the encounters with Dunn during this time, he felt it was finally time to rest. I don't understand navigation skills or nautical charts, so I will need to borrow a merchant ship. Dunn nodded. Since arriving at Frostmoon Village, he had been training tirelessly every day. Otherwise, Zoro and Kuina wouldn't have improved so quickly. He had no time to learn navigation skills, and of course, he had no interest in it either. That won't do. Whether in the East Blue or the Grand Line, if you want to navigate these seas, you must understand navigation skills, Yoshiro reminded him. Although with Dunn's strength, he wouldn't encounter much danger. Besides a few areas, there were plenty of sea fish in other places, and with Dunn's strength, he wouldn't starve. However, he might get lost at sea for a long time. That's true, I need a navigator. After Yoshiro's reminder, Dunn nodded in contemplation. But how old is Nami now? She should be younger than Zoro, right? If that's the case, then at most, she has just begun to think about drawing nautical charts. I'll remember that. I'll keep an eye out for it later. After all, there are many merchant ships on the sea. For now, let's borrow these merchant ships to act. That's good. It's best this way. Until you have a decent navigator, I don't recommend you enter the Grand Line. You should understand that. Yoshiro reminded him. But upon thinking that Dunn seemed to know a lot of things, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. The weather in the Grand Line and the New World is more violent than in the East Blue. Even if you're very strong, you may encounter dangers at sea. I won't be careless. Dunn nodded. He recalled the previous battle between the Golden Lion and Roger. Both of them and their crews were top tier on these seas. Yet the Golden Lion's fleet was completely destroyed in a storm in the New World. That's good to hear. Go prepare. Merchant ships usually arrive in the afternoon or evening and set sail the next morning. I'll talk to the captain of the merchant ship. After finishing, Yoshiro left directly. Dunn glanced at Kuina and Zoro before stepping out as well. The things aren't even packed yet. After Dunn left, the two looked at the pile of leftover bones and utensils from dinner, feeling overwhelmed. Although they complained, their actions were not slow. However, while tidying up, Zoro clearly felt that Kuina was distracted. Kuina, are you thinking about Dunn? Kuina was taken aback when she heard this. Don't worry, when we could go to sea, we'll definitely meet him again on the ocean. Zoro said confidently, patting his chest. I was thinking if I also go to sea, what kind of things will I encounter? Kuina shook her head and said, that must be the countless swordsmen who roam the seas. Fighting with these swordsmen, and finally becoming the world's #1 swordsman. Upon hearing this, Zoro waved his fists and shouted, followed by the sound of breaking utensils. Idiot Zoro, be careful. Kuina, whose personality had changed quite a bit, couldn't help but shout. In his room, Dunn, who sensed the conversation and events through his observation hockey, smiled lightly and shook his head. He lay on his bed, resting his arms behind his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. Previously, he felt that his strength was not secure enough to meet people or dangers on these seas, so he suppressed this idea. However, men are all yearning for unknown adventures. Dunn considered himself relatively calm in character, but now he also looked forward to what he would encounter. Of course, he also wanted to experience the characters in the stories. He only wanted to do what he wanted to do. 9 years of compulsory education and the worldview formed from a young age made it impossible for Dunn to become a villain. But with the various forces in this world, such as the Revolutionary Army and the world government, the Navy and the pirates' disputes, Dunn actually didn't want to overthink it, nor did he want to participate. He was just an outsider and a bystander. Where did that saying go? Respect each other's destinies. It seems to be something like that. As messy thoughts rose in Dunn's mind, even his observation hockey became a bit unstable. Perhaps besides the East Blue, he could explore the other 3 seas. Dunn murmured to himself softly. A night quickly passed. In the morning, at the dock of Frostmoon Village, Dunn waved his hand and boarded the merchant ship. The merchant ship was still waiting to unload cargo, and it seemed to be nearing the end. Not long after, the merchant ship set sail, slowly leaving the dock. Where's Kuina? Zoro watched the merchant ship move and noticed that Kuina seemed to not have come. Yoshiro did not answer, his gaze fixed on the merchant ship, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Ah! A long, drawn-out girl's voice suddenly rang out from the merchant ship, and then a small figure was thrown from the ship. Dunn, you bastard! Kuina's somewhat angry voice rang out, but her body was uncontrollably thrown onto the dock. Clearly, Dunn had used some clever force. After landing, Kuina rolled a few times before suddenly getting up, looking at the departing merchant ship with clenched fists, her face full of displeasure. Zoro stared dumbfounded at all this, his mouth agape, pointing at Kuina and then at the direction of the merchant ship, back and forth several times, unable to speak. Yoshiro adjusted his glasses. Kuina, it's not your time to go to sea yet. Let's talk again after you become a swordsman. Dunn's voice came from far away on the merchant ship. Kuina became even more displeased. Let's go back. Since Dunn doesn't want to take you, then get stronger. Regarding Kuina's plans, Yoshiro had actually intended to stop her, but thinking of Dunn's strength, he felt that Kuina following Dunn wouldn't pose much danger. Ever since Kuina almost died in an accident, Yoshiro had become more open-minded. However, after thinking it over, he didn't expect Dunn to discover Kuina and simply throw her back. Kuina, dejected, followed behind Yoshiro. You want to follow Dunn to sea? Zoro finally came to his senses, staring wide-eyed at Kuina. He didn't expect that. Although they had agreed to become stronger together and see who could become the world's #1 swordsman, now Kuina actually wanted to sneak away? This guy truly too cunning. It seemed that Zoro's tone displeased Kuina, and of course, it might also be that Dunn's action of throwing Kuina back made her want to find a reason to vent. In any case, after returning, the sparring that had been interrupted for a long time between the two began again. On the merchant ship, Dunn, holding a flame, leaned against the ship's railing, looking towards Frostmoon Village. Mr. Dunn, I'm Captain Pico. You can call me Captain Pico. The safety of this merchant ship depends entirely on you this time, said the seemingly elderly, red-nosed old sailor cheerfully. Dunn was taken aback and turned to look at the old man who called himself Captain Pico. Master Gung Siling had said that Mr. Dunn's swordsmanship was extraordinary, so there was no need to worry. He would definitely reward Mr. Dunn handsomely for returning safely from this trip. Seeing Dunn's expression, old Pico spoke again. Dunn realized what was going on and glanced silently in the direction of Shuangyue village. This Gung Siling. He thought Gung Siling was helping him pay for the boat fare, but it turned out he had found him a job. Considering Gung Silang's hidden identity and the possibility that he might be secretly gathering supplies for the Revolutionary Army, Dunn wasn't surprised anymore. Leave it to me. If you run into trouble, you can call for me. Dunn didn't refuse, as it wasn't a difficult task anyway. That's great. I've arranged a separate room for Mr. Dunn. You can go rest first, and I'll have someone bring food to your room. Seeing Dunn's relaxed demeanor, old Pico was overjoyed. Chapter 33. Arlong's Death Star is flickering just as Dunn was leaving Frostmoon Village on the Grand Line, Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Arlong, are you really not coming back? The blue-skinned whale shark fishman Jinbei looked at the giant tooth shark fishman Arlong, who was glaring at him, and said seriously, "You bastard, don't forget how my brother died. And you become a dog for the Navy." Jinbei's words seemed to completely infuriate Arlong, but it seemed he forgot why he, as a pirate, was able to leave the underwater prison. It should be noted that no pirates have been able to come out of there, except for the former Golden Lion. Hearing the term dog of the Navy, Jinbei hesitated to speak further, furrowing his brow. Arlong snorted coldly and turned to leave. Brother. The great blue shark mermaid Shirahoshi couldn't help but shout as she saw Arlong turning to leave. Arlong glanced at his sister Shirahoshi with a dark expression and remained silent, showing no signs of stopping. It was only after Arlong had been gone for a long while that Shirahoshi finally withdrew her gaze and looked at Jinbei. He will come to his senses. Jinbei sighed helplessly. He knew that Arlong was filled with hatred for humans and the Navy because of Fisher Tiger's death. However, the power disparity between humans and Fishman Island was simply too great. Moreover, over the years, many pirates had gone to sea to capture mermaids for sale, and such occurrences were becoming more frequent. Shirahoshi nodded, raised her hand into her chest, and then took out a bright crystal ball. Seeing Shirahoshi's action, Jinbei was not surprised. She was a very powerful diviner. But moments later, Shirahoshi's complexion turned pale. What's wrong? Seeing Shirahoshi's expression, Jinbei's face tightened as he immediately inquired. I saw my brother's death. His head was sent to the Navy, Shirahoshi said with a pale face. Jinbei's eyes widened suddenly, and he exerted force with his legs, heading in the direction Arlong had just left. However, Shirahoshi, who had divined this result, did not move. The result of the divination was 100 accurate. Anything predicted by divination would definitely happen. Now, she didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Jinbei arrived at the port leaving Fishman Island. Brother Jinbei, Brother Arlong has already left. A fishman at the port replied to Jinbei's urgent inquiry, but the answer made Jinbei's expression very grim. Gather the crew, prepare to set sail. East Blue. Dunn had changed to another merchant ship. The merchant ship that had come from Frost Moon Village wasn't on a long-distance trade route. It had only a 7 or 8 day journey. Dunn had changed ships at the transfer island, and the destination was the Navy's 16th base. Perhaps he might even meet some old friends in the Navy. Dunn sat on the deck, resting while holding his sword. Passengers and crew members on the ship occasionally cast curious glances at him. The actions of Yasaku reminded Dunn of a way to travel. In this pirate-infested world, it was very dangerous for merchant ships to go to sea. If they encountered pirates and the crew couldn't resist, losing cargo would be a minor issue. The most terrifying thing was that ruthless pirates might kill everyone on board. Thus, hiring escorts became quite common. Lord Dunn, a woman's voice called out, and Dunn turned to see a tall, middle-aged woman with rough skin. She was the captain of the merchant ship. The day after tomorrow, we will enter an area where pirate activity is frequent. If we take a detour, it might take an extra month. No need. Dunn understood the captain's meaning and shook his head. All right, we'll rely on your protection then. The captain's response brought a smile to her face. Her muscles were even stronger than a man's, and this scene made Dunn's eyelids twitch. Seeing that Dunn had stopped speaking, the female captain did not disturb him any further and turned to leave. However, after leaving, crew members immediately came over to inquire about the situation. Captain, are we going to take a detour? In fact, taking a detour was the best option. Although it took more time, it could avoid areas with many pirates. No need. Just cut straight through. With Lord Dunn here, we don't need to worry about those pirates. The female captain waved her hand confidently. Can that lord really handle it? Some crew members showed skeptical expressions. Hearing this, the captain immediately recalled when Dunn found her and voluntarily offered to act as an escort. At that time, she also had such doubts, but then she witnessed this lord's sword slash. As a captain who frequently went to sea, she naturally knew a lot of information, and sword masters were among them. But she had only heard of them and had never seen one. Dunn was the first true sword master she had encountered. If he hadn't volunteered, she wouldn't have been able to invite him even if she tried. However, without Dunn's permission, she didn't dare to casually spread the word. Besides, even if she did, these ignorant fellows probably wouldn't understand what a sword master represented. Cut straight through. Don't worry, we will definitely pass safely this time. After all, he was a strong man who could roam the Grand Line. Perhaps that was her understanding. A few days later, Dunn finally understood what it meant for there to be many pirates. The last time from a 16th Navy base to Frost Moon Village, he hadn't encountered any pirates for a full 3 months. But this time, he encountered 2 or 3 groups of pirates in a single day. However, these so-called pirates were actually just ferocious thugs who had not been at sea for long. The so-called pirate ships were merely small boats that could hold a dozen people. For these, Dunn simply used a sword aura to destroy their ships. These pirates probably didn't even have a bounty. Of course, there were also numerous pirate crews. Dunn looked at the approaching pirate ship in the distance and could already hear the shouts and cheers of the pirates. The guests on the merchant ship had long returned to their cabins, while the crew members were all holding weapons, vigilantly watching the approaching pirate ship. Of course, many people's gazes occasionally turned to Dunn. He was their pillar of support. Lord, the female captain called out from behind Dunn. Let them approach. I want to ask something. Okay. Hearing Dunn's words, the female captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dunn had not drawn his sword, which made her a bit anxious. As the pirate ship drew closer, the cheers of the pirates holding knives grew louder. A merchant ship this large would surely yield a significant haul this time. Perhaps there would even be many women. Thinking of this, the pirates were already a bit impatient. After getting close to the merchant ship, the pirates prepared to jump aboard to fight, but what awaited them were several crescent-shaped sword auras. Swish! Boom! The two massive masts holding the sails on the ship broke directly, and the pirates below who did not avoid it were hit directly. The shift in balance caused the entire ship to begin tilting, leaning to one side. Another sword/aura directly split the wooden pirate ship in half. After they fall into the water, grab a few people up. Dunn spoke as he was about to turn around, when suddenly his expression changed. A figure leaped from the tilting pirate ship, pouncing toward the merchant ship. Bastard! The pirate leaping over had a face full of anger. There's still a capable one. Dunn was taken aback, his body flashed, appearing at the spot where the pirate was about to land. As soon as this person landed, before he could say anything, he saw a sword sheath smashing towards his face with terrifying force. The intense pain and shock left him dizzy, with half of his teeth missing. He collapsed in his sleep. Looking at the unconscious pirate, Dunn waved his hand. "Tie him up and bring him to me when he wakes up." As his words fell, a group of crew members rushed forward, using thick ropes to securely bind the unconscious pirate. "We're done. What about those pirates?" The female captain pointed outside the ship. The pirate ship had completely capsized, with a massive gap cut by Dunn allowing water to flood in, and several pirates had fallen into the sea, swimming towards the merchant ship. "Handle it yourselves." Dunn waved his hand and directly returned to his cabin. Outside, the excited shouts of the merchant crew continued, mixed with the screams of the pirates. This damn world. Dunn shook his head slightly. Even ordinary people have no aversion to killing, especially these crew members. However, Dunn was curious as to why so many pirates were gathered in the East Sea. The East Sea is supposed to be the safest area, right? Even if there are pirates, they shouldn't dare to gather, should they? Chapter 34. Long time no see, Major Mouse. But it's hard to say. As this thought arose in Dunn's mind, he shook his head. He knew what the overall situation of this world was like. The Red Earth continent and the Grand Line intertwined in rings, dividing the world into 4 seas. However, compared to the 4 seas of East, West, South, and North, the Grand Line was not that large. Of course, this was only in comparison to the 4 seas. The Navy had limited control over the 4 seas. After all, their focus was on the Grand Line. With so many sea areas in the 4 seas, relying solely on these naval branches was not enough to completely eliminate pirates. It was simply too vast, or rather, the islands that Monkey D. Luffy ventured through in the East Sea were just the tip of the iceberg. Dunn tried hard to pull himself out of the story. This was a real world, a world where killing was as common as could be. "Sir," while Dunn was doing self-reflection, the female captain brought the awakened pirate over with the crew. "Bastards, how dare you capture me? Admiral Krieg won't let you go." The pirate shouted angrily when he was brought over, but a flash of fear crossed his eyes when he saw Dunn. Just now, Dunn's blow made him realize the huge gap between them. Now, he hoped to use Krieg's name to intimidate these people. "Krieg?" Dunn was taken aback, looking in surprise at the pirate who was still ready to shout. "Afraid, huh? If you're scared, why not hurry up and let me go? Otherwise, when Admiral Krieg arrives, everyone will die, including you." After hearing Dunn's words, the pirate thought that Krieg's name had frightened Dunn, and he threatened again. Dunn's expression remained unchanged, but in his mind, the image of a massive ship being split in half by Mihawk flashed. A pirate crew of 5,000 encountered the board Mihawk as they just entered the Grand Line and were chased all the way back to the East Sea. Of course, that was also part of the story, showcasing the strength of the great swordsman for the first time. Or rather, Mihawk was the first top-tier power to appear in the story. Thus, Dunn had a deep impression of those scenes. However, was Krieg really forming a pirate crew in the East Sea now? Dunn pondered, while the bound pirate saw that Dunn had no reaction and struggled hard. "Let me go." "Don't you fear Admiral Krieg? Do you know where Krieg is?" Dunn's thoughts were interrupted by the pirate, and he looked up calmly at him. As a great pirate, Admiral Krieg naturally sailed on an invincible warship to conquer those islands. The pirate instinctively answered Dunn's question. "So, you don't know where Krieg is now?" Dunn nodded after hearing this, then waved his hand. Lord Dunn." The female captain looked puzzled by Dunn's gesture. "Take him down for questioning. If there's no bounty, you can deal with him yourselves." "What if there's a bounty?" The female captain was taken aback. If they're SA bounty, keep 'em. We'll exchange it for bounty at the destination. Dunn said matter-of-factly. Dunn didn't rely on strength to take things for free. These pirates would be his cash machines in the future. Understood. The pirate, hearing this, was furious. You bastards dare to use me as a bargaining chip. But before he could finish, the female captain punched him in the nose, and his next words turned into cries of pain. After that, Dunn never saw that pirate again. In the following time, he encountered more than a dozen waves of pirates, and from some capture pirates, Dunn learned about Krieg's situation. Krieg was indeed active, and the pirates gathered here were indeed summoned by Krieg for recruitment. However, these were all the leftover dregs. Or rather, they simply lacked the ability to enter Krieg's pirate crew, which was why so many gathered here. As for Krieg, no one knew where he was. That made sense. According to the story, Krieg was active in the East Sea until Luffy set sail, then entered the Grand Line and was chased back. After passing through this pirate gathering area, Dunn encountered several more waves of pirates on the road and captured 2 pirates with bounties. 2 months later, Navy Base Number 16. Dunn stepped off the merchant ship with a sword in hand, looking at the dock that hadn't changed much in over a year in the distant Navy base now. 16. The contract is over. Dunn said, Yes, Lord Dunn, thank you for your protection during this time. The female captain respectfully handed him a pouch of money and waved her hand. 2 dejected pirates were pulled down from the ship, tied up. Dunn turned to take a look, raised his hand to accept the rope, and then walked toward the direction of the naval base. The people at the dock cast curious glances, but no one approached to ask. Even the patrolling naval soldiers did not come over. Because the direction Dunn was heading was the number 16 branch base. Dragging 2 pirates, Dunn arrived at the entrance of the naval base under the curious eyes of the town residents. Halt, who goes there? Seeing Dunn approach, the Navy at the gate immediately went on guard. Pirate Hunter, here to collect the bounty, Dunn said, pulling the rope and throwing the 2 pirates he was holding towards them. The Navy at the gate was startled by Dunn's action and nearly pulled the trigger on their muskets. Pirate Hunter? Dunn's words were clearly heard by the Navy, who looked at him, then at the 2 dejected guys, and immediately sent a sailor running to report, while Dunn was invited inside. Base Commander's office. Colonel Mouse looked delighted as he assessed himself in the full-length mirror, occasionally straightening his collar. After returning from the headquarters, the base commander was directly promoted to the Navy headquarters as a major, and he was promoted in succession, becoming the commander of a branch base. Naturally, he was happy about the promotion. Of course, it might also be due to the intelligence he provided a year ago. After all, he remembered that even a vice admiral from the headquarters had contacted him for information. That was real high-level Navy. Sir, the shout of the Navy outside startled Colonel Mouse, who then turned to look displeased at the open office door. What is it? Colonel Old Tree feigned authority, but his mouse-like mustache made him look a bit lecherous. Sir, a pirate hunter has brought 2 pirates to collect the bounty. Pirate hunter? The term sent a shiver down Colonel Mouse's spine. Although many bounty notices had been issued, there were actually not many who captured bounty pirates and came to the Navy to claim rewards. Of course, this was also related to the overall environment in the East Sea. The last time a pirate hunter claimed a reward, it was that boy who seemed to have powers. What was his name again? All right, Dunn. Colonel Mouse stroked his mustache, recalling the situation from a year ago, and his promotion seemed to be related to that person. However, now, if that person was discovered, he might have already entered the headquarters. Perhaps the next time they meet, that person would have become his superior. After all, a major at the headquarters was comparable to the commander of a branch base. Thinking of this, Mouse felt a pang of envy. However, this feeling quickly faded. Although promotions were fast at the headquarters, being a commander at a branch base was also a position of authority. Each had its own benefits. Sir? Seeing Colonel Mouse smile, but remain silent, the reporting Navy cautiously called out. Ahem. The startled Colonel Mouse cleared his throat twice. Since there are bounty hunters who have captured pirates, as the base commander, I naturally need to meet them and encourage them. Colonel Mouse said seriously, but he was secretly pondering how to swallow a portion of the bounty. It's hard to learn well, but it's easy to go bad. After suffering for half a lifetime, can't he embezzle some money to enjoy life? He didn't dare to meddle with the Navy's budget, but he still had the guts to cut a bit from the bounty hunter's rewards. Not only did he have the guts, but he was also very bold. Colonel Mouse arrived at the location where Dunn was. Ahem, I am Colonel Mouse, the commander of the Navy branch base. So, you are the one who captured the pirates? As Mouse saw Dunn sitting upright, he coughed a couple of times to speak, but then he felt that Dunn looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Long time no see, Major Mouse. You've actually been promoted in just a year. Chapter 35. Bounty Notices and Pirate Misdeeds. As soon as Dunn spoke, Colonel Mouse's expression froze in disbelief, his mouth agape as he pointed at Dunn, revealing all his sharp teeth. Why you're that pirate hunter? You're still in the East Sea? Colonel Mouse looked completely bewildered. Of course I'm still in the East Sea. Where else would I go? Dunn smiled, staring at Colonel Mouse with a hint of meaning behind his eyes. From Dragon's warning and Karp's arrival, Dunn knew that his information had been reported to this guy. You actually didn't join the Navy? Didn't Admiral Karp find you? Colonel Mouse didn't hide his knowledge at all, glaring at Dunn. He was aware that the Navy had sent Admiral Karp to find him. However, he truly didn't know the outcome. But he thought that since Admiral Karp had taken action, it was very likely that the target had already been found and brought back to the Navy headquarters. This was also the reason he was stunned after recognizing Dunn. Dunn looked at Colonel Mouse, scrutinizing him for a few moments, but couldn't tell if this guy was genuinely foolish or just pretending. However, he wasn't too concerned about it at the moment. 2 pirates, bounty of 3,900,000 berries. Let's make it an even 4 million berries, Dunn said as he stood up and walked outside. By the way, send the money to the usual place. As Dunn stood up, Colonel Mouse finally noticed the significant change in Dunn's physique. Colonel, a nearby sailor cautiously called out, watching Colonel Mouse stare blankly in the direction Dunn had gone. Oh, lock up these 2 bastard pirates and prepare the bounty berries. Colonel Mouse snapped out his days, kicked the 2 captured pirates, and issued the order before heading outside. Dunn's sudden appearance left Colonel Mouse puzzled. He was wondering whether he should continue reporting Dunn's situation. But what was the situation with the Navy before? Had they not found him? Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse returned to his office and directly contacted headquarters using a din-din mushy. Brew brew. The din-din mushy emitted a prompt sound, and soon its appearance changed. Seeing this, Colonel Mouse instinctively stood at attention. This is Colonel Mouse of the East Sea Base 16, number 00733. I have something to report. Then, Colonel Mouse reported the reappearance of Dunn, who had shown up again after a year and inquired about why Dunn was still in the EC. Please hold on, Colonel, a woman's voice responded from headquarters. After a moment, the voice continued, regarding the matter you mentioned, a year ago, headquarters dispatched Admiral Karp to the East Sea to search for him. But he was not found. Indeed, he was not found. Colonel Mouse realized this and subsequently asked how to handle the situation now. Colonel Mouse could extend an invitation on his own. If the other party was indeed a capable person, headquarters would record the colonel's contributions and report the matter upward. Understood. Colonel Mouse nodded immediately upon hearing this. An invitation meant merit, which was nothing to scoff at. After hanging up the din-din mushy, a sailor had already brought the bounty to report, and Colonel Mouse did not hesitate, taking his men to personally find Dunn. At the tavern in town, there was little difference from a year ago. The owner was still the same. A glass of juice, Dunn said as he placed the knife he was holding on the counter. The tavern owner was accustomed to this, skillfully pouring a glass of orange juice. Very fresh. Dunn's eyes lit up after taking a sip. It was perfectly tangy, with bits of crushed pulp and excellent texture. This young man, isn't it delicious? These oranges are from Cocoa West Village, famous in the East Sea. If it weren't for the base being close to Cocoa West Village, we wouldn't be able to get such fresh oranges, the tavern owner said with a smile upon seeing Dunn's expression. Hearing the name of the village, Dunn's expression shifted. Is it very close to Cocoa West Village? Of course. It takes just half a day by boat. This answer came not from the tavern owner, but from a middle-aged man dressed as a sailor, who was holding a large mug of beer and looking over. Is there a boat going? Dunn asked. Of course. There are boats every day. You see, Cocoa West Village is in the Konomi Islands, which produce all sorts of fruits, especially when the fruits are ripe. There are boats every day, the sailor replied. Dunn nodded at this and didn't continue the conversation, instead turning his gaze to the tavern's wall. There were rows of bounty notices hanging up. None of them were for the big pirates of the New World. Most were for pirates in the EC and some who had gone from the EC to the New World. Admiral Kuro, bounty of 12 million. Captain Baiji Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, bounty of 10 million. Dunn scanned the two conspicuous bounty notices and examined them closely. These two were indeed big pirates in the East Sea. Sensing Dunn's gaze, the tavern owner put down the glass he was cleaning and spoke up. 10 million is considered a big pirate? Of course. The East Sea is the weakest sea. Pirates here don't dare to stay too long. As soon as a pirate's bounty gets too high, the Navy will come, the tavern owner said with a look of reverence. This is the hometown of Navy hero Karp. Hometown? The East Sea is quite large. Dunn could understand the tavern owner's thoughts. But this planet's surface is about a quarter of the area. Yes, the East Sea is indeed vast. Even a navy cannot eliminate all the pirates. Young man, you must be careful when you go out to sea in the future. The tavern owner clearly misunderstood Dunn's meaning and kindly reminded him. I will. Dunn appreciated the goodwill of others. However, the ones to be cautious of might be these pirates. His gaze swept over the bounty notices. Apart from the first two that exceeded 10 million berries, the rest were in the millions. However, these were already considered high bounties for pirates in the East Sea. Of course, the photos were also quite abstract, fitting the world's atmosphere perfectly. This is the list of pirates in the East Sea that have not been caught yet. At this moment, the tavern owner revealed his true intention. As if performing a magic trick, pulling out a stack of bounty notices and placing them in front of Dunn. Only 150,000 berries. As soon as these words were spoken, the other patrons in the tavern couldn't hold back. Old Komodo, you're too shady. Clearly, 150,000 berries was not a small sum for these people. You bunch of idiots don't know anything. These are all the information I've collected and organized. Look, each one has the location where the pirate was last seen, he said, picking up one to show the others. Sure enough, on the back of the bounty notices were many words recording the locations where pirates had previously appeared and their approximate activity ranges. It even noted what they had done. It was indeed very detailed. You recognized me? Dunn fell silent, then asked. Young man, although you've changed in physique, I am Old Komodo. My eyesight is very good. A year ago, you caught pirates to claim the bounty. The tavern owner, Old Komodo, did not deny it. However, there should have been a lot of people passing through here every day. For him to remember Dunn was quite impressive. After all, those guys looked nothing like people. Unlike you, young man. Is that a compliment? Dunn was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. But his appearance did indeed differ from the others in the tavern. How about it? Would you like a copy? 100,000 berries is fine too. Then let's have one. Dunn nodded in response. Just right, during this waiting period for Arlong. He also planned to stretch his legs a bit. It would be great if he could find Kuro or Crocodile. However, at this time, the black cat Kuro should not have feigned death to hide himself yet. As for Kuro, this guy's activity range should be quite large. After all, when he later went to sea, he claimed to be the overlord of the East Sea. However, gathering a pirate crew of 5,000 people raises questions about whether this guy had any collusion with the Navy, similar to Arlong later on. Throwing the money pouch onto the counter, Dunn leisurely drank his juice and picked up a bounty notice to look at the records on the back. A pirate with a bounty of only 3 million, leading a pirate crew, slaughtered 3 island villages and killed at least 500 people. Looking at the records, Dunn's eyelids twitched. Although this is a record, it truly represents hundreds of lives. Chapter 36. Karp, exposed? But it doesn't matter. Is all of this true? Dunn pointed to the records on the bounty notice and asked Old Komodo. Of course it's true. These are what the survivors said. In a village of over 100 people, only a few survived. Hearing Dunn's doubt, Old Komodo seemed to raise his voice a bit to prove that his records were accurate. So a pirate who killed hundreds is only worth this much? Don't ask me. This bounty was issued by the Navy. Old Komodo shook his head directly. These pirates commit murder, arson, and plunder merchant ships as if it's nothing. Some merchant ships encounter pirates and die en masse. Such things are too common. I can explain. Outside the tavern, Colonel Mouse walked in, followed by sailors from the Navy. The tavern immediately quieted down, and everyone stared at the Navy personnel entering. Because he is very weak. So the bounty is determined by strength? Dunn was not surprised by Colonel Mouse's arrival, as he had already sensed it with observation hockey. That's part of the reason. After saying this, Colonel Mouse took a bag of money from the sailors behind him. For million berries. This is your bounty. Dunn nodded after glancing at the bag of money. If I catch other pirates, can I bring them here to exchange for bounties? Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse looked at the pile of bounty notices in front of Dunn and nodded. Of course, if you catch those pirates, you can indeed exchange them for bounties. However, I have something else to discuss now. Saying this, Colonel Mouse asked the sailors behind him to wait outside, sat down at the counter, and ordered a beer. The Navy wants to invite you to join. If you agree, you can go directly to headquarters. Colonel Mouse said. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tavern stared wide-eyed. Navy headquarters? For these people, it is a legendary place. It is said that the big shots of the Navy are all at headquarters, including Vice Admiral Karp. I refuse. Dunn shook his head. Why? Since you want to catch pirates, wouldn't it be better to join the Navy? This way, you wouldn't have to search for them yourself. And they would even provide you with a warship. Colonel Mouse felt a bit unwilling upon hearing Dunn's refusal. Karp invited me last time, and I also refused. As for the reason, Dunn thought for a moment and shook his head. I hate the celestial dragons. As soon as these words were spoken, a pin drop could be heard in the tavern, and everyone looked at Dunn in terror. What great courage to mention the celestial dragons like that. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in shock as he quickly contemplated. His gaze fell on the sword in front of Dunn and recalled Dunn's suspected ability user status. He probably wouldn't win in a fight. What to do? Act as if he didn't hear it. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse chuckled awkwardly. So Karp had invited him before. In that case, let's pretend I never said anything. After saying this, Colonel Mouse got up and left without pausing. Watching Colonel Mouse's departing figure, Dunn withdrew his gaze. However, at this moment, the tavern remained very quiet, and everyone stared at Dunn in astonishment. But to directly say he hates the celestial dragons in front of the Navy, if the celestial dragons were to find out. Thinking of this, the people in the tavern hurriedly got up and left. Old Komodo looked at Dunn with a distressed expression. If this gets out, everyone here will be in trouble, one way or another. Dunn certainly understood the consequences of saying this, but hate is hate. If he encounters a celestial dragon, he might really kill someone. After all, his only stereotype of this world is that the celestial dragons are all despicable people. I'm leaving. Dunn took out the drink and the bounty notice fee and tossed it onto the counter, grabbing 2 bags and leaving. Colonel Mouse returned to the Navy base. He directly reported his encounter with Dunn, of course, omitting the part about Dunn saying he hated the celestial dragons. After all, Dunn was right there. If he really said it, headquarters would definitely have him capture Dunn, and then it would be him facing the suspected ability user pirate hunter. At headquarters, in the Marine Admiral's office, the office door was kicked open from the outside, and Karp walked in with a familiar swagger. You bastard, can't you knock? Sengoku, who was originally looking for trouble with Karp, had a face as dark as a pot bottom upon seeing this. Just finish my senbei. Karp didn't care about Sengoku's anger at all. He walked over to the desk, pulled open the drawer, and found the senbei Sengoku had hidden. After pulling out 2 bags, he returned to a nearby seat and started munching on them. This scene made Sengoku's eyelids twitch violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged, making him look like he was about to explode. You bastard, didn't you say you didn't find that little brat in the East Blue? Sengoku glared at Karp, taking several deep breaths before speaking, looking like he was about to demand an explanation. What little brat in the East Blue? Karp, munching on the senbei, was taken aback, speaking incoherently as crumbs flew from his mouth. That pirate hunter, that suspected ability user little brat. Sengoku snorted coldly. Originally, this matter wouldn't reach him. In the grand scheme of the Navy's complicated affairs, it wasn't a big deal. But it involved Karp, so it was sent over. Seeing Karp had found Dunn but was rejected, and Karp's reply was that he hadn't found the person. One of them must be lying. So who is the liar? It's not hard to guess. Ah, Sengoku, you mean that little brat. Karp laughed heartily, appearing unconcerned. Didn't you say you didn't find him? Looking at the laughing Karp, Sengoku asked with a dark face. It's all the same. Anyway, that little brat refused. Karp waved his hand. Refusal means you can invite him again, you bastard. Sengoku was exasperated. I can tell that little brat has no interest in the Navy. Karp also thought of the young man who spoke against the celestial dragons, waving his hand as if he didn't care. Then how strong is that little brat? Sengoku took several deep breaths to suppress his anger before asking. Can't tell, but he should be pretty strong. Karp thought for a moment and shook his head. They haven't fought, but he arrived just as I did. So he must have sensed me beforehand. It might be observation Haki. In the East Blue, those who can master Haki are not weak, especially not a young brat. Forget it, you go to the East Blue again. That little brat is at the 16th branch now. You go bring that brat back. Sengoku ordered directly. He doesn't want to let an ability user run wild on the sea, especially a young one. If he becomes a pirate in the future, it would be another headache. There are many ability users on the sea. Karp stared at Sengoku defiantly. The ideals of the Navy will change him. Sengoku's tone softened a bit. Hearing this, Karp was taken aback, his expression speechless. That little brat hates the celestial dragons, which is quite similar to him. Join the Navy? That little brat definitely wouldn't agree. Although they had only met once, Karp could clearly feel it. I understand. Karp thought for a moment and stood up. If you can't find the person, you don't have to come back. Upon seeing Karp stand up, Sengoku instinctively said, Really? Karp paused his steps, suddenly turning around, his face filled with joy. Sengoku slapped his forehead. Fake! Hurry up and find the person. Karp looked disappointed and waved his hand to leave. Sengoku had a helpless expression. This guy. Charge, my little ones. A pirate ship rushed down from Reverse Mountain at high speed. Fisherman Arlong stood at the bow of the ship, looking arrogant. On his ship, all the fishmen had excited expressions. Arlong painted a grand vision of conquering the East Sea and then returning to the Grand Line, making these fishmen extremely excited. Reverse Mountain is the only way for ordinary people to reach the Grand Line. For pirates, they either have to cross the terrifying calm belt or take Reverse Mountain. There are not many ways to return to the four seas from the Grand Line. However, pirates can take advantage of the rare turning tides of the ocean currents, at which time the direction of the currents will reverse. Only then can they use their ships to return from the Grand Line to the four seas. Chapter 37, Cocoa, West Village. The Butterfly Effect Boom. Arlong's pirate ship crashed down from the mountain waterway into the sea below. Brother Arlong, Jinbei contacted us again and wants us to go back. A fisherman rushed over, holding a den mushy. Hearing this, Arlong's excited expression immediately darkened. Brother Arlong, Jinbei said you were in danger this time. The octopus fisherman who rushed over said timidly, noticing Arlong's expression. That bastard, Jinbei is just a coward. He is not thinking about avenging Brother Tiger. Instead, he joined the Navy. Arlong shouted angrily, gritting his teeth. The other fishmen, who were previously excited, fell silent. The ship below them stabilized after the earlier turbulence. Brother Tiger, the former captain of the Sun Pirates. He is the common idol of us fishmen who go out to sea. Under Brother Tiger's leadership, these fishmen hoped to change the relationship between fishmen and humans. But what was the final outcome? They saved humans who wanted to return home, only to be betrayed, and even Brother Tiger died. Humans are not trustworthy. We fishmen are the superior race. Those humans are just weaklings, an inferior race. Arlong turned and shouted at the group of fishmen. Only by being tough will those humans fear us. Jinbei is a coward, but I, Arlong, will lead you to rise in the East Sea to overturn the world. Starting from becoming the overlord of the East Sea. Most humans in this world are just brawny fools with simple minds. Of course, this also relates to the education and environment of this world. Most humans can't even read, let alone these fishmen. Arlong's rather unmotivating words directly excited the group of fishmen. All the fishmen cheered. Xiao Ba, immediately cut off contact with that bastard Jinbei. Yes, Brother Arlong. The octopus fishman Xiao Ba straightened up immediately. All right, let's start conquering the East Sea. Arlong nodded in satisfaction, then turned and drew his serrated sword, pointing it forward. Amidst the cheers, the ship sailed straight ahead. The Grand Line. Jinbei put down the den mushy. Brother Jinbei, will Shirahoshi's prophecy really come true? Although that guy Arlong is extreme, he was once a partner of the Sun Pirates. The fishermen on the ship knew why Jinbei agreed to become a warlord of the sea, and they knew Jinbei had endured a lot of criticism. Shirahoshi's prophecy is very accurate. Jinbei shook his head and then looked ahead with a serious expression. That bastard actually ran to the East Sea to implement some domination plan. Regardless of whether Arlong has the strength for it, just causing trouble will make humans hate fishmen even more. At that time, the situation for fishmen will become even more difficult. Accelerate. We must reach the East Sea before Arlong gets into trouble. Jinbei ordered. The good thing is that although Arlong instructed Xiaoba not to contact him anymore, Xiaoba has already promised to report their location. East Sea, Cocoa West Village. Sir, do you really want all of this? Mera, with a strange hairstyle and a cigarette in her mouth, looked at Dunn in surprise. Yes, I want them all. Your oranges are very fresh, and I will be staying at sea for a while, so I can't do without fruit. Dunn nodded. He had actually been in the sea area for several days, originally planning to find Arlong to collect the bounty directly. However, after wandering around, he confirmed that Arlong might not have arrived yet. But according to the timeline, it should be within this year. However, during this period, Dunn did not plan to waste time and prepare to sweep nearby pirates to gather some expenses for when he goes to the Grand Line. Today was his first time in Cocoa West Village. Huh, aren't you a merchant? Mera was stunned when she heard Dunn say this. Do I look like a merchant? Dunn looked down at himself, in a regular white shirt and white trousers. If that's the case, I can't sell you so much. Mera directly shook her head, looking serious. Why? Dunn was curious. He remembered that Mera seemed to have lived poorly after returning home, often going hungry, relying on growing oranges for a living, and taking care of 2 adopted daughters. Sometimes she could only use oranges to fill her stomach, and when Nami and the others were curious, she would argue that eating oranges could improve beauty. These fresh oranges can't be stored for long. If you want them to last, sir, you could buy some rum. Mera explained seriously. I see. Dunn nodded upon hearing this. Seeing that Dunn understood, Mera smiled. But I still want them all. My appetite is quite large, and I'll finish these oranges in a few days. As she spoke, Dunn tossed down a pile of berries. But you have to help me deliver them to the ship by the sea. Mera was taken aback, looking at Dunn, who was turning to leave, then at the berries he tossed down. Finish them in a few days? Is he going to eat these oranges as meals? Although fresh fruit is essential at sea, you can't just eat fruit, right? Mera was somewhat confused. What's wrong? Did that bastard bully you? A middle-aged man wearing a windmill hat approached, seeing Mera's dazed expression and asking with concern. No, not at all. You came at the right time. Help me deliver the oranges to the ship by the sea. Mera came to her senses and immediately said upon seeing it was a Jian. All of them. A Jian's eyes widened. There were a lot of oranges here. Oh, if you can help, you can come to my house for dinner tonight. Mera smiled. No problem. Seeing Mera smile and hearing her words, a Jian perked up, saluted, and immediately got busy. Meanwhile, Dunn was wandering around the village. Basically, every household sold fruit, and of course there were mostly oranges. Because of this, it looked like they were not selling well. After all, fresh fruit cannot be preserved for long. Nearby, only the Navy base number 16 would buy in bulk. But even there, they couldn't consume that much. The situation was similar in the surrounding island villages. After all, the climate here is quite good for growing fruit trees. As for meat, it was all fish. Dunn purchased some basic supplies and paid to have them delivered to the ship by the sea. He couldn't change this situation. It wasn't just here, and such a great cause was better left to the Revolutionary Army. They are the ones who do this. As Dunn thought, he paused and looked ahead. 2 girls of similar height walked side by side, each carrying a basket filled with oranges. One had blue hair, the other orange, both around 10 years old and looking rather thin. Nokigao and Nami. Dunn's gaze lingered for a moment before he withdrew his eyes and brushed past the 2. Well, if Arlong is taken down, then Mera won't die, and Nami won't have to go to sea to become a little thief cat to raise ransom money. She wouldn't meet Monkey D. Luffy, so wouldn't Luffy's navigator be gone? Dunn pondered, stroking his chin. And that guy Zoro, his subsequent experiences will probably change too. The future will become unpredictable. Oh, and if Ace didn't get the Mera Mera no Mi, he might focus on developing his haki. Perhaps he would become a sword master or a martial arts guy. With that, Dunn found himself looking forward to the future's development a bit more. However, thinking about it now was still a bit early. The time was still a long way off. Maybe intervening in this world would cause even greater changes. It seems to be called the butterfly effect, right? However, Dunn wasn't overly worried. He just wanted to do what he wanted to do, and as for the rest, he didn't care. Dunn thought to himself as he returned to the small boat by the sea after purchasing supplies. Setting sail, he decided to explore a bit. Just as Dunn set sail away from Cocoa West Village, Nami and Nojiko returned home to find a feast on the table that was more lavish than usual. Chapter 38. The arrival of Karp. Fearless pirates, wow, what a feast. Aunt Belmare, is today a holiday? Naka's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Such a lavish meal could only be enjoyed on special occasions. However, the weather today was too nice, and the fruit harvest was abundant. But with the fruits being hard to sell and preserve, the earnings were minimal. Yes, money was made today. A gentleman bought a lot of oranges. Busy Belmare turned around, her face beaming with a smile. Really? Nami exclaimed in surprise as she walked over to Belmare, watching her fry 2 fish. Go ahead, put on the table. We have guests at home, Belmare said with a smile. Soon, a djinn arrived, of course, carrying some common gifts and food. The 4 of them enjoyed the meal very much. Naturally, the happiest moment came after dinner when Belmare actively invited a djinn to stay overnight, leading to a djinn fleeing in panic. Belmare and the 2 girls stood in a row, hands on their hips, laughing heartily. In the nearby sea, Dunn lay on a small boat with the sails down, his observation Hawkeye enveloping the entire Cocoa West village, witnessing everything happening in Nami's home. Atonement? Dunn murmured softly, then closed his eyes, letting the boat drift with the waves. At Base 16, a gigantic dog-headed warship docked at the pier. Colonel Mouse, the base commander, along with all the Navy's soldiers, had been waiting there. Upon seeing Karp walking down from the ship while picking his nose, everyone stood at attention. Vice Admiral Karp. The lined-up soldiers shouted in unison. Ah ha ha. Thank you for your trouble, old man. I'm here for something. Karp laughed heartily. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp, please. Colonel Mouse said respectfully. The colonel, who had not yet started to make a fortune, perhaps felt a bit of conscience now. Bogart. Karp called out. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart stood at attention on the warship. Karp nodded and then walked towards the base S residence. Although he was curious why Bogart and the Navy on the warship did not disembark, Mouse could only obediently follow behind Karp. Before long, in the base's reception room, Karp sat on the sofa, looking at Mouse, who was standing nervously. Is the person not here? Yes, Vice Admiral Karp, but he left not long ago, and he took a small boat, so he shouldn't have gone too far. He might return soon, Mouse replied, knowing Karp was inquiring about Dunn. He had already sent someone to investigate thoroughly and provided an immediate answer. Do you know where he went and what he is doing? Karp asked again. Well, Vice Admiral Karp, I'm not entirely sure, Colonel Mouse said with uncertainty. He had been calling himself a pirate hunter and had caught 2 pirates this time. Perhaps he went out to look for pirates again and capture them for the bounty. I invited him before, but he said. Mouse stopped abruptly, not daring to continue. Is it related to the celestial dragons? Karp's expression remained unchanged, having guessed what made Mouse hesitate to speak. Why, yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Mouse nodded, surprised at how Karp knew. As expected, Karp sighed, looking a bit helpless. He was not optimistic about achieving his goal this time. And such an invitation inevitably gave a sense of coercion, which would make the other party dislike the Navy even more. Or it might backfire. Vice Admiral Karp, should I send someone out to search? Colonel Mouse asked after hesitating, looking at Karp's expression. No need. The sea is vast. How can we find him? Even if we find him, we can't force him to come back. Since he is a pirate hunter, he will definitely want to capture pirates for the bounty, Karp said, standing up. I will wait in the East Sea for a while. The warship will stay here. I have other matters, so I will take my leave. If he returns for the bounty, just notify me. After Karp finished speaking, he left directly, leaving Colonel Mouse looking bewildered. Vice Admiral Karp seems not to care as much about this matter as I thought. Moreover, he seems indifferent to the celestial dragons. However, Colonel Mouse did not dare to think too much. After all, Karp was a rear admiral of the headquarters, a Navy hero, and the man who personally captured the Pirate King. Perhaps such a man had his deeper intentions. With no deeper intentions, Karp directly released a small boat from the warship and left with the helmsman. As for where to go, naturally, it was back to Windmill Village to visit his obedient grandson. Of course, he might not be that obedient. Dunn was unaware of all this. He could also think that his matters might be reported up. However, he did not care much and continued with his own tasks. Holding a bounty notice, he glanced at the pirate ship rushing towards him. The distorted pirate flag on it was identical to the one on the bounty notice in his hand. Vicious Dog Tolf. Bounty of 2 million. Sighing, Dunn raised his hand and slashed, cutting through the sea surface and striking the approaching pirate ship. Crack! The flying slash cleaved the pirate ship in half, causing the vessel to take on water and become unstable, then break apart. The pirates on board fell into the water, struggling desperately. Swish, swish! Another dozen slashes caused the pirate ship to be cut to pieces. Indeed, he was far from the level of Hawkeye. After sheathing his sword, Dunn sighed. Of course, he had only just become a swordsman, and the slashes he executed relied on his powerful physique and hockey. He had yet to reach the level of casually cutting through the sea like Hawkeye. However, producing a few more slashes, even the small wooden ship could not withstand his strikes. Some of the fallen pirates struggled in the water, some clung to the debris of the ship, and some swam towards him. Among them was their captain, Vicious Dogtolf, the pirate who enjoyed biting and slaughtering. Watching the pirates swimming towards him, Dunn fell into thought. It seemed that the weaker the pirate, the more vicious they were. On the contrary, those with strong abilities might not care, but they wouldn't engage in such disgraceful acts. You bastard! Vicious Dogtolf was indeed the strongest among these pirates. He was the first to swim over, climbing onto Dunn's boat with one hand, then angrily pulling out the large saw he carried on his back, glaring fiercely at Dunn. This guy, doesn't he realize I'm the one who blew up their ship? Seeing the furious expression on this guy's face, Dunn was puzzled. Does this pirate not fear death? Chapter 39. Pirates, the advantage is mine. Moments later, the vicious Dogtolf, climbing aboard the ship, knelt down in tears, begging for mercy. While the other pirates swimming towards this side had already turned around, frantically fleeing from Dunn's ship. Just a moment ago, their captain was the first to board that ship, and when the other pirates thought they could take over the ship, they witnessed a horrifying scene. The crew on the ship had pinned down their captain and were furiously beating him. The screams of their captain could be heard from afar. That sound made the listeners sorrowful and brought tears to their eyes. However, this suffering was to be borne by the captain alone. Although in the vast sea, without a ship, one would likely end up as fish food. Getting on a ship could lead to being beaten to death. Dunn watched the pirates swimming away in panic. Then his gaze fell on the weeping pirate in front of him. Do I know this pirate? Dunn's voice rang out, and Tolf's cries abruptly stopped. Yes, yes, yes. Tolf nodded repeatedly. Is there a bounty? Yes, yes, yes. Do you know their location? Yes, yes. Oh no, I know. Tolf quickly corrected himself. Take me there. After Dunn finished speaking, he sat at the bow of the ship. Hearing Dunn's command, Tolf quickly got up, enduring the pain in his body as he grabbed an oar, turning around to start rowing, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. Hee. There are indeed pirates in that place, but not just one, but a group. It is a gathering place for pirates, and also a place where they rob goods. This bastard dared to beat him. Once they arrived, he would make him pay 100-fold. Little did he know, every move he made was under Dunn's observation through his observation hockey. Dunn could even guess what this guy was thinking. But for Dunn, this was actually a good thing, saving him the trouble of searching, as he had only a vague understanding of nautical charts. He could probably understand small charts and find places according to them. However, large-scale nautical charts were incomprehensible to Dunn, who didn't know much about navigation. Now, having a fish to lead the way was indeed a good thing. However, this voyage took several days. The physique of people in the pirate world is indeed special. Tolf did not receive the treatment of captive. He had not had a drop of water or a bite of food for several days, yet he was still managing to hold on, until he saw a strange-looking island in the distance, resembling an upside-down mushroom. A look of wild joy appeared on Tolf's despairing face, and his rowing speed increased. Dunn tossed the orange peel he had in his hand into the sea, stood up, and looked at the island in the distance. With his observation hockey opened, he immediately saw the situation on the island. There were many people, mostly pirates, but also some merchants of unknown identity. It was quite lively. Dunn sat back down, watching Tolf row frantically, and nodded slightly. Indeed, the instinct for survival could unleash the strongest potential. At the dock of the island, a heavy pirate ship approached and stopped, and a large group of pirates excitedly disembarked. After all, such opportunities to land and rest were rare. It's Lone Wolf Awesome. Why is this bastard here too? Looking at the pirate descending from the ship, draped in wolf skin and wearing a wolf head, many people showed wary expressions. A pirate with a bounty of 7.8 million berries was already a top pirate in the East Sea. Moreover, this guy not only frequently attacked inhabited islands, but also liked to attack pirate ships. Even pirates didn't want to encounter this guy, as most who did had very unfortunate outcomes. Many pirate crews that had encountered this guy had completely vanished, with no news ever since. You bastard actually came too? Some were afraid of the pirate with a bounty of 8 million, but there were also those who were unafraid of him. The pirate who spoke was nearly 4 meters tall, looking at a giant axe that was larger than an ordinary pirate's body, with a disdainful expression. It's Giant Axe Wenghua. The bounty of 5 million berries belongs to Giant Axe Wenghua. Many pirates swallowed hard and quietly retreated. These two won't start fighting, will they? If they do, anyone caught in the crossfire might lose their lives. Pirates are fierce towards ordinary people, but they also fear and are intimidated by those stronger than themselves. Wenghua, I don't want to have a conflict with you right now. Since you're here too, you should know my reason for coming here. That dog-headed bastard is back. Lone Wolf Asong snorted coldly, tightening the grip on his knife. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people suddenly changed their expressions. Dog-headed bastard? Vice Admiral Karp from the Navy headquarters. Originally from the East Sea? That guy's back in the East Sea? Suddenly, everyone went silent. If this guy returns to the East Sea, then it would make sense for these notorious pirates to come here to hide. After all, when Karp encounters pirates, he throws out countless cannonballs with just a wave of his hand. That scene left a deep impression on some pirates who had narrowly escaped. Just as the two pirates with bounties of nearly 8 million were at a standoff, a loud laugh erupted from the dock. A small boat had just landed, and a figure that seemed to be hollowed out rolled down from the boat, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you fell for it, huh? This is the nest of pirates, you bastard. Die here. The Tolf who tumbled off the boat laughed wildly. His loud laughter attracted the attention of the dock pirates. Then, they saw a young man holding a knife stand up from that small boat. Damn! The pirates were momentarily stunned upon seeing this figure. Then their faces filled with disgust. How could he be so handsome? This guy really deserves to die. This was the thought that arose in the hearts of all pirates. Meanwhile, Dunn's gaze swept over the dock, and then he pulled out a stack of bounty notices from behind. Lone Wolf Asong, 8 million. Giant Axe Wenghua, 5 million. Bloodhand. As Dunn flipped through the bounty notices and compared them, he muttered to himself, estimating the bounty amounts. However, his voice made the expressions of the dock pirates grow increasingly sinister. Tolf, who had fallen off the boat, now barely had the strength to laugh. Previously fueled by adrenaline, now that it had dissipated, he was already more out of breath than in. 321,000 berries. Under the unkind gazes of these pirates, Dunn satisfactorily tucked the bounty notices behind him, then raised his head and cast his eyes on these pirates again. You are surrounded. Dunn raised his voice and shouted. Ha! What is this little brat saying? Gaga gaga. This guy says we're surrounded. It really cracks me up. What a braggart. Is this guy a pirate hunter? One pirate directly pointed out the truth. But these pirates didn't care. After all, there were hundreds of pirates here, and the other side only had one. From any angle, there was only one conclusion. The advantage is mine. Chapter 40. Animal System Ability User. Unexpected gain when they said the advantage was on my side. They already had no advantage at all. The pirates on the dock sneered as they surrounded Dunn, while no one paid any attention to Torf, who was nearly out of breath on the ground. Among the crowd, a robust figure suddenly charged out, wielding claw-like weapons in both hands, moving like a feline. With a leap, he lunged at Dunn's front, his glimmering claws reaching for Dunn's face. Boom! Even without activating observation hockey, this speed was like slow motion in Dunn's eyes. He raised his leg, armed hockey wrapping around it, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the pirate flying out in front of him. Dunn didn't hold back this time. The kicked pirate flew like a cannonball, clearing a straight line through the surrounding pirates. All the pirates in that line were knocked away. Not only those who were kicked, but even those who were hit couldn't get back up. This scene made the surrounding pirates pause, stunned in place, their sneering expressions frozen on their faces, until a loud crashing sound echoed afterwards. The pirate kicked by Dunn crashed into the town on the island, causing a series of buildings to collapse before going silent. Gulp! It became eerily quiet, and someone suddenly swallowed hard. This noise, in the current situation, was heard by many. This guy is alone. We have so many people. A furious roar erupted as a tall figure charged forward, wielding a massive axe like a bull. The giant axe was raised high, aimed at Dunn's head. Dunn raised his sword, and Hawkeye wrapped around it, calmly receiving the blow without even moving his stance. However, the ship beneath his feet was pressed down significantly by the force, its rear lifting up. Another figure rushed out, silently stabbing towards Dunn with a sword. Dunn raised his left hand and caught the cleverly angled long sword coming from the side. Other pirates saw someone engaging first and shouted as they rushed in wielding their weapons. Bang! Bang! The pirates with firearms shot directly at Dunn. Clang! The bullets hit Dunn, making a crisp sound, and the metal projectiles shattered upon impact. Lone Wolf Awesome, after having his sword caught, decisively released the hilt and retreated rapidly, continuously backing away. It was clear he realized the difference in strength with just that brief contact. The earlier attack was indeed terrifying, but it lacked substance. Now that he was personally engaged, he sensed the vast disparity between them. Run? Dunn flicked his wrist, throwing the sword he had caught by the tip. Like a meteor streaking through the sky, the sword pierced through Lone Wolf Asome's right chest, nailing him directly to the stone floor of the dock. Then, Dunn grabbed the giant axe with his left hand. The 4-meter-high giant axe wielder, Wonghua, didn't want to let go of his weapon, but as Dunn gripped the blade, he was flung away like a large weapon, smashing surrounding pirates out of the way. Only after Wonghua could no longer hold onto his weapon and was thrown away did Dunn release the giant axe, following after Wonghua as he flew out. Just as Wonghua landed, still dazed from the impact, the giant axe came crashing down onto him. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. A large area around Dunn was now cleared, with these pirates retreating one by one, confused, colliding with other pirates behind them, creating a chaotic scene. On the ground beside Dunn, many pirates were affected. Some had already lost their breath, while others were wailing in pain. Dunn jumped down from the ship, walking through the sea of people towards the encircling pirates. The surrounding pirates hurriedly retreated. Seeing this scene, Dunn grasped the hilt of N and slowly drew the extraordinarily long sword. His gaze then fell on the remaining 100 or 200 pirates around. Kill them all? A thought arose in Dunn's mind. At this moment, he didn't feel averse to killing. This time on his return, the worthless pirates encountered at sea had already been buried at the bottom of the sea. Who are you? Just as Dunn was contemplating whether to kill them all, a figure rushed in from the direction of the town. Upon landing, it was a man in a suit, but he was actually a standing Black Panther. No, a devil fruit user? An animal-type devil fruit user? Dunn's expression shifted, and he didn't strike with his sword, focusing instead on the approaching figure. A pirate suddenly shouted and turned to flee. But after just a couple of steps, a flying slash cut through the air, silencing the shout abruptly. Dunn's gaze remained fixed on the incoming devil fruit user. A swordsman? The animal-type ability user's expression changed drastically upon seeing Dunn's slash, becoming extremely serious. Do you not know whose territory this is? The man attempted to intimidate Dunn with the background he had. After all, a swordsman is not easy to deal with. While these people might lack the speed, stamina, and defense of an ability user, their lethality was top-notch. If unnecessary, it would be best not to have a direct confrontation with a swordsman. Territory? Let us hear it. Dunn's expression shifted as he raised his chin. The surrounding pirates dared not act rashly. Just this brief contact made them understand. This pretty boy, no, this handsome man was definitely not someone they could handle. More precisely, they might be killed off with a mere flick of his hand. Now it depended on whether this person could stop this guy. It seems you truly don't know. If so, then leave now, and I can pretend this didn't happen. Otherwise, if the esteemed person behind me finds out, even if you are a swordsman, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of that esteemed person behind me. Upon hearing Dunn's words, the animal-type ability user quickly issued a warning and threat. I said, let me hear it. Dunn frowned, emphasizing again. The name of that esteemed person is not something you can know. Hearing Dunn's tone, this ability user immediately retorted, perhaps used to acting domineering here. With unexpected gains, Dunn was naturally pleased. However, he did not like the tone of this guy's speech. Boom! The stone slab beneath Dunn exploded, and the next moment, his left hand, covered in hockey, gripped the ability user's face. Bang! The man was forcefully slammed down onto the ground by Dunn. Cracks spread from the head beneath Dunn's left hand in all directions. The dock became eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Dunn in horror, not daring to breathe, desperately holding their breath. Some of the more timid ones were on the verge of tears from fright. I said, "Let me hear it." Dunn pressed down on this guy's head and spoke again. Chapter 41. The Night Demon. When we arrive at Dressrosa, I will meet you. Dunn's voice was calm, but in this quiet environment, it felt as if an explosion had gone off in everyone's ears. The surrounding pirates held their breath, worried about attracting Dunn's attention. However, Dunn really didn't pay attention to these pirates. To have a powerful ability user as a subordinate was definitely not the influence from the East Blue. It was more likely to be someone from the underground world or the Mafia in the North Blue. Dunn's palm, covered with armament hockey, tightened, and the intense pain from what felt like his head being crushed made the man under Dunn cry out in agony, unable to maintain his beast transformation, retreating from it. "Speak." Dunn exerted more force, and the man on the ground twitched a couple of times before going still. Dunn was taken aback and released his grip. The guy on the ground had rolled his eyes back. He wasn't dead, but had passed out. Dunn stood up and looked around, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the town. There were quite a few people observing from that side, and seemingly sensing Dunn's gaze, they turned and ran, each diving into the houses on either side of the town. Some others attempted to escape from the other side of the island. Dunn remained silent, and the surrounding pirates were trembling in fear. Just like when Dunn first arrived, he had surrounded these pirates. The man who had passed out on the ground twitched his legs a couple of times, grunted a few sounds, and then woke up. Dunn looked down at him. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, looking rather frail, possibly having trained to achieve this physique for the sake of his fruit ability. However, Zoan-type fruit users do indeed have decent physicality. Dunn had indeed used a bit too much force earlier, almost crushing the guy. But the fact that he was waking up so soon indicated he had a solid physique. When this guy woke up, there was a moment of confusion in his eyes. But when he saw Dunn looking down at him, he instantly became alert. "It's Lord Night Demon." Before Dunn could ask another question, this guy immediately revealed the person behind him. "Doflamingo?" Dunn was taken aback, somewhat surprised. "That guy has reached the East Blue?" Dunn knew that Doflamingo had spent a considerable amount of time in the West Blue or North Blue, seemingly becoming some big shot in the underground world, dealing in black market trades to make money and expand influence. Even when Luffy set sail, that guy hadn't given up those businesses. The surrounding pirates couldn't help but stir restlessly. Many pirates recognized this ability user. Before today, this guy was someone no one dared to provoke on this trading island. No one knew who was behind him, but everyone knew he sold all kinds of weapons. Although the prices were high, they sold very well. Some pirates had tried to target this guy and ended up being hung up on the cliffs of the island to dry. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a subordinate of the 7 warlords. These pirates might not understand much about the New World or the Grand Line, but they knew a lot about the notorious pirates on the sea. After all, most of the news from a newspaper dropped by the newsbird was related to these people, not to mention the bounty notices with many zeros attached. The 7 warlords, Night Demon Doflamingo, had a bounty of 340 million. In this East Blue, where the usual bounties were in the millions and many didn't even have bounties, he was a legendary figure in the mouths of these pirates. Since you know Lord Night Demon, you should also know his terror. Upon hearing Dunn mention the name Doflamingo, the man on the ground seemed to gain some strength. It seemed he was certain that Dunn wouldn't dare to provoke Doflamingo. "Leave now, and I can pretend this incident never happened." He didn't dare to resist, not even to ask Dunn to apologize. He just wanted to use Doflamingo's name to scare Dunn away. After all, this trading island was under Doflamingo's instruction. It was a springboard for intervening in the East Blue. If something went wrong, he would definitely die. He understood too well how the Don Quixote family treated those who made mistakes. After all, his predecessor had met a similar fate. Even if Doflamingo came in person, he wouldn't have the right to say such things. Dunn's expression didn't change upon hearing this. Doflamingo was indeed powerful. If it were the Doflamingo from 10 years later, after the story start, he might not be able to defeat him in his normal state without activating the unyielding. However, the current Doflamingo was someone he truly didn't fear. "You." Dunn's words caused the man's expression to change drastically, his eyes wide open in shock. The other pirates were also dumbfounded. That was one of the 7 warlords, a figure with a bounty over 300 million. Was this person crazy? Not taking such a big shot seriously? Brew. At that moment, the sound of a transponder snail rang out. The Zoan-type ability user swallowed hard and, under Dunn's watchful gaze, cautiously took out the transponder snail. Then, the transponder snail changed its appearance, revealing a face wearing frog glasses. Fufufu, if you're not dead. I want to talk to that guy. After a somewhat arrogant and strange laugh, a voice came through. Yes. Upon hearing this voice, the man held the transponder snail up to Dunn. Dunn glanced at it and took it in his hand. I don't care who you are. Leave now. Doflamingo, are you talking to me? Dunn looked at the transponder snail and snorted coldly. Fufufu, the consequences of destroying that place are beyond what you can bear. Doflamingo's voice turned grim. So, you know me? What can you do if I destroy this place? Dunn squinted at the transponder snail and said. There was a moment of silence from the other end. It's not as important as you think. Oh, in that case, when I get to Dressrosa, let's meet then. After Dunn finished speaking, he directly hung up the call. He hung up? The Zoan-type ability user watched as Dunn hung up on Doflamingo's call, along with the brief conversation they just had. He swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. You all go and capture everyone here. If even one person escapes, I will kill one of you. For every person that gets away, I will kill that many more. Dunn sheathed his sword and shouted at the surrounding pirates, then turned around to sit on the edge of his ship, watching the stunned pirates. It's almost time. If you don't move soon, everyone will die, Dunn said calmly. The pirates erupted into chaos, looking at each other, and then one person grabbed a weapon and charged towards the town. With one person leading the way, the others quickly followed, rushing towards the town. Lord Knight Demon won't let you go. I know. Dunn nodded, appearing unconcerned. You have no idea how terrifying that lord is. It wasn't for Dunn's safety, but for his own. Because if this place were destroyed, it would mean death. Persuading Dunn could also lead to death. The choice was still quite clear. Brew. The sound of the transponder snail rang out again, and Dunn hung up directly. Doflamingo, who was in Dressrosa, felt a sudden throbbing in his forehead. Chapter 42. The Command of the Night Demon. Dunn's huge gains. Where did this reckless little ghost come from? His main business in the 4 seas is in the North Sea, and after successfully taking over Dressrosa, he had already started to intervene in the other 3 sea areas. It hasn't been long, and he's already encountering provocateurs? Does he really think that Don Quixote Doflamingo is easy to mess with? Toripole, with his long, snotty nose, saw the look on his master's face and knew that Doflamingo was about to explode with anger. This was akin to being directly insulted to his face, which someone with Doflamingo's temperament naturally could not tolerate. If it were a powerful opponent, it would be one thing. But what kind of strong opponent could possibly challenge Doflamingo in the East Sea, facing off against a bunch of scrappy pirates? Send someone. I want to hear that person's screams as quickly as possible. Doflamingo commanded darkly. Okay, Doflamingo, I'll arrange for someone to go to the East Sea, but recently, Karp has returned to the East Sea, so it's not suitable to make a big commotion. As a naval hero, Karp's every move draws a lot of attention. The news of his return to the East Sea is already known to those involved in the East Sea's power dynamics. That old man has returned? For what? Doflamingo paused and turned to Toripole. It seems he's looking for someone, but we haven't figured out who yet, Toripole hesitated to say. Just a little ghost. It won't create much of a stir. Doflamingo didn't want to wait. Now, even an unknown little ghost dared to provoke him? I said Doflamingo. Why get angry over a little ghost? We have greater things to do. But since you say so, I'll arrange for someone right away. And soon you'll see that little ghost's head. After saying that, Toripole, covered in slime, turned and left. Doflamingo watched him leave, grabbed a glass of red wine in front of him, and looked out the window. That was the rebuilding Dressrosa, where a large number of toy people were walking in the streets. The sounds of battle continued. Most pirates are brutal, and now, the pirate slaughter showcased all of this vividly. Dunn looked at the massacre triggered on Trade Island by his words, his expression calm. In the original story, most depictions did not illustrate what it would be like after a pirate attack. After all, most of the time, the focus was on Monkey D. Luffy. Not to mention anything else, just this bounty notice in Dunn's hand. Although the bounties of the pirates listed were not high, each of them had at least dozens of lives under their command, with some having hundreds. During an island attack, some might plunder valuables, and those who resisted would be killed. However, some took pleasure in taking others' lives. The young master won't let you off. Watching Dunn put away the din mushy, this member of the Don Quixote family still had to act tough. Yeah, I know. Dunn glanced at him and nodded. You. Dunn's demeanor left this person at a loss for words. After all, their forces in the EC were too small, and those cadres couldn't personally handle matters here. Having a capable person come over was already considered significant attention. Therefore, no matter what harsh words he spoke now, it looked like a defeated dog barking, utterly useless. Especially with Dunn's attitude, it made him feel even more so. So, do you think Doflamingo will send someone to take me out? Dunn asked, looking at the wide-eyed reaction of this person. Of course, the young master will definitely send someone over. You're doomed. I see. So you're a pirate too? Dunn lightly nodded. I'm a great pirate of the North Sea. Before meeting the young master, my bounty was 33 million. As soon as Dunn said this, it seemed to trigger something in this capable person, and he raised his head, pride evident in his expression. Oh, unexpected gain? Dunn's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Now that the bounty of the warlord of the Sea Doflamingo had been cancelled, the bounties of those under him had also been revoked by the Navy. However, this guy in front of him might just be a small fry under Doflamingo. So your bounty is still valid? Dunn asked curiously. Of course. My name is quite famous in the North Sea. That's good. Dunn nodded repeatedly. These pirates treated the Navy's bounties as a form of bragging. Even during battles with opponents, they would proudly declare their bounty as a great pirate, as if that could intimidate the other party. Or perhaps this was the most vicious thing these pirates could think of. Thinking about this, Dunn stopped engaging with the guy. 33 million. Plus what he had seen from the pirates and those hidden in the town, it was possible that he could earn tens of millions, or even 70 to 80 million, or possibly over 100 million this time. The seas were indeed full of gold. Those great pirates of a new world could easily have bounties in the hundreds of millions, even billions. Capturing those guys was not as easy as the current situation. Finding the gathering point of pirates and then capturing them all at once. Now he seemed to understand why the first island, after entering the Grand Line, was a gathering place for bounty hunters. It was almost like the golden beans were coming to him. It made sense. Those guys, after becoming stronger, seemed to avoid fighting the weak. Dunn stroked his chin, contemplating the thought processes of people in this world, attempting to mimic and integrate into it. The slaughter on Trade Island was nearing its end, and during this time, Dunn had left a few times. Those who attempted to escape using hidden boats on the other side had already met their demise at sea. The remaining survivors had returned obediently, even kindly bringing in those pirates from the town with bounties. The dead ones had their heads brought over. Board the ship. Dunn stood by the largest pirate ship, watching as these pirates boarded one by one. Just like before with Daru, after boarding, Dunn directly commanded to set sail, heading to the 16th Navy branch. Even with only Dunn on board, these pirates did not dare to act recklessly, each maneuvering the pirate ship in accordance with their abilities before departing. Dunn sat at the bow, looking at the large number of pirates squatting down with their heads and their arms on the deck. Do you think the Navy will pay for these pirates without bounties? Next to Dunn was that capable person, though now missing an arm. This was the result of Dunn's flying slash when he had attempted to escape while Dunn was away dealing with the fleeing pirates. Hearing Dunn's question, this guy looked at him in terror. Yes, usually it's calculated based on their captain's bounty. You seem to know quite a bit. Dunn was taken aback. Well, back in the North Sea, I occasionally received orders to send pirates to the Navy base to collect bounties. This guy was speaking whatever came to his mind now. However, he actually felt relieved. Since it was to be sent to the Navy base, at least he wouldn't die. Moreover, as a subordinate of the warlord of the sea, even if he were detained, the Navy would let him go. This had been proven before. Chapter 43, The Dull Bogart. Salary comparison a few days later, base no. 16 suddenly sounded the alarm. The base commander, Colonel Mouse, was startled by the report of a large pirate ship approaching. A large pirate ship, with at least hundreds of pirates aboard. That was not the most critical part. The critical part was that the captain leading so many pirates must be incredibly strong. However, it was rare for pirates to assault a naval base. Had the East Sea pirates gone mad? Gather, wait. Colonel Mouse was about to order the soldiers to assemble, but suddenly paused. He remembered that Vice Admiral Karp's ship was still at the dock. He didn't know where Vice Admiral Karp had gone, but the soldiers on board were there. These were the elite who had accompanied Vice Admiral Karp to fight against the pirates in a new world. Moreover, Colonel Bogart, Karp's aide, was stationed there. Colonel Mouse immediately calmed down and rushed toward the dock with his men. Since there was no danger, they naturally had to show a stance. He didn't want to arrive after the fight was over and end up in an awkward situation. The alarm continued to sound, and the residents of the small town surrounding the naval base were bewildered. What's going on? Prepare for battle. At the dock, Bogart shouted orders. The soldiers on the warship quickly sprang into action, and the cannons on the warship were already aimed in the direction indicated by the lookout. Bogart was also a bit confused. Karp's warship was a standard naval vessel, much larger than a pirate ship. With such a large warship present, what pirate would dare to charge in? Had he never noticed the East Sea pirates being so bold before? With a skeptical expression, Bogart stood at the bow of the ship, watching the rapidly approaching pirate ship. With his keen eyesight, he noticed a figure standing at the bow of the pirate ship. As it drew closer, Bogart raised his hand to give an order, but then his brows furrowed. Wait, that figure looks somewhat familiar. The familiar feeling stopped Bogart from issuing an attack order, and the naval soldiers also found it strange, standing at the ready. Wait, it's that guy. Dunn had changed significantly over the past year, especially in size. He was much taller and more robust than a year ago. However, his facial features had not changed much, and he had lost much of his youthful appearance. Bogart recognized him from when he had seen him from a distance in Frostmoon Village, and now, connecting the dots, he understood who had come. But wasn't this guy the pirate hunter? How had he become a pirate? Colonel Mouse had also arrived and saw that the soldiers on Karp's ship were ready but had not yet fired. Confused, he dared not ask and could only watch quietly. Then, along with some dock workers, they watched as the speeding pirate ship approached the dock, suddenly slowing down as it came in. Dunn, standing at the bow of the ship, spotted the Doghead warship from afar. Although confused, he didn't hesitate and directly instructed the pirates to slow down. The pirate ship came to a steady stop at the dock, not far from the massive naval vessel. Bogart stood at the bow of the warship, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, looking down at the pirate ship. From this angle, he could see clearly that the pirate ship was packed with pirates. The proportions are off. Wait, what's this? Just a glance, and Bogart saw many of the pirates were injured, and there were several heads piled together, with no pirates approaching that area. So, this guy had gone out to catch pirates and brought them back by ship? But what was the situation? How many pirate crews had he attacked? While Bogart was puzzled, Dunn leaped down from the pirate ship and landed in front of Colonel Mouse. Hey, I brought you some credit. Dunn pointed to the pirate ship behind him. Colonel Mouse looked bewildered. Huh. Clearly, Dunn's words had caused Colonel Mouse's brain to short-circuit. Who captures pirates and brings back their ship too? Oh, it's Dunn. Then it's fine. Colonel Mouse suddenly remembered that when he first met Dunn, this guy had brought back a whole ship of pirates. But this time, he looked at the heads peering out from the pirate ship, a dark mass of them. He swallowed. What? Not taking them? Seeing Colonel Mouse not respond, Dunn frowned and spoke. Take them. A strange voice rang out, and Bogart stepped down from the warship, followed by squads of naval soldiers. They will assist you in detaining these pirates. After approaching, Bogart ordered Colonel Mouse. Yes, sir, although they were of the same rank. A colonel from headquarters outranked a colonel from a branch by 3 levels. Then, Bogart watched as soldiers boarded the pirate ship to escort the pirates. One by one, the pirates were brought down, but there were clearly not enough personnel. The first batch would escort dozens of pirates to the naval base for detention. Are you done? Dunn was watching the Navy escort his money bags when Bogart spoke beside him. Yeah, Dunn nodded. I am Colonel Bogart, Vice Admiral Karp's aide. I have seen you in Frostmoon Village. Bogart introduced himself. Oh, Dunn nodded, not looking back. This attitude made Bogart's lips twitch. Vice Admiral Karp came from headquarters because of you. Me again? But I'm not interested in joining the Navy. Dunn shook his head directly. Why not? Aren't you capturing pirates to uphold justice? Is there anything more just than the Navy? Bogart asked, frowning. Justice? Dunn was taken aback and turned back to look at Bogart. He originally wanted to argue against the Navy's so-called justice, but thought better of it. Some Navy personnel were simply unreasonable. I'm capturing pirates for the money. Dunn thought for a moment and gave an answer. The Navy's salary isn't low. Bogart immediately replied. Not low. So, How much is your salary? Dunn asked, amused. For 1,000,000 berries a month. Bogart answered honestly without hiding anything. For 1,000,000 berries, and that's for a colonel from headquarters. A general would likely double that. And a fleet admiral might earn even more, plus benefits. Dunn spoke lightly. Bogart nodded. So do you know how much this ship of weak pirates is worth? Weak? Bogart had never heard this term, but understood the meaning. I don't know. 8 million to 100 million berries. Dunn provided the answer, and Bogart fell silent. That was his salary for 2 years. Moreover, in his eyes, these pirates were quite weak. He could easily defeat them without even drawing his sword. How long did you capture them? Bogart swallowed and asked. About half a month, but you can calculate it as a month. Dunn waved his hand. A month? Bogart admitted he was tempted. Chapter 44. The Doubting Old Komodo. 90 million, of course. The moment of excitement was fleeting. You would feel cough cough after all. He's a colonel from headquarters. Bogart adjusted quickly. Although there are many scoundrels in the Navy, there are indeed many who have justice in their hearts. It was just that Dunn's words left Bogart unsure of how to respond. Joining the Navy definitely wouldn't yield such rewards, unless you were an evil Navy officer. As for the Navy's justice, Bogart wanted to discuss it with Dunn, but Dunn clearly had little interest. Tell the rat-based chief, I'm at the old place. Just make sure the bounty is sent over. Dunn waved his hand and then walked towards the town. Now, the town was already in an uproar. Such a grand scene was really hard to come by. One pirate after another was being escorted to the base by the Navy. There was hardly a pause, and everyone came to watch the excitement. The people from the tavern all went out to see the commotion, and the tavern owner, Old Komodo, also stepped out. Watching the pirates being escorted, Old Komodo recognized quite a few of them. They were all wanted criminals. Was the Navy planning a big operation? But he hadn't heard anything about it. The Navy at this base didn't seem to be involved. Where did these pirates come from? Old Komodo looked puzzled. To catch so many pirates, the Navy would definitely need to mobilize a lot of people, and whoever captured them would take the credit. If it were the Navy from another base that caught them, they wouldn't be sent here. He heard that a pirate ship had directly come to the dock and just happened to bump into a warship at the dock, causing these pirates to surrender immediately. Someone spoke up to show off their insider knowledge, but it was clear they only had half the story. Is the tavern not open today? A voice made Old Komodo turn around, and he saw the tall Dunn holding a sword looking at him. It is open. It is open. I'm just watching the excitement. Old Komodo said as he hurried back to the tavern. Same as usual, a glass of juice. Dunn then entered the tavern and sat at the counter. All right. Old Komodo didn't ask much and immediately bent down to get busy, peeling fresh oranges to prepare juice. Are there any new bounties? Watching Old Komodo busying himself, Dunn asked. Bounties? Old Komodo, who was busy, was taken aback and looked up at Dunn. Wait, those pirates wouldn't be the ones you caught, would they? Old Komodo knew Dunn was a pirate hunter. No way. There are too many pirates. How could one person catch so many? Old Komodo shook his head with a laugh. There aren't many new bounties. After all, the East Sea is the weakest sea, and there aren't too many pirates. Most of them are just starting out and don't even have bounties. However, there might be something big coming up. Old Komodo said as he pushed the freshly squeezed juice in front of Dunn. Big? Tell me. Dunn said, intrigued. It is said that pirates from a new world came back to the East Sea and almost ran into the Navy at Rotown, but they escaped. It said they were a ship full of fishmen, and the leader seems to be called Dragon. Old Komodo took out a stack of bounty notices and started flipping through them. Dragon. Dunn exclaimed. Yes, it's Dragon. It said he is a subordinate of a big pirate from the New World with a bounty of 20 million. Old Komodo was clearly amazed by this bounty. Although he was inconspicuous in the New World, in the East Sea, he was a big shark. Is there a location? Dunn looked at Old Komodo as he took out a bounty notice with Dragon's photo on it. No, this pirate just arrived in the East Sea. Even the Navy doesn't know the specifics. Besides escaping from the Navy's pursuit, there's no other news yet. Dunn nodded upon hearing this. However, this place isn't too far from Rogue Town. If this guy runs into the vicinity, it might stir up a big commotion. Old Komodo glanced at Dunn and sighed. This is an archipelago, and in the eyes of pirates, this is prime meat. The archipelago consists of several neighboring islands that were initially connected but became separated due to rising sea levels or subsidence. Base number 16 and Cocoa West Village, along with more than 20 surrounding island villages, are all in the Konomi Islands. However, Dunn did not respond. Outside, the excitement continued, and it was clear that the large number of pirates being escorted had drawn the entire town's people to watch, and one could occasionally hear cheers from outside, possibly recognizing some pirates. Do you know what's going on with those pirates outside? Seeing Dunn turn to look outside, old Komodo asked out of boredom. I caught them. Dunn replied casually. Old Komodo was taken aback and speechless. Don't joke, there aren't just one or two pirates. How could you catch so many? But it seems you really know about this. Why not sell me the info? Old Komodo said with a chuckle. This information could be monetized for him. At the very least, he could talk about it in the tavern. Such secret news is also a great way to attract customers, as the people here are quite curious. Sure, 150,000 berries, Dunn said with a smile as he turned back to face old Komodo. 150,000? That's too expensive. Wait, isn't that the money for me selling you the information? Old Komodo stared wide-eyed, looking exasperated. This young man really held a grudge. But hadn't he only collected 100,000 berries later? Thinking about it, to catch so many pirates, he must be a big figure. And could his information be cheap? True. Old Komodo nodded upon hearing this, and then reluctantly took out 150,000 berries from the counter and handed it to Dunn. Dunn didn't hold back and accepted the money. I'm the one who caught these pirates. I found them all gathered together and caught them all at once. Dunn said seriously. Old Komodo's face changed colors. This young man wouldn't be scamming him, would he? Just as old Komodo was doubting. Two Navy officers walked in carrying large bags. Upon seeing Dunn, the two Navy officers set the bags down and saluted. Hello, Mr. Pirate Hunter. This is the bounty the Colonel sent us to deliver, totaling 91,770,000 berries. Have you finished escorting them? Dunn asked the two Navy officers. Not yet, but the Colonel said not to keep you waiting too long, so we calculated the bounty first. Dunn understood and nodded. After the two Navy officers saluted, they turned and left. You see, I told you it was me. I didn't lie to you. Dunn shrugged. Is it really you? Old Komodo was stunned. This young man seemed to exceed his imagination, capturing so many people at once. Just how strong was he? As old Komodo was doubting life. Bogart at the dock contacted Karp, who had returned home to see his grandson. Vice Admiral Karp, the person is back. Chapter 45 sets sail again. The sea hero Jinbei arrives in the East Sea after connecting with the phone bug. Karp threw two punches that sent Ace and Luffy rolling on the ground before looking at the phone bug. Karp, the man is back. The voice of Bogart came from the phone bug. Ha ha, that kid returned to base 16? Hold him down for me. I'm on my way back. After saying that, Karp stood up and looked at the two kids rolling on the ground with swollen heads. If I hear you two talking about becoming pirates again, what awaits you is my beloved Iron Fist. Karp shook his fist and glared at Ace and Luffy. The two boys, holding their heads, instinctively got up and backed away. After finishing his words, Karp turned around and left. Old man, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Watching Karp's back, Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs, only to be covered by Ace's hand. Karp heard it, but didn't turn back. After all, he had things to do. Smack! Luffy received a slap on the back of his head, and the burly female mountain thief, Dayton, glared at Luffy with a cigarette in her mouth. The two turned around and saw Dayton, gasping in surprise before turning to run. You two little brats, stop right there. Dayton, not expecting the two kids to run at the sight of her, grabbed a stick and chased after them. An old rascal, two little rascals. Base 16 town. The escort of pirates had ended. Clearly, the people here had not yet recovered from the excitement. Wow, I've never seen such a scene before. Did they catch all the pirates in the East Sea? After the excitement, these people naturally had no mood to attend to their own affairs, gathering together to chat about today's events. The tavern was soon filled with people. Old Komodo kept swallowing hard, occasionally glancing at the two large bags beside Dunn. Having too much money is also a problem, right? After finishing his juice, Dunn put down his cup and looked at the two bags of berries with some worry. Old Komodo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can you give me this kind of trouble? How about you help me keep it for now? Dunn tossed the bag beside him to old Komodo. When I'm ready to leave, I'll come to you for it. Holding the heavy bag, old Komodo still hadn't processed what was happening when Dunn had already gotten up and left. Old man, what did that kid give you? The happenings at the counter naturally attracted the attention of many, and someone asked. In nothing. Old Komodo swallowed hard and quickly put the bag on the counter. but his heart was pounding. He had never seen so much money in his life. If he packed it up and took it away, he could live like a rich man anywhere until he died. But thinking about how Dunn had caught so many pirates alone in such a short time, old Komodo dismissed the thoughts that had arisen in his heart. At the dock, when Dunn returned, the Navy was cleaning the pirate ship he had brought back. The ship doesn't seem to have depreciated. Dunn squinted at the large pirate ship, which was considered large for pirates. It should be worth a few million berries, right? This is your ship. When Dunn approached, Bogart saw him and, upon hearing Dunn's words, spoke up. Vice Admiral Karp is coming back from Windmill Village. After saying that, Bogart observed Dunn's expression. Dunn's expression showed no change. Give it up. You can't force me to become a Navy, can you? Dunn smiled and turned to look at Bogart. I don't know about that. After all, the one in charge is Vice Admiral Karp. But becoming a Navy has many hidden benefits. If you want to hunt pirates, the Navy has more information and intelligence. Bogart had no doubts about Dunn's abilities. Although Dunn looked quite robust, he seemed young. At this age, having such abilities reminded him of another person who had followed Karp before, another monster in the Navy. The current Navy Admiral, Aokiji. Even Aokiji was still in training camp at Dunn's age. Top swordsman. The blue words hovered above Bogart's head, and Dunn glanced at them before turning his gaze away. The purpose of hunting pirates is for money, not for fun. Dunn waved his hand, and then walked over to the Navy soldiers cleaning the pirate ship, speaking in a low voice. Bogart watched Dunn's back, knowing that Dunn was likely to set sail. But Vice Admiral Karp was coming back. And isn't he tired? Doesn't he need a few days of rest? Just wait for Vice Admiral Karp to return. Thinking of this, Bogart hesitated, contemplating how to keep Dunn from leaving. But he probably didn't have a ship now. One person couldn't operate such a large pirate ship. Just as this thought arose, he saw the joyful expressions of several Navy soldiers conversing with Dunn. Bogart's heart sank, sensing something bad. Then he saw several Navy soldiers leave and shortly return with a small boat. He saw Dunn turn back and wave at him before getting on the small boat and leaving. In the calm scene, Dunn sat at the stern of the small boat, his arm transformed into flames, with a long tail of fire spewing out, making the small boat seem as if it had a booster. This was also one of Dunn's previous ideas, inspired by Luffy's Gear 4th flying method during his fight with Doflamingo. He used air waves to propel himself, while Dunn used rocket propulsion. However, this method consumes a lot of stamina. Of course, with his current stamina, this little consumption was still manageable. It could serve as training for his flame fruit abilities. Moreover, he was getting familiar with this method, which he could use for quick movement in the future. Obviously, this method was faster than Dunn rowing with a paddle and a long knife. Setting out in the afternoon, before the sun set, he arrived at Cocoa West Village. Before long, Belmere looked at Dunn standing in front of her, her expression blank. Packing? Dunn nodded. Just like before, Dunn nodded again. Good. This time, Belmere did not refuse. Looking at the berries Dunn would bring later, and then called Akin to help carry the oranges. After that, Dunn planned to operate in the nearby waters. After all, the purpose of this visit was this. Now that he had news of Arlong, this guy would probably arrive soon. Meanwhile, at Reverse Mountain, a massive pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger of the Sun Pirates climbed over Reverse Mountain and crashed down into the waters of the East Sea along the reverse current. The Navy station nearby immediately spotted the pirate ship, surrounding it, but upon seeing the pirate flag above, their expressions changed drastically. This flag? The commander of the fleet, recognizing the pirate flag, turned pale. It belonged to one of the 7 warlords of the sea hero Jinbei, who had legal plunder rights. What is such a guy doing in the East Sea? Chapter 46 News from the Warring States. Konami Island's brother Jinbei. It's the Navy. A fisherman shouted at Jinbei. I see it. Jinbei looked at the approaching warship and jumped to the bow of the ship. Moments later, both the pirate ship and the warship came to a halt, facing each other. Why has the warlord come to the East Sea? A Navy brigadier general spoke, presumably the commander of Roadtown, his expression serious as he stared at Jinbei. Due to the identity of the warlord, the Navy couldn't randomly attack one, as that was an order from the higher-ups and the world government. However, he couldn't just let a warlord enter the East Sea unchallenged. I'm here to find someone, and I won't attack the civilians of the East Sea. Jinbei thought for a moment and said, Find someone? Jinbei's response immediately made the Navy brigadier General think of the group of fishmen who had escaped the earlier naval encirclement. If it weren't for that incident, the warships wouldn't have gathered here. Clear the way. After some thought, the Navy Brigadier General gave the order directly. There was no choice. Warlords were powerful pirates, and he, as a Brigadier General, was not a match for them. Moreover, he couldn't lay a hand on a warlord. The warships slowly turned to make way, and Jinbei turned to give orders. Brother Jinbei, Xiao Ba said Arlong is preparing to attack an island. A fisherman said as he approached Jinbei from behind. Jinbei's expression tightened, worry and fatigue filling his heart. The death predicted by Shirahoshi was likely to occur during the attack. With this in mind, Jinbei ordered to speed up. The Navy watched as the warlord's ship left, and the Navy Brigadier General took out a transponder snail to report back to headquarters. This was no small matter. A warlord had come to the four seas, and he needed to report it. How to decide would be up to the orders from headquarters. The intelligence officer who received the news dared not be negligent and hurried to the marshal's office. Come in. Sengoku was focused on reviewing documents and said without looking up at the sound of a knock. Marshal, Brigadier General Tibbs from Rotown reports that Warlord Jinbei has come to the East Sea from the Grand Line. Sengoku suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp. Jinbei went to the East Sea? What's the purpose? Sengoku knew Jinbei well. In fact, among the warlords he had recruited, Jinbei was the one he supported the most. Compared to other ruthless individuals, the Sea Knight Jinbei hadn't done anything evil. Rather, he inherited the aspirations of the former captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, striving for coexistence between humans and fishmen. Additionally, he aimed to rescue his compatriots at sea. Such a person wouldn't suddenly take an interest in visiting the East Sea without a reason. Something must have happened. Well, Brigadier General Tibbs said he was looking for someone. Previously, Brigadier General Tibbs discovered a group of fishmen entering the East Sea, and during the capture and interception, they escaped. Sengoku frowned in thought. I understand. Upon hearing this, the intelligence officer saluted and turned to leave. Sengoku thought for a moment and picked up the transponder snail. Although he felt Jinbei wouldn't cause trouble in the East Sea, just in case, Sengoku contacted Karp. Karp was returning to the Konami Islands naval base from Windmill Village and received Sengoku's call on the ship. Seeing the transponder snail take on a form resembling Sengoku, Karp felt a bit guilty. He was here to find someone, while he was also looking for his grandsons. Sengoku had found out again. Karp, how is the situation? With your status, you can't stay in the East Sea for long. I found them. But I still have to wait. That little rascal went out to catch pirates. Oh, catching pirates? Yeah, when I arrived, that little guy had already set sail. But while I was out looking for someone, this young man caught a large group of pirates to collect the bounty, a pirate with a bounty of 90 million. 90 million? Sengoku's voice clearly showed shock. There are still 90 million bounty pirates in the East Sea? Sengoku was stunned. How did he not know this information? You didn't expect it, did you? That young man caught a large group of pirates, almost netting all the active pirates near Reverse Mountain. Karp laughed heartily. This was indeed unexpected. Sengoku was silent for a while before responding. Don't worry, I'll try to bring them back this time, but I can't guarantee it. All right, do your best. I called you for another matter. Warlord Jinbei went to the East Sea. He should be looking for a group of fishmen, so try not to let them cause a big stir. Jinbei, that guy actually came to the East Sea. Karp's smile faded, becoming serious. Karp did not support the warlord system, but he couldn't obstruct it. Just arrived in the East Sea. Investigate his whereabouts yourself, and it's best to keep an eye on him. Got it. Karp hung up the transponder snail and stood up. You all take a break. Karp instructed several Navy personnel operating the ship. By the way, hold on tight. Several Navy personnel were taken aback, as if they realized something, their expressions changing as they found something to secure themselves. At the back of the ship, Karp clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch. A powerful gust of wind was released, crashing into the air with a loud bang. The reaction force sent the ship flying like a rocket, skimming across the surface of the sea. On a pirate ship near the Konami Islands. Brother Arlong, ahead is the Konami Islands, which has more than 20 villages, but there's a naval base nearby. A fisherman looked at the sea chart in his hand and said to Arlong, Shark ha. My little ones, conquering the sea starts here. Take this place. The other fishmen were excited. Octopus fishman Xiao Ba had a worried look in his eyes. He knew what consequences this action could bring, possibly putting Brother Jinbei in a difficult position. Now that Brother Jinbei had already arrived in the EC, he hoped it would be in time. Brother Arlong, should we plan again? We've already been discovered by the Navy, and now there's a Navy branch nearby. We might be surrounded by the Navy. Xiaoba thought for a moment and wanted to subtly persuade him. I'm not afraid of any damn Navy, and besides, the EC is the weakest sea, and the Navy is the weakest. Arlong turned to look at Xiaoba, his expression unfriendly. This guy just loved to interrupt their morale. He should have known not to bring him along. As they spoke, the silhouette of the island appeared at the horizon of the sea ahead. My little ones, grab your weapons. Arlong drew his serrated sword and pointed at the distant island. Our goal is treasure. Treasure. The cheers of the fishmen echoed on the ship, and the speed of the pirate ship increased. However, a cunning light flashed in Arlong's eyes. If there was a Navy base nearby, perhaps a different approach could be taken. After all, they needed to accumulate power to dominate the East Sea. The outcome was the same, regardless of the process. Chapter 47. The Attack of the Fishmen. Dunn transformed into Flame's pirates. They're pirates. In the relatively calm village by the small island, terrified screams rang out. As a person who shouted about pirates ran frantically toward the village, yelling all the while. People who heard the screams rushed out to see the person shouting about pirates. Then, those closer to the shore looked out to the sea and saw a pirate ship approaching from afar. A strange pirate flag, featuring 2 crossed bones and a red shark, fluttered in the wind. At this moment, the entire village erupted in chaos. This place was very close to the naval base, and most pirates had not attacked here before, as it would take time and they might be intercepted by the Navy. Now, these people remembered the terror of pirates. Some wanted to escape by boat from the other side of the island, while others picked up metal objects like forks to use as weapons and planned to resist. Boom! The speeding pirate ship did not dock at the shore but crashed directly onto the land, barreling into the village without losing speed. The massive pirate vessel smashed houses down, kicking up clouds of dust. Kids, gather everyone. Kill anyone who tries to resist or run. Arlong shouted, wielding his serrated sword. Cheerful fishmen rushed down from the pirate ship, charging toward the village with shouts of excitement. In an instant, cries and screams filled the village. Arlong stood at the bow of the ship, excitedly watching the scene unfold, waiting for the spoils of this raid. Humans are greedy. He had a plan. Since there was a naval base nearby, perhaps he could negotiate when the Navy arrived. If he went too far, it might attract a large number of Navy forces, which would be detrimental to his plan of conquering the EC. If he could cooperate with the nearby naval base, it would be simple. Ha ha ha, I'm really clever. Arlong praised himself for coming up with this idea. On the ship, besides Arlong, there was also the octopus man, Jinbei. Hearing the wails and screams below, Jinbei shrank back and quietly contacted Jinbei. Several days earlier, Jinbei had already arrived in the East Sea, and by now, he should be catching up. I hope Brother Jinbei arrives soon. Otherwise, if Brother Arlong kills too many people, it will be difficult for Brother Jinbei. Brew brew. Arlong's ears twitched, and he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the sound, then shouldered his sword and walked toward where the noise was coming from. Brother Jinbei, hurry up. Arlong has started attacking a human village. Jinbei whispered to the transponder snail. Can you dissuade him? Jinbei's serious voice came through. Brother Jinbei, I can't dissuade Brother Arlong, Jinbei replied, his tentacles twitching nervously. I understand. I'll arrive soon, Jinbei said before hanging up the transponder snail. Jinbei sighed, then turned around and suddenly froze. Jinbei, who are you contacting? How dare you betray me? Arlong's eyes glinted dangerously as he glared at Jinbei. Hearing this, Jinbei trembled, then stared back at Arlong. Brother Arlong, humans are much stronger than us. Whether it's Captain Fisher or Brother Jinbei, they both want fishmen to coexist peacefully with humans. What you're doing now will ruin their efforts. Jinbei summoned his courage to shout. Bastard! Humans can never coexist peacefully with us. What happened to Captain Fisher? He died at the hands of humans, refusing to spill human blood even in death. I'm the one who inherits Captain Fisher's will. Jinbei is just a coward. Arlong glared fiercely at Jinbei, wildly swinging his sword, clearly furious. If it weren't for Brother Jinbei becoming a warlord of the sea, Brother Arlong, you would never have been released by the Navy, Jinbei continued. But this sentence seemed to touch a nerve in Arlong. The sword that was previously just flailing in anger now swung down toward Jinbei as he spoke. Jinbei clearly did not expect Arlong to strike at him. He barely dodged, but still could not avoid it. 3 of his tentacles on the left were severed in one blow. The intense pain caused Jinbei to fall to the ground, rolling and screaming. Arlong also snapped back to reality. Looking at Jinbei, whose tentacles had been cut off, his expression shifting between anger and hesitation, but ultimately, he did not continue attacking. Arlong turned and left, leaving Jinbei rolling on the ground. In a village on the island, fishmen were rampaging. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed. The average fishman was physically superior to ordinary humans. This was innate. The villagers were just ordinary people, mostly fishermen, and naturally, they were no match for the fishmen. The village chief watched as villagers were slaughtered and suddenly remembered the transponder snail left by that young man not long ago. He couldn't afford a transponder snail. He clearly remembered the message. If pirates attacked, use the transponder snail to contact him. Thinking of this, it was like grasping a life-saving straw. He took out the transponder snail from his pocket and clumsily tried to contact it. Brew brew. The transponder snail seemed to have just woken up, and under the village chief's operation, it uttered a few syllables. The transponder snail was quickly connected. Attacked by pirates? Yes, it's a fisherman pirate. The village chief hurriedly spoke upon hearing the voice from the transponder snail. But the next moment, a fisherman wielding a sword rushed in. Seeing the village chief holding the transponder snail, he flew into a rage, swung his hand, and severed the village chief's arm that held the transponder snail, then stepped forward to deal the final blow. The transponder snail did not hang up. The village chief's screams echoed out. On the calm sea, a ship drifted with the waves as Dunn quietly listened to the screams coming from the transponder snail, some close, like the village chief's last cries, and others distant, numerous in number. Boom! A burst of flames erupted around Dunn. His legs slightly bent as his body shot up into the sky. Flames enveloped him, and his legs turned into fiery jets. Dunn transformed into a meteor streaking across the sky, trailing a long tail of flame, heading in a specific direction. Dunn had sent a transponder snail to every village around. Although his purpose here was to save Belmere, he had no particular feelings for Belmere or Nami. He simply thought of it, had the ability, and since he needed to train, he acted. Now, he was waiting for that guy to arrive. Flames streaked across the sky. As Dunn had imagined, this mode of movement was indeed very fast. Of course, it might not compare to Kazuru's Pika Pika no Mi, but with the significant consumption of stamina, his speed could temporarily surpass several times the speed of sound. In just a few minutes, Dunn saw the thick smoke rising from the target village. Chapter 48 Evil Sword. In the attack, ordinary humans have no chance of resisting against the fishmen. Even those who escape on boats are of no use to the fishmen, as they are much stronger in the water than on land. Apart from those who were killed for resisting, the rest were driven to the center of the village, surrounded by fierce-looking fishmen who gazed at them with malicious intent. Evil Dragon approached with a serrated sword, and the onlooking fishmen parted to make way, seemingly affected by the incident with Little 8. Evil Dragon was in a particularly foul mood at that moment. I am Evil Dragon of the Evil Dragon Pirates. You lowly species, listen well from now on. Your village will be under my protection. Every year, you will pay me 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 for children. If you can't come up with it, then there's no need for you to live. Evil Dragon said coldly. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children means a family might need to gather 200,000 or 300,000 berries or even more. However, for these people who rely on fruit farming and fishing, just managing to avoid hunger is already quite good, let alone saving up this much money. As they realized this, many people looked terrified. These were people without enough ransom money. They had already witnessed the terror of these fishmen. Evil Dragon noticed their expressions and deliberately pointed at a young girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old and was holding a little girl in her arms. You two will do. As his words fell, several fishmen stepped forward and grabbed the girl and the little girl from her arms, throwing them in front of Evil Dragon. 100,000 berries for the adult and 50,000 for the child, a total of 150,000 berries. Evil Dragon grinned as he looked down at them. The girl and the little girl were so frightened they couldn't even speak, clinging tightly to each other and not daring to lift their heads. Bastard, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing the two trembling and only holding onto each other, a fierce glint flashed in Evil Dragon's eyes. We don't have any money, the girl stammered, fearfully looking up. Then die, Evil Dragon said, raising his serrated sword high. His gaze swept over the faces of the other villagers, revealing a cruel smile as he brought the blade down. With this strike, the others would surely behave better, contributing millions of berries to him every year. What a great profit that would be. The serrated sword fell, aimed at the two girls. Boom! Flames descended like a shooting star, spreading across the surroundings before quickly dissipating. The serrated edge of the sword was caught by a hand enveloped in armament hockey. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, both the terrified villagers and the surrounding fishermen pirates. Evil Dragon's expression stiffened as he stared at the person holding his sword. Dunn, who stood a head taller than Evil Dragon, had already seen the situation in the village clearly through observation hockey. Although he had seen similar news many times in this world, it was his first time witnessing a pirate attack on civilians firsthand. Who the hell are you? Evil Dragon asked, his expression grave, his gaze falling on Dunn's hand gripping the blade. Hockey. Dunn was aware of Hockey, having come from the Grand Line. Without answering, Dunn looked calmly at Evil Dragon, then turned to the surrounding pirates. The girl and little girl sitting on the ground beside Dunn looked at him in shock. Flames erupted from Dunn's hand, spreading along the serrated sword. Evil Dragon desperately tried to pull back his sword, but it was futile. As he saw the flames creeping towards his hand, he immediately let go and stepped back. Kill him. As he retreated, Evil Dragon shouted angrily, giving orders to the group of fishmen. The emblem of the fishermen pirates was above their heads. Evil Dragon's was white, while the others were gray, indicating that they posed no threat to Dunn. Upon hearing Evil Dragon's command, the surrounding fishmen grabbed their weapons and charged at Dunn. Dunn pressed down on the hilt of his sword. The sound of the blade scraping against the sheath echoed. Swish! A horizontal slash. The long blade of Dunn's sword cut through the bodies of the two charging fishmen. Along with their weapons and bodies, they were severed as Dunn passed by. Dunn moved quickly, with each swing of his sword slicing through the surrounding pirates. Nothing could stop him. The sharp blade of his sword sliced through the fishermen's bodies without any delay. As a master swordsman, Dunn had reached the level of cutting iron, which these flesh and blood beings could not withstand. As the blade light flashed, blue and red blood flowed everywhere. Bastard, stop! A fisherman pirate suddenly roared, aiming his firearm at the girl Dunn had saved. Boom! In the next moment, Dunn appeared beside the fisherman pirate, kicking him away with such force that he flew over the entire village and crashed into the ocean on the other side of the island, where he fell. Pieces of boats and the corpses of villagers killed by the fishmen floated on the surface of the sea. The fishmen who had just charged at Dunn were now filled with fear. Dunn's earlier attack had killed their companion, and they hadn't even realized it. Now, looking at the severed bodies of their comrades, they understood what fear was. If the speed was fast enough, or if it were a large-scale battle, they might not have had time to contemplate fear. But now, Dunn was silent, killing without a sound. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, slowly applying pressure, creating a sense of suffocation that chilled them to the bone. Dunn turned back around, swinging his sword to shake off the fisherman's blood that had stained it. Behind him, Evil Dragon stared intently at Dunn. Evil Dragon. The surrounding fishmen looked at him with terrified expressions. All of you attack together. He is just one person. Evil Dragon's dark voice rang out. Yes. Hearing this, the fishmen looked at Dunn, then charged at him with their weapons. After Evil Dragon's words, these fishmen suddenly seemed unafraid of death. However, Dunn paid no attention to their reactions. Whether they charged or fled, death was inevitable. Facing the charging fisherman pirates, Dunn sheathed his sword and gripped the hilt. Sweep slash. Dunn's calm voice echoed, and the next moment, his figure disappeared. A muted flash of sword light flickered before everyone's eyes. Both the villagers who had not yet snapped out of their fear and the fishermen pirates rushing at Dunn saw this dim sword light. The only difference was that the villagers were not the target. Dunn's figure reappeared in front of Evil Dragon, while behind him, the fishermen's bodies split apart due to inertia from the strike. Chapter 49. The Seven Warlords, Jinbei. No, it's still not possible. Looking at his subordinates being cut down by a single sword, Arlong's eyes widened, his pupils bulging. This is impossible. Isn't the East Blue the weakest sea? Why is there such a guy? Damn inferior race. It seemed that extreme fear instead gave rise to endless anger and rage within Arlong. This rage seemed to momentarily suppress his fear. Inferior race? Upon hearing Arlong's words, Dunn looked up into Arlong's eyes and suddenly slashed with his sword. Bastard. The gap between races can never be bridged. Facing the incoming long sword, Arlong bared his teeth, leaning forward, his sharp teeth like gears firmly locking onto the descending blade. Dunn twisted his wrist, rotating the sword in his hand. The sound of shattering echoed. The teeth that held the blade broke one by one, and Arlong's mouth was filled with blood as he looked at Dunn in disbelief. His teeth were his sharpest weapon and his greatest pride. Shark on gear. Arlong suddenly pulled back his right leg and lunged at Dunn, his body spinning, with his sharp nose aimed at Dunn. Dunn raised his hand and pressed down. The hilt of the flame sword smashing onto Arlong's head. Boom! Arlong crashed to the ground, his head embedding into the stone slab. Struggling to pull his head out from the slab, Arlong's body stiffened, a cold blade resting against his neck. Dunn held the sword against Arlong's neck and turned to look at the sea outside the island, where a large ship was rapidly approaching, its pirate flag as noticeable as the sun. Suddenly, a figure burst out of the water, its round body leaping into the air, fists drawn to its side. Gunwave. As the figure was lifted, the water around it gathered and then exploded outwards, rushing towards Dunn with immense force. Dunn swung his sword to cut through the incoming wave. Boom! The severed water splashed to the ground like two cannonballs. Then, the round blue body flipped in midair and landed not far from Dunn. Swordsman. Jinbei's expression grew serious, and he looked at the corpses of the fishmen scattered around, as well as the terrified humans huddled together. Jinbei, being somewhat wise, quickly guessed what had happened here not long ago. I am Jinbei of the Sun Pirates. I ask you to spare Arlong. Jinbei took a deep breath and deeply bowed to Dunn. No, Dunn replied, the sword once again resting against Arlong's neck. Jinbei's face stiffened as he watched Dunn's actions. Before he could speak, he saw Dunn's sword tremble, and Arlong, looking at Jinbei's indignant eyes, froze as his head rolled off. The headless corpse struggled a few times before becoming still. Watching Arlong be beheaded, Jinbei's first thought was that Shirahoshi's prophecy had come true. But then anger flashed in his eyes. What Arlong did was indeed wrong, and he would be punished when brought back. However, this person before him also had his own stance. Activating his observation Hawkeye, he immediately sensed that many had died in this village attacked by Arlong. Fishmen kill humans. Humans kill fishmen. Jinbei. A large number of fishmen pirates jumped down from the ship docked at the pier and rushed towards this side. Bastard, Arlong was actually killed. As these people arrived, they saw Arlong's head rolling at Dunn's feet, their eyes widening in shock and anger. Swish! Dunn's body suddenly vanished, and the next moment, he was already in front of the shouting pirates, bringing his flame down towards their heads. Bang! Jinbei's thick arms, wrapped in deep haki, blocked Dunn's strike. The force was immense. Jinbei was shocked, his body pushed back by the sword, knocking the fishermen pirates behind him off balance. With each step back, the ground shook violently. Once he steadied himself, he saw that the stone slab beneath him was crushed, cracks spreading in all directions. You all retreat to the ship and take Shachi with you. Jinbei fixed his gaze on Dunn, his expression serious, as he ordered. The other fishermen were also startled by the earlier collision. Jinbei's strength was not weaker than Fisher Tiger's, yet he was pushed back by a single sword. However, Dunn paid no mind to the retreating fishmen pirates, his eyes locked onto Jinbei. From their earlier exchange, Dunn knew that Jinbei was the strongest opponent he had faced. Yasaku's swordsmanship was strong, but the haki and physical prowess still had a considerable gap compared to Jinbei. Hand over the bodies to me, and this matter will end here. Jinbei did not know Dunn's identity. Although the Arlong pirates had attacked this village and killed many, now, aside from Shachi, The Arlong pirates have been wiped out. No, I need to take these fishmen's bodies back to the Navy to collect the bounty. Dunn smiled and then refused. Are you a pirate hunter? You could say that, but my target also includes you, the warlord Jinbei. Dunn nodded, then sheathed his sword and raised his hand to press down on the hilt. Including you. Such arrogance. Jinbei's expression hardened, anger evident on his face. Slash. Swish. The terrifying blade, carrying the slash, reached Jinbei's thick neck the moment he finished speaking. Jinbei, with agility that belied his size, leaned back and performed a backflip to avoid the attack. Boom! The flying slash cut through the air, severing the pirate flag of the Fishman pirate crew docked on the shore. Dunn did not pause, immediately following up on a retreating Jinbei. The flame in his hand wrapped with Hawkeye, the dark blade thrusting forward. Tangchao Wazheng Quan. Jinbei, retreating, retracted his fist and swung at the incoming blade. The Hawkeye-wrapped sword and his fist collided. Bang! A shock wave erupted, and both of them staggered back. Dunn angled his sword towards the ground, while Jinbei used the momentum to retreat to the seaside, stepping into the water. Jinbei spread his legs and, with a powerful stomp of his right foot, he struck the water, hitting water. His Hawkeye-wrapped hand slapped against the splashing seawater. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking echoed. The water that was struck surged forth like countless bullets being fired. Seeing this, Dunn charged forward, swinging his sword to cut through all the incoming droplets. Rainstorm. Before Dunn could reach Jinbei, more water was shot out, resembling a series of blue water columns rushing towards him. However, this force was much greater than the previous droplets and faster as well. Dunn swung his sword to slice through the incoming columns, but more water columns followed. Dunn's expression darkened. Flames erupted from his wrist, spreading along his arm, enveloping even the sword in his hand. Torch! Dunn raised his flaming sword and slashed down, the fire shooting out, evaporating the water columns in its path. When the flames reached Jinbei, they suddenly exploded. A fire tornado, dozens of meters high, surged upwards, swirling violently, engulfing Jinbei within. Chapter 50. The retreating Jinbei, the late Karp brother Jinbei. The violent gusts of wind blew the Sun pirate ship away, and the fishermen on board were terrified by the horrifying sight. Above the sea by the beach, the fire tornado collided with the water below, creating a large amount of white steam that spread out. The swirling flames rotated within the steam, dyeing the white mist an orange-red color. The air swirled, carrying the white mist outward. Dunn, engulfed in flames, gripped the flame-wrapped blade tightly, his eyes fixed on the scene created by the torch. With his observation Hawkeye, he could clearly see the internal situation. So it was true, Dunn murmured to himself. He had already thought that the Mera Mera Nomi was not particularly advantageous in battle on the sea. After all, seawater restrains fire. This was not due to seawater restraining devil fruit users, but because water itself restrains fire. Unless in the future, he could develop his flames to the point where seawater could not approach him without being evaporated or ignite the seawater itself. But this planet is an ocean planet, and to achieve such things, he might not have enough stamina. Water, heart. Ocean current over-the-shoulder throw. A loud shout emerged from the flames, and then a large amount of seawater seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand. The lifted seawater crashed through the fire tornado and surged towards Dunn. A massive wave of seawater rushed in, creating quite an impressive momentum. Dunn raised his hand, and the flame-wrapped, long sword slashed down suddenly, releasing a flame sword aura that cut through the incoming seawater. The severed seawater split apart, and the momentum collapsed due to the strike, splashing onto the ground on both sides, shattering into droplets. Half of his body emerged from the water surface. Jinbei's eyes were fixed on Dunn with a serious expression. A devil fruit user? Such control over flames made Jinbei's first reaction naturally that he was a user, most likely a Logia-type. Jinbei did not dare to go ashore now. If he were in the seawater, he could use the water to counter the flames. Once he landed and was out of the seawater, facing someone who could manipulate flames, possibly a Logia-type user, he had no confidence at all, especially since he sensed during their earlier encounter that his opponent was also a formidable swordsman. Not far away, cheers erupted from the pirate ship. Dunn, who had been confronting Jinbei, turned to look at the pirate ship that had burst into cheers, raising the flame in his hand slightly. Dunn's change in attention was naturally noticed by Jinbei. His heart tightened, but the next moment, Dunn had already acted. Whoosh! A simple slash cut through the air, aimed at the pirate ship floating on the sea. Jinbei's expression tightened, and he slapped the sea surface with both hands, propelling himself out of the water to intercept the slash. Crossing his arms, he wrapped his armament hockey around them. Plum blossom skin. The defensive posture of the bridge hand collided with Dunn's slash. Bang! Jinbei was directly sent flying back, crashing into the seawater beside the pirate ship. The cheers from the pirate ship abruptly stopped. You all go first. Jinbei resurfaced from the water, directly ordering the fishermen pirates on the ship. Brother Jinbei. The fisherman wanted to respond, but another slash came again. Jinbei's expression tightened, and he charged out once more. Just like before, he was once again slashed down, crashing into the seawater. The pirates on the ship realized that this person clearly saw them as tools to attack Brother Jinbei. The pirates on the ship were furious, but they had no way to retaliate and could only follow orders to sail away, avoiding becoming tools to attack Jinbei. As the pirate ship distanced itself, Dunn looked at Jinbei in the water, feeling somewhat troubled. Going into the water to fight this guy? That's impossible. Although he was also intentionally training his swimming skills. With his current physique, staying in the seawater for an hour or two was no problem. But to fight against Jinbei, a warlord of the sea who mastered both observation and armament hockey in the seawater, Dunn understood Jinbei well enough. Jinbei was currently at his peak, or just entering his peak period. With Fishman Karate and the ability to manipulate water currents, his combat power could receive a tremendous boost in the water. If it were on land, even without activating his indomitable ability, Dunn would not necessarily lose against him, relying on his strong physique and fruit abilities. However, in the ocean, at least before he obtained the ability to burn the ocean, his fruit abilities would likely not exert much power in seawater. Of course, this was without activating Indomitable. If activated, that terrifying power and all-around enhancement might even be able to take down Jinbei instantly. But Dunn had no intention of activating Indomitable casually. Frankly, it wasn't worth it. Moreover, activating Indomitable would have a certain period of vulnerability. Dunn and Jinbei exchanged glances at the coast, and then Jinbei flipped around and dove into the water, disappearing from sight. Gone. Dunn waited for a while, but Jinbei did not reappear. This exchange was not a formal battle for either Dunn or Jinbei. It was at most a mutual probe. Dunn sheathed his sword, retracting the flames into his body, and turned to walk back to the village. The villagers who had been captured were still in place, and they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Dunn. As he walked past them, Dunn glanced at these people and then headed in a certain direction. Everyone's eyes followed Dunn as he entered the village chief's house. On the ground lay a crushed Denmushi and an old man with one arm severed and a large wound diagonally across his chest, but he was already dead. Dunn slightly lowered his head, standing in place for a moment before turning around to look at the tall figure in a Navy uniform at the door. Speaking of which, is the Navy always a step behind? Looking at this person, Dunn directly asked, his tone rather unfriendly. Surprisingly, the old Navy man outside, who had a somewhat straightforward temperament, was not angry. He sighed as he looked at the dead person in the room. There is nothing we can do. The sea is too vast. Even the Navy cannot control everything, let alone some Navy soldiers. Karp wanted to say something, but held back. His gaze turned to Dunn. Did you fight with Jinbei? Did you see it? Dunn was taken aback. He could be sure that Karp definitely hadn't come during his fight with Jinbei. Or rather, Karp was outside his observation hockey range at that time. I received news that Jinbei came to the East Blue looking for a group of fishmen. Those dead ones outside, right? He couldn't take the bodies away. And there are traces of battle by the sea, signs burned by flames, Karp said, looking at Dunn. Dunn raised his hand, resting the flame on his shoulder as he walked past Karp. Yeah, I don't want to fight that guy in the sea. If I did, I'd be at a disadvantage. Karp watched Dunn straight back as he carried the sword, then glanced at the dead person in the room. Do you know this person? I don't know him. We just exchanged a few words before. Dunn paused his steps and then turned to look at Karp. Frankly speaking, I don't like pirates, and I don't like you Navy guys either. So don't bother me in the future. Karp's expression stiffened. Dunn's words left him unsure of how to respond. I'll borrow your ship to go back. Also, Help me convert these fisherman pirates into a bounty. Half of it should go towards rebuilding this village. Dunn said, raising his foot to walk toward the seaside. There, naval ships were docked, and small boats, filled with Navy personnel, were heading toward the island. Chapter 51. Karp in shock. Try your fist. The Navy seemed accustomed to such situations. Or rather, the batch of Navy under Karp had encountered pirate attacks on civilians many times. That's why they could be so orderly and busy as soon as they landed. The Navy's doctor quickly entered the town to treat the injured, while other Navy soldiers swiftly searched the village. Of course, they were not looking for treasures, but for those who were injured and still alive. Some Navy soldiers were also collecting the bodies of the fishermen and villagers. Watching all of this, Dunn turned back to look at the sea behind him, his expression calm, but his empty right hand gently clenched. He felt no sense of belonging in this world. As someone from the real world, he always felt out of place here. Even when he had killed pirates before, it didn't feel real to him. Now, seeing people he had met a few times die at the hands of pirates made him quite upset. There were faint footsteps behind him. A girl was leading a young girl over. Thank you. You saved our village and my sister. The girl looked up at Dunn's tall figure, her eyes filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. As the two girls approached Dunn, they naturally understood his demeanor. Even though he did not turn around, he could clearly see their expressions. The girl's face showed gratitude, while the young girl looked fearful. I'm a bounty hunter. I came here just to catch pirates for the bounty, Dunn added. The girl clearly had never experienced such a situation and was unsure how to respond to Dunn's answer. Her face flushed as she looked at his back. You should go back and live your life well, Dunn said, noticing the girl's expression behind him, letting out a soft sigh. My parents are dead. The young girl cried out at Dunn's words. It's okay. Your sister will take care of you. The girl picked up the young girl and comforted her softly. Feeling her sister's determination, the young girl buried her face in the girl's embrace and sobbed softly. The girl held her sister and glanced at Dunn one more time before turning to leave. Dunn rested the sword on his shoulder and ran his fingers through his hair. How is it? As soon as the girl left, Karp's voice rang out. Dunn turned to look at the tall old man who had approached and shook his head slightly. Not great. What do you mean, not great? Isn't it a good feeling to be thanked? Karp was a bit curious about Dunn's reaction. He could tell that Dunn was a person with a sense of justice. Or rather, Dunn had his own principles, and those principles were somewhat benevolent. Sorry, it really isn't great. Dunn turned to look at Karp and shook his head again, his tone somewhat unfriendly. You can still smile. If I had come later, more people might have died, Dunn said. So, the Navy is understaffed. There are too many pirates now, and every year more pirates go to sea. Karp looked at Dunn, seeming to have ulterior motives. But I heard that some people become pirates because they can't pay the heavenly gold. Dunn's words made Karp's expression awkward. Because Dunn was right. In fact, countries that couldn't pay the heavenly gold wouldn't receive Navy assistance, even if they were attacked by pirates. And this was the command of the world government. With your strength, you can do anything on this sea. Dunn turned to meet Karp's gaze. But once you join the Navy, you have to think about how to do things everywhere. Even you can't act on a whim. Can you, Rear Admiral Karp? Karp fell silent at Dunn's words. This young man seemed to know quite a lot. Or rather, he saw things so clearly. If the Navy could clear the pirates in the future, Karp said with an irrelevant dream. This made Dunn unable to help but laugh. He looked at Karp and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Rear Admiral Karp, are you trying to make me laugh? Well, you succeeded. Karp glared at the laughing Dunn. His fists clenched. There are so many seas. If you want to completely control the sea, the number of Navy personnel would need to increase by several times, even tenfold. That burden would bankrupt the world government, and then there would be no money to support those world nobles. After all, the purpose of the world government's existence is just to make those world nobles live well. On the contrary, if the Navy really had the ability to completely suppress the pirates, then in the eyes of the world government, wouldn't you be just pirates with a different name? Dunn laughed for a while, before putting away his smile, and said to Karp, It's a pity you're not in the Navy's political department. If you join the Navy, you might really be able to accomplish something. Who cares about that? Dunn said, tilting his head, his expression somewhat defiant. Karp was momentarily stumped. In the end, this is still your business, and peace is hard to come by in this world because the gap between people is too great. Dunn raised his hand, his fist wrapped in hockey. When the gap in individual strength is too large, true fairness will not occur. You can't expect everyone who holds power to be like me. Maybe, after some time, I will also change my mind. Dunn's words were quite insightful. Right now, he couldn't imagine what he would do in the future. He was just finding something to do for himself. Or perhaps, after experiencing something soon, his thoughts would change. Karp listened quietly to Dunn, reflecting on what Dunn had just said, his expression quite contemplative. Little Crane will definitely like this young man. How'd he come up with these thoughts? Here I am, decades old, and I never thought of these things. Karp ruffled his short hair, looking at Dunn with increasing regret. Let us go. I'll take you back first. I guess you want to quickly exchange these fisherman pirates for the bounty. After all, this place needs money. After Karp finished speaking, he leaped up, bringing a fierce wind and a cloud of yellow sand, and jumped toward a nearby ship. Bah! Dunn looked at Karp's back with an unfriendly expression, suspecting that the old man did it on purpose. Then he jumped up and landed on the warship. Karp turned to look at Dunn, who had jumped over, laughing heartily and scratching his head, looking quite proud. Mr. Dunn, Bogart called out to Dunn with a serious expression. Trouble. Dunn nodded at him. All right. Have all the pirate bodies been moved? Karp directly interrupted the two and asked. Yes, they've been sent to the ship. Then let us return to the Navy base. Karp waved his hand and said, Yes. Bogart saluted and went to get busy. Dunn set his sword aside, clenched his fist, and looked at Karp. Iron Fist Karp. Let me try your fist. Chapter 52, the result of a brief encounter. Robin's fate, Dunn's decision, was not made on a whim. Since arriving in this world until now, he had only encountered true top-tier powerhouses like Karp and Dorag. When he met Dorag, Dunn had not even mastered the two-color hockey, nor had he tested how much the gap was between him and these top-tier strongmen. Now that he unexpectedly encountered Karp, Dunn naturally wanted to give a try. Dunn did not lower his voice, and the busy sailors on the warship and the commanding Bogart were all stunned. They turned to look at Dunn, their eyes nearly popping out. Challenging Rear Admiral Karp? Is this guy crazy? Or is he just asking for trouble? As for Karp, after hearing Dunn's words, he was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You want to test my punches? No problem. Although he had not successfully recruited Dunn into the Navy, Karp had a good impression of Dunn from their two meetings and their recent conversation. Let's find an uninhabited island, Karp said, looking at Bogart. Just as Bogart was about to salute and take orders, Dunn raised his hand to stop him. Dunn knew he definitely wasn't Karp's match in a normal state. He just wanted to see the gap, not to seek a beating. On the ship is fine. On the ship? Karp turned back, sizing up Dunn from head to toe. His gaze landing on the sword Dunn had placed beside him, and nodded. He clashed his fists together in front of his chest, producing a muffled sound. The armament hockey had already wrapped around his fists. Seeing this, Dunn took a deep breath and hardened his own armament hockey. Bang! The two did not waste words and directly collided their fists together. Karp's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Dunn, who staggered back a few steps. What great strength! Even in this world, human strength has its limits, and special races might just have slightly higher limits. Karp could already feel that Dunn's strength was quite extraordinary. As for Dunn, although his expression did not change, the intense pain from his fist surprised him. The armament hockey does reduce pain, but that last hit, even with all his strength, still made his fist hurt significantly. This pain felt like he had smashed his fist against a rock with all his might before crossing over. Looking down, his right fist showed no visible change. Kid, are you scared already? Karp laughed heartily, hands on his hips, seeing Dunn staring at his fist. Most of the sailors on the warship had stopped what they were doing, watching the encounter. Scared? Dunn snorted lightly. It's not like I'm going to die. It's just a bit of health loss. After all, the results of this experiment had not yet come out. Dunn pushed off the ground forcefully, swinging his fists at Karp. Faster. Kid, do you have no strength? Karp kept talking trash. Quantity is good, but quality is lacking. To do what I do, you should first flatten a few mountains with your fists. At first, Dunn was a bit displeased, but as they exchanged blows, his mood became calmer. Bang! Dunn swiftly swung his fist and struck Karp's eye socket hard, while he himself was sent flying by Karp's punch. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Karp glared at Dunn, who was getting up from the ground, grinning through his teeth. Good guy to land a punch on me. You had to take one from me first. Dunn panted, glaring at Karp. He admitted he had underestimated this old guy, who specialized in hitting faces. However, The datization was still exerting its power. His health had dropped below 50, especially that last hit, which reduced his health by 7. I still need to train. Dunn thought to himself, waving his hand at Karp, signaling to stop. Karp was taken aback and lowered his stance. The surrounding sailors looked at Dunn, whose expression showed no significant change, and then at Karp, who had a darkened eye socket. Had Rear Admiral Karp suffered a loss? Karp looked up and down at Dunn, noticing the unusual state Dunn was in, but chose not to point it out directly. Soon after, on the deck of the sailing warship, 2 beach chairs were placed side by side. Dunn lay on one chair, silent, contemplating the earlier encounter. Karp had naturally not used his full strength. That last punch was likely the only time he showed some real skill. He still needed to strengthen his physique. For him, strengthening his physique meant increasing health and defense, as well as enhancing his thinking. Here, a bag of sunbae was handed to Dunn. Dunn did not refuse. He had eaten this kind of snack before. It was not something he particularly liked, but he certainly did not hate it either. Watching Dunn take it, Karp picked up another bag, his dark-eyed gaze fixed on Dunn. Your body is good, and your hockey is decent, but you haven't experienced much combat. The quantity is good, but the hardness is insufficient. When facing those who have mastered hockey better than you, you might find yourself in a tough battle. Karp quickly assessed Dunn's situation. I know, Dunn replied, chewing on the sunbae and nodding. Really not considering it? Not considering it. I'm not a hero of the Navy. There are some things I can choose not to do. Dunn said ambiguously. Karp was taken aback, but quickly understood his meaning and nodded, feeling a sense of regret. At this age, with his character, talent, and strength, he was outstanding. But since the conversation had reached this point, he no longer pressed the issue. I hope I won't see you on a bounty poster in the future. Karp said meaningfully. Actually, I can't control that. After all, the bounties are issued by the Navy and the world government. Dunn shook his head. He truly had no desire to become a pirate. Even as an adventurer under the guise of a pirate, he had no interest. However, he would inevitably encounter many situations in the future, and it was hard to say whether he would clash with the Navy or even the world government. At that time, there might be bounties involved. Therefore, he needed to become strong enough to handle the threats he would face before that. What about the 7 warlords? Are you interested? Karp suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked. Dunn had interacted with Jinbei before. He did not know the specifics, but judging by Dunn's appearance, he probably hadn't suffered any losses. I heard that the world government has been in contact with Mihawk recently, seemingly wanting to invite him to become a 7 warlord, especially since there are currently vacancies. 7 warlords? Dunn glanced at Karp and shook his head again. You really are hard to communicate with. You can't agree to anything and just shake your head. Karp complained before closing his eyes and falling silent. Karp, Rear Admiral Karp, and Admiral Akiji's contact. Just as Karp closed his eyes, Bogart walked over and handed him a den mushi. What do you need me for? Karp took the den mushi and said casually, Teacher, the son of the devil is hiding in the West Sea. I happen to have some free time and want to check the situation. A somewhat lazy voice echoed. Dunn was taken aback and turned to look at the den mushi in Karp's hand. Chapter 53 returned to Coco West Village, the Demon S-Child. That little girl from O'Hara? Karp was obviously surprised. He certainly knew about what happened in O'Hara back in the day, and he was aware that it was destroyed by the Navy's extermination order. Because of that incident, his top disciple Akiji, who was a spirited young man back then, had turned into a salted fish. What do you plan to do? Karp didn't believe that this disciple was going to capture someone. If he wanted to capture someone, he would have done it back then. The world government already knew about this news and sent someone to the West Sea. I'm just going there to help out. Akiji's lazy voice rang out. I don't believe you at all. Karp picked his nose, looking bewildered. He knew his disciple's nature. He probably had other ideas. You could decide for yourself. After Karp finished speaking, he directly hung up the den mushi, placed it on a small table beside him, and turned to look at Dunn, who had his eyes closed. You seem very interested in what just happened? Dunn's reaction was naturally not hidden from Karp. Although this old man was straightforward, he was a veteran Marine for decades and had a keen sense for reading people. Just curious, Dunn said with his eyes closed. This is not a small matter. Getting involved might attract the world government's hostility. Karp reminded him, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have been interested. But now that you mention it, I'm actually quite interested. Dunn opened his eyes and turned to look at Karp. What a personality. Karp was taken aback. He found this personality somewhat familiar. It seemed like everyone around him had this kind of personality. Karp sized up Dunn, trying to determine if what he said was genuine. But unfortunately, Dunn closed his eyes again. The warship sailed on the sea, and the Marines on board were still discussing the battle that had just occurred. The island that was attacked was not far from the Navy base, and the warship was fast, arriving at the Navy base in just a few hours. Colonel Mouse, who had already received the news, was waiting for them. Dunn brought down Arlong's head from the warship and tossed it to Colonel Mouse. He instinctively caught what Dunn threw. But once he saw what it was, he shivered and nearly dropped the head. A fishman pirate with a bounty of 20 million. And there were other pirates on a ship as well, which would amount to quite a lot of berry. Dunn waved his hand to leave. Colonel Mouse threw Arlong's head to a nearby pale-faced Marine soldier. Wait, the branch's funds are running low. Colonel Mouse called out to stop Dunn from leaving. Running low? Dunn frowned at Colonel Mouse. No one in the EC can catch this many pirates in such a short time. I've even tapped into the branch's funds. Colonel Mouse was also feeling quite a headache, especially when he saw Karp picking his nose as he came down from the warship. The headquarters will deposit the bounty into your personal account. You can withdraw it from the bank whenever you need. Karp naturally heard Dunn's words and flicked the stuff he dug out of his nose aside before saying. Dunn turned around. Small places don't have banks like this. These departments are set up by the world government on a few large islands. Of course, if you're a pirate, Karp looked at Dunn and said cheerfully, confiscation, right? Dunn nodded. The technology in this world is actually quite advanced, but it's all controlled by the world government. That guy Vegapunk has developed quite a bit of black technology, so it's not surprising to see things like banks. However, most banks are in the Grand Line, and some member countries of the world government also have them. Karp looked at Dunn, feeling it was necessary to clarify things. Otherwise, with this kid style of capturing pirates for money, if he couldn't get the money, it would probably cause a ruckus. But Dunn was just passing the time anyway. That's perfect. I still have 90 million berry. Dunn nodded and took his leave, leaving behind such a statement. Before long, Dunn retrieved the 90 million berry he had stored in the tavern and directly brought it to the Navy base to hand over to Karp. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow your money? Seeing Dunn's indifferent attitude, Karp was curious. How much does this kid actually value money? No worries if you swallow it. I'll just find another Navy base to retrieve it. It's not a big deal. Karp was taken aback. He certainly understood. What Dunn meant by retrieving it wasn't actually retrieving it. If he really did that, he'd probably get a 100 million bounty right off the bat. Well, leave a photo and a code word. Karp nodded. The photo is simple. The Navy already has Dunn's photo. But the code word. Dunn thought for a moment and said, flowing blade like fire. Flowing blade like fire? Karp muttered, somewhat curious about this term, but didn't ask further. No problem. I'll take care of this for you. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse watched the conversation between Dunn and Karp, pretending he didn't exist. So familiar with Vice Admiral Karp. But it seems he hasn't joined the Navy. What is going on here? By the way, the oranges from the Kinomi Islands taste great. I really like them. You should take the warship there more often and make sure the pirates don't ruin it. After discussing the money, Dunn turned to look at Colonel Mouse. I understand. Colonel Mouse glanced at Karp and then nodded. After all, this was also his task as the base commander. However, Dunn's commanding tone made Colonel Mouse feel a bit strange. What is up? Do you have acquaintances? Karp asked upon hearing Dunn's words. Kind of. After thinking for a moment, Dunn didn't deny it. There was a Marine before, but after experiencing a battle with pirates, he retired. With Dunn saying this, Karp became even more curious. But Dunn clearly had no intention of continuing. Colonel Mouse secretly pondered. Originally, he planned to make some retirement money after becoming the base commander. But it seemed that wouldn't work out. Dunn himself didn't say anything. Just a degree of familiarity with Vice Admiral Karp made him not want to provoke him. After all, it's not just this one way. Colonel Mouse's eyes darted around. I'm leaving. Dunn waved his hand and turned to leave. Vice Admiral Karp? Colonel Mouse cautiously spoke as he watched Dunn leave. I'll also be returning to headquarters. Karp glanced at Colonel Mouse and stood up to say. He had actually noticed that Dunn's words seemed to be warning this base commander. But he didn't have the mood to delve into it right now. Dunn left quickly, not long after, in Cocoa West Village. Same as usual. Dunn smiled at Belmere and said, This is the third time. Do you still want it all? This person is like the god of wealth. However, this time, two girls were following Belmere. one with aquamarine hair and the other with orange hair, both curiously looking at Dunn. This person is the one who has made their lives better these past few days? Chapter 54, Dinner with Nami's Family. Who was that pirate hunter? Belle-Mère mentioned twice at home about the person who bought all their oranges. Thanks to this person, life at home has improved a lot these days. Of course, mainly due to Belle-Mère. No more having a meal once a day and eating oranges for the other meal. This time I need a bit more, as I'm going on a long voyage. Dunn's gaze swept over the two girls behind Belle-Mère, and he smiled as he spoke. Are you going on a long voyage, sir? The CISNT-com right now, Belle-Mère asked curiously. It's fine, I want to see the world, Dunn replied. I see. But even on a long voyage, oranges won't last long. As I said before, when it comes to money earned, you need to be careful, Belle-Mère reminded him again. I know, so please hurry, Dunn said, placing money on the table and preparing to turn away. Sir, Belle-Mère called out to stop Dunn. Thank you for the previous 2 times. I would like to treat you to a meal, as a farewell, Belle-Mère said hesitantly. I see, no problem. But I still need to buy some things, Dunn nodded without refusing. Belle-Mère and Nami watched Dunn leave. Is he a pirate? Nami asked curiously, looking at Dunn's distant figure. Don't say that. Nojiko quickly covered Nami's mouth. Pirates wouldn't pay for oranges. Nojiko whispered in Nami's ear, and Nami mumbled, unable to speak. Watching her 2 adopted daughters play, Belle-Mère smiled, seemingly in a good mood. The 3 of them, 1 adult and 2 children, sweated while transporting oranges to the ship by the dock. After waiting for a while at the original spot, Dunn returned with many items. Here, Dunn handed over the large and small bags to Nami and Nojiko. Huh. The 2 girls looked stunned and instinctively accepted what Dunn handed over. Gifts when visiting? One must bring gifts, Dunn said. Upon hearing the word gifts, the 2 girls immediately felt the weight of the items in their arms lighten, even though they walked a bit unsteadily. Belle-Mère continued to thank him along the way. Wow, it's a navigation book. Back at Belle-Mère's house, Nami flipped through the items Dunn had given, and when she found several books on navigation techniques, she was overjoyed. Do you like it? Dunn said with a smile, sitting at the table. My dream is to become the greatest navigator and then draw the perfect sea chart, Nami immediately answered, clearly having her own aspirations. Oh, such a great ambition, but it won't be easy to achieve, Dunn raised an eyebrow. Nami, come help. Nojiko shouted, turning to help Belle-Mère cook. Nami responded and carefully placed the books aside like treasures before running over to help. Dunn watched the 3 of them busy together and looked around the not-so-big house. It wasn't large, but it was clean, though there were few items, clearly indicating a tight living situation. However, it made sense. After Belle-Mère brought Nojiko and Nami back, she raised them alone, so life couldn't have been wealthy. It seemed that she had saved up 100,000 berries, which forced her to take drastic measures. Using the 100,000 berries to buy the lives of Nami and Nojiko. The purchasing power of berries in this world is roughly similar to that of the island country in his original world, equivalent to about 5,000 in his original world, which is indeed not a large number. However, you should be able to watch Nami and the others grow up safely from now on, as long as that rat doesn't cause trouble. Dunn thought. The 3 of them were busy while occasionally sneaking glances at Dunn. Although Dunn was tall, one could still tell from his face that he was not very old. Is he going to set sail at this age? It seems this young man has had many stories, Belle-Mère speculated in her heart. Soon, a large table of dishes was ready, and of course, the ingredients were brought by Dunn. Belle-Mère felt a bit embarrassed about this. Nami and Nojiko had already taken their seats early, clearly looking forward to this meal. Belle-Mère, are you home? A voice came from outside, and Dunn knew without turning that it was Aiken, who had a crush on Belle-Mère. Just in time, come eat with us. We have a guest, the gentleman who bought all my oranges. Belle-Mère opened the door. Oh, Aiken was taken aback, glancing at Dunn sitting at the dining table. Once Aiken sat down, Dunn finally looked up at him. Did you come for something? Belle-Mère asked while helping Aiken with utensils. I just received news that Chikia village was attacked by pirates. It seems to be the fishermen pirates, and many people died, Aiken said seriously upon hearing Belle-Mère's question. Huh. Besides Dunn, Belle-Mère and the others looked surprised at Aiken. Chikia village was also in the Kinomi Islands, not far from Kokoyashi village. But don't worry, those fishermen were killed by a pirate hunter, and then the Navy came, but many people still died. Aiken sighed, his mood heavy. Pirate hunter? Nami asked curiously. Yeah. They say he is a tall young man. Very powerful. He killed dozens of fisherman pirates in just a few moves. If he hadn't stopped those fisherman pirates, we would probably have been in trouble here too. Given the proximity, those vicious pirates might not spare this place, Aiken said. Belle-Mère quietly listened, especially when she heard Aiken mention the Navy arriving afterward. Her expression shifted, but she said nothing. Aiken noticed her reaction and knew that Belle-Mère had been a Navy officer before. So amazing. Nami's eyes sparkled. Dunn quietly listened to them discussing him, not interrupting, just calmly eating what was in front of him. It wasn't enough to fill his stomach, but he wasn't hungry right now either. All right, see you. Dunn put down his knife, stood up, grabbed the sword next to him, waved his hand, and walked to the door. The food was good, thank you. Dunn turned and smiled, then opened the door and walked out. Wait. Aiken was stunned, watching Dunn's figure holding the sword. The news I received is that the pirate hunter who killed the pirates is the one holding a very long sword. His words made Belle-Mère and the others freeze, looking at Dunn's receding figure outside. Is it him? Is it him? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, wearing a red cloak, looked at the photo in his hand. In the photo, it was Dunn in the town outside Bay 16. Yes, sir, according to the information from our informant, it is this person who handed over many pirates to the Navy, including Kaso. Kaso was the Zoan-type devil fruit user that Dunn had captured. Where is he? Currently still in the Konomi Islands. Find him. Chapter 55. The Pursuit from the Sky Knight Demon. Flag Bearer Diamante. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. Dunn was doing push-ups with one hand while metal block over a person's height pressed down on his back. In front of him, a sea chart was spread out on the deck. If it were the entire sea chart of the East Sea, Dunn wouldn't have much confidence in navigating through it. He would probably get lost like Zoro. However, this small-scale sea chart depicted the islands near Reverse Mountain, and Dunn could still navigate according to it. Here, it would probably take 1 or 2 days to reach Reverse Mountain. Dunn supported himself with his left hand while using his right hand to stroke his smooth chin, squinting his eyes. This time he was heading to the West Sea. Although the world government had discovered Robin, he wasn't in a hurry, mainly because there was no use in being anxious. It had been over 10 years since O'Hara's destruction, and Robin had managed to hide in the West Sea for so long, clearly being very cautious. He didn't think he could find her just like that. Moreover, even if he didn't intervene, Robin would still be able to escape, but whether Akiji was secretly helping her was uncertain. Lifting his right hand, Dunn lightly picked up the several-ton metal block on his back, flipped over to sit down, and placed it aside. Sitting cross-legged, Dunn grabbed a glass of orange juice from the table, took a sip, and looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun's scorching heat didn't affect him much. After a brief pause to confirm his direction, he could head straight to Reverse Mountain. Dunn thought for a moment, but decided not to visit Lowtown. Although it was the place where the Pirate King was executed and pirates and people from this world might want to pay their respects, Dunn had no interest in it. After finishing the juice, Dunn stood up and grabbed his sword, practicing basic sword techniques repeatedly. He had his own ideas about the direction he wanted to take in the future. However, he couldn't just go all out and use the moves of the imitating old man Yamamoto. In conventional combat, Dunn recalled the saying, "No move is stronger than having no move." Of course, this world didn't have that saying, but there should be similar concepts. With diligent practice, the body would form instincts, reacting instinctively to the opponent's attacks during battle. What was that saying again? At your fingertips. While practicing, Dunn brainstormed. Ultimately, he needed to fight more. Solo practice will never improve as quickly as real combat, Dunn murmured to himself. However, there weren't many suitable opponents, especially in the Four Seas. Given his current strength, there weren't many qualified to be his opponents. It seemed he would have to focus on the Grand Line. That was indeed a place where strong individuals gathered. Just as he was thinking this, his observation, Hawkeye, sensed a large ship speeding toward him. A pirate ship. The pirate flag was somewhat strange, with a completely red flag featuring a skull adorned with peculiar feathers. Dunn sheathed his sword and looked toward the large ship on the distant sea. Is it coming for me? The pirate ship was clearly heading straight for him. Although he didn't plan to go to Lowtown, he wouldn't mind making some extra money if pirates were looking for trouble. Stepping to the bow of the ship, Dunn gazed at the approaching pirate ship. Boom! Before it got close, cannon fire erupted, and several cannonballs flew toward Dunn's ship. Dunn slashed out several strikes, cutting the incoming cannonballs, which exploded in midair. Before the next round of cannon fire could come, Dunn suddenly stomped on the bow of the ship, leaped into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters. He pulled his sword back behind him and then swung it in a large arc, unleashing a powerful slash from the blade. On the pirate's ship, a tall and slender figure jumped up, launching a similar slash from below, colliding with Dunn's slash, causing both to explode. At that moment, Dunn had already harnessed the momentum from his jump and was now above the pirate's ship, locking eyes with the figure that had leaped up from below. Who was this? The guy from the Don Quixote family? Looks like a gladiator. Dunn landed directly on the attacking pirate ship. There weren't many pirates on the ship. The massive deck was set up like a gladiatorial arena. The surrounding pirates brandished their weapons, their faces displaying fierce smiles. "I've been waiting for you for several days." The figure draped in a bright red cloak landed, swinging a long sword in his hand as he assessed Dunn. "Did Doflamingo send you?" Dunn understood the situation now. He had previously confronted Doflamingo over the Den Mushi, so this guy was sent to retaliate. His speed was impressive. He had found out his identity so quickly. The young master told me to bring your head back." Diamante looked at Dunn on the gladiatorial stage and jumped onto it. "Oh, Diamante!" The surrounding pirates cheered as they saw Diamante take the stage. Dunn glanced at the pirates and then focused his gaze back on Diamante. "If you're strong enough." "I'm definitely strong," Diamante boasted. "As a cadre of the Don Quixote family, if I were weak, I wouldn't qualify to follow the young master." Diamante laughed heartily and then suddenly attacked without warning. The sword in his hand became limp, as if it were a piece of cloth swinging through the air. And in an instant, it was in front of Dunn, transforming back into a sharp sword and slashing toward Dunn's neck. Dunn raised his sword to block the attack. Seeing his slash was blocked, a glimmer of pride flashed in Diamante's eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The originally straight sword became limp again, the tip aimed directly at Dunn's neck. Ding! Armament hockey hardened. Seeing this, Diamante wasn't disappointed. He directly retracted his sword. "I'm a flag bearer who has eaten the flap fruit." He introduced himself, excitedly revealing his identity, unique to this world. Dunn checked his health bar. 100. The previous attack had indeed reduced some health, but it was too little to show up. Dunn's recovery speed was currently very fast, maintaining observation hockey and armament hockey. Dunn's health was actually decreasing. However, as his physique grew stronger, the speed of self-recovery had long surpassed the damage taken, so his health remained at full. This also meant that as long as his physique was strong enough, he could maintain health recovery during prolonged battles against strong opponents. Facing Diamante's sneak attack, Dunn remained calm, feeling no anger. When Diamante retracted his long sword, Dunn flew forward, raising his sword high and then slashing down heavily. Ding! The sound of metal clashing. Diamante's expression changed dramatically as he raised his sword to block Dunn's strike, but he was sent flying backward by the powerful blow. Chapter 56, Beheading and Doflamingo. The startup funds of the returned Diamante felt an unstoppable, immense force emanating from the sword in his hand. The speed of this power was something he had never encountered before. Even when he fought against Pika, who transformed into a rock giant, he never felt this way from a single blow. As he was sent flying by a single slash, Diamante's eyes were filled with disbelief. When did such a monster emerge in the East Sea? Bang! The knocked back Diamante landed, his cape and clothes turning to steel, leaving a deep scratch on the ship's deck before crashing into the railing. Crack! The crack in the railing spread. The surrounding pirates, who had been cheering moments ago, seemed like ducks with their throats squeezed, suddenly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the flying Diamante. This was Lord Diamante, the strongest gladiator who had never been defeated in the Colosseum of Dressrosa. Is this it? Dunn swung the flame in his hand, producing a sharp whistle. As Diamante was getting back on his feet, he heard Dunn's voice, causing him to freeze, his face filled with rage. But just as he stood up, the railing he had crashed into shattered and fell into the sea. Diamante gripped his sword tightly, glaring at Dunn. After their earlier exchange, he dared not underestimate him any longer. Although he was not known for his strength, his extensive combat experience made it clear to him that when a person's abilities reach an unattainable level, it brings a significant advantage in battle. He couldn't afford to clash head-on. Dunn turned and walked to the other side of the gladiatorial arena, then beckoned to Diamante with a gesture. This action was evident to all the pirates. Diamante's face instantly flushed red. Even a fool could see this condescending attitude. But in battle, it's not always about who is stronger that wins. Diamante stepped onto the gladiatorial arena, gripping his sword with both hands, staring at Dunn. Before he could utter any more threats, Dunn suddenly stepped forward, charging towards him. Clang! Although Diamante had mastered hockey, he was not a swordsman. He relied too much on his devil fruit. Seeing Dunn rushing at him, he raised his sword to block, but retreated immediately. His sword became soft and limp again, twisting into the shape of a longhorn monster fish, the fighting fish of Dressrosa. Bang! Gripping the sword hilt, he thrust it forward like a flying war hammer. Dunn raised his sword to clash directly. Boom! Even with the help of his weapon, this collision still left Diamante's hands numb. He fell for it, the snake sword. Diamante shouted, transforming his sword into the shape of a fighting fish, the blade softening like a poisonous snake, cunningly launching an attack at Dunn. With observation, hockey active, Dunn swung his sword, effortlessly blocking the incoming blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Dunn calmly received these attacks. But there was some disappointment in his eyes. He had thought this guy's strength was not weak, but it seemed his application of the fruit was more like a magic trick. The Paramecia-type flare fruit, and he had expected some surprises. But then again, this Diamante wasn't even at the forefront of the Don Quixote family. While blocking the incoming blades, Dunn shook his head slightly, then suddenly flicked his sword, sending a slash flying towards Diamante. Seeing the incoming slash, Diamante flicked his cape. The red cape shielded him, then transformed into steel. Bang! The slash landed on the steel cape, producing a loud explosion. Ha! I'm a flagman. You can't break through this steel. Just as Diamante was about to feel proud, he suddenly noticed Dunn's figure had appeared in front of him, his sword raised high, slashing down fiercely. No use, no use, no use. Diamante's heart tightened, and he attempted to use the steel cape to block the blow. But this time, Dunn's sword was sharper. The steel red cape was sliced open like real fabric by Dunn's sword. The sound of blade cutting through flesh echoed. A series of diagonal sword marks cut from Diamante's left shoulder to his right waist, blood splattering. His tall body fell back, lying on the ground. Bastard! The surrounding pirates were stunned by this turn of events. Then one by one, they became furious, wielding their swords and guns, attacking Dunn. Dunn's figure flickered, and in just a few blinks, no one was left standing on the ship. The smell of blood filled the deck. The reasonably fit Diamante had not died. He stared intently at Dunn, who was approaching with a knife. Any last words? Dunn asked calmly, looking down at the bleeding Diamante. Young master, save me. Diamante suddenly shouted. Dunn's gaze fell on the snail phone at his ear. Dunn, the pirate hunter, leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Doflamingo's voice echoed again. This was when Diamante had contacted Doflamingo during Dunn's assault on the pirates. Good suggestion, Dunn replied, but then he changed his tone. But I refuse. With a slice of his knife, Diamante's groans abruptly ceased. Seeking death. Doflamingo's furious roar came from the snail phone. I don't believe someone like you. Maybe if I let him go, next time we meet, he will be my enemy again. So, let's keep it simple. Dunn squatted down and picked up the snail phone from the ground. Also, don't send your subordinates next time. ISNT your family? That's just asking for death. If you insist on coming, come yourself, or I will come to Dressrosa to find you soon. Fufu, what a lawless guy. People really laugh when they're extremely angry. Doflamingo's sinister laughter came from the snail phone, sounding very unpleasant. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to take this head to the Navy to collect the bounty. Dunn's tone was somewhat provoking. Unfortunately, Doflamingo could not jump out of the snail phone. I will find you. Good. I'll be heading to the West Sea afterwards. Oh, by the way, you have business in the North Sea, right? Once I finish my business in the West Sea, I'll go mess up your business. Dunn seemed to remember something and spoke up. There was silence on the other end of the snail phone. After a while, the call was disconnected. Looking at the snail phone that was about to fall asleep in his hand, Dunn stuffed it into his pocket, then bent down to pick up Diamante's head. Startup funds. Here we go again. Chapter 57. Don Quixote's Response. The upstream ship in the West Sea, just as Dunn temporarily changed his mind and headed to Rogue Town with his severed head in hand. A terrifying atmosphere engulfed the palace of Dressrosa in the New World. The palace guards and maids fainted, rolling their eyes. The members of the Don Quixote family looked at Doflamingo with a mix of awe, fervor, and of course anger. Doflamingo, it's all my fault. Just as Doflamingo released his conqueror's haki in a fit of rage, Toripol spoke up. Doflamingo turned to Toripol, veins bulging on his forehead. It's not your fault. I didn't expect such a guy to come out of the tiny East Blue. After retracting his conqueror's haki, Doflamingo said grimly, Young master, let me take care of that little brat and avenge Diamante. A sharp voice came from a burly man clad in armor. Although Diamante often mocked his voice when he was around, he was still family, and if anyone was to kill him, it had to be him. Doflamingo shook his head. The power of the Pika Pika no Mi can only be fully utilized on the islands. The other members of the Don Quixote family were eager to act. Only a tall girl appearing to be around 20 remained calm. Violet, the second daughter of the former king of Dressrosa, had joined the Don Quixote family to save her father's life after Doflamingo took over. Violet knew full well that her sister had been killed by Diamante. Now, she could only suppress her joy and feel grateful to the person who had killed Diamante. That little brat said he was going to the North Sea to disrupt the family business. Row, you and Pika returned to the North Sea. Doflamingo was naturally furious about Diamante's death, but had not lost his reason. After all, the most crucial thing now was to establish a relationship with Kaido, one of the emperors of the New World, and become a weapon supplier for him. This was more important to him. As for the guy who killed Diamante, if he went to the North Sea, he would deal with him there later. Doflamingo thought this way, but didn't believe that Dunn would actually go to the North Sea. He thought the other party might just be bluffing. Violet, you two go together. Use your ability to find him in advance if that person really goes to the North Sea. Doflamingo suddenly looked at Violet. Understood, young master. Violet, codenamed Violet, nodded. It was her ability from the Juku no Mi that gave her value and saved her father's life. When she fully utilized her fruit powers, she could see others' thoughts and glimpse scenes within a range of 4,000 kilometers. Doflamingo, once Rao and Pika took Violet away, Toripol spoke up. Everyone over in the Four Seas is keeping an eye on that bastard's whereabouts. I want to know his location at all times and when I have time. Oof. Doflamingo snorted coldly and stood up. When Jack arrives, let him come to see me. Doflamingo left in his little shoes. The remaining people exchanged glances. They never expected that Diamante would die just like that. It was originally just a trivial matter. Who could kill Diamante? In Rogue Town, a small ship approached without attracting anyone's attention. Because it was the entrance to Reverse Mountain, there were many stationed Navy officers, and the base commander was a rear admiral. So naturally, no pirates dared to cause trouble here or even come close. However, when they saw Dunn disembark with a severed head, many people were left dumbfounded. After watching Dunn head towards the Navy base, people at the dock began to whisper. Looks like a bounty hunter. He actually brought a head to claim the bounty. He's a tough guy. What is this? Just that head. I can't tell who it is. If no one recognizes him, he must be a small-time pirate. This young man doesn't look very strong. Everyone speculated, while Dunn went directly to the Navy base to state his intentions. Upon seeing Diamante's grotesque head, Rear Admiral Tibbs was stunned. He already knew Dunn's name. Just 2 days ago, when Karp left the East Blue, he had stopped here and mentioned wanting to recruit Dunn back. Also, there was the previous encounter between the warlord Jinbei and Dunn, although the result was unknown. Now, if he wasn't mistaken, that head belonged to the Don Quixote family, who had a bounty of 99 million. This guy not only provoked the Sea Knight Jinbei, but also Doflamingo. Tibbs was at a loss. How big of a mess could this person create? Commander? A nearby Navy soldier noticed Tibbs' face changing like a slideshow and whispered a reminder. That bounty hunter said the bounty should be deposited into Karp's account. Tibbs was taken aback. Where did he go? He left, heading towards Reverse Mountain. He should be going to the Grand Line. The soldier quickly answered. Left? Good. Tibbs breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the transponder snail to contact Karp. Haha, that little brat even provoked Doflamingo and killed one of his officers. He's really a daring guy. Karp's laughter came through the transponder snail after hearing the report. He said the bounty should be deposited into his account. I know. You said he went towards Reverse Mountain. He might be heading for the Grand Line? Yes. Vice Admiral Karp. All right, I got it. After hanging up the transponder snail, Rear Admiral Tibbs had someone handle the severed head and then began drafting a report to headquarters. At the foot of Reverse Mountain, Dunn stood on the ship, looking up at the mountain with its strange upstream waterways. He had seen Road Town and the execution platform of the Pirate King. It was very ordinary, but indeed many people stopped to watch. He didn't linger too long. After replenishing some supplies, he headed straight to Reverse Mountain. The ship beneath his feet surged upwards along the water flow, and flames suddenly erupted around him as Dunn's gaze swept over the nautical chart in his hand. The ship that was going upstream lifted its bow under the impact of the flames, and, at its highest point, it soared into the air, changing direction in midair and heading towards another upstream waterway of the mountain. The flaming ship resembled a spacecraft, gliding through the waterway towards the West Sea. Below, on the upstream waterway, a pirate ship erupted with cheers, probably a group of pirates believing they could make a name for themselves in the Grand Line. Whoosh! The descending flames slashed the pirate ship beneath them into 3 pieces. Dunn sheathed his sword and watched the pirates fall into the sea, flames erupting as he controlled the ship to descend towards the surface of the water. Chapter 58 Capone Beach, the godfather of deterrence. In an inconspicuous island town in the West Sea, a man dressed in a sharp gray suit and wrapped in a scarf hurried into a courtyard and whispered, "One of our strongholds has been attacked, and that person specified he wants to see you." Capone Beach, who was enjoying some roasted meat, showed no change in expression, chewing on his half-cooked meat while his gaze turned to the person reporting. "Who is it? Is it our opponent?" "No, there's only one person on the other side. He is quite young, and he said he wants your help." "Help? Ha ha." Capone Beach laughed loudly, but suddenly his expression turned grim. "Coming to ask for help while attacking my stronghold. What does he take me for?" Ever since he took control of the underground world of the West Sea, it had been a long time since he encountered such a thing. "Godfather, should we send someone to kill him?" Hearing Capone Beach's unfriendly tone, a young man wearing sunglasses behind him asked. "No, since he wants to see me, then go bring him here." Capone Beach waved his hand. "Yes, Godfather." The person reporting immediately nodded and hurried away. Capone Beach's expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, and he continued to eat. The one who attacked Capone Beach's subordinate stronghold was naturally Dunn. Compared to his aimless search alone, finding Capone Beach, the local tyrant, was the most convenient option. This was something Dunn had planned even before arriving in the West Sea. Of course, since he was here to ask for help, Dunn didn't kill anyone this time. After all, how could he help if he killed someone? The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and a group of middle-aged men dressed similarly to Dunn quickly approached. The Godfather agreed, "But you need to meet him in person." "Sure." Dunn nodded, raised his hand, and slung his knife over his shoulder. Soon, a small boat left the island. On the boat, Dunn observed the busy people aboard. Capone Beach and his crew, calling themselves pirates, were more like a gang. These people engaged in underground industries and then made money to expand their power. Besides the initial time when Capone Beach unified the underground forces of the West Sea and established the Flame Tank Pirate Crew to hunt down his opponents, they didn't really resemble pirates. It was only later, when they went to the Grand Line, that they became like most pirates, the superhuman type stronghold fruit. His body was like a fortress capable of housing a large number of people within himself. To some extent, it could also be considered a type of space fruit. However, just thinking about hiding people inside his body made Dunn feel a bit strange. In any case, he definitely wouldn't do that, even if he had the ability. After exhaling and checking his panel, Dunn frowned. His physical strength had increased again from 83 to 99, but it seemed to be a threshold. His physical strength had been stuck at 99 for a very long time. During a brief skirmish with Karp on the warship, his physical strength had actually reached the edge of 99, but when fighting Karp, his strongest physique was suppressed. Moreover, it was clear that Karp had used his full strength. Although he knew there was a gap between himself and the top experts in this world, a sense of urgency still arose in his heart. It seemed he needed to think of a way. Simply exercising wound tea yield significant improvement. To break through this limit, he would need some other methods. Dunn thought of his battle with Gongshiro. His physical strength had originally slowed down in its improvement, but the speed of increase accelerated after that battle. To activate unyielding, or to experience a full-scale battle. While Dunn was pondering, Capone Beach's subordinates were secretly observing him, collecting intelligence to report back to Capone Beach. Young, able to unleash flying slashes when attacking, he was a swordsman. No killings, and not much unnecessary talk. With his motives temporarily unclear, bits of observed intelligence were sent to Capone Beach. Days later, the ship docked at an island, and Dunn disembarked. Someone led the way, and Dunn followed without hesitation. Soon after, Dunn met Capone Beach. He looked slightly younger than in the original story, but he was already over 30. As Dunn assessed Capone Beach was also sizing up Dunn. You want my help, yet you attack my subordinates. Capone Beach spoke first, trying to gain the upper hand in the conversation. Dunn smiled and sat down in a seat, not far from Capone Beach under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Help me find someone worth 79 million berries. Once you find them, I'll pay you that much, and the person will be mine. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Capone Beach bit down on his cigar, glaring at Dunn. Someone worth 79 million berries? You remind me of someone. Capone Beach's expression was strange. That demon child of O'Hara, Nico Robin, I want her whereabouts. If you find her, I'll pay you. How do I know you have that much money? That's not a small amount. Capone Beach scrutinized Dunn. Moreover, getting involved in Nico Robin's matter is not something to be taken lightly. He continued. Oh, Dunn's eyes brightened. So you have news? Capone Beach frowned and waved his hand. A group of subordinates quickly left, leaving only a few behind him. Since you're looking for her, you should know about the O'Hara incident. The world government is currently searching for her, and many of their people have infiltrated the West Sea. Capone Beach said this while keeping a close watch on Dunn, hoping to gauge Dunn's background through his words. I know that, and I also know that Admiral Akiji has come to the West Sea for this matter too. Upon hearing this, Capone Beach's expression grew more serious. Although he currently controlled the underground world of the West Sea, he dared not get involved in matters involving the world government and the marine admirals. I just want information, and you only need to help me find that information. Then I can owe you a favor. Dunn knew that Capone Beach had ambitions. A favor? Is your favor worth anything? Capone Beach couldn't help but laugh at Dunn's words, but just as the smile appeared on his face, his expression changed drastically. Flames surrounded Dunn, and the temperature around them suddenly soared. Dunn's hand suddenly reached behind him, pulling out a figure. I understand now. Capone Beach immediately spoke up. The flames on Dunn disappeared as he released the person he had grabbed by the neck. There were scorch marks around their neck. An ability user. A fire-related ability user. Possibly a Logia-type. Capone Beach's expression fluctuated. If it's someone like this, then a favor would be worth something. The only question is whether the other party will keep their word. Chapter 59. Cautious Nico Robin. Running away, feeling the hostile gazes around her, Dunn smiled. I have already shown mercy. He indeed had shown mercy. Under normal circumstances, his abilities would only produce ordinary flames. But even ordinary flames were not something an average person could endure. A mere touch could cause burns. Capone Beach didn't mind, as he only sustained superficial injuries and was otherwise fine. What I want to remind you is that I can agree to help you find someone, but I will not come into conflict with the Navy or the world government because of this matter. Capone Beach was no longer a young man in his teens or 20s. At over 30, he was very clear-headed. He knew that even though he was the head of the underworld in the West Sea now, he couldn't stand against the world government and the Navy. Sure, I just need a piece of information. Dunn nodded. With Capone Beach's help, things became simpler. Dunn no longer had to search the vast sea like looking for a needle in a haystack. With a word from Capone Beach, the underworld of the West Sea sprang into action, and information exchange became more frequent. They would find news of Nico Robin's whereabouts. A woman in a dress walked quickly, her height over 1.8 meters making her appear very tall. However, she wore a hat that obscured most of her face. Her steps were swift as she slightly lowered her head, weaving through the crowd, until she reached a side alley, arriving at a temporary hiding place. With a bounty of 79 million, combined with being a child, Nico Robin had long been considered a treasure that could run away in many people's eyes. Ever since O'Hara was destroyed, Robin had been living a life of hiding and evasion after going to sea alone. She did not dare to trust anyone. Relying on anonymity and betrayal, coupled with enough vigilance, she had not been captured even at the age of 21. However, she had been discovered numerous times. Because of this, Nico Robin had keenly sensed danger. Since she was hiding, Nico Robin naturally had contact with the underworld of the West Sea. She had a vague awareness of those probing for her information, as well as the members of the world government who had been searching for her. It had been over a decade, and these people showed no signs of relaxing their efforts. Taking a deep breath, Nico Robin removed her hat, revealing her delicate yet weary face. Over the years, she had not dared to relax her vigilance. Each day felt like that of a startled bird. She took out the food she had bought and placed on the table, then went to the bathroom to take off her clothes. The cold water rushing over her body invigorated her. It seemed she could no longer stay in the West Sea. While drying her arms, Nico Robin murmured to herself. She had actually considered leaving the West Sea for a long time, but her identity meant she could not act freely and could only wait for opportunities. It was easy to imagine that on the necessary path out of the West Sea, there would be many people waiting for her. To pass safely, she needed an opportunity, but she didn't know when that opportunity would arise. But why have those guys suddenly come looking for me? For money? Nico Robin shook her head slightly. If it were for money, the world wouldn't have changed so suddenly. The information she secretly gathered indicated that not long ago, there was a sudden message in the underworld. With her mind heavy, Nico Robin wiped the water droplets off her body casually, put on a loose outfit, and walked out. However, as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, her body tensed up. She saw a man sitting at the table, eating the food she had bought. His back was to her, so she couldn't see his face, but he was a man with an unusually long knife leaning against the table. Nico Robin crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes fixed on the sudden intruder. "You're eating this? It doesn't taste good and has no nutritional value." Dunn chewed the rough bread in his mouth and only spoke after swallowing. "Who are you?" Nico Robin didn't relax her vigilance, looking at Dunn with a serious expression. "Dunn." Turning around, Dunn saw Robin's wary look, as alert as a small beast, and stated his name. "Relax a bit. Sit down." Dunn waved his hand and turned back. Putting down the bread he had taken a few bites of, Nico Robin frowned at his words, scrutinizing Dunn before stepping over to sit at the table. Meanwhile, Dunn's gaze was fixed on Robin's face. "Eat something. We have to leave soon. The world government's people have already noticed this place and will probably arrive shortly." Dunn said. "Who exactly are you?" Robin remained very cautious. Well, if she wasn't cautious enough, she wouldn't have been hiding alone for so long. "I am Dunn, 15 years old. From the East Sea. Let me think. All right, a bounty hunter. You came to capture me," Robin exclaimed, as two slender arms emerged from Dunn's shoulders. "Don't use your powers. It won't work on me right now." Dunn glanced at the arms sprouting from his shoulders and even pinched them a few times. Nico Robin's expression stiffened as she crossed her arms tighter over her chest. "I'm not here to capture you. I'm here to find you." "Why? Isn't it because of the bounty on my head?" Nico Robin said. The moment this young man appeared, she knew she had been exposed. Now, she was contemplating how to disappear from his sight. Moreover, what he just said about the world government's people arriving soon made Robin feel a sense of urgency. "You'll find out later. Are you sure you want to continue talking here? After all, the world government's people are almost here. I'll go change clothes." Just as Nico Robin was about to get up, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. "Eat something first. Otherwise, you won't have the strength to escape later." Dunn placed the partially eaten bread in front of Nico Robin. Tightening her clothes, Nico Robin sat back down, took the bread Dunn handed her, quickly took a few bites, chewed a few times, then swallowed it directly. She then stood up and walked back into the bathroom. The sound of rustling clothes changing could be heard. Then there was silence. Dunn sat in the outer room, shaking his head slightly. Sure enough, he had come too abruptly. This girl had run from the bathroom and had even installed a secret door in there. She was quite cautious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had quickly discovered Nico Robin's possible hiding place with the help of the Underworld's information network, such a big commotion would naturally alert the world government's minions. Of course, the main thing was that they had also discovered Akiji's whereabouts. Picking up his knife, Dunn stood up and walked out, turning a corner before reaching the street. The street still showed no significant changes. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Dunn activated his observation Hawkeye and followed Robin from a distance. Chapter 60, CP4. Encounter with Kazan. Robin's footsteps were swift. Over more than a decade of evasion and survival, betrayal and suspicion had become her main colors. The man who suddenly appeared in front of her, regardless of his intentions, she would absolutely not trust, especially since he was a pirate hunter. Robin didn't consider herself a pirate, but the bounty of 79 million on her head was real. She needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Her direction was toward the sea. Every time she arrived at a new place, Robin would quickly assess her surroundings. She was quite familiar with the terrain of this island. She also knew that on the other side of the island was the dock of smugglers. If she could get on a ship there, at least she would be out of sight of those people. Regarding the world government personnel mentioned by Dunn, Robin didn't know whether to believe it, but she preferred to err on the side of caution. Just as Robin left the town, feeling a bit anxious, two tall, thin figures appeared ahead, with strange, smiling masks, dressed in white suits and wearing white round hats. CP. Robin's heart tightened, her feet halted, and she immediately turned around, but behind her, two figures had also appeared without her noticing. Nico. Robin, you finally showed yourself. A muffled voice came from behind one of the masks. Surrender, Nico. Robin. You have no chance of escape. The four surrounded Nico. Robin, slowly closing in. Robin crossed her arms over her chest, a trace of despair flashing across her face. The power of her devil fruit gave her some combat ability, but she knew she was absolutely no match for these world government agents. Was this the end? Footsteps sounded. Robin and the CP members turned to see a tall figure approaching with a sword in hand. I told you these guys came after us, and you still wanted to run. A calm voice rang out. Nico. Robin stared blankly at Dunn as he approached. This guy just walked right up. Doesn't he fear the world government's henchmen? Stop right there. Someone warned. Dunn smiled at the warning, and suddenly the ground beneath him exploded, and in the next moment, he was in front of Robin. No way. I can't let you take her. Dunn said casually. Are you a pirate? The CP members looked at Dunn with serious expressions. No, I'm a pirate hunter. A pirate hunter? Is this guy here to steal the credit? The four surrounding them were stunned. Is this kid also here to capture Nico. Robin? You know these are world government personnel. You'll be pursued for doing this. Looking at Dunn standing in front of her, Nico. Robin took a deep breath and whispered, you being discovered has something to do with me. And I came to the West Sea because of you. I want to let you go. Dunn turned to look at Nico. Robin behind him and said, why? Are you also interested in the poneglyphs? Nico. Robin was confused. What about her was worth this person going against the world government? No, I'm not interested in the poneglyphs. I'm interested in you, Dunn said directly. This left Nico. Robin at a loss. Whoosh. Just as the two were whispering, a figure abruptly appeared beside Dunn. An arm covered in Hawkeye swung toward Dunn's head. Boom! With observation Hawkeye monitoring the movements of the four, as soon as this person got close, Dunn kicked out, sending the figure flying. The other three figures immediately attacked Dunn. Stay back, Dunn said, releasing Nico. Robin and reaching for the hilt of his sword. The sound of blades scraping against the sheath echoed. Spear! A spear-like force shot toward Dunn like a bullet. Swinging his sword, Dunn deflected the incoming spear, leaped forward, and delivered a powerful downward slash. Paper drawing. The person who almost got hit by the blade suddenly felt weightless, drifting sideways along the edge of the blade. The other two figures lunged at Nico. Robin. Swish! 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 Dunn swung his sword, sending dozens of slashes flying, enveloping the three within. Iron block X3. Then, the three figures were sent flying. Dunn's speed in dealing with the three was so fast that in Robin's eyes, it was just a blink, and the three figures were already sent flying. 15 years old, Nico. Robin stared blankly at Dunn. When she first met Dunn, he seemed to have introduced himself at this age. The three of them haven't been defeated yet. You go to the seaside first. There's a ship I prepared for you. One without a flag is my ship. Dunn said to Nico. Robin. You. Nico. Robin had questions, but now was not the time, so she followed Dunn's words and turned to leave. Dunn watched the four figures that emerged. They had all transformed, all being Zoan-type devil fruit users. The earlier slashes had left sword marks on these people, but after transforming, their strong bodies compressed the muscles, making the wounds appear less severe. Nico Robin is a world government criminal. You need to know what you're doing. One of the figures who had transformed into an upright rabbit said gravely. If it were anyone else, they would naturally not bother warning and would just take them out. But this guy was not easy to deal with. After just one exchange, the four realized Dunn was formidable. At least they had no confidence in defeating him. Not important. Dunn looked at the four. A flicker of flame appeared from his wrist, wrapping around the sword blade. Seeing this, the four simultaneously attacked. Slash! Dunn's figure flashed past, and two of the animal-shaped bodies suddenly split apart, flames instantly engulfing the two. Run! After seeing the two cut down, the remaining two had no hesitation and turned to flee. Not a single one will escape. Dunn turned and swung his flaming sword. A massive fire tornado enveloping the two. Crack! He sheathed his sword. The fire tornado disappeared, and the scorched bodies fell, already out of their animal forms. These CP agents were tools, and the fruits they consumed were just ordinary Zoan types. Their own strength was not very strong. After all, they had been chasing Robin in the East Blue for years, so it was unlikely they would always send experts to lie in wait. However, these four were just inconspicuous among the world government's personnel in the West Sea. This was easy to deduce. With the sword resting on his shoulder, Dunn stepped toward the direction Robin had left. The small fry had been dealt with. Now it was time for the main course. As Dunn departed, his expression grew serious. By the seaside, Nico Robin looked at the ship docked at the small pier, the one without a flag. However, the bustling dock that used to be filled with people was now deserted. Footsteps sounded, and Nico Robin suddenly turned around. When she saw who it was, her pupils constricted. Kazan. Chapter 61. The appearance of Admiral Kazan. Cold sweat instantly covered her forehead. Nico Robin stared intently at Kazan, unable to move her feet, her body trembling slightly. Well, I didn't expect to run into you here, Kazan said, calmly looking at Nico Robin while grabbing his curly hair. You've grown up well. When we last parted, I told you that if you did anything, I'd be the first to catch you. Kazan stood not far from Robin, looking at her. Robin recalled the scene from the day O'Hara was destroyed. Just like today, they were by the sea, just the two of them. This admiral had left her a way out. But now, was he going to take it back? Seeing that Nico Robin remained silent, Kazan scratched his head in mild frustration, then turned to look in another direction. It seems you have a good partner. Partner? A strange word. She had no partners. For a moment, doubt crossed Nico Robin's mind, but then she realized who Kazan meant. Take me back. Hand me over to the Navy. Robin suddenly spoke up. No matter what, that guy named Dunn was helping her, even if he might have other motives, at least so far. But this person in front of her was an admiral. No matter how strong Dunn was, he couldn't possibly be a match for him. Perhaps if she let Kazan take her away, everything would end. Though she had this thought, it seemed someone disagreed. Kazan felt a bit helpless about Robin's words. Taking Robin away was not his goal. I said, today I will take you away, and no one can stop me. As the voice rang out, Dunn, carrying a long knife, stepped out and walked toward Robin and Kazan. You can leave. I don't know you. Robin glanced at Dunn before turning her head away. Dunn chuckled at this. Although that's the truth, you can't decide that right now. But the purpose of his visit this time was not just Robin. It was also Kazan. Although he initially came to the West Sea for Robin, once he sensed his physique had hit a bottleneck, he thought he needed a battle to break through it and set his sights on Kazan. Kazan looked at Dunn with interest, rubbing his chin. Not bad in strength. He had naturally seen the scene where Dunn fought against four people. Dunn, right? Before Dunn could answer, Robin suddenly turned to Kazan. Do they know each other? Hearing Kazan call out his name, Dunn was not surprised. The Navy must have known about his fire abilities since his first visit to Base 16. But it didn't matter. After all, data was his trump card. He had previously thought not to use the burn fruit's abilities until it was critical, but that was too naive. After all, if you don't use your abilities, you'll never get stronger. It's not good to be closed off. Dunn walked to Robin's side under her gaze, raised his arm, and pulled her into an embrace. Kazan scratched his face at this scene. Damn, why do I feel like the daughter I've raised for a long time is being taken away? I'm taking her away. What does Admiral Kazan say? The tone was incredibly arrogant. Both Robin and Kazan had this thought in their minds. Robin wanted to struggle, but Dunn's arm was strong, and after a couple of attempts, she gave up. He is an admiral of the Navy, and his strength is terrifying. You should go, This is my business. Robin said softly. I already said, no one can stop me today, including him. Dunn released his arm and pointed to the ship. Go. You get on the ship and leave. I'll come back to find you later. Robin was taken aback, staring at Dunn with wide eyes, while Dunn's gaze was on Kazan. Kazan was increasingly displeased as he watched the two. Go. Dunn wrapped his arm around Robin's slim waist and leaped onto the boat by the sea. Hurry, set sail, Dunn said, and the several guys on the boat, dressed in suits and sunglasses, who had previously pretended not to exist, hurriedly started rowing the boat upon hearing Dunn's words. Well, this won't do. If you escape, I won't be able to explain myself, Kazan said, grabbing his head, raising his hand as a wave of cold air surged toward the boat. Flame. Dunn raised his hand, drawing his sword, as a fire tornado suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. The scorching wind blew Robin's hair. He watched Dunn wielding the flaming sword. I'll come find you soon, and then take you away from the West Sea. Dunn turned to Robin and smiled, then turned to the fire tornado, leaping into it. Robin pressed her hands against the boat's railing, as the boat was moving away from the shore, with everyone rowing desperately. Fire! How terrifying, Kazan said, looking at the burning fire tornado on the sea, sneering. If that was Kazuru saying that, it would be reasonable. Dunn, engulfed in flames, leaped from the fire to the shore, the flames wrapping around him like a coat. Behind him, a wall of fire several meters high seemed to ignite. It seems you know us well. So tell me, do you think you can stop me? Kazan was curious. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy. Wasn't his deterrent power too weak? A mere kid dared to confront him? Even if it was the burn fruit, did he really think fire could necessarily counter ice? It seemed he needed to teach this kid a lesson. Kazan's eyes locked on Dunn, and he moved his feet. Shave. Kazan's tall figure appeared next to Dunn, a massive sword of condensed ice appearing in his hand. Ice sword. Ice slash. Bang. The ice sword collided with the flame that surrounded Dunn. Dunn kicked out with his right leg, which was wrapped in Hawkeye flames, aiming directly at Kazan's knee. How terrifying! In an instant, Kazan was turned to Kizuru. He exclaimed, how terrifying! But he had no choice but to kick out at a supernova. Kazan's body was directly shattered by this kick, and the ice began to condense around him. Dunn leaped out. The flames behind him had already been frozen. After a moment of being frozen, both ice and fire dissolved into nothingness. You bastard! You can even freeze fire? Dunn said, holding his sword, looking at Kazan, who had reformed his body, his expression serious. Fire can counter cold, but if the temperature is low enough, it can turn the tables. All right, that's enough. Dunn swung the flame in his hand and lunged forward. Foolish. Being reckless against someone stronger than you won't work. Dunn was not Robin and didn't have such good treatment. Facing Dunn's reckless charge, Kazan raised his hand for a violent bird. An ice bird formed from cold air rushed toward Dunn. Frozen time capsule. An extreme chill followed the ice bird toward Dunn. Flame. The fire tornado collided with the ice bird, and Dunn's body passed through the tornado, charging straight at Kazan. Come on, my chosen sparring partner. Bring out my indomitable spirit. Chapter 62 Dunn. You can't do this. Ice Age. Facing Dunn, who was engulfed in flames, Akiji raised his hand to unleash his ultimate move. But the target was not Dunn, but the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea surface was frozen. In the distance, the ship Robin was on was directly frozen on the sea. What is this? Robin looked at the frozen sea, a flash of despair in her eyes. Has he failed? Just as Robin thought this, flames erupted. Fire burns the city. This move was a huge drain on Dunn in his normal state. But since he decided to fight Akiji with all his strength, there was no need to hold back. Endless flames burned, and the ice created by the sea began to melt under the intense waves of fire. Realizing that the temperature of his flames was not high, Dunn had already changed his approach. The flames flowed rapidly at all times. The violent motion raised the temperature significantly. This is our battle. It's not suitable to involve others. Dunn looked at Akiji and spoke, as the knife in his hand clashed with the ice-formed blade in a struggle. Kid, you have quite the bravado. Akiji was somewhat astonished. He had actually heard quite a bit about Dunn from Karp. Even after coming to the West Sea, he had heard Karp mention him, but he is too young. Seems a bit overly arrogant. Then let me teach him. There are always people stronger than you in this world, Don't be blindly arrogant. Ice balls. Several ice balls condensed between Akiji's left hand and flew towards Dunn's chest. The ice balls pierced through his body directly. In Dunn's left hand, a violently rotating fireball was smashed towards Akiji's head. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, and the loud sounds echoed far away. You don't need to hold back. After one collision, Dunn was knocked back, but a smile appeared on his face. Go all out. Let me see the true power of an admiral, and let me see how far I am from you. What an unlikable kid. Akiji pressed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He somewhat regretted appearing now. Had he known, he wouldn't have shown himself. Just from the probing exchanges earlier, he had a rough understanding of Dunn's strength. At least, protecting Robin should be no problem as long as someone of his caliber doesn't intervene. However, this guy seems to have ulterior motives regarding Robin. He raised his hand and shot out two ice spears. Dunn sidestepped to avoid them, but Akiji's body emerged from one of the dodged ice spears. Boom! A kick, wrapped in armed hockey, hit Dunn in the waist. Dunn's figure, engulfed in flames, fell to the ground. Even with the hardened armed hockey, this kick reduced his health by nearly 20. This was probably the first real hit he had taken since the fight began. Dunn looked at the fallen Akiji, while Akiji suspiciously gazed back at Dunn. Something's off. That kick didn't hold back, yet this guy seems completely unscathed. At least on the surface, he appeared to have taken no damage. Did I miscalculate? Akiji hesitated, doubting whether his previous assessment was correct. That was a solid hit. Although he planned to activate his resilience in this battle, Dunn had no intention of passively taking hits. Flames wrapped around Blade. The blade, enveloped in armed hockey, glowed with fiery patterns due to the influx of flames. Residual Fire Blade Sunset Hellgarb. Dunn's voice rang out, but his body was almost unseeable. The super-concentrated flames caused the surrounding air to distort. The extremely high temperature even began to rapidly evaporate the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, flames erupted among the ships and goods at the nearby dock, which then ignited violently. Recklessly driving his abilities and hockey led Dunn to enter this state in a normal condition. The consequence of such reckless expenditure was that his health was declining. His self-recovery could no longer sustain such consumption. Akiji's expression grew serious. He felt an immense threat. Fire and ice are naturally counter to each other. Previously, he had handled the situation quite easily. Although Dunn was also a Logia user, there was still a significant gap in their abilities. But now, he felt that the distorted figure in front of him, due to the extreme heat, could truly harm him, or even worse. Ice began to condense on Akiji's body. The cold air corroded, blocking the incoming heat and flames. Fire and ice were in a fierce struggle. Akiji's mouth slightly opened, and streams of cold air escaped. I underestimated you. Akiji's expression was serious. Then let us get serious. Dunn's voice echoed, and before his words had even faded, his body, wrapped in terrifying flames, seemed to teleport, appearing in front of Akiji with a long tail of fire. The terrifying blade slashed down towards Akiji. The collision of fire and ice produced white steam that evaporated or turned into ice crystals almost instantly. Whoosh! Dunn's sword-wielding figure was encased in ice. But Akiji showed no signs of relaxation. The ice sealed him for only a moment before the ice in front of him exploded, along with more flames. The wildly flowing flames burned the air. Bang! The right leg wrapped in armed hockey collided with Dunn's flaming right leg. Both retreated simultaneously. Akiji slid for several dozen meters before finally stopping. Dunn was about the same. Just from this strike alone, they were evenly matched. That's enough. You've got decent strength, kid. It seems I can't stop you. Akiji looked at the still burning figure, waving his hand. He wasn't here to kill. This kid was clearly fighting for his life. In this state, even if he didn't intervene, over time, this kid would wear himself out. That one do. We haven't determined a winner yet. Dunn's voice rang out as flames slashed towards Akiji. Dodging these slashes, Akiji felt a bit of a headache. This kid seems to be quite stubborn. In that case, let's make it quick. With that thought, Akiji moved, and his figure was already behind Dunn. Ice gauntlet. Ice gathered on his fist and struck towards the top of Dunn's head. Bang! Before the fist could land, Dunn's body suddenly scattered into flames. Let me teach you a lesson. When facing an equally matched opponent, don't casually elementalize. Changing his fist to a palm, Aokiji raised his hand and slapped to the side, hitting the flames directly. Dunn's figure was knocked back, flying sideways. The long sword embedded into the ground slid for over 100 meters before finally crashing into the cliff wall, where Dunn came to a stop. This should be about enough, Aokiji thought, and then he saw Dunn rise again, propped up on his sword. You can't do this. Dunn's helpless voice rang out. You're not even as good as Gongshiro. Chapter 63. Aokiji. Switching opponents? Although during the fight with Gongshiro, he only wanted to activate his indomitable spirit and didn't go all out, just taking hits. But in this encounter with Aokiji, a general shouldn't be at this level. Is it because of Robin that Aokiji is holding back? But what he needs is not to hold back. Dunn stood up and rested the sword on his shoulder. After the flames dissipated, there wasn't even a scratch on him. Seeing Dunn's condition as the flames faded, Aokiji pursed his lips. Has he been underestimated? But looking at this guy, it seems like he really is fine. Very resilient and quite stubborn. Is he determined to find out who wins? Observation Haki activated. In a nearby town on the island, the residents had already hidden away. There's no way he could go all out here. One unpleasant guy. Aokiji shrugged. If that's the case, I hope you can withstand what's coming next. Aokiji said. Then, with his long legs, he delivered a powerful side kick towards Dunn's head. A distance of hundreds of meters seemed negligible to Aokiji. Although Dunn saw it with his observation Haki, his body couldn't react in time, only able to raise his arm. Bang! Both man and sword were kicked away. Health, 39. Slash. Dunn hadn't completely released the force from the previous kick when Aokiji's next strike came crashing down, and Dunn drew his sword directly. Clang! The blade collided with Aokiji's armed color, completely ineffective. Accompanied by that strike, Dunn was kicked down from the air, crashing to the ground. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Cough, cough. Dunn grasped his sword and stood up, coughing from the dust. He raised his hand to clear the dust away. Dunn looked at Aokiji, who was standing at the edge of the big pit with one hand in his pocket. Aokiji was genuinely speechless. Dunn's strength was indeed impressive in his eyes. He could be considered a top figure, even on the seas. Everything else seemed normal, but this body was definitely abnormal. With those two moves, even the warlords would likely be severely injured. But now, looking at Dunn holding his sword, there wasn't a single trace of injury on him. Where the hell did this monster come from? There are still two moves. Dunn grinned, showing his white teeth. He bent his legs and suddenly exerted force, lunging towards Aokiji. Regardless of physique, combat experience, or the abilities in their development, he had a huge gap compared to Aokiji. But so what? I can cheat. If you have the ability, hit me a couple more times. Although it was deliberate, being kicked back and forth by Aokiji also ignited Dunn's anger. Ice Army Blade. The ice-formed military knife was held in both hands by Aokiji and facing the incoming Dunn. Aokiji swung down fiercely. A sharp friction sound. Dunn's sword brushed against Aokiji's ice military knife. Eat my kick, Dunn shouted, delivering a powerful kick infused with Haki to Aokiji's waist. Crack! The sound of ice shattering. Cheating. The two figures passed by, and after landing, Dunn disdainfully said. Aokiji's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment before returning to normal. Just because you don't use your powers doesn't mean I won't, kid. I've held back many times. Aokiji turned to speak, but before he could finish, his expression darkened, because Dunn lunged at him once more. He raised the ice military knife to slash at Dunn's shoulder. But this time, Dunn didn't dodge at all, allowing the knife to strike his shoulder while the flames in his hand pierced through Aokiji's head. Dunn was sent flying by a slash, and as the flames withdrew, Aokiji's half-frozen head began to restore. Kid, this ends here, Aokiji was speechless, preparing to leave. This guy is too bizarre. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly became serious. Yo, General Aokiji, I hope you can withstand what's coming next. Dunn's somewhat sinister voice rang out. Boom! As the words fell, flames soared into the sky. Ashes of heaven and earth. A slash that seemed to tear through space came with terrifying flames, filling everything with fire, turning the world into flames. Retreat, retreat. Aokiji kept retreating until he stood on the surface of the sea, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What is this? Aokiji's heart was shocked, more so in confusion. Dunn stepped out, walking on the air with his sword. The flames only burned at the edges of his clothes and hair, but that strong aura was impossible to hide. A massive sense of oppression came rushing in. Behind Dunn, raging flames surged. Even the clouds in the sky dissipated from the heat. What is that? On the distant sea, several rowers on a boat had already fainted, and Robin stared blankly at the wall of flames that seemed to connect to the sky, her expression vacant. You have this kind of talent too? Aokiji pursed his lips, looking at Dunn. Conqueror's haki. This sense of oppression is definitely not wrong. It's the same thing as what Master Karp has. Conqueror's haki initially mastered a terrifying combination of soul energy and physical energy, possessing the power to oppress everything. But you currently cannot control it freely. What a pleasant surprise. Although Dunn had sensed that he might also have this talent before and had felt this energy when he activated his indomitable spirit last time, he couldn't perceive or use it. But this time, this power appeared naturally. In other words, Dunn believed he had filled in his only shortcoming, at least in the future. When encountering someone with Conqueror's haki in the new world, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Boom! Dunn's body transformed into flames. A massive fire tornado sucked Aokiji and the ice blocks beneath his feet into it, instantly evaporating them. The surrounding seawater couldn't approach. Ice Age. Aokiji's expression was serious, and he went all out. Boom! A fist wrapped in armed color struck Aokiji's cheek. In an instant, his entire face twisted and his body flew out at an angle, like a stone skipping across the water's surface, freezing the sea wherever he passed. Before his body could stop, Dunn's figure appeared above Aokiji in a flash. He stomped down, and a volcanic eruption occurred. Fierce flames erupted as if a volcano was spewing forth, shooting from under Dunn's feet into the sea. He ran. Dunn turned to look at the ice moving along the surface of the sea. After creating distance, Aokiji's body emerged from the ice. This isn't a person at all. It's like a completely different person from head to toe. Whether it's haki or strength, it's completely different from just now. Dunn, standing in midair with flames beneath him, looked at Aokiji. Only 2 moves left, no, just one. Dunn's words stunned Aokiji, who then quickly understood. Earlier, he said he hoped Dunn could withstand it. Then struck 3 times, and now this guy wants to return the favor? Dunn swung his sword, gathering all the flames. The obvious fiery patterns reappeared on the blade in his hand. Damn, this was Aokiji's first thought. Run. This was his second thought. Then, under Dunn's blank stare, the ice marks instantly crossed the surface of the sea, disappearing from sight. Dunn instinctively suppressed the power on his blade. The sunrise blade was destined not to be able to cut through, right? Chapter 64. Breakthrough and Conclusion. The mindset of the strong, however. This time the goal has been achieved. Physique. 100. The limit of his physique seems to have been broken. Additionally, the hidden Conqueror's haki has also been unleashed. Of course, there is also the estimation of combat power. It's just that Aokiji clearly has no intention of clashing head-on with him. Among the 3 admirals, only Aokiji has undergone significant changes, and, of course, he is also one of the most suitable opponents. Last time, he activated the Indomitable with Kang Shiro's sword, and that feeling of being able to shatter the world was definitely an illusion caused by the explosive increase in power. Therefore, before this, he needed to thoroughly understand whether he could engage in combat with the top combat powers of this world after activating the Indomitable. Although the activation of the Indomitable was only a brief encounter, he had already grasped the approximate extent of it. However, with someone like Aokiji who wants to escape, he has no ability to stop him. After all, at this level, someone who is determined to leave might not even be stopped by 2 or 3 masters of the same caliber. Just like the time when the Golden Lion attacked the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for his stubbornness, no one could have stopped the Golden Lion from escaping. Even the combined efforts of Karp and Sengoku would not suffice. But in any case, Dunn was very satisfied with the results of this test. After all, he was still continuing to grow stronger. He completely retracted the flames and glanced at the scene below. The duration of the battle was not long, but the terrain by the seaside had already undergone tremendous changes. He unleashed those rapidly flowing high-temperature flames, turning the sand into glass. And the previously small dock had completely disappeared. Fortunately, both of them intentionally avoided the nearby town, moving the battlefield towards the sea, with his feet treading in the air. The immense physical power brought by the still-active Indomitable made Dunn's steps cause the air to explode. After a loud bang, Dunn's figure vanished, leaving behind a long afterimage as he appeared above a small boat on the sea. Robin was clinging to the side of the small boat, still not realizing what had happened. When she heard the explosion and looked up, she saw Dunn descending from the sky, landing on the boat. Before Robin could speak, Dunn walked to the only cabin of the small boat and opened the door, revealing it filled to the brim with food, roasted meat, fruits, and the like. Under Robin's astonished gaze, Dunn sat down on the ground and began to recover his health. After a while, just as Robin was about to speak, she saw something flying towards her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch it, and it was a piece of roasted meat with a crispy exterior and tender inside. Swallowing her saliva, she glanced at Dunn and then sat down quietly against the boat's railing to eat. As the Indomitable faded, Dunn's health had fully recovered due to eating. Feeling the terrifying power boost within him dissipate, Dunn set down the food in his hand and suddenly raised his hand. A large splash of seawater surged up, drenching the few unconscious individuals. The cold seawater shocked them awake, and upon seeing Dunn, they instinctively got up. According to the original route, they were to leave. Yes. Now the few of them were very obedient, showing no signs of opposing Dunn's words. Even though they were a bit dizzy from just waking up, they immediately busied themselves. Robin watched as the boat set sail again and walked over to Dunn's side. Did you defeat him? Robin's tone was filled with disbelief. Dunn turned to look at Robin, smiled and shook his head. No, he is a Navy admiral. As soon as Dunn said this, Robin was about to ask again when Dunn spoke up again. He got away, and he ran really fast. Robin's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at Dunn. Why did you help me? If it's not for my abilities and not for my bounty, then what is your purpose? Sit. Dunn pointed to the space in front of him. Robin did not refuse and walked over, sitting down with her legs together at an angle. Seeing Robin's straightened legs, Dunn stroked his chin. I just set sail not long ago, and I'm looking for some companions to travel with. Companions? Robin suddenly recalled the feeling of Dunn hugging her tightly before. But you should be very clear about my identity. Now that you've killed someone from the world government, they might put a bounty on you. Robin still felt a bit confused, as she was not a good companion. She was a big trouble. It's fine after I kill them all. No one will know it was me. Dunn said calmly. Robin was taken aback, wanting to refute, but then she remembered the scene of Dunn fighting Aokiji. Although she couldn't see clearly from a distance, the scene represented how terrifying both sides' strengths were, surpassing her imagination. As for Aokiji, I think he won't spill the beans. Dunn stroked his chin and said, Before, I didn't see want to be a pirate or a navy because both have their troubles. But after testing my current strength against Aokiji, I suddenly feel that it's not that big of a deal, even if I am truly labeled a pirate. With my strength and way of doing things, the Navy's attitude towards me would probably be similar to that towards Mihawk. Besides, I'm a bounty hunter, and Karp knows this very well. As for you, Robin, the only one who cares about you is the world government, and I have no good feelings towards them anyway. What is that saying? The quietest way to assassinate is to kill everyone who sees you. From now on, just follow me. I need a woman to take care of my life. Dunn looked at Robin, who was lost in thought, and spoke. You really don't care about those people? That's the world government. Robin looked up and said seriously. Rather, I'm quite looking forward to it. After all, to continue growing stronger, fighting is necessary. As Dunn said this, he actually had an expression of anticipation on his face. Also, as if understanding Dunn's expression, Robin thought about his strength. With such strength, many troubles might no longer be troubles for him. As for following him, Dunn was the strongest person Robin had encountered since leaving O'Hara all those years ago. Becoming his companion? Perhaps it was more than just a companion. Robin recalled Dunn's previous forceful hug. She probably couldn't resist, right? Robin tilted her head and smiled at Dunn. The few people operating the small boat were observing with their eyes and ears closed, frantically overthinking to avoid hearing anything they shouldn't see. Working under the Godfather, these people had learned how to avoid knowing more than necessary to avoid being silenced. Teacher, I met that person you mentioned. On a small iceberg floating on the sea, Aokiji sat at the highest point, took out a den mushi, and spoke. Which person? Karp's puzzled voice came from the den mushi. That bounty hunter from the East Blue. Akiji said, recalling the encounter with Dunn, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. What exactly happened earlier? As one of the participants, he was now a bit dazed. Chapter 65 Karp, don't let it out. It was as if, all of a sudden, the person opposite him had transformed into someone else, and that intense feeling of oppression sent chills down his spine. This was a situation he had never experienced after consuming the frozen fruit. In that moment, something had happened to Dunn that he couldn't imagine. Ha, Dunn. So you were talking about him? He went to the West Sea? Karp laughed heartily after a brief pause. Yes, he came to the West Sea, and we even had a clash. Akiji raised his hand and scratched his head, sounding a bit frustrated. A clash? Did you take that kid down? Karp was taken aback and instinctively asked. Take down? Akiji's expression was strange. If I hadn't run fast, it might have been me who got taken down. Ha. I said that kid runs. Wait, what are you talking about? Back on the dog-headed warship returning to headquarters. Karp raised his hand and dug at his ear with his pinky. Karp-sensei, that guy's not as simple as you say. As Karp's disciple, Akiji was quite close to him. Dunn, the person who made Karp run twice, Akiji had naturally heard Karp mention him. Suspected to be a user of the natural-type burn fruit. It just so happened that this fruit had some restraining relationship with his own, so he was quite interested and curious. However, from Karp's words, one could hear Karp's appreciation for Dunn. But if Dunn had the strength he displayed during their previous encounter, this old man Karp would definitely not be this calm. What on earth happened? Karp's voice came from the transponder snail. Akiji did not hide anything and recounted what he had just experienced. You must be half asleep, right? After listening, Karp took a long time to blurt out a sentence. Karp Admiral. Akiji's tone became serious. Do you think I'm joking? But that's impossible. I fought him before, and he absolutely couldn't reach the level you mentioned. Karp was clearly confused, his tone a bit uncertain. Karp-sensei, you fought him? Akiji was taken aback. Yes, we had a bit of a spar on the warship. Although it wasn't serious, I shouldn't have misjudged this kid's situation. Although his strength is decent, he definitely doesn't reach the level you're talking about. Karp was also puzzled. He understood Akiji's character and knew he wouldn't make things up. What kind of situation is this done in? The transponder snail fell into silence, and after a while, Karp spoke again. If you were to let loose, would you have confidence? No. Akiji answered decisively, then hesitated a bit. His strength has increased instantaneously, and he seems to have conqueror's haki. After this change, I have no confidence. Not only that, if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, I estimate I would suffer losses. That means that kid has been hiding his strength. Karp mumbled for a while before his voice came again. This time it's because of that little girl. So don't let the matter out. Understood. Akiji scratched his hair, feeling a bit helpless. Even if he didn't say it, he wouldn't let it out. Not to mention Robin. Just with Dunn's displayed strength, before Dunn declared himself a pirate, the Navy would definitely not easily issue a bounty, especially since he had always claimed to be a pirate hunter. For someone like him, as long as he didn't do something that the Navy and world government couldn't tolerate, the matter of the bounty would be carefully considered by the Navy. This is troublesome, if Sengoku asks later. Karp mumbled before the transponder snail was hung up. Akiji looked at the lively transponder snail in his hand, which seemed to be dozing off. After putting away the transponder snail, Akiji stood up and gazed out at the sea. In his mind, it seemed that an island with flames soaring into the sky appeared. Relax. There's no need to be on guard against everything in the future, Dunn suddenly said, looking at Robin, who was lying beside him. The curled-up Robin, who seemed to be asleep, opened her eyes and looked at Dunn, who was leaning against a knife. She had never felt this way before and couldn't adapt. Since Dunn spoke, Robin simply sat up, hugging her legs with her arms, her gaze fixed on Dunn. Since you know me so well, aren't you worried about provoking the world government? That's a colossal entity. It is indeed a colossal entity, but given your situation back then, how could you evade them for over a decade? Dunn examined Robin's now slightly darkened skin, thinking about when she could be nourished back to fairness. Why? Robin subconsciously asked. Although you are important, you are not as important as you think. Robin was taken aback, and with her intelligence, she naturally could think of the implications. But she couldn't understand why someone would ignore the threat from the world government. Sir, just as the two were conversing, a voice sounded from outside. Dunn got up and threw the knife in his hand to Robin. Robin was startled and instinctively caught it, then felt the weight of the knife and subconsciously hugged it to her chest. Let's go, we need to change ships. Someone needs to escort us out of the West Sea. After all, the world government should have blocked some areas. Upon hearing this, Robin stood up, clutching the flame, and followed Dunn. After stepping outside, Capone Beach was already waiting. He looked at Robin, who was following Dunn, then glanced at Dunn. His subordinates had already informed him of what happened. Although those subordinates were unconscious before and hadn't seen everything, based on their descriptions, he already knew that Dunn had encountered and clashed with Admiral Akiji, although he wasn't clear about the specifics. However, Dunn was standing here fine and had brought Nico Robin out. This favor was somewhat valuable. Ha! My friend, congratulations on achieving your goal. Capone Beach's thoughts raced, and then he laughed heartily. I'll be in your debt again. Although Capone Beach's bounty was considerable, he indeed helped him. Otherwise, if he had gone to find someone himself, he wouldn't know when he would find them. He might not even find Robin 2 years later when she looked for a chance to leave the West Sea. Of course. Are you sure you want to go to the North Sea? Capone Beach was a bit curious. With Dunn's strength, he could totally make a name for himself in the Grand Line. Of course, although he was curious, he wouldn't casually ask the reason. Well, I had a bit of conflict with Don Quixote da Flamingo, so this time I'm going to the North Sea to negotiate with him. Dunn smiled and said, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This name made Capone Beach pause. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, the underground emperor of the North Sea. In fact, he had quite a few dealings with da Flamingo before and was still in contact. Many of the weapons for his armed subordinates were purchased from da Flamingo. A small conflict? Looking at Dunn's expression, Capone Beach expressed disbelief. Chapter 66. Shelf Life? Dunn. Can't think too much, although he had only known Dunn for a short time. Capone Beach felt that the small conflict in Dunn's words was definitely not that simple. However, unlike da Flamingo, Capone, who was also an unstable person, did not want to get involved in this so-called small conflict. One was a Shichibukai, and the other was someone who could contend with Admiral Akiji. Capone thought for a moment, and once again looked at Robin. The world government had already received the news. I had sensed it here in the West Sea. Those guys are frantically searching for this woman. Dunn turned to glance at Robin, who was holding a knife. So, the previous plan is no longer applicable. Capone bit down on the cigar in his mouth. There's another way. I can send you to the Flower Country. Their fleet is heading for the Grand Line. And perhaps you can blend in on their ship. After saying that, Capone added, of course, if you want, you can also go according to the original plan. But I want to get too involved anymore. He didn't want to confront the world government. The Flower Country? Dunn turned to look at Robin. The Flower Country is considered a pirate nation, but at the same time, it is a member of the world government. Robin noticed Dunn's gaze and explained, I know. Dunn stroked his chin, the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy. Green Pepper, a powerful figure who once fought against the Navy hero Karp, with a bounty of over 500 million berries, but after the battle with Karp, he seemed to have stopped going out to sea. Robin immediately provided an answer. She seemed to be very knowledgeable about these events. However, Capone, who had been observing Dunn's expression, suddenly had a bad premonition. This expression, has he become interested? But well, that's none of his business. Rather, he was quite looking forward to what might happen next. Then let us go to the Flower Country. Dunn immediately made a decision. There will definitely be a lot of eyes from the world government there. Robin reminded him, it doesn't matter. After all, one of my purposes in going to sea is to find these powerful figures to fight. Dunn waved his hand. Real battles are certainly faster for improvement than training alone. After fighting Akiji, Dunn had a pretty good understanding of his current strength. In a normal state, he could contend with someone of Jinbe's level. But when his trump card was revealed, he was not afraid of an admiral of the Navy. Although the time was short during that time, he could abandon all defenses and use various high-consumption methods. Perhaps he could even determine the outcome in that time. If it really doesn't work, he could also escape safely. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry too much. After the battle with Akiji, Dunn's mindset had quietly changed. In that case, I'll have someone send you to the Flower Country. Capone, seeing Dunn make a decision, did not hesitate, raised his hand to signal, and soon someone on a large ship waved. Dunn did not linger, taking Robin directly aboard, and then the large ship set sail. Godfather, it seems we won't have much interaction with this person. Negotiation expert Vito leaned closer to Capone. Yes, you're absolutely right, but who knows in the future? If he becomes a big shot at sea, then I'll make a big profit. If not, I won't suffer any losses. What I'm doing now doesn't mean anything to me, Capone said calmly, biting his cigar. You're right, Godfather. Vito nodded in response. We will eventually go to the Grand Line, Capone suddenly said. The people around became a bit excited. Although the four seas are vast, the Grand Line is the core of this world, where countless treasures and powerful figures are found. People from this world yearn for it. On the ship. Why is he helping you? Capone, I know him. He caused a lot of slaughter in the West Sea before. In the bright cabin, Robin looked at Dunn, who was training alone, and couldn't help but speak up. Curious about this? Dunn turned his head to look at Robin, smiled, and said, well, he is not a simple person. This has nothing to do with me. I just did him a favor. And he also needs a chance to use this favor in the future. Dunn waved his hand. He wouldn't have much interaction with Capone. If Capone were to head to the Grand Line as originally planned, that would be a long time from now. No one knew what would happen during that time. Robin assessed Dunn, thinking about what had happened during their brief acquaintance. She always felt that Dunn seemed to have known her for a long time. That feeling couldn't be wrong. However, she could be certain that their first meeting was when she encountered Dunn at her hiding place. The fugitives made Robin very vigilant and sensitive. She didn't believe that Dunn was just looking for her as a partner. After all, with Dunn's displayed strength, it would be very easy to find any partner. Don't think too much. Dunn suddenly spoke. He naturally knew what Robin was thinking. After all, when Robin made her appearance, she was a very deep-minded woman, and even joining the Straw Hat crew had her own intentions. However, it was only after Eni's lobby that Robin truly changed. By my side, it's impossible to be worse than before, right? Seems so. Robin was taken aback and smiled. Seeing Robin smile, Dunn was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he was enchanted by Robin's beauty, but rather a sudden thought of how women in this world look when they grow old. It seemed that the appearance of women in this world had no relation to how they looked when they were young. The former member of the Rocks Pirates, Old Lady Zappa, looked just like the Empress when she was young, but after aging. Then there was Charlotte Linlin, who even had the title of the most beautiful pirate in her youth. Countless others were similar. Then, Dunn's gaze toward Robin gradually became strange, and this gaze made Robin feel confused. What does this gaze mean? Disdain? What a fickle man. Robin felt quite speechless in her heart, turned around, and returned to the adjacent cabin. Can't think too much. I still have at least 20 years of shelf life. Maybe I'll be gone by then. Dunn shook his head, muttering to himself before continuing to train. In the adjacent room, Robin lay on her bed. The words Dunn had said when he hugged her flashed in her mind. Anyway, it can't get worse, right? She reached out to pull the blanket beside her, covering her curvaceous body. At headquarters, Sengoku looked at Karp, picking his nose, his eyes scanning up and down. That Dunn cut off Doflamingo's subordinate in the East Sea and even sent the head to Lowtown. I approve the bounty. Chapter 67, The Conversation at Headquarters. Sengoku, Karp, and the seven warlords, ha ha ha. We thought of the same thing. Sengoku. Karp laughed heartily, but his laughter quickly faded when he saw Sengoku's face darkening. Where is he? The person I asked you to bring back. Where is he? Sengoku's expression transformed into one with a sharp, pointed head and bared teeth. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru calmly sipped her tea, her eyelids not even fluttering, as she had long since grown accustomed to such situations. As for the other two, Akainu and Kizuru, one sat upright with a serious expression, while the other lazily clipped his nails. If he doesn't want to join the Navy, there's nothing I can do about it, Karp said as he directly sat down beside them. Sengoku sat down with a speechless expression, his eyes fixed on Karp. So what about the intel? Sengoku asked after taking a few deep breaths. Oh, it's just a young man. Why are you so concerned? You're the fleet admiral. You have so many things to handle every day. Karp waved his hand while chuckling. You know I'm busy? Sengoku was both angry and amused to hear this. Yes. I know. So I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now, Karp said as he stood up. Wait. Don't change the subject. Karp, share your thoughts. Akainu and Kizuru's eyes both turned to Karp. All right. Dunn is quite a good young man. He likes chasing pirates. Karp thought for a while and said, and Akainu nodded slowly. However, his motivation is for the bounty. Akainu's expression stiffened as he snorted coldly. Well, that's fine. After all, that's what we issue bounties for. So quite good, Tsuru said with a smile. A young female marine with long legs behind her looked curious. To be praised by Vice Admiral Karp. He seems to be a good person. And then, Karp, don't pretend you don't know what I'm asking. Sengoku looked at Karp with an unfriendly expression. Indeed, he seems to be a Logia-type fire fruit user. He fought with Jinbe in the East Blue, and as for the outcome, I don't know. But Jinbe didn't take the fisherman's corpse away, so he must have suffered a loss. Karp stroked his chin as he spoke. Fighting with the 7 warlords Jinbe means he has considerable strength. This young man is only in his teens, right? Zoro asked with a smile. That's right. He is indeed young, and he even fought with me on my ship. Karp scratched his head nonchalantly as he spoke. And then all the gazes in Sengoku's office turned to Karp. Ahem, of course I wasn't serious. Although Karp is quite eccentric, everyone recognizes his strength. He is proficient in both forms of hockey, has a strong physique, and is very powerful, but he is rough with his strength, Karp said while touching his eye sockets. And of course, the mark from that punch had long since disappeared. Such a talented person, Vice Admiral Karp. You should find a way to bring him back to headquarters. He will understand the Navy's justice in due time, Akainu Sakazuki said with a stern face. Karp glanced at him and did not respond. Sakazuki felt disheartened and did not continue speaking. It's truly frightening. If such a young person hones his skills at sea for a few years, he could become a formidable foe. If he becomes a pirate, that would be a huge problem, Kizaru said with a pout. Snip! His nail fell to the ground. Indeed, having such a young person become a pirate would be troublesome. That shouldn't happen. Dunn has no interest in becoming a pirate. Karp immediately shook his head. Karp, what you said doesn't count. Zoro interjected, shaking her head. With her intelligence, she could naturally think of this. The question of whether or not Dunn becomes a pirate is one he could decide for himself, but the Navy and the world government can also make decisions. Upon hearing this, Karp recalled Dunn's mention of the celestial dragons and frowned. Many problems have arisen because of those parasites. Seeing Karp's expression, Sengoku and Zoro, who were familiar with him, knew that Karp had something unsaid. If he becomes a pirate, I will personally go catch him. Karp hesitated for a moment before speaking. But from my interactions, he is not someone who would do evil deeds. Even if he became a pirate, it might be for other reasons. Karp added as a clarification. In fact, his words had already indicated that he would not invite this person again. Well then, let's leave it at that. Sengoku was still not giving up. But since Karp had said so, he temporarily set it aside, only keeping it in mind. After all, he is a Logia-type user and very young. He is different from other pirates, so he is worth pursuing. In the North Blue, Germa 66 attacked 4 kingdoms, beheading the 4 kings and releasing the news through the World Economic Journal. Sengoku spoke. Such scoundrels should be eliminated. Akainu was the first to speak. The world government is preparing to contact Germa 66, Sengoku said after glancing at Akainu. Akainu's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. As long as there is value and money to be made, the world government won't care about such matters, Karp said while picking his nose, his expression disdainful. They will likely invite them to become a member of the world government. After all, the 4 kingdoms in the North Blue weren't before. Zoro said, this time the world government's contact requires cooperation from a navy, and their request is for a marine admiral. Once Sengoku said this, Akainu immediately stood up. I still have many things to do. After saying that, Akainu left directly. Then, the other people's gazes turned to Kizaru. Me? Kizaru raised his hand to point at himself, his lips pouting high, looking very unwilling. He probably didn't want to run such a long distance. Your ability can get there faster, so it's you. Sengoku directly issued the order. Kizaru looked speechless. The watermelon has fallen on his own head. Kizaru stood up and agreed, then left directly. Zoro watched Kizaru leave, her gaze lingering on Karp. Diamante is a subordinate of Doflamingo, and the evil dragon is a fisherman who has a good relationship with Jinbe. Once this Dunn goes to the Grand Line, conflicts with the two of them are inevitable. True, who had been pursuing Doflamingo for a long time, understood him well, and knew what Doflamingo's attitude was towards his family subordinates. Diamante is considered a core subordinate, and now that he has died at Dunn's hands, what will happen afterwards is already imaginable. This doesn't need to be a concern. Since it has happened, let's see how far this Dunn can go. As for Doflamingo, if he is defeated, it doesn't matter. Sengoku said directly. The 7 warlords plan is a strategy from the world government, and Doflamingo's selection was also made by the world government. If he is defeated, there is nothing for the Navy to worry about. At most, They will just find someone else to become a warlord. Sengoku's gaze turned to Karp. No, I already mentioned it. He seems to have no interest. Seeing Sengoku's gaze, Karp understood his meaning and shook his head directly. Chapter 68 Robin, is it blank? With Karp's insight, he could naturally see that Dunn was genuinely uninterested in the seven warlords. Or rather, he didn't have much interest in anything related to the world government. What do you think this young man can achieve in the future? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked Karp, her eyes fixed on him. As a comrade of many years, Tsuru knew that Karp could be a bit unreliable at times, but his judgment was definitely sound. Sengoku also became very curious. Is it the truth or a lie? Karp stroked his chin and asked. Of course, it's the truth, Sengoku replied, speechless. When did this guy Karp learn to play coy? Is it the truth? Well, I'm not sure. Karp shrugged his shoulders, indicating he didn't know, but then he shifted the conversation. But his talent is very high. Let me put it this way. Although it's not obvious now, and he doesn't have much fame, Dunn's talent might surpass that madwoman from the world government. Karp's words made Sengoku's office instantly quiet. Both Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru froze. That madwoman from the world government? Charlotte Linlin? The only person Karp could refer to like that was Charlotte Linlin, who was now proclaimed as the Empress. As a figure who had been closely watched since the Rocks era, the Navy knew very well about Charlotte Linlin's situation. This woman had terrifying talent. She achieved her current level of strength without needing much training. A young man whose talent rivals that of Charlotte Linlin? That's too exaggerated, Tsuru said instinctively. It is indeed a bit exaggerated, but that is how I feel, Karp replied and fell silent. Really not possible? Sengoku felt even more reluctant now. Not possible, fine. Karp hesitated for a moment upon seeing his old friend's expression and sighed. He should have some opinions about the celestial dragons. You know how the celestial dragons operate. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru's expressions became somewhat grim. So that's the reason? If that's the case, then Karp is indeed correct. It would be very difficult to recruit him into the Navy. Moreover, he might stand on the opposing side in the future. I've said everything I needed to say, but based on my interactions with him, you don't have to worry about him actively becoming a pirate. However, with such talent, he will definitely cause a stir in the future. If he really does cause a stir, the world government might have a Navy issue a bounty. But that problem will be for you to worry about. After finishing, Karp stood up. I've been away on business for so long. I'm going back to rest now. If there is nothing important in the next few days, don't look for me, Karp said, and left before Sengoku could react. That bastard Karp, Sengoku instinctively complained. A habit he had developed. But then his expression stiffened. Business trip? More like going out to have fun. If that's the case. If the world government moves without him declaring himself a pirate, we need to take action. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded Sengoku. I know, but I can't fully decide on this matter. After becoming Fleet Admiral, Sengoku realized how troublesome it was to deal with various issues. The troubles from the world government go without saying. There are also constant troubles from pirates. Even with the Navy's 3 major powers in place, it remains hectic, keeping him busy every day. Sister, why not bring him back? Then we can explain the Navy's principles to him. Since he doesn't agree with pirates, he should be able to accept the Navy's ideals. Jinyuan suddenly suggested. You're right, but there's one problem. What if we can't catch him? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at her sworn sister behind her and shook her head slightly. Let's take it step by step with this young man. Although Karp said his talent is good, growth takes time. Perhaps during this time, we can find a better way to interact with him. After saying that, Vice Admiral Tsuru also stood up to greet Sengoku and left with Jinyuan. Only Sengoku was left in the office. Sengoku actually felt that Dunn would likely stir up big trouble soon. After all, he had already provoked Jinbei and Don Quixote da Flamingo, and after going to the Grand Line, he would likely directly clash with them. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. If both Jinbei and da Flamingo were defeated, then the plan for the 7 warlords would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Perhaps we could use this opportunity to make the world government change its plans. In this world, strong individuals are not only pirates. There are many powerful figures hidden outside both the Navy and the pirates. Sengoku frowned in contemplation, pondering whether it was possible to find a way to bring those people out. Kingdom of Flowers. Dunn and Robin, who was wearing a hood, got off the ship. It is said that the Kingdom of Flowers was built in the style of Huaxia. But now that Dunn saw it with his own eyes, he could only say it was all form without substance. No, it wasn't even that. Even if it had form, it was merely a random collection of things found from who knows where. Your eyes seem a bit disdainful, as if you look down on some things. The life of fleeing had greatly enhanced Robin's ability to read others. She noticed Dunn's expression and could naturally see what he was thinking. Of course, this was also because Dunn didn't hide it. To paint a tiger, but end up with a dog. Do you know what that means? Dunn turned to look at Robin and asked with a smile. Huh? Robin pondered for a moment before slowly replying. It means understanding something only at a superficial level. That's about the gist of it. Dunn nodded in agreement without further explanation. The style of the Kingdom of Flowers is indeed different. Have you seen something more authentic? Robin was genuinely curious. The Kingdom of Flowers has existed for a long time, and as a historian, she naturally knew that. Could it be an ancient kingdom that hasn't been recorded? Robin speculated in her heart, suddenly stunned. Could it be that blank? Robin turned to look at Dunn, her eyes filled with surprise. Let's go see if we can find where green pepper is, Dunn said, waving his hand. Robin felt surprised, but didn't voice her doubts. You're a pirate hunter. Are you planning to capture green pepper for the bounty? Robin quickly walked a few steps to Dunn's side and asked in a low voice. Huh? Dunn looked at Robin in shock. He hadn't thought of that at all. He just wanted to spar with green pepper. After all, green pepper was famous for his Busashoka hockey, and perhaps he could improve through that battle. As for capturing green pepper for the bounty, this is the Kingdom of Flowers, the lair of the 8 treasure navy. Seeing Dunn's reaction, Robin realized she had misjudged. Since it's not that, then can't we just sneak onto the ship? Robin suggested, as she didn't see any combative aura around Dunn. Chapter 69. Starting from fame across the seas. Dunn stopped in his tracks, and Robin, not paying attention, bumped into him. She looked up and saw Dunn had turned around and was looking down at her. Did I say something wrong? Robin's heart skipped a beat. Her previously cautious nature made her overthink things. Will my visit in vain? Just as Robin was lost in thought, Dunn suddenly smiled and spoke. Huh? Robin was momentarily taken aback by Dunn's smile. Why did I go to sea? Dunn raised his hand and put it around Robin's shoulders as they walked forward, then asked. Robin, feeling his arm around her shoulder, tilted her head up to look at Dunn's profile. His face still had some youthful innocence. It was clear he was not very old, yet he already possessed such great power. A sense of security quietly rose within her. Robin relaxed a bit, pondering Dunn's words. To fight against strong opponents? She asked. Yes, that's part of becoming stronger, Dunn nodded. And then? Robin countered. What do you mean and then? After becoming stronger, what next? Robin prompted. Dunn fell in a thought upon hearing this, then shook his head while glancing at Robin. I haven't thought about it. Maybe to make a name for myself across the seas? But that doesn't seem like what I want. To become a pirate? Robin looked at Dunn and asked again. I never thought about being a pirate. Even if there are true adventurers among them, a pirate is still a pirate. Dunn shook his head. Right? Robin nodded. He understood the pirate's way of life. Isn't it said that before the pirate king was killed, he left all his treasures on the final island? Don't you want to get that? Final island? Dunn turned his head to look into Robin's eyes, his gaze clear and calm. The treasures there are different from what these pirates consider treasures. Dunn slightly shook his head. If we're talking about treasures, taking down the Gold Emperor is obviously more worthwhile. Even if there are treasures on the final island, their quantity cannot compare to what the Gold Emperor possesses. For Dunn, treasures or money had become something easily attainable. Since you haven't thought it through yet, how about we set a small goal first? Robin noticed that Dunn didn't seem to have a clear objective and suggested. That's a good idea. Let's start by making a name for ourselves across the seas. Dunn stroked his chin, then slightly lowered his head and kissed Robin on the forehead. At that moment, Robin's body instantly tensed up. Dunn, with his arm around her shoulder, could feel her current state and couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, Robin had been quite rational, but now her cheeks were flushed and her gaze was wandering, seemingly flustered by Dunn's sudden action. Since we want to make a name for ourselves across the seas, is the most wanted pirate in the West Sea green pepper? Dunn spoke, easing Robin's panic. She blushed and glanced at Dunn, thinking for a moment before nodding. The West Sea has produced many prominent figures, but they have mostly left for the Grand Line. Currently, the one with the highest bounty is indeed the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, but he hasn't appeared much lately. Now, his grandson is leading the 8 Treasures Navy. After thinking for a moment, Robin provided her answer. If I defeat him, can I make a name for myself in the West Sea? Dunn asked. Of course. 20 years ago, his bounty was already 500 million berries. If he hadn't encountered the Navy hero, he might have been the overlord of the Grand Line by now. Another victim of Karp. Dunn chuckled lightly, recalling the scene where he zapped Karp on his ship, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. But how do we find him? This is the Flower Country. If we go directly to his door, we might be ambushed. Robin expressed her concern. Even if Dunn was powerful, being ambushed would still be a significant loss. We actually don't need to actively search. While we're talking just now, someone nearby has already overheard us, Dunn said, glancing around. Robin's heart tightened, and then she turned her head to look around, slightly pulling her hood to cover half her face. Now we just have to wait. The other party's identity is unusual. Even if that's the case, it might not be green pepper, Robin reminded. That's fine. If it's not now, it will be later, Dunn replied. Robin's heart skipped a beat as she understood Dunn's meaning. However, thinking back to Dunn's previous encounter with Aokiji, he should be able to handle the current situation. Karp and Green Pepper's old man? Here, to stir up trouble? The now 20-year-old Old Kai had already taken over most of the 8 Treasures Navy's affairs. After all, their old man was now mentally unstable, staring blankly at the treasure beneath the ice every day. So when he heard the news relayed by his subordinates, Old Kai immediately became interested. Should we inform the old man? Buwu, carrying 3 battle axes, asked. No way. If the old man hears Karp's name, he'll probably blow up. They know all too well about the grudge between Green Pepper and Karp. Just mentioning Karp's name can send the old man into a frenzy. Kaka. Let's go meet this person. Old Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully, then grabbed a nearby long-handled knife and stood up, with Buwu following behind him. To send someone to capture these 2. No, if they dare to provoke us, they must have some strength. Those guys might not be their match. Old Kai shook his head directly, but in reality, he was just itching for a fight. With some time left before going to sea, having someone come to stir up trouble was just the right opportunity to stretch his muscles. This was Old Kai's thinking. On the other side, Robin quickly sensed something was off. The number of people around was decreasing, while those who appeared were all strong and fierce-looking. We've definitely been discovered. These should be people from the 8 Treasures Navy, Robin whispered to Dunn. Dunn didn't respond, but tightened his grip around Robin's shoulder to reassure her. We're on our way to the 8 Treasures Navy's base. We just don't know who will show up next. Dunn's observation haki was fully extended, allowing him to see everything around them. In the distance, the 8 Treasures Navy had already imposed a lockdown, preventing the people of the Flower Country from getting close. Simply put, they had now fallen into the encirclement of the 8 Treasures Navy. Robin's observation haki should not have awakened yet, so she couldn't detect this situation. She could only analyze based on what she could see around her. They're coming. Just as Robin was feeling vigilant, Dunn suddenly stopped and spoke. Robin's heart tightened as she looked up to see what was ahead. After a while, a large group of people appeared from the main road. It's Kai, E, and Buwu. They should be the ones managing the 8 Treasures Navy now, Robin immediately recognized and quietly reminded. I know. Dunn also recognized them. The newcomers were Old Kai, who would marry Baby 5 in the future, and the captain of the 3rd team of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, leading the entire 8 Treasures Navy to join the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 70, Week 2 Week. Crushing Old Kai. This guy is known as the winner of life. After the Battle of Dressrosa, he got a wife, inherited the 8 Treasure Navy after being recognized by his grandfather, Green Pepper, and even mastered the essence of the 8-Chong Fist. As Dunn watched Old Kai approach, his hands suddenly itched. Robin, who had been draped over Dunn's shoulder, quickly noticed that Dunn's hands were becoming a bit restless. As Old Kai and his crew appeared, the surrounding people drew their weapons and surrounded Dunn and Robin. Robin instinctively made a move to strike. Leave it to me. Dunn retracted his hand, patted Robin on the shoulder, and then took back his knife. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Robin nodded and took a step back. The arriving Old Kai and others scanned Dunn and Robin, their gazes stopping on Dunn, who was holding a knife. Who are you? What is your purpose in the Flower Country? Old Kai assessed Dunn with his knife in hand. Seeing Dunn's youthful face, he felt he might be overreacting. I thought I could stretch my legs a bit. As for my purpose, let's talk about it later. Dunn looked at Old Kai and suddenly unleashed his recently awakened Conqueror's haki. The invisible shockwave spread outwards. In an instant, all the surrounding pirates collapsed to the ground, rolling their eyes. On the opposite side, only old Kai, his brother Boo-woo, and a few officers from the 8th Treasure Navy remained standing, but they were drenched in cold sweat. A tremendous pressure impacted their nerves. This is the old man's. Boo-woo, sweating profusely, widened his eyes and managed to speak. They had naturally witnessed Green Pepper's Conqueror's Haki, and upon sensing a similar aura, they immediately recognized it. Old Kai tightened his grip on his large knife, his expression serious. Conqueror's Haki. This kid actually has Conqueror's Haki. It's a rarity, 1 in a million. When did such a kid emerge from the West Sea? Let's go all out, Dunn said without drawing his blade, his gaze fixed on the opposing group. Don't be too arrogant. I'm the vice pillar of the 8th Treasure Navy. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying axe came hurtling toward Dunn. Clang! Dunn's arm, wrapped in armament haki, blocked the flying axe, sending it crashing into a nearby building. After deflecting the axe, Dunn vanished in a flash, reappearing right in front of Boo-woo, delivering a horizontal kick that sent Boo-woo's tall body flying sideways, crashing through several buildings. Huh! Seeing his brother kicked away, old Kai didn't hesitate at all and swung his knife down toward Dunn. Before the knife could land, Dunn's foot was already on the move. With a direct kick, old Kai, struck in the abdomen, was sent flying along with several of his officers. Keep up, Dunn shouted, his figure disappearing once more. The force of the kick hadn't dissipated yet when Dunn's figure reappeared, delivering another kick. Weak. Dunn shook his head slightly, watching old Kai being kicked away again. Don't underestimate me. Old Kai, after being kicked away, drove his long knife into the ground, leaving a long scar on the surface. He glared at Dunn, leaped up, with armament haki wrapping around his feet. Soaring in front of Dunn, his armament haki wrapped foot came crashing down. Too weak. Dunn raised his foot, also wrapped in armament haki, and met the descending foot head-on. In this clash, old Kai's expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying force surging from Dunn's foot, causing him to spin and fly out, landing hundreds of meters away. Behind, Robin watched as Dunn effortlessly defeated the opponents before him. So strong. At least now, Dunn displayed overwhelming strength against these foes. Damn it. Old Kai, getting back up, had a shocked expression in his eyes, his feet already numb. Not only did he possess Conqueror's Haki, but he also mastered armament haki to such a depth. Eight-Chong Fist. Old Kai alleviated the discomfort in his feet, eyeing Dunn as he slowly approached, his figure vanishing. The Eight-Chong Fist is a technique passed down within the 8th Treasure Navy, and its past pillars gained fame through this. With the special technique combined with the assistance of armament haki, it could unleash immense power. Years ago, his grandfather made a name for himself using the Eight-Chong Fist techniques and the armament haki-wrapped horns on his head. Even knowing his opponent was strong, he had no intention of surrendering. Hey! Old Kai charged at Dunn, his long knife and legs becoming weapons, launching a torrential attack. But now, the gap in strength between old Kai and Dunn was vast. Perhaps back in Dressrosa, he could have made Dunn take him a bit more seriously. However, the peculiar force behind his strikes piqued Dunn's interest. Dunn knew well that there were many exquisite attack techniques in this world. The swordsmanship of Shimatsuki Yasujiro and Jinbei's Fishman Karate belonged to this category. But most other pirates fought with the crude combat styles developed through battles at sea. Now, old Kai's approach was different. As he raised his knife to block old Kai's frantic attacks, he could feel that each strike carried a kind of wave-like latent power. Just as Dunn was about to carefully sense it, a tall figure broke through a building, bringing down 2 axes from his hands. Boom! After a muffled sound, old Kai, who was frantically attacking, stopped, staring in shock at the scene before him. Meanwhile, Boo-woo, who had attacked, glared at Dunn, and the 2 axes that struck Dunn's shoulder shattered with a loud bang. Bang! Boo-woo slammed down to the ground, causing the stone pavement to shatter, with cracks spreading in all directions and affecting the surrounding buildings. Dunn's foot stepped on Boo-woo's back, and Boo-woo rolled his eyes and fainted. Bastard! Old Kai was shocked and grabbed his knife, ready to charge. Wait! Dunn raised his hand to stop old Kai, then looked at his shoulder. TCH, my shirt is torn. The 2 axes from earlier had caused him to lose a notable percentage of health, but it had already replenished. However, it seemed he would need to wrap armament haki around his clothes in the future. Old Kai stared at Dunn, frozen in place. You can't do it. Go call your old man out. Dunn waved his hand dismissively. Get past me first. Old Kai instinctively shouted, but before he could finish, Dunn kicked him in the chest, bending his body to the limit and sending him flying out of sight in the blink of an eye. Stop talking so much, Dunn said, exasperated. It seemed that people in this world were all like this. You're being too reckless. Robin, walking over from behind, looked at the surrounding scene and the unconscious Buwu under Dunn's feet, along with others who had even had a chance to fight back, and helplessly said, We still need to take their ship to leave. Don't worry. Don't all these pirates fight and then make up afterward? Dunn waved his hand dismissively. Robin was even more speechless. Where did you hear such fake news? Chapter 71, Supplementary Update. Robin, man, you have sparked my curiosity. Looking at the people lying around and the houses destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, Robin still couldn't understand Dunn's words. Although she had experienced quite a bit, her understanding of this world was still insufficient. Dunn, on the other hand, was well aware that the people in this world had a somewhat eccentric generosity. However, even Dunn couldn't fully comprehend this now, and he didn't know how to attempt to integrate into it. Perhaps he just hadn't encountered someone who could make him feel that way. Dunn glanced at the steps under his feet, then withdrew his foot and said to Robin, I estimate I'll be fighting with Green Pepper soon, so you should be careful and not get caught in the crossfire. I'm quite powerful, so don't underestimate me. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately responded. It seemed that she had become a bit more familiar with Dunn and had slightly lowered her guard. I know you're strong, so I'll be obedient. Seeing the younger man in front of her, Robin nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. Then let's wait here and tell me about the flower country. Dunn waved his hand, then walked to a nearby shop and sat down on a stool outside. What do you want to know? Although I came here while hiding before, I didn't stay long, so most of what I know is from books and newspapers. Robin approached Dunn and asked, for example, the situation in the flower country. I remember the flower country seems to be a pirate nation, right? Dunn looked up at Robin, and from this angle, he could see the face hidden under her hood. Yes and no. Robin pondered this, then summarized the information to explain to Dunn. The flower country has existed for a long time, and the 8 Treasure Navy has too, at least for several hundred years. The 8 Treasure Navy can be considered a half-pirate, half-guard force for the flower country, something like that. So, this country also survives by plundering? Dunn nodded slightly. Not really, although they do occasionally go out to pillage. It's actually a method for the flower country to deter other pirates. After all, the flower country is a member of the world government. As Robin spoke, she recalled something about the 8 Treasure Navy and hesitated before speaking. It's said that the 8 Treasure Navy has a treasure accumulated over hundreds of years. In the past, countless people wanted to steal this treasure, but failed. Well, I actually know about that. When Dunn said this, Robin was observing his expression. Aren't you interested in this treasure? If it really is an accumulation over hundreds of years, the amount might be astonishing. This is definitely a treasure that would tempt anyone who hears about it. Although I need money, the kind of money I need is just for paying bills when buying things. Dunn glanced at Robin. Robin was taken aback, feeling like she couldn't keep up with Dunn's train of thought. But for Dunn at this moment, money really wasn't a priority. In his eyes, the money in this world felt like game currency. His expenses weren't high, and perhaps for him, just having enough money to stay in an inn and recover was sufficient. Besides, hearing about amounts in the hundreds of millions had made Dunn somewhat desensitized. Maybe it was only when he bought the oranges from Melbell that he felt a bit of reality. Robin fell silent, her gaze fixed on Dunn, as if trying to discern what the man in front of her was thinking. But she failed. She couldn't see through Dunn's thoughts, but she could tell that he seemed to have no clear goals at the moment. Even the ambitious goal Dunn mentioned earlier seemed to have been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration because she brought it up. A powerful young man with no clear goals. At this moment, Robin felt a tremendous curiosity. This curiosity drove her to want to understand the man's inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Dunn, observing the increasingly strange look in Robin's eyes, suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly. Well, when I have time later, I will guide you to become stronger. With you by my side, does it still matter if I get stronger? Robin said playfully. This tone made Dunn pause, and looking at Robin's bright smile, his expression became serious. I can't always be by your side. If you want to live more freely, you must rely on your own strength. This serious expression made Robin, who had just shown a playful demeanor, momentarily stunned, then she nodded seriously. Of course, I will protect you. Dunn then smiled, his voice tinged with teasing. Yes, teasing me. Robin realized this and fell helpless. Speechless, Robin turned and walked to the side to sit down, twisting her head to look in another direction and remaining silent. Seeing this, Dunn stroked his chin and then looked in another direction, his conqueror's haki suddenly erupting. Boom! A wave of air surged, and Robin's pupils contracted sharply as she turned to look at Dunn. There are a few little bugs, the ones that grabbed you. Let them take a nap first. Dunn explained. World government personnel. Robin immediately understood what Dunn meant by little bugs. For someone like you who is well-versed in history, you must know about observation haki and armament haki. Your next focus should be on these, as well as training your own body. Dunn provided a clear direction for Robin's improvement. Of course, this is actually the path of improvement for most people in this world. As for devil fruit abilities, I can offer some suggestions, but the specifics still depend on your own comprehension. Speaking of which, having Robin around not only pleases the eye, but also seems to have quite a few advantages. Her knowledge of history, the meticulous mindset developed from years of evasion, and she can even serve as a reminder. Dunn observed Robin while stroking his chin. This time, it was Robin who felt somewhat restless under Dunn's gaze. Ever since Karp flattened the sharp corners of his head, Green Pepper had been accompanying his treasures, countless treasures frozen under the ice mountain of gems. That punch from Karp not only flattened his head, but also crushed his spirit. Looking at the treasures in front of him, but unable to touch them again, was a torment for Green Pepper. Of course, along with this painful torment was his hatred for Karp. Just as he said, this hatred extended to Karp's grandson, even cursing his descendants for generations. However, aside from making a harsh statement, Green Pepper couldn't do anything now. Bang! Old Kai's body appeared from a distance, then leaped and landed in front of Green Pepper. Sitting cross-legged on the gem ice mountain, Green Pepper looked at the old Kai who had fallen in front of him with a calm expression, as if he were a sage. Old man, there are external enemies, and I'm not a match for them. Old Kai spoke directly after landing. At this moment, Old Kai clearly didn't have the momentum to confront Green Pepper as he would in the future, or rather, he wasn't yet a qualified leader. And it seemed that Green Pepper didn't hear him at all, his expression unchanged. He mentioned Karp. Seeing Green Pepper's reaction, Old Kai was not surprised at all and spoke directly. Huh. As soon as he spoke, the calm expression on Green Pepper's face instantly turned red, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, his grizzled beard bristling as if he were a furious Vajra. Chapter 72. The repeatedly angry Green Pepper. Hitting the old man Karp. With a roar, the tall Green Pepper suddenly stood up, a gust of wind swirling around him in all directions, accompanied by the Conqueror's haki, directly sending Old Kai flying. Where's that bastard? Green Pepper's blood-red eyes fixed on Old Kai, who had been blown away, angrily asking, it's not Karp, it's that person who mentioned Karp. Old Kai, blown away, looked at the furious expression of his elder and lowered his voice. Then, Green Pepper appeared in front of Old Kai with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his fat and tall figure. He grabbed Old Kai and stomped on the ice beneath his feet, leaping into the air. Judging by this momentum, it seemed that the name Karp truly provoked Green Pepper. Being held upside down, Old Kai was tossed around in the angry Green Pepper's grip, nearly regurgitating his last meal. Struggling to endure the discomfort, Old Kai pointed in a direction. It's coming. Dunn stood up and looked in a certain direction. There seemed to be a fierce beast rapidly approaching, an overwhelming aura that could be felt even without using observation haki. Why is this old man so angry? Robin also stood up, watching Dunn's tall figure. Be careful. Don't worry, this old man can't win against me now, Dunn replied. Of course, for this battle with Green Pepper, Dunn planned to defeat him in a regular state. And preferably, during the fight, observe how Green Pepper used the Conqueror's haki. Although based on his understanding, Green Pepper wouldn't be using the Conqueror's haki for binding. After all, having the Conqueror's haki for so many years, his usage would definitely be stronger than his. While he knew the subsequent development and usage of the Conqueror's haki, actually figuring out these methods on his own would still be quite challenging. Engaging in combat with someone who possesses the Conqueror's haki is a quick way to grasp it. Didn't Luffy learn it just from fighting with Kaido, who can use the Conqueror's haki for binding? Of course, this also emphasizes the importance of a good teacher. However, At the moment, he had no thoughts of enrolling in school. With his current strength, he would likely be crushed by Kaido in a regular state. But if he activated his unyielding state, Kaido's body was quite tough. If he couldn't break Kaido during the time of unyielding, Dunn withdrew his thoughts. It was a bit too far-fetched. He hadn't even entered the Grand Line yet. Dunn slung his sword over his shoulder and walked onto the street, while Robin stepped back a bit. At the very least, she couldn't let Dunn be distracted during the fight. Boom! The 5-meter-tall green pepper came crashing down, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, lifting the stone slabs off the ground in layers. Green pepper, enveloped in a terrifying aura, looked at Dunn, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. However, upon seeing Dunn, the enraged green pepper froze for a moment, his aura retracting considerably, his face full of confusion. After tossing Old Kai aside, he scratched his somewhat bulging head, looking a bit dazed. Bang! Dunn kicked the foot of Wu, aiming for Old Kai. Old Kai caught Wu, who let out a muffled grunt. There's still a sound, not dead. Old Kai breathed a sigh of relief. You're the one who intruded into the Flower Kingdom? With observation Haki released, Green Pepper understood the situation around him, frowning as he looked at Dunn. They even started chatting. Dunn assessed Green Pepper, then glanced at Old Kai and Wu. A 5-meter Green Pepper, and his grandson was over 2 meters tall. All right, no need to dwell on that. Seeing Dunn not speak, Green Pepper looked down at Old Kai and the just-awakened Wu. You two bastards, I've let you train well, and now you've been beaten up by a little brat. Green Pepper's tone was clearly unfriendly. Old Kai and the now-awake Wu looked awkward, but had no strength to refute, as this was indeed the fact. Little brat. I don't care where you're from, but now. Karp. Before Green Pepper could finish his sentence, Dunn suddenly uttered the name Karp. The calm expression on Green Pepper's face froze, twisting rapidly, the bloodshot veins in his eyes multiplying. His tall body charged at Dunn with incredible speed. A huge fist raised, aiming to smash down on Dunn's head. A 15-year-old boy beating an old man. Bang! Dunn sidestepped to avoid the punch, and before the fist could land, he raised his right leg high and kicked Green Pepper in the stomach. The full-force kick showed no mercy at all. Green Pepper's massive body was sent flying into the air. Old Kai and his brother's eyes nearly popped out. After glancing at Robin, Dunn suddenly bent his legs and leapt high into the air, pursuing the kicked Green Pepper. Robin took a look at Old Kai and the others, then quietly slipped into a nearby alley. Since she couldn't be of assistance, she wouldn't want to become a hindrance. On the other side, Green Pepper, who had been kicked away, regained much of his clarity. Despite hating Karp intensely, that kick had brought him back to his senses. With rich battle experience, Green Pepper knew from just that kick that the young man's strength was not simple. Just as he was thinking, he saw Dunn's figure appearing in the sky. In midair, flipping his body, Green Pepper's massive fist, wrapped in armament Haki, collided with Dunn's descending foot, also enveloped in armament Haki. Green Pepper's gigantic body fell directly outside the city. This was the port city of the Flower Kingdom, also the stronghold of the 8 Treasure Navy. Of course, for the Flower Kingdom to last this long here, the island where the Flower Kingdom was located was not small. After being kicked down by Dunn, Green Pepper smashed heavily to the ground. The ground trembled, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Dunn fell from the sky, just in time to make eye contact with Green Pepper, who was standing up from the big pit. Though Green Pepper looked a bit disheveled, he was indeed unharmed. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million from decades ago, his strength was indeed not simple. Green Pepper looked at Dunn with a serious expression. What is your relationship with that bastard Karp? Green Pepper snorted, his eyes glaring at Dunn. Not familiar, just an acquaintance. Dunn thought for a moment and gave such an answer. Did that bastard Karp send you? Green Pepper took steps closer to Dunn, armament Haki wrapping around his fists. That's not it. Dunn shook his head. Then why? Green Pepper puffed up his cheeks in anger, but more so in confusion. Dunn's kind of strength was rare in the 4 seas. Your fame is big enough. If I defeat you, I can make a name for myself in the West Sea. Dunn gave the real answer. What do you take me for? Green Pepper was first taken aback, then furious. This anger was no less than when he heard Karp's name. Is this guy treating me as a stepping stone for fame? The dignified 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy actually being treated as a stepping stone? Boom! The tall body leapt up, swinging the giant fist wrapped in armament haki down towards Dunn. Dunn sidestepped and retreated as the fist smashed into the ground. The earth exploded, and strange ripples spread out in circles. This kind of power was even more pronounced than when old Kai and Wu used it. The eight-chong fist truly had some tricks to it. Chapter 73. Beating up the 70-year-old man Whoosh, with a speed that completely contradicted his physique. Another punch from Qing Jiao was already flying towards Dunn's face. Using his observation haki, Dunn was able to track Qing Jiao's every move, rhythmically retreating, perfectly dodging each of Qing Jiao's punches. After experiencing the battle with Kazan, Dunn could indeed feel a significant improvement in his understanding of combat. It must be said, fighting does enhance one's skills much faster than training. Kid, stop dodging. Qing Jiao roared as he continued to strike at empty air. All right, Dunn responded, throwing a punch in return. Qing Jiao's exaggeratedly large fist collided with Dunn's, creating an invisible shockwave that destroyed nearby trees. The waves of pressure spread outwards, and the clothes and hair of both men were blown about by this force as they grappled with each other. You're strong, Qing Jiao exclaimed with wide eyes. You're not weak either, Dunn replied casually. But before he could finish speaking, another punch from Qing Jiao came flying towards him. You're sly, old man. Dunn also threw a punch to meet it. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, their movements quick and fluid. Their haki-wrapped fists frequently clashed. Qing Jiao roared as he slammed both fists down. Dunn shouted back, meeting the attack with his own fists. And then Qing Jiao staggered back several steps before losing his balance and sitting down on the ground. Dunn stood in place, pulling his feet out of the ground. He scratched his face awkwardly. Although he tried to imitate the fighting style of this world, it was indeed quite embarrassing, especially the part about roaring and charging at the opponent. It really didn't suit him. Time to draw my sword. Dunn glanced at his hand and quietly turned to the knife he had previously stabbed into the ground, then pulled out the long blade. Qing Jiao silently got up from the ground, watching Dunn draw his sword, feeling somewhat embarrassed himself. He had actually lost in a battle of strength. Am I really getting old? Qing Jiao wondered, questioning his life. After so many years without going to sea, have the young ones become this formidable? He looked at Dunn warily, especially at the sword in his hand. After all, he had been holding a sword all this time, and compared to fists, his sword might be even more powerful. Whoosh! Dunn's figure vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared, the blade was already at Qing Jiao's head. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The blade struck Qing Jiao's haki-wrapped head, sending sparks flying. Then came another strike, one slash after another. Dunn's expression remained unchanged as he swung his sword repeatedly, the blade moving so fast it was almost invisible. Only the continuous sound of steel striking steel and Qing Jiao's increasingly lowered head could be heard. So hard, Dunn withdrew his sword, feeling his hand tingle from gripping the hilt. That head is really tough. Meanwhile, Qing Jiao only felt a buzzing in his forehead. The continuous strikes left him dizzy, and after shaking his head several times, he managed to alleviate the feeling somewhat. Eight-strike fist, headbutt, bang. Qing Jiao's haki-wrapped head slammed into the ground in front of Dunn. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, sending a force even more powerful than before towards Dunn. Dunn leaped into the air. At the same time, Qing Jiao's head, which had just hit the ground, also came flying towards Dunn. Folk technique? Ooh. The strong sense of DJVU made Dunn want to complain. He met the charge with a punch. Their fists and heads collided, and arcs of electricity erupted between them, a terrifying pressure radiating outwards. Old Kai, who was nearby with Robin, felt the terrifying aura and struggled to hold their ground, not daring to approach any closer. The residents of the nearby port city, having previously faced Old Kai and later Qing Jiao, were already somewhat panicked. But now, they had nothing to fear, as everyone had fallen into unconsciousness under the clash of conquerors' haki. So you have this too. Qing Jiao, falling from the air, stared at Dunn, who was also descending, and said in astonishment, "Did Old Kai not tell you?" Dunn was taken aback. Old Kai. Qing Jiao looked momentarily confused before realizing Dunn was referring to his grandson. But what was up with the title Old Kai? Qing Jiao looked at Dunn with a strange expression. Slashing strike. Dunn did not pause, and the blade flashed through the air. Blood splattered as Qing Jiao raised his hockey-wrapped arm to block. Dunn had already mastered the technique of channeling and compressing hockey onto the blade. But this newly learned technique clearly wasn't enough to completely break through the defenses of an opponent who was skilled in hockey. What a sharp knife. And he's a real swordsman. Qing Jiao felt he couldn't afford to be careless now. He looked sideways at Dunn, who was wielding the sword, with hockey wrapping around his head, then leaped high into the air like an inverted spinning top crashing down. The rapid rotation made his body almost indistinguishable. Flashy. Dunn adjusted his knife and thrust it into the ground beside him, meeting the attack with a punch. Qing Jiao's rapidly spinning body, with hockey wrapped around both fists and feet, carried tremendous power. Clearly, after being hit in the head by Karp, Qing Jiao developed this move, which was quite good. Too bad he was facing Dunn. With hockey enveloping his fists, Dunn's feet firmly planted on the ground, his arms transformed into mere afterimages. Like a pillar, Dunn's body stood firm and unmoving, rendering Qing Jiao's futile head but completely ineffective. However, such punches made Dunn feel that his body had completely loosened up. He surprisingly felt a sense of exhilaration, trying to fit in, but unable to, yet this lack of pretension allowed him to experience the joy of combat. Of course, the premise was that he faced no threat. Dunn wouldn't lose his rationality for the sake of enjoying a fight. Boom! Dunn's right fist suddenly swung out, sending the spinning Qing Jiao flying with a punch, crashing down and half his body embedding into the ground. If you don't show your true skills, I won't hold back. Dunn stood firm, looking at Qing Jiao, whose half body was stuck in the ground and not moving. Wah, wah, wah. Just as Dunn finished speaking, a muffled cry rang out. A black line appeared on Dunn's forehead. Is he crying after being beaten? Both hands pressed against the ground. Qing Jiao pulled himself out and then sat on the ground, looking up at the sky and crying loudly. How could I be looked down upon by a kid? Wah, wah, wah. I can't even beat a kid now, let alone that bastard Karp. Watching the old man cry, Dunn squinted his eyes and released a hint of killing intent. Qing Jiao, who was crying, suddenly stiffened, his cries stopping abruptly, and he turned to Dunn with a furious expression, a violent conqueror's hockey erupting from him and charging towards Dunn. Boom! Dunn was not to be outdone, releasing his own conqueror's hockey as well. The clash of conqueror's hockey erupted between the two. Qing Jiao stood up, pressing against the ground, his long beard raised, his eyes turning blood red, and hockey wrapped around his head once again. No spike. Chapter 74. Does the sharp horn equal the spirit? No conenes. Although they are all the essence of the eight-churning fist, due to the unique natural phenomenon of green pepper, he has also developed his own unique techniques. The flattened head covered in armament hockey, combined with the strange shockwaves of the eight-churning fist, brings extreme destructive power. Watching Green Pepper's round body soar into the sky, Dunn looked up, his armament hockey flowing towards his right fist. The armament hockey throughout his body converged towards his right fist, which seemed to be covered by a soft, deep purple fist glove, undulating with the flow of armament hockey. A dim purple light flickered. Armament hockey, complete mastery. You can skillfully control the energy within your body for attack and defense. You have comprehended the techniques of armament hockey hardening and wrapping. You have mastered the flow techniques of armament hockey, concentrating all your armament hockey into one point, unleashing terrifying destructive power. The description of armament hockey on the data panel quietly changed. It jumped from basic mastery to complete mastery. The flow of armament hockey in his right fist became more concentrated, and just seeing that dim purple light gave a feeling of invincibility. Boom! In the sky, as Green Pepper reached the highest point, he came crashing down towards Dunn with enormous inertia. The force concentrated on the top of his head, and with the essence of the eight-churning fist, the armament hockey covering his head flickered with dangerous light. Dunn could easily dodge such an attack. However, Green Pepper was not his opponent, or rather, the aging Green Pepper was now weaker than him. Moreover, it was the essence of the eight-churning fist. Dunn pulled back his hand, his arms swinging slightly, his eyes locking onto the descending head as his right arm whipped out like a whip. He concentrated his strength at the tip of his fist, aiming at the falling head. The fist collided with the head, no, just barely missed, An invisible force separated Dunn's fist from Green Pepper's head at the moment of impact. The clash of Conqueror's Haki erupted at that instant. Visible electric sparks burst forth from Dunn's fist. Green Pepper's head did the same. You have your essence of the 8 churning fist, and I have my imitated essence of the 8 extremes fist. Dunn's gaze was resolute, and his fist was still exerting force. Amid Green Pepper's roar, the clash of Conqueror's Haki continued. But ultimately, it was not an attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Under the exertion of both sides, the fist and head still collided. Give it to me. Dunn's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Green Pepper's flat head rippled like water, and under Dunn's sudden force, his head abruptly deformed. The originally flat head of Green Pepper suddenly sprouted a sharp spike under the pressure of Dunn's fist. Because of this, the direction of Green Pepper's fall changed, following the continued force of Dunn's fist. The originally downward-facing Green Pepper turned, and as Dunn's fist unleashed all its power, Green Pepper's massive figure flew sideways in the direction Dunn's fist struck out. Originally a ground-burrowing missile, it now transformed into a horizontally flying cruise missile. Everything in front of Green Pepper, whether trees or rocks, was shattered under the impact of the sharp spike. Boom! It wasn't until it crashed into the distant rock wall, causing the wall to collapse, that all sound finally ceased. Health. 94. Retracting the armament Haki from his fist, Dunn gazed thoughtfully in the direction Green Pepper had flown. It seemed this goal had been achieved. The evolution of armament Haki was something he hadn't anticipated, and he indeed learned something from Green Pepper's application of Conqueror's Haki. However, Green Pepper's own application of Conqueror's Haki seemed quite rough. Overall, losing 6 of health wasn't a loss. Oh, now it's 5. However, that guy Green Pepper didn't lose out either. Dunn naturally saw clearly the change that occurred on top of Green Pepper's head. Was this considered helping the old man a bit? Dunn walked over to his sword, drew it, and then returned the sword to its sheath. It seemed that with the commotion subsiding, Robin arrived the fastest. Moments later, Robin came over, glancing at the traces of destruction around, her eyes showing understanding. Given that commotion just now, this scene was quite normal. Old man, Hawkeye and Boo Woo soon arrived. Upon seeing only Dunn and Robin here, and Green Pepper missing, their expressions changed drastically, glaring angrily at Dunn. Bastard, you've harmed my old man. Hawkeye's eyes were bloodshot, looking like he was about to go mad like Green Pepper did before, and Boo Woo was similar. Should I say they truly are like grandfather and grandson? Ha ha! He is back, he is back. Suddenly, a joyful shout accompanied by the sound of breaking stones erupted. Immediately, the furious Hawkeye and Boo Woo froze, then looked toward the direction of the laughter. A plump and tall figure soared into the sky, turning in midair before landing headfirst. Spike Dragon Spike Nail. Accompanied by Green Pepper's ecstatic shout, the ground suddenly shattered. Huge cracks spread from where he landed in all directions, directly reaching distant towns. Old man, Hawkeye shout that. Ha ha! He is back. Green Pepper's ecstatic roar rang out again, followed by frequent tremors in the ground. Green Pepper's massive body crashed through trees along the way, charging towards Dunn, the spike on his head gleaming coldly. Dunn squinted his eyes, slightly raising the hand holding the sword. Robin behind him had a cautious expression. Then, Green Pepper's enormous body leaped high, crashing down in front of Dunn with a thud, and then Green Pepper burst into tears. Thank you, benefactor. I'm finally back. Green Pepper wept with joy, crying out to the sky. Dunn, with a dark face, pulled Robin back to avoid the tears splashing from Green Pepper's eyes. Hawkeye and Boo Woo stared blankly at the spike on Green Pepper's head. What's going on here? This sharp spike only existed in their childhood memories, and now has reappeared. Dunn and Robin exchanged glances, then both looked at the weeping Green Pepper with dark expressions. Old man? Hawkeye cautiously approached the crying Green Pepper, speaking carefully. Get away, don't block my way to thank my benefactor. Green Pepper swatted Hawkeye away with an arm, tears in his eyes fixed on Dunn. Dunn felt goosebumps all over under that gaze. You try being looked at with tears by a 60-year-old, 5-meter-tall old man. This feeling. Stop. Dunn raised his hand to halt, and the crying abruptly ceased. What command does the benefactor have? Green Pepper, with tears still not fallen, respectfully inquired. No command. Dunn was somewhat speechless, waving his hand to Green Pepper. Stop crying. Since the benefactor has said so, then this old man will not cry. I am just overwhelmed with joy. Green Pepper explained, then got up. It seemed that with the return of the spike on his head, the old man's spirit had returned as well. So, does the sharp horn equal the spirit? Chapter 75. Grudges, and the first newspaper report the change in Qingjiao was caused by that punch from Karp back in the day. Or perhaps, this old man really sees the horns on his head as a symbol of his honor. Of course, there's also the key to the wealth accumulated over centuries. On the same day, both honor and wealth left him, which led to his drastic personality change. And now, with Dunn's similar punch, honor and wealth have returned once again. Watching Qingjiao constantly raise his hand to stroke the sharp horns on his head, Dunn couldn't help but smirk and look away. Quite lewd, Dunn turned around with Robin in tow. I need to borrow a ship from your 8 treasure navy to go to the North Sea. No problem. Qingjiao immediately agreed without any hesitation. The old Kai and Bu Wu, who had been knocked away earlier, exchanged glances. If you want to hitch a ride, just hitch a ride. Why hit someone? Old man, we are going to the Grand Line next, and if we want to go to the North Sea, we either wait for the currents around the upside-down mountain to change, or travel through the doldrums. Old Kai reminded him. Nonsense. If the benefactor is going to the North Sea, we will certainly send him there. Qingjiao said angrily, glaring at Old Kai. Old Kai, seeing Qingjiao glaring at him, did not dare to speak further. Go tell everyone. We are having a banquet today. Qingjiao waved his hand. Old Kai and Bu Wu exchanged a glance before turning and running off. Looking at his 2 grandsons and then at Dunn, who was leaving with Robin, Qingjiao glared. They clearly looked younger than his 2 grandsons. What a difference. The more he looked, the more useless his 2 grandsons seemed. However, just as his thought crossed his mind, Qingjiao continued to stroke his sharp horns. They're back. Hee. Hearing Qingjiao's chuckle behind him, Dunn shivered. He didn't feel this way during their earlier confrontation. What should we do next? Robin noticed Dunn's body shiver and turned to ask. Wait, then we'll take their ship to the North Sea. So, why are you going to the North Sea? Robin looked at Dunn, wondering if he was really going to deal with Doflamingo. Dunn had mentioned his purpose for going to the North Sea when he met Capone Beach before. However, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea with considerable power. And now Dunn was alone. Oh, counting myself, there are 2 of us. I've already said it. I talked with that flamingo when I took down the Don Quixote family as cadres, and since I said it, I have to follow through. Huh? You informed them in advance? Then they must be prepared. Robin was even more speechless. Even if you want to deal with him, it would clearly be better to act quietly. Now, Doflamingo is in Dressrosa in the New World and probably won't come out easily. Of course, if we really go to the North Sea, it saves me the trouble of going to Dressrosa to find him later. Dunn handed the knife he was holding to Robin. Holding the somewhat heavy knife, Robin nodded. So, do you have a grudge against him? Not really. Just killed a few of his men, but this guy has a strong sense of revenge. So this matter is likely not going to end well. Dunn understood Doflamingo's character fairly well. He treats his subordinates quite well, almost like a family. But the opposite is true for others. Baby 5, who cried out for Doflamingo's death, he didn't care. However, those who exploited Baby 5's character flaws to take advantage of her, along with the towns they were in, were all killed by Doflamingo. He had killed 8 of Baby 5's fiancés in total. Of course, they were all after money. But that is all in the future, right now. Baby 5 is probably around 15 or 16 years old. And of course, she might have already embarked on a journey of being taken advantage of. Robin roughly understood the situation and didn't ask further. On the side of the 8 treasure navy, with Qingjiao and Old Kai's orders, the pace of action was quite fast. Treating the wounded, repairing houses, and then preparing for the banquet. A news bird with a camera snail hanging around its neck flew directly to the branch of the West Sea World Economic News. Will the branch staff receive the footage? Their eyes widened in shock. Being in the flower country, these people naturally knew about Qingjiao, the pillar of the 8 treasure navy. This pirate, who had a bounty of over 500 million berries a long time ago, was actually crying on his knees. Of course, there were also photos of Dunn and Qingjiao fighting. Quick, report to headquarters immediately. These people dare not delay. Qingjiao, not to mention in the 4 seas, even in the Grand Line, this bounty surpasses 99 of pirates. Soon, The new newspaper was delivered to various places in the sea by a large number of newsbirds. Unknown Powerhouse versus Old Era Pirates. The opening was a shocking headline. To avoid some people not knowing the name Qingjiao, they directly listed Qingjiao's past deeds and bounty. However, this newspaper did not cause too much of stir. The main reason was that in recent times, or rather in recent years, there had been continuous major news. Among them, the titles of the 3 sea emperors in the New World emerged one after another, along with rumors of the warlords of the sea. Qingjiao, an old pirate from the old era, and not even in the Grand Line, naturally didn't attract much attention. Instead, the unknown figure Dunn, who defeated Qingjiao, sparked curiosity among many. Of course, there were also some who knew about Dunn, and their attitudes were varied. Dressrosa. The flamingo's forehead throbbed with veins as he stared intently at the newspaper in his hand. It's this guy. Doflamingo naturally wanted to eliminate Dunn as soon as possible. As for Dunn's photo, he had already obtained it long ago. He just didn't expect Dunn to create such a stir in the West Sea. Doflamingo. This person's strength seems not weak. Although Qingjiao hasn't shown up in a long time, his bounty was also over 500 million back then. Toripole, sniffling, reminded him. Just an old fool. Let Lau and the others keep an eye on him. Doflamingo had a gut feeling that this guy would definitely go to the North Sea. The tone at that time seemed to confirm that the matter would definitely happen. However, the arms factory in the North Sea cannot have any issues. He just signed a weapon sales agreement with Kaido. If he can't produce the weapons, Doflamingo didn't want to easily try Kaido's wrath. After all, Kaido's strength was indeed somewhat exaggerated, especially his reckless behavior throughout the Grand Line, which was simply unpredictable. Frost Moon Village. Guena. Zoro rushed into the One Heart Dojo, waving the newspaper in his hand. You're late again? Did you get lost again? Guena, who was training, looked at Zoro and immediately asked with her hands on her hips. No, it's done. Zoro shouted excitedly, waving the newspaper in his hand. Dunn's news? Let me see. Before Guena could speak, it was Gung Shirlong's surprised voice that came out as he walked out. Chapter 76. Dunn, you made the newspaper. Seeing Gung Shirlong come out, Zoro immediately handed over the newspaper in his hand. Kuina leaned closer to her father, curiously tiptoeing to look at the newspaper. At first glance, she saw a photo of Dunn's profile. Although it was a bit blurry, she recognized him right away. He defeated the old-era pirate Green Pepper. With a bounty of 500 million berries? Kuina's eyes widened. How much is 500 million berries? Kuina had no concept of it at all right now. But she remembered that the bounties for Jinbei and Doflamingo, the 2 warlords, weren't this high, right? He actually went to the West Sea. Gung Shirlong carefully read through the newspaper and said with curiosity. He wasn't surprised that Dunn could defeat Green Pepper. He knew Dunn well and was aware of his hidden strength. Of course, even without mentioning hidden strength, just the ordinary strength displayed was enough to make it hard to find opponents on the sea. After all, true top-tier powerhouses aren't that easy to encounter. This guy has become even stronger, Zoro commented sarcastically. He suddenly felt that he was now a great distance away from defeating Dunn. A distance far enough to get lost several times. He just needed to stick to his goal. After all, your goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. And as for Dunn, his purpose is different from yours. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Gung Shirlong smiled, and then returned to the hall with a newspaper in hand, leaving Kuina and Zoro staring at each other in confusion. What does Master Gung Shirlong mean by that? Zoro was a bit dazed. My father means don't think about it. You can't catch up anyway. Kuina rolled her eyes and said, Huh? Zoro was taken aback, and then looked at Kuina with an unhappy expression. I want to challenge you. Zoro shouted angrily. You win. Kuina turned around with her wooden sword in hand and walked away, leaving Zoro trembling alone in the wind. Headquarters. Kapu. This young man really can't sit still. Akiji, with his legs crossed, looked at the newspaper in his hands, appearing as if he had just woken up. Did he fight with Green Pepper? Kapu stroked his chin beard. In the past, to defeat Green Pepper, I had to flatten several mountaintops with my fist just to knock some sense into him. Remembering the past, Kapu felt quite emotional. Could it be that this young man has reached my level now? Akiji raised an eyebrow and adjusted the eye patch on his forehead to look at Kapu. Well, it's hard to say. According to your description, without a real fight, no one knows. However, back then, Green Pepper was indeed not weak. As for now, Kapu shook his head after tearing open a bag of senbei. Just wait and see. I have a feeling this young man will cause a big event soon. Akiji had a premonition. But this kid isn't planning to hand green pepper over for the bounty, right? The flower country is a member country now, which might be a bit difficult. Kapu shook his head. Compared to pirates, the 8 treasure navy of the flower country is more like a private armed force of the flower country. Although there's still a bounty. It has been a long time since then. It doesn't seem likely, but I can't be sure. After all, Dunn claims to be a pirate hunter. Forget it. It's not my problem anyway. If there's a headache, it should be Sengoku's. Kapu thought for a moment and waved his hand. Akiji nodded in agreement. As Kapu said, Sengoku naturally saw the newspaper. After all, this kind of information must be reported to Sengoku. However, Sengoku was quite regretful now. That guy Kapu is too unreliable. Such a top-tier powerhouse has gone out twice to invite him and returned empty-handed. He defeated Green Pepper at such a young age. After all, they are from the same era, and Sengoku knows Green Pepper very well. Back in the day, Green Pepper's strength was definitely not weaker than the current warlords. Although he is older now, but thinking about Dunn's age, Sengoku shook his head in silence and set the newspaper aside. Just don't let him take someone down. Ha ha ha, you almost took me down. At the banquet of the 8 treasure navy in the flower country, Green Pepper laughed heartily while holding a huge wine bowl. The people around him, including old Kai, also laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Dunn felt like a husky mixed in with a flock of sheep. He didn't understand what was so funny. He could only raise the juice in his hand. Robin looked at Dunn's expression and covered her mouth, chuckling. What are you laughing at? Dunn naturally noticed Robin's situation beside him and said irritably, It's nothing. I just realized I understand you better. You don't seem to adapt well to this kind of banquet. Robin said softly, Yeah, I can't blend in, or rather, I don't understand what these guys are thinking. Dunn sighed. Then there's no need to understand. A strong person needs others to understand you. Robin said in a low voice. Dunn looked at Robin in surprise. This line, is Robin trying to raise him? The low conversation between Dunn and Robin didn't affect the lively banquet. After all, the strongest weapon of the 8 treasure navy, Green Pepper, was back, which was a great thing for the 8 treasure navy. I will show you all. After drinking quite a bit, Green Pepper suddenly stood up, touched the horns on his head, and strode outside. A group of 8 treasure navy cadres and members outside followed closely behind Green Pepper. The treasure hidden beneath the gem ice mountain of the 8 treasure navy was about to see the light of day again. Soon after, as Green Pepper jumped high, his head smashed into the thick ice surface. Cracks spread from the point of impact across the ice, and then the massive ice cap suddenly exploded. Dazzling golden light flickered. Dunn and Robin squinted their eyes, looking at the vast amounts of treasure. It really is astonishing. No wonder it has accumulated for hundreds of years. Robin exclaimed with wide eyes. So, why do you think there's so much accumulated? Dunn turned to look at Robin and asked. Huh? Robin was momentarily taken aback, not immediately understanding Dunn's meaning. But being as clever as she was, she quickly grasped what Dunn was asking. Is it because it wasn't needed? That's exactly it. If it could be used, there wouldn't be so much accumulated. Dunn shook his head slightly, saying this as he directly turned around. Robin turned and followed. Behind the two of them were the excited and jubilant members of the 8 treasure navy. The banquet lasted for a day, and the next day, seemingly due to Dunn's previous words, the 8 treasure navy ship was already ready. Since the benefactor made a statement, Green Pepper naturally had to prepare as quickly as possible. Benefactor, this time we will go through the calm belt. It will take quite a bit of time to wait for the current of Upside Down Mountain. Thank you. After Dunn waved his hand, he boarded the 8 treasure navy's ship. Before long, the fleet of the 8 treasure navy slowly departed from the port of the flower country, heading straight for Upside Down Mountain. Dunn, you've made the newspaper. On the ship, Robin handed a newspaper to Dunn with a smile. Chapter 77, for example. Becoming the King of the Sea. Dunn raised an eyebrow, a bit curious, as he took the newspaper from Robin's hands and said, What? I have a bounty now? How is that possible? You're not a pirate. Robin smiled and sat down beside Dunn, pointing at the front page of the World News newspaper. Look, isn't this you? There was a somewhat unclear profile of Dunn on it. If someone didn't know Dunn, they might not recognize him, but someone familiar with him would certainly spot him at a glance. Moreover, the article in the newspaper was about Dunn's previous encounter with Green Pepper. And your photo. Dunn glanced at it a few times, and when he realized it wasn't a bounty, he didn't pay much attention, only noticing that Robin's figure was also captured in the photo, taken from above. Of course, it was a shot of her back from a high angle, and with her hoodie on, her full appearance wasn't captured. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Robin was taken aback at his words, then smiled and said, "Even though I've been following you lately, I've relaxed quite a bit. The threats that existed before have lessened. But having been pursued by the world government for so long, I still feel a bit worried. Although I don't have a good impression of the world government, I have to admit that the world government, which also controls the Navy, is quite powerful." After putting down the newspaper, Dunn noticed the expression on Robin's face and patted her shoulder. "What do you mean?" Robin didn't quite understand Dunn's words, as it concerned her. If the world government is determined to find someone, you can't hide in the West Sea for so long. Seeing the contemplative look on Robin's face, Dunn smiled and hugged her. "So, perhaps in the eyes of the world government, you're not as important as you think. Or, while your bounty is issued by the world government, it might just be that certain people are paying attention to you." Feeling Dunn's arm on her shoulder, Robin gently nodded. "Now that I think about it, I might know who it is." Robin recalled that world government official from O'Hara who wanted to capture her mother. "Spandam." Robin softly said the name. The world government official who controlled CP9, but now it might be his son. Dunn was pondering the information he knew. Robin's bounty was issued by Spandam, who naturally wanted to capture this historian who escaped from O'Hara to gain merit. However, after the O'Hara incident, that person had not appeared again, and the commander of CP9 had become his son, Spandam, the masked man who attempted to use Robin to gain merit on Judicial Island. Even so, he was still a world government official. Robin sighed, her mood becoming heavy. The sea is vast, and the Grand Line is not small. Once the issues in the North Sea are over, we will go to the Grand Line. Dunn was confident about adventuring in the Grand Line. He was a person who sought stability. Even in his response to Gung Shiro at Frost Moon Village, it was about living steadily in this world. When the power is sufficient to do this, and there is still surplus, doing a few other things wouldn't hurt. Even before his transmigration, Dunn was someone who would plan trips to explore other places and experience local customs. Moreover, this world was almost entirely unfamiliar to him. A world of fantasy. "Then I'll leave it to you in the future." Robin turned her head to look at Dunn's face and smiled. "No problem, but right now, perhaps the world government won't be able to pay attention to you." After Dunn finished speaking, he picked up the newspaper he had set aside and pointed to a spot on it. "Water 7 has opened a water train route and is already operational." Robin looked at the position Dunn was pointing to and softly read out the news. It indeed seemed important, but what do you mean? Robin was curious. Seeing the puzzled look on Robin's face, Dunn smiled. If capturing Robin is Spandam's long-term plan, then the water train matter is an even more important issue, because it concerns the so-called Pluton blueprints. In short, this incident will definitely attract most of Spandam's attention, and he will be there himself. And ancient weapons blueprints have now caught the world government's attention. Ancient weapon? As a historian, Robin was naturally familiar with this term. After all, the legends surrounding such things were quite widespread. Could it be Pluton? Robin ventured a guess. Exactly. No wonder if it's that it really is possible. Robin said, but she was more curious about how Dunn, being in the West Sea, knew this news. After all, this news hadn't appeared in the newspaper. "Are you involved in this matter?" Robin asked Dunn, who was standing up. "No, I'm not interested in this ancient weapon. The legend says that Pluton's cannon can destroy an island with one shot, but for powerful beings at sea, doing such a thing isn't difficult. This is just the kind of threat the world government wants to control, and it can also serve as deterrence. Indeed, if the world government masters it, the extermination order might be completed more easily." Robin lowered her head and said softly, "Are you still pursuing the truth of the historical texts?" Looking at Robin, who seemed a bit downcast, Dunn asked, "Yes, it's everyone's wish, and now I'm the only one left. I will complete it." Hearing Dunn's question, Robin looked up at him, her expression resolute. "This is a dangerous matter. O'Hara was destroyed by the world government for researching the historical texts. Now that she wants to continue, it represents trouble, and it might even bring trouble to Dunn. She didn't want to hide this from him." While answering this, Robin didn't know how Dunn would respond, how he would react. At this moment, as she looked at Dunn, who was staring at her, she felt a bit anxious. "That's great. You have your own goals." Dunn smiled, looking at Robin, who appeared anxious and said with some emotion, "If you want to do it, then go ahead. I can help you in the future." "Thank you, and what about you?" Robin raised her hand and tugged at Dunn, asking. Dunn followed her pull and sat back down, looking at the busy members of the 8 Treasure Navy on the big ship. "I don't know, but my temporary goal is to become famous in the 4 seas. Once I reach the Grand Line, there are 2 potential enemies to deal with. As for the rest, I haven't thought about it for now." Dunn thought for a moment and gave his answer. "Perhaps you can also set a goal." Hearing Dunn's response, Robin could tell that he indeed hadn't thought about this. So she suggested, "Tell me, for example, becoming the king of the sea." Chapter 78, Hunter Association. "Woman, are you planning to change your boss? To become a king?" Dunn looked at Robin, who was smiling at him, and shook his head slightly. The so-called Kings of the Sea is a title shouted by pirates, merely spread by the World Economic News. As Dunn spoke, he thought of Shanks. Shanks had already gone to the Grand Line and had gained fame, becoming a true great pirate in the New World. Besides himself, the pirate crew under him was also quite famous. However, he had not officially become a king of the sea yet. Currently, the titles of the other 3 emperors had already echoed across the seas, and it seemed that Shanks' bounty had just crossed 1 billion. Of course, in this era, 1 billion is already at the top of the sea. Indeed, Robin, seeing that Dunn seemed to have no goals, brought this up after Dunn's reminder. However, it wasn't that it couldn't be tried. The corners of Dunn's mouth lifted, a hint of expectation appearing on his otherwise gentle face. If the strength is sufficient, even if the pirates do not recognize it, it would still be enough to earn that title. If he could confront the other 3 emperors before Shanks and demonstrate strength that was not inferior to theirs, perhaps he could obtain that title ahead of time. What would happen to Shanks then? With a bounty exceeding 1 billion, Shanks' strength should have already reached the threshold of being an emperor. After all, Shanks' power lies in his swordsmanship and the 3 types of hockey, especially the Conqueror's hockey. Now, Shanks had also entered his peak period. So what about the 5 emperors? Dunn stroked his chin, imagining that scene, feeling somewhat excited. To achieve this, besides personal strength, a powerful force is also needed. Dunn spoke softly, then looked at Robin. As a historian, Robin is one of the few highly knowledgeable individuals in this world. "What do you think about me starting an association? A hunter association?" Hearing Dunn's words, Robin was a bit curious. A pirate hunter association? It seems that there really isn't a specific association at the moment. Most pirate hunters on the sea operate alone, and some are even pirates themselves. Robin seriously considered it. However, pirate hunters are not a unified group. Most are independent individuals, each with their own quirks. Otherwise, Dunn wouldn't have to propose establishing an association. No, not just pirate hunters, but treasure hunters, relic hunters, and even navy hunters can be included. Dunn stroked his chin. In another manga he had read before crossing over flashed in his mind. Although most of the plot was blurry, he remembered the colossal entity of the Hunter Association. "Huh?" Robin was stunned and then exclaimed. Although Dunn said little, the quick-witted Robin instantly thought of many things. If it could really succeed, then this association would become another colossal force besides the world government, the Navy, and the pirates. But to achieve that, the difficulty is self-evident. "What?" Hearing Robin's exclamation, Dunn turned to look at her. "If what you say is true, then the difficulty is too great." Indeed, Dunn could naturally think of this point, but he had time. And in this world, methods to extend life or even achieve immortality do exist. Step by step, perhaps success could really be achieved in the future. However, if that's the case, he would need to find some manpower. Dunn examined Robin while stroking his chin. "Are you really going to do this? Isn't that a bit reckless?" Seeing Dunn's gaze, Robin felt somewhat helpless. This man, a few years younger than her, is too proactive. Does he want to act on every thought he has? "Didn't you bring it up? If I want to do it, you're not happy." Dunn pinched Robin's nose and said unhappily. "No." Robin tilted her head and freed herself from Dunn's hand. "It's just that to accomplish something like this, establishing a huge organization requires a lot of money and manpower. And right now, it's just the 2 of us," Robin reminded. "So, we need to take it step by step." Dunn wrapped his arms around Robin and stood up, leading her into the cabin of his ship. "Of course, not to do anything bad. Come on, let's brainstorm together." Dunn shoved a pen into Robin's hand and pressed her down into a seat at the table in the cabin. You're so smart. Try to formulate a plan to achieve our goal. Robin, pressed by Dunn on her shoulder, looked at his expectant face and nodded helplessly. All right, I can give it a try. However, she also sensed Dunn's emotions. It seemed to have sparked his enthusiasm. In the time that followed, besides daily training and helping Robin train, Dunn and Robin began a brainstorming session to formulate the so-called Hunter Association plan. However, creating such a plan was clearly no small feat, just as the 8 Treasure Navy ships steadily entered the upside-down mountain and began to go upstream. Dunn and Robin stared at each other in the cabin. Rejected. This is too complicated. Dunn pressed his hand on the paper on the table in front of Robin, saying seriously, President, you just don't want to write down so many things. After spending time together, Robin, now fully familiar with Dunn, looked at him helplessly. With such great strength, he still has a bit of childishness. Anyway, according to your statement, the preliminary preparations are just money and people, along with a huge reputation on the sea. Dunn pressed the paper, his eyes fixed on Robin's, refusing to budge. Asking him to memorize so many things was absolutely impossible. He was known as the Dunn who doesn't like to study. As for the nickname, he had just made it up. So, our first step is to gain a huge reputation on the sea. Leave that to me. Until the first step is completed, the plan will be temporarily shelved. Dunn said as he attempted to lift the paper he had pressed down. Slap. Robin pressed down on the paper, her face breaking into a charming smile. That won't do. My dear association president. Actually, the association can be established in advance. As the president of the association, you must remember the association's rules. A successful force always needs some reasonable rules and regulations. Then you write it down. As the president's personal secretary, you can write it down just the same. Dunn immediately replied. Robin was taken aback, then speechless. When did she gain the identity of a secretary? But seeing Dunn's unyielding demeanor, she could only nod. All right, President. But since our association currently consists only of the 2 of us, what kind of hunter are you? A pirate hunter? Dunn asked in response. No way. You are the president. Robin directly shook her head. Then what do you suggest? Dunn frowned. How about calling you an emperor hunter? As the president, your target for hunting can be the emperors of pirates. Robin smiled and said. Upon hearing this, the corners of Dunn's mouth twitched twice, and he grabbed Robin's wrist, pressing her down onto the nearby bed. Dunn's eyes locked onto Robin's, their faces very close. Woman, are you trying to get me killed so you can change your boss? Chapter 79. I'm not that stingy. Robin could tell that Dunn was joking. However, given their current position, with Dunn's hands pressing on Robin's arms and his entire body leaning against hers, she gently bit her lip. President, you can do it, right? Robin said softly, biting her lip. You're so confident in me? Dunn asked, looking at her blushing face. Just as Robin was about to respond, they heard the cabin door being pulled open. They both turned to look at the cabin door. Old Kai stood at the entrance, wide-eyed, staring at the 2 of them in their compromising position. Of course, he also noticed the unfriendly glances exchanged between the man and woman inside the cabin. Ahem, I didn't see anything, Old Kai said, glancing around nervously, and with a bang, he slammed the cabin door shut and hurriedly walked away on deck. Am I going to get killed? I actually walked in on this. Old Kai began to overthink. Meanwhile, the 2 people in the cabin saw the door close again and turned back to look at each other. By the way, Haven T, you always had your observation hockey activated? Didn't T you know he was coming? Robin said, clearly a bit speechless. Dunn released Robin's arms, stood up, and scratched his face. Who knew this guy would come in without knocking? After saying that, Dunn looked at Robin, who was sitting up and adjusting her dress, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Robin instinctively wanted to roll her eyes but stopped herself, thinking it would be inappropriate. Let us finish what we have to do now. As for our big plan, I'll leave everything to you. I'll just focus on fighting. After appreciating the view, Dunn waved his hand dismissively. Robin felt a bit helpless, but she was actually pleased inside. This showed that Dunn truly valued her, a feeling she hadn't experienced before. After Dunn finished speaking, he walked to the cabin door and turned to look at Robin. Before we head to the Grand Line, you need to activate your observation hockey. You'll need to work hard. I want to go easy on you. With that, Dunn pushed the cabin door open and stepped outside. Robin's expression stiffened. She thought of Dunn's training for her observation hockey, her face slightly flushed. On deck, even though Dunn didn't approach, He could hear Old Kai animatedly talking to Buwu. Ahem. Buwu coughed repeatedly upon seeing Dunn approach. However, Old Kai completely missed Buwu's hint. That Miss Robin is really a great beauty. Dunn really knows how to enjoy himself. You have no idea, when I opened the door, the scene. Old Kai said with a wink, only to feel a hand land on his shoulder. Don't mess around. Old Kai pushed the hand away, then his body stiffened. There were not many people on this ship who dared to do that. Moreover, the person had approached silently from behind him. Then, Old Kai saw Buwu giving him a look of self-preservation. Creak. Old Kai awkwardly turned his head, his neck making a creaking sound. He then saw Dunn smiling behind him, and that smile didn't look friendly at all. Keep talking. I'm listening, Dunn said with a grin. Gulp. Old Kai swallowed hard and instinctively stepped away from Dunn. No, I didn't say anything. Old Kai awkwardly defended himself. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. An Old Kai's figure on the deck instantly vanished. Ah! Old Kai's scream echoed over the sea, flying far away before splashing into the water. Buwu swallowed hard. I don't know anything. He just had to say it. Buwu quickly explained it. What do you want from me? Dunn shot Buwu a glance for selling out his brother. For the next route choice, one option is to enter the Grand Line and wait for the current. The other is to go against the current at the intersection of Reverse Mountain. Buwu immediately provided an answer. Aren't we going to avoid the doldrums? The doldrums would take us across the New World. It's more dangerous there, Buwu explained. Ahem. A soaked Old Kai climbed back onto the ship. The others on the ship all pretended not to see, busying themselves with their own tasks. However, many were doing futile work, crossing Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line. From the doldrums, one could only reach the East Sea and South Sea. Old Kai shook the water off himself and approached. Our ship has enough power, but we will definitely encounter ships coming from the North Sea. We'll probably run into them head-on. The current of Reverse Mountain is indeed wide, but it's inevitable we will meet boats going against the current. How long does the current last? Dunn thought for a moment and asked. About another month and a half, Buwu answered. Too long. Dunn shook his head. Then should we go directly to the North Sea at the intersection? Old Kai asked tentatively. Forget it. You can follow your plans. Robin and I will disembark at the intersection. We can get to the North Sea. Old Kai immediately said upon hearing this. If Qing Jiao found out he left Dunn halfway, he would probably get beaten to death. No need. Don't you all have your own business? Dunn shook his head again. Then he looked at the current flowing diagonally upward outside the ship. Just give me a boat. Old Kai and Buwu exchanged glances and nodded. Okay, let us go prepare. Dunn waved his hand and turned to head towards the cabin he had been staying in. How about we train in the North Sea? There are quite a few pirates there, and it's said that the sudden increase in weapons across the four seas is all manufactured in the North Sea, Old Kai said, stroking his chin. Huh? Buwu looked at Old Kai, who was deep in thought, and immediately stopped him. Let us stick to the plan and take a tour in paradise. As for the North Sea, Buwu looked in the direction Dunn had left, feeling something big was about to happen. Entering the cabin, Robin revealed her smooth back as she was changing her top. Hearing the noise, she pressed her chest and turned around, seeing it was Dunn, and sighed in relief. Dunn walked over, examining Robin's back. Robin calmly put on her top. We'll be disembarking soon at the intersection of the Reverse Mountain current. How do we get down? Robin asked, putting down her hands that were organizing her clothes. I have my methods, but I'm going to look for trouble this time, so you'll have plenty of chances to act. It was a good opportunity for Robin to gain experience. Upon hearing this, Robin suddenly felt that her upcoming tasks wouldn't be easy. We probably won't encounter any strong opponents. If we do, I'll handle them, and for the rest, you take care of it. I feel like you're doing this on purpose. Are you getting back at me? Robin's gaze fell on the thick stack of papers on the table, suddenly realizing this was the truth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dunn immediately waved his hand. I'm not that stingy. Chapter 80. Robin, you really are willful. Really? Hearing Dunn say he is not a stingy person, Robin's eyes scanned him up and down. During this time together, she had gotten somewhat familiar with Dunn. He had a somewhat unpredictable personality, and sometimes it was hard to tell what he was really thinking. Robin was not wrong to notice this. After all, Dunn's thoughts came from a world of information explosion. To put it bluntly, the information he encountered the day before his crossing might be more than what people in this world would encounter in a lifetime. For this reason, His thoughts could easily go off track. Or rather, those who have been impacted by an information explosion tend to be somewhat neurotic. This was the fundamental reason why Dunn made Robin feel strange. Although she felt Dunn was being intentional, according to his words, it was indeed a good thing for her. In the previous escape, she had no time to systematically enhance herself. Every day she opened her eyes, she was cautiously hiding herself, avoiding being discovered. I understand. I will work hard. Robin's expression became serious as she nodded solemnly. Seeing her expression, Dunn walked in front of Robin, raised his hand, and buttoned up her shirt, leaving only the collar button undone before retracting his hand. He patted Robin's shoulder. Let's pack up. We will leave this ship soon. After saying this, Dunn left again. When the sound of the cabin door closing echoed, Robin shivered, feeling the tightness of her shirt, and instinctively wanted to lift her hand to unbutton 2 more buttons. However, recalling how Dunn had deliberately buttoned them for her, she lowered her hand. But when she saw the large amount of stuff in the cabin, Dunn's knife, and the notes left from their brainstorming session, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that he left because he didn't want to clean up? After this thought emerged, Robin began to reflect on Dunn's series of behaviors since she met him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was the truth. Is this really the true him? Robin muttered to herself, started to get busy. Meanwhile, Dunn had already arrived at the bow of the ship. The current channel of Reverse Mountain was long and wide. After all, it spanned the entire Grand Line, separating it from the Holy Land Mera on the other side, and was also part of the Red Land continent. The Hunter Association? Dunn sat at the bow, recalling his conversations with Robin during this time. The difficulty was certainly high. If it were the old him, even the Dunn from Frostmoon Village, he wouldn't have come up with such an idea, because doing so would definitely entail many difficulties. But it must be said, if successful, it would indeed bring a significant sense of achievement. To create an incredibly large force out of thin air. However, for this, he would have to become a symbol of the so-called Hunter Association. Powerful enough to shock the world, then everything would become simple. As for funding, the Golden Emperor, who controlled 1/4 of the world's berries, was a good candidate. Then let's give it a try. Dunn's gaze looked ahead, sparkling with anticipation. Hawkeye and Boo watched Dunn sitting at the bow, whispering to each other. Should we go over? Would it disturb him? Boo said softly. Why don't you try? Maybe you won't get slapped into the sea. Hawkeye suggested, recalling the image of being slapped into the sea by Dunn. Boo looked at his brother speechlessly. Why doesn't this guy go himself? Their low conversation naturally did not escape Dunn, who was using observation hockey. He turned to look at the 2 spirited young men sneaking a peek and waved his hand. Seeing this, the 2 immediately approached. Is there something? The ship is ready, and all the supplies are prepared. Hawkeye explained immediately. Thank you. Dunn waved his hand and expressed his gratitude. No need, no need. You are our benefactor from the 8 Treasure Navy, so doing these things is only right. Hawkeye and Boo waved their hands repeatedly. That was an accident, but this time you really helped us, so I still need to thank you. Dunn smiled and said. Hawkeye and Boo swallowed hard, feeling very pleased inside. See you on the sea later. Dunn saw Robin come out, carrying a large package and holding his knife, and immediately a crew member came forward to help carry the package onto the small boat. Dunn jumped down from the bow. Next is our solo adventure, Dunn said as he walked toward Robin. Robin, holding the knife, smiled as she watched Dunn approach her. Looking at Dunn's back, Hawkeye and Boo exchanged glances. It seemed like a legend was about to unfold. Soon after, at the confluence of the water currents at the top of Reverse Mountain, Dunn and Robin stood on a small boat, watching the giant ship of the 8 Treasure Navy drift downstream. I think regarding the power issue, you can definitely solve it. Right, Captain? Robin asked, standing next to Dunn, holding her knife. Of course. Dunn waved his hand and then sat down at the stern of the boat. So, Miss Robin, please hold on tight. You are a devil fruit user, and if you fall into the sea, you will sink. Dunn smiled and said. Robin was taken aback and immediately sat down to secure herself. Boom! A violent flame erupted. The small boat suddenly turned, trailing a long tail of flames as it rushed against the current from the North Sea. The high speed of the boat brought strong winds. Robin pressed her head down, almost being blown away. Ha, hold on tight. Dunn laughed heartily, and as soon as he finished speaking, the tail flames surged again. The small boat flew across the water, cutting through the incoming waves. What is that? a pirate ship coming upstream from the North Sea, and the pirates on board were incredibly excited. Then, they saw a fireball appear from the distance, passing by their ship in the blink of an eye. Before these pirates could understand what had happened, a huge wave crashed against their ship. The not-so-small pirate ship was directly overturned by the waves into the sea, with the water rushing upward with a roar. Truly reckless. Robin clutched her body tightly. A few white arms appeared from the ship's side, as if ropes were binding her body, accentuating her curves. Of course, the only one appreciating this was Dunn. Be careful. The young master has sent word that that guy set sail with the 8 Treasure Navy ship before, and he might come straight from Reverse Mountain. A somewhat aged voice of Rao G came from the transponder snail. Violetta, dressed in a dance outfit, listened to the voice from the transponder snail and nodded in response. Yes, I will keep an eye on them. But they might not necessarily come from Reverse Mountain to the North Sea. Perhaps he was just saying it casually. It would be best if that were the case. But the young master's factory must not have any issues. It would be better if something did happen. Violetta thought to herself. This person, can he defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo? Chapter 81. The Bombardment of the North Sea. The burning sea. After arriving at the North Sea, Violet was assigned to guard the entrance of Reverse Mountain. The power of Doflamingo left her in despair. For the sake of her father's life, she had no choice but to become one of Doflamingo's subordinates. A look of pain appeared on Violet's face. She had to obey her enemy's orders, but she felt helpless. She was grateful to Dunn, but she believed that there was still a significant gap between Dunn and Doflamingo. This time, her purpose was also to secretly remind Dunn that Doflamingo had sent 2 officers to the North Sea. She was also aware that Doflamingo certainly did not trust her. He only valued her abilities. If she made any moves, her family back in Dressrosa would be in danger. Violet was conflicted. At that moment, she activated her ability. With the power of the Stare fruit, she could see the situation far from the entrance to Reverse Mountain. A ship engulfed in flames came rushing down from Reverse Mountain. On the ship, Violet recognized Dunn, who was setting fire to the ship's stern at a glance from the photo she had seen. An ability user, fire type. Violet was startled, and then her mind raced. They were coming down from Reverse Mountain. Thinking quickly, Violet immediately spoke up. The people on guard around her quickly took out their den mushy. Moments later, the pirate ship docked at the entrance of Reverse Mountain began to bombard. Violet could see flames and thick smoke, along with the towering fire. Her eyes were fixed on a place where the battle was about to erupt, waiting for the outcome. Torch, a fire dragon, appeared above the sea, with Dunn standing at the bow of the ship holding a sword. The incoming cannonballs exploded upon contact with the flames. With one move, he completely blocked the incoming cannonballs. What is this? Robin, stabilizing herself against the ship, asked as she looked at Dunn with his sword. It seems they were waiting for me all along, Dunn replied casually upon hearing Robin's words behind him. Doflamingo was engaged in arms trade in the North Sea, producing various weapons and selling them to countries across the seas and the Grand Line. From the sheer volume of cannon fire, Dunn knew that it must be that Flamingo sending people to intercept him. Of course, it could also be a test. The fire wall he had conjured disappeared, and the bombardment continued. The sounds of cannon fire echoed across the sea, with a large number of cannonballs raining down on Dunn's position. Dunn glanced around. Dozens of ships bristling with cannons were densely docked, continuously firing. Stay here, Dunn commanded, then leaped into the air, flames erupting from his body and wrapping around the long sword in his hand. He swung the sword. An even taller and thicker firewall appeared out of nowhere. Then, a fiery slash emerged from the firewall and descended toward the distant fleet. Boom! The terrifying fiery slash struck a ship, cleaving it in two. The flames began to spread, seemingly igniting the ammunition on board. After the ship was sliced apart, a massive explosion followed. The entire ship was blown to smithereens, and the wreckage fell onto the nearby vessels. The people on these ships scrambled to avoid it. But soon, fiery slashes rained down from above. The sounds of explosions rang out one after another, with flames shooting into the sky. Dunn, standing on the firewall in midair, unleashed one slash after another. The surrounding ships on the sea were directly torn apart one after another, followed by chain explosions. Boom! 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 Amidst the explosions, the fire completely engulfed the sea below. The firewall beneath Dunn vanished. The ships that had been bombarding were all destroyed under the slashes and explosions. Bang! Dunn landed on a ship. Robin looked at the sea of fire that appeared after the firewall disappeared, then turned to Dunn. I thought you would leave a few people to ask about the situation. No need. I know who they are, and I'm here for them this time. So there is no need for that, Dunn replied, sheathing his sword and controlling the flames to guide the ship toward the flames. As the ship approached, the sea of fire parted, creating a passage. The small boat advanced and encountered the wreckage of a large ship blocking its way. A slash split in two. There is an island nearby, right? Dunn asked after slicing through a large piece of shipwreck. Yes, there's indeed an island. Robin, who had memorized the North Sea map upon learning Dunn was coming, immediately provided the answer upon hearing his question. Let's dock and rest for a bit, Dunn said. Robin nodded and pointed out the direction to Dunn. The ship sailed out of the sea of fire, and Robin stood on the ship, watching the burning sea behind her. The flames cast a red glow on her face. We should prepare for continuous battles ahead, so be ready. The things I taught you can be applied in combat. Dunn's voice rang out. Okay, I understand. I'll do my best. And, of course, there's that 8 extremes fist, right? Robin nodded and, while speaking, pronounced the 3 characters for 8 extremes fist in Chinese. That's a martial art or method of exerting force from my hometown. You could try using that technique when employing your flower fruit abilities. In fact, as long as Robin utilized her abilities properly, her strength could rapidly improve. At least she could easily handle those pirates worth 10 to 20 million in the 4 seas. This time, he was determined to fulfill his words. If he said he would mess up their business, he would definitely do it. The best and fastest way was to destroy at least most of their arms factories. This way, even if some were left intact, their business would be nearly ruined. However, this might take some time, and there would definitely be resistance. It depended on whether Doflamingo would come personally. During this time, Robin could take the opportunity to quickly accumulate combat experience, at least to proficiently use her abilities. Of course, awakening the dual Hawkeye was also crucial. After all, the time was too short. Robin likely had never encountered Hawkeye before. Or rather, she might have known the name from records, but didn't know how to cultivate it. The development of the flower fruit still had a lot of imaginative space. And, of course, improving Robin's physical condition was also very important. After all, using abilities in Hawkeye consumed a considerable amount of physical strength, especially those powerful techniques. Therefore, physical condition could not be neglected. However, Dunn suddenly turned to look at Robin, his gaze scrutinizing her. We have to be careful. We can't turn Robin into a muscle-bound freak. Noticing Dunn's gaze, Robin felt that there was something strange about it, but did not know what Dunn was thinking. I'll do my best. Robin guessed Dunn's thoughts and said seriously, actually, you don't need to try that hard. Just don't let your figure change. Chapter 82, Unexpected News. Admiral Kizaru, someone just evacuated here. As the small boat docked, Robin spoke up. This island is too close to the entrance of Reverse Mountain, and its area is not large enough for anyone to stay long-term. After all, pirate ships traveling from the North Sea to the New World must pass through here. The area is insufficient to support the establishment of a naval base. If a naval base could really be built here, it might become a place similar to Logtown in the East Blue. However, now, at a glance, there are a lot of fresh signs of activity. They ran pretty fast. Dunn opened his observation Hawkeye, and he could no longer detect the departing ships. Are you saying that the people who stayed here before were in cahoots with those guys? Isn't that obvious? Dunn smiled upon hearing this and jumped off the boat. They must have been commanding from behind, and when they saw their entire army wiped out, they fled. As Dunn spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the earlier attack. With the naked eye, he could only see the rising smoke, but the flames were no longer visible. What's this? Robin's voice sounded puzzled as she returned with several photos. Your photos, very clear ones. Robin handed the discovered items to Dunn. Taking a look, Dunn recognized where they were taken. At the Navy base number 16 in the East Sea. These people really seemed to have left in a hurry. Not necessarily. Holding the photos, Dunn shook his head slightly. If they didn't leave any other items behind, why would they leave a few photos? Intentionally? Why? Robin was surprised. Perhaps it was a reminder for me. Dunn looked at the photos and then discovered a red lipstick mark on the back of one of them. A woman left it. Robin also saw it and immediately said, In that case, I probably know who it is. After a moment of contemplation, Dunn said, if these photos were indeed intentionally left behind, and it was a woman, then in terms of Doflamingo's side, there's only one candidate. This is the advantage of the Prophet. Doflamingo's subordinates are still quite loyal to him, but there are exceptions. For example, that dethroned princess. Given her special fruit ability, it is normal for her to be stationed here. Are you sure? Robin asked curiously upon hearing Dunn's words. You guessed who left it just by looking at the photo? Do you mean someone you knew before? I can't be sure, but it doesn't matter. If it is, perhaps we can learn some detailed intelligence early. Even if it isn't, it won't affect our actions this time. Dunn waved his hand, and after scanning the island with his observation hockey and confirming there was nothing special, the two took a short break before continuing their journey. The sea chart I saw might not be detailed, but the direction near Reverse Mountain should be correct, Robin said while guiding Dunn. Now Robin is somewhat of a navigator here. Let's investigate on the island where people are present. Dunn nodded upon hearing this, controlling the ship to speed away in the direction Robin indicated. The entire army was wiped out, Violet said solemnly into the transponder snail. Truly impressive. A somewhat deep voice came from the transponder snail. So what? Since we've discovered him, he can no longer leave our sight. As long as the other party stays on inhabited islands, we will know. Lao Ji's voice rang out. Violet listened quietly to their conversation without interrupting. Can you gauge his approximate strength? A voice sounded in the transponder snail again, this time clearly asking Violet. Very strong, at least a swordsman, and he has the ability to control flames. This can't be hidden, Violet replied after some consideration. A flame-related ability user, and also a swordsman? Diamante was killed by him, so he's at least stronger than Diamante. It seems this mission is quite troublesome. I need to report to the young master. Violet, your mission is complete. Come back first. Understood, Violet replied after hearing this, and the transponder snail was hung up. Looking at the silent transponder snail, Violet lowered her head in thought. I wonder if the hints left behind were discovered by the other party. Although that person displayed very strong strength, this time there are two senior executives involved. Plus they knew his whereabouts in advance. Should I find another opportunity to remind them? Violet pondered. Meanwhile, Dunn actually didn't pay much attention to these matters. In the face of absolute strength, those calculations are of little use. Of course, this only applies to the Don Quixote family. Unless Doflamingo comes personally, Dunn would not take them seriously. As for the others after fighting with Akiji and Kizu, Dunn's confidence was still quite high. So because of this, you had a conflict with the 7 warlords, and it was 2 of them. As the ship docked, Robin said with a helpless tone, That's enough. There is no need for so many complex reasons. Dunn turned to look at Robin. Go collect intelligence. After hearing this, Robin nodded, getting off the ship and leaving first. Dunn closed his eyes, fully releasing his observation hockey. The dock, along with the small town occupying most of the island, was enveloped by his observation hockey. In an instant, countless pieces of information were perceived by Dunn. More than a dozen people were intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to him, and some were following Robin as she left. Eyes on us. Dunn opened his eyes, drawing his sword and stepping onto the shore, walking into the town. Manned Island in the North Sea, according to the intelligence Robin saw, is considered the last stop for pirates leaving the North Sea. Because of this, it is a mixed bag. Just as Dunn was pondering whether to capture a few people to inquire about intelligence, Robin, who had just left for a short while, hurried back, looking serious. Upon returning, Robin saw Dunn just stepping into the town and walked over, handing him a newspaper. I think you should take a look at this. Seeing Robin's expression, Dunn was somewhat surprised, taking it and glancing over it with a puzzled look. Germa 66 contacted the world government, and a Marine Admiral came? Kizaru Borsellino? Are they going to become a member of the world government? Dunn said after reading it, somewhat unexpectedly. It seems so. Robin nodded, then looked at Dunn with some concern. Now that an admiral is staying in the North Sea, if Germa 66 and the world government are negotiating, it won't be a short-term negotiation. This admiral might stay in the North Sea for a long time, and if you plan to launch an attack on Doflamingo's arms factory, it could attract their attention. Moreover, Germa 66 has been waging war in the North Sea for these past few years. It's hard to say whether they have any dealings with Doflamingo. Your speculation is reasonable. Dunn nodded. The original work seems not to mention it, But Doflamingo had indeed stayed in the North Sea for a long time before. So it's very possible that he has collaborated with Germa 66. So what is your decision? Robin asked Dunn what he planned to do. Continue. Dunn replied decisively. This cannot stop his actions, and not to mention this is just speculation. Even if it is true, it cannot change his mind. Chapter 83. Changing Tactics. Diverting Disaster. The Heavenly Knight, Demon, Six-Petal Bloom, Hook Claw. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest to unleash her ability, causing 6 arms to grow from Dunn's body, restraining his neck, arms, and legs. The information discovered earlier did not draw much attention from Dunn. When they investigated the suspected arms factory, the two directly boarded the ship and left. On the ship, Dunn's training of Robin continued. Robin bit her lip and exerted herself, but the arms growing from Dunn's body couldn't budge him at all. With a muffled grunt, Robin instinctively covered her arm to dodge. Dunn retracted his fingers. Still not feeling anything? Dunn asked Robin, who was covering her arm. No, maybe your method is wrong. Robin replied helplessly while looking at Dunn. To sense the opponent's attack? That was a bit too abstract for Robin. How could that be? I'm mastering the observation hockey with this method. Upon hearing Robin doubt him, Dunn immediately retorted. So you, being younger than me, have such powerful strength. Hearing this, Robin sighed in silence. After all, people are different. But you need to have confidence in yourself, Robin. Dunn said, making another move. Sneak attack. Robin swiftly crossed her arms in front of her chest, blocking the incoming arms. You see, you're learning quite fast. Dunn smiled and said. Robin looked at the palm she had blocked with her arms, her face turning red. Dear Chairman, are you harassing your subordinate? Nonsense. I'm helping you awaken your observation hockey. Dunn's expression was serious, as if he truly believed that. But Robin wouldn't buy it, as Dunn had trained him in this way before, only with more restraint back then. Now, he wasn't even pretending. Dunn opened his hands after retracting them, looking innocent. Robin, this is necessary to help you become stronger. Do you understand it now? It seems I have a bit of a feeling, but I still can't quite grasp it. Hearing Dunn's question, Robin recalled the sensation she felt when she sensed Dunn's move earlier, but it was still a bit vague. Is that so? Seeing Robin's expression, Dunn nodded. Having had similar experiences. Robin let out a soft grunt, covering her chest with her arms and retreating, creating distance from Dunn. That's enough. The next part is your own training. After this, your training will be armament hockey and physical training. Dunn said seriously, turning around to sit at the stern of the ship. Robin's eyes were fixed on Dunn. Just now, she clearly felt that if she hadn't retreated, Dunn would have attacked with both hands. But is this observation hockey? It's quite amazing. Having initially grasped the observation hockey, Robin attempted to use it. Meanwhile, Dunn was steering the ship towards the target island. They've all been evacuated, and the ammunition has been buried. If he really dares to go, he can blow that island to pieces. In an arms factory on an island in the North Sea, Lao Ji was reporting to the transponder snail. Kizaru is currently in the North Sea, and Germa 66 is in contact with the world government, making a bigger scene. Doflamingo's somewhat sinister voice sounded. Understood, young master. Lao Zezet Ponde. Do not directly contact that person. If you can draw Germa 66 and the world government's attention away, you can retreat. Doflamingo instructed again. Young master, I can take that brat down. Lao Ji immediately said upon hearing this. Diamante died at his hands, and he previously defeated the green pepper from the flower country. Doflamingo's voice echoed. From the tone, it seemed he had already recovered from the anger of Diamante's death. Beside him, Pika, wearing a baby outfit and sucking on a pacifier, did not interject. All right, young master. After Lao Ji replied, the transponder snail fell silent, obviously having been hung up on the other end. As a man, you should deal with him openly. Such tactics are not what a man should use. Pika suddenly spoke. Pika, I'm an old man, not a man. Lao Ji turned to look at Pika. That person is very strong and is a devil fruit user, possibly a Logia-type. During the previous fight with Green Pepper, he didn't use his powers. Precisely because of this, Doflamingo temporarily changed his strategy against Dunn from a siege to diverting disaster, drawing Kizaru and Germa 60 SAXS attention to Dunn. If that's the case, I won't intervene. After finishing, Pika left, still sucking on his pacifier. Lao Ji looked at Pika's departing figure in silence. Diamante was one of Doflamingo's 4 highest-ranking officers and was also his direct superior. Although he thought that guy had a bad personality, with his devil fruit ability and swordsmanship, Diamante was not weak. He turned to Violet. You heard everything. Continue to use your ability to monitor. I want to know what the outcome will be after this. Although such explosions have limited damage to a Logia user, what if the opponent is careless? If the opponent is severely injured, it wouldn't be impossible to change the plan and directly kill that guy. I understand. Violet nodded in response, turning to leave. After leaving, Violet felt anxious, thinking about how to relay the information to Dunn. Not long after, the ship docked. Are the people gone? Robin looked at the still island, densely packed with buildings but devoid of any figures. Dunn used his observation Hawkeye to cover the island. They have indeed all evacuated. What now? Wait a moment. I will create some commotion, and you. Dunn said, indicating a direction. There are people watching here. You will go over there and take them down. Robin was taken aback upon hearing this, looking at Dunn's gesture, but the sea's surface was empty. But since Dunn said so, it should be fine. All right. Robin nodded. Dunn leaped into the air, heading towards the island where the abandoned arms factory was located. Boom! Moments later, on the other side of the island, a fiery slash fell from the sky, followed by a violent explosion, flames shooting into the sky, and shockwaves spreading in all directions. Robin unleashed her ability, growing dozens of arms on the ship, controlling the oars towards the target location. The massive explosion was witnessed by Violet, who also saw the descending slash and the figure engulfed in flames from the sky. Boom! The continuous sounds of explosions continued. It seemed there was no need for a reminder. Violet saw that the trap had been effortlessly dismantled by the opponent. Failure, retreat. Violet sighed in relief, then turned to give orders. A ship is approaching. Just as Violet ordered the retreat, someone on the ship pointed towards the sea surface. On the sea, a small ship was cutting through the water, rapidly approaching. At the bow of the ship stood a tall young woman with her arms crossed in front of her chest. 30 petals bloom, strangulation. Chapter 84. Violet's Dilemma. Dunn's inquiry. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire erupted. Mixed in with these attacks was the less noticeable sound of bones breaking. Robin's gaze was fixed on the approaching large ship, listening to the distant explosions behind her. She wasn't worried about Dunn. After all, in her eyes, Dunn's strength had reached a level beyond her imagination. Right now, Robin's thought was to become stronger as quickly as possible. Strong enough to be by Dunn's side without becoming a burden. The opponents Dunn would face in the future would surely be formidable, and if she couldn't keep up with him, he might need to divert his attention to protect her during battles. Since meeting Dunn, this period had been the most relaxed time of her life over the past decade. This kind of ease was something Robin was quite addicted to, and she was unwilling to let it go. Returning Vine, defeating the pirates controlling the weapons on the distant ship, Robin raised her right hand and threw it out, extending multiple arms from her hand. The rope formed by the arms traced a huge arc over the sea, with the end arm grabbing onto the mast of the opposing large ship. Subsequently, Robin was pulled across the sea by this vine-like arm and landed directly on the deck of the large ship. Upon landing on the deck, Robin turned sideways as 2 blades struck down from front and back. Crack! The 2 pirates attacking Robin from behind fell silent, their necks twisted severely. Thousand Blossom's Claw. Robin crossed her hands and unleashed a technique that consumed considerable stamina. A multitude of arms sprouted from various parts of the ship. Now, Robin also realized just how much the observation Hawkeye enhanced her abilities. Previously, to use her powers, she needed to see a certain range with her eyes for her abilities to affect those areas. However, now, with the addition of observation Hawkeye, she no longer needed to see them with her eyes. In just a moment, with the continuous sounds of bones breaking, the ship became eerily quiet. Robin lowered her hands and turned to look at the woman standing at the bow of the ship, dressed in a form-fitting purple dance outfit with white and red dots. A red flower was tucked into her hair. The aesthetic was distinctly different from others. Violet's eyes were fixed on Robin, her expression cautious. Surprised to find another ability user by this person's side, it seemed to be a Paramecia type. Who are you? Robin asked, turning to look at the distant explosions lighting up the sky. Violet, a member of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinate Treble's assassin group, codenamed Violet. Violet replied without hesitation. Such a straightforward answer? Robin was somewhat taken aback. Violet was feeling conflicted. Engaging with Dunn was not her intention. If it were just her, she could find a way to escape the Don Quixote family by now. But her family was still in Dressrosa. If she betrayed them now, they would surely be killed, her father and her sister's daughter. Yet, she also dared not act rashly. Violet was not skilled in combat. Although her abilities provided her with certain means, Robin's earlier attack made her realize she was no match. Of course, the key point was that there was someone even more powerful nearby. After weighing her options, Violet stood her ground without showing any hostility. Seeing this, Robin did not continue her assault, but turned and walked to the ship's side, gazing at the island that was exploding and burning in the distance. "Is this a trap?" Robin asked. Violet nodded in response. Yes, due to Admiral Kazuru and the world government. Doflamingo changed the previous plan to provoke the attention of the Navy and the world government. Robin was taken aback and turned to look at Violet. "You directly call him Doflamingo?" Robin could tell that Violet held no respect for Doflamingo. Regarding the Don Quixote family, she was previously unaware, but Dunn had told her quite a bit about this faction, including the reverence Doflamingo's subordinates had for him. "Shouldn't you be concerned about the Navy admirals and the world government?" Violet asked, frowning. "We already know about this." Robin was clear on Dunn's attitude toward this matter, so she didn't inquire further. "Now that you know, I suggest you best not cause too much commotion." Violet observed Robin's expression, trying to discern whether her words were genuine. In fact, she could use her fruit ability to see through the other person's current thoughts. However, facing someone with observation haki, the fruit's ability would be affected. Moreover, using her ability might be perceived as an attack, which is why Violet refrained from using it. "About that, what I say doesn't count." Robin waved her hand, choosing not to press further. On the burning island in the distance, the munitions factory had been completely destroyed. Dunn's observation haki enveloped the vast surrounding sea. Compared to others' impressions of observation haki, his focused on a larger range. Perhaps because he maintained it consistently, his observation haki evolved in that direction. He saw what was happening on the distant ship, Robin's decisive attack, and the woman in the form-fitting dance outfit. It seemed she grasped observation haki quite quickly. Previously, Dunn had taught Robin how to comprehend observation haki, which she had learned from G.Y. Sure. However, at that time, G.Y. Sure used killing intent to stimulate him. Dunn had taken a different approach. A powerful observation haki could, to some extent, influence others' thoughts. Previously, Dunn had given Robin a strong suggestion through his observation haki, and the results had been good. Of course, it was also because Robin had the potential for observation haki, combined with her training during this period. She was just a little short, lacking only a stimulus. Below, the island engulfed in explosions and flames began to sink, with seawater starting to flood this small island. Dunn's body transformed into flames, shooting up into the sky, leaving a long tail of fire behind. Boom! The fire landed on the ship anchored on the sea. The flames receding as Dunn's body emerged from within. The wind generated by his descent fluttered Robin and Violet's clothes. Leaving one person behind might provide some useful intelligence. Upon seeing Dunn's arrival, Robin turned and gestured to Violet. Dunn's gaze swept over Violet. She looked much younger than he had remembered. "You were the one who left the message?" Dunn nodded at Robin and then inquired of Violet. A flicker of understanding passed through Robin's eyes. She had guessed this possibility from Violet's earlier attitude. Chapter 85, Violet's Intelligence. The naval map of the armory. Violet felt a bit nervous under Dunn's gaze. Being so close, she could sense the overwhelming pressure coming from him. "Yes." Steadying her mind, Violet nodded in acknowledgement. "Well done." Dunn nodded, not asking further, but turned to compliment Robin instead. "These people are not strong." Robin shook her head slightly. They didn't cause her any trouble. As her first solo attempt, the result was already quite good, and she would continue to work hard. Hearing Dunn say this, Robin nodded repeatedly. Clearly, she was ready to face the upcoming challenges. Violet saw Dunn and Robin chatting away. Leaving her aside, thought for a moment, and raised her hand to interrupt them. "Don Quixote Doflamingo's plan is to have you clash with the Marine admirals and the world government. Do you really not care about this?" Violet found it hard to understand. Even Doflamingo spoke lightly about the three Marine admirals, but Violet could clearly sense his seriousness. Yet these two seemed not to care much. Those are Marine admirals. Upon hearing this, Dunn looked back at Violet. The princess of Dressrosa, the generous swordswoman Rebecca's aunt, and the user of the stare fruit. Dunn had a relatively deep impression of her, not because of her impressive bust, but because of her fruit ability. The stare fruit allows the user to see through others' thoughts, and even their clothes, flesh, and bones. Since it's a plan, there's a possibility of failure. And didn't we already know in advance? Dunn smiled, leaning casually against the ship's rail, shoving the knife in his hand into Robin's arms. Then you better temporarily give up on taking action. After all, the Marines and the world government are currently in the North Sea, engaging with Germa 66. Violet spoke again. That won't do. Dunn directly refused, then countered with a question. By the way, do you intend to betray Doflamingo? I was coerced. Violet looked seriously at Dunn. What I want to know now is, are you confident in defeating Doflamingo? Well, you won't know until you try. Dunn shook his head. Hearing this answer, Violet was not disappointed. Instead, she began recounting the events that occurred when Doflamingo took over the country of Dressrosa. As Robin listened to her narrative, she compared it with the intelligence Dunn had previously shared with her and found that this woman claiming to be the princess of Dressrosa, a first-hand witness, was actually less clear than what Dunn had described. She even provided perspectives from various angles. Sugar, the user of the toy fruit, can turn people or animals she touches into toys, and those who become toys will vanish from the memories of others. Violet looked at Dunn, sharing intelligence about Doflamingo's crew. Although Dunn already knew these, he did not interrupt. So, as long as she uses her ability to turn others into toys, everyone who knows them will forget them? Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. This fruit ability is terrifying. Yes, that's the intelligence I currently have. Realizing Robin was curious about this, Violet nodded to confirm the truth of the information. Robin turned to Dunn, her eyes filled with inquiry. Didn't I mention this to you before? Dunn understood Robin's meaning, so he spoke up. But this ability is too dangerous. If you accidentally come into contact with her, you would have almost no ability to resist. That's true. Many abilities of the Paramecia type are quite bizarre. It's just that I don't know if Hawkeye is effective against such abilities. Dunn said, looking at Violet. I don't know either. Sugar is personally protected by the high-ranking officer Treble, and it's hard for others to even get close. Violet shook her head. If you want to clash with Doflamingo, targeting her is the easiest approach, as those turned into toys include not just the citizens of Dressrosa, but also many powerful individuals who came to Dressrosa. Many fell victim to Sugar's ability without understanding it, and if they could engage with Sugar's power, they might become allies. Violet offered a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Dunn did not voice his opinion. Instead, he nodded for her to continue. Robin listened carefully while organizing the intelligence about Doflamingo in her mind. Clearly, Violet had been prepared for a long time, or rather, she had not given up hope after just losing her country. Your family is still there, and you dare to betray? Robin spoke with a strange expression after Violet finished her recount. So I want to go back. Violet looked at Dunn after speaking. Whether she could leave, or more importantly, leave alive depended on this young man. You can leave now. As for how to explain today's events, that's up to you. Dunn glanced at Violet before stepping onto the ship S-rail. Wait, if you plan to go to Dressrosa later, I can help you. Violet realized that this was definitely a good opportunity. A master like Dunn dealing with Doflamingo was her only hope for rescuing Dressrosa at this moment. Doflamingo's armory location in the North Sea. Dunn spoke, and Violet let out a sigh of relief, immediately pulling out a sea chart from her chest. Robin took the map, glancing at it. It was filled with densely marked islands with red dots. We'll discuss your matters when I get to Dressrosa. With that, Dunn leaped onto a nearby small boat. Robin also used her ability to create arms to return to the small boat. Watching the small boat drift away, Violet's expression changed. It seemed they still intended to continue destroying these armories. Did they really not take the admiral seriously? However, this thought flashed through her mind and was soon replaced by a frown. On this ship, she was the only one capable of action. How should she respond to Lao Ji next to avoid revealing any flaws? And she also had to conceal her memories of interacting with Dunn and the others. On the small boat, Robin used her ability to create arms to row while closely examining the sea chart she just obtained. There are quite a few, but earlier she mentioned that Doflamingo is negotiating cooperation with Kaido, the Emperor of the New World. Don't you really care? Violet should not know much. She only briefly mentioned that Doflamingo was interacting with Kaido's people. If the two sides really cooperate, then dealing with Doflamingo could potentially involve Kaido, the Emperor of the New World, in the mix. That would definitely be a big trouble. Chapter 86, Germa's Negotiation. Judge's Concern and Fact. Robin didn't have much of a concept about these matters. She only knew that these were famous figures in the New World. From Violet's description, it was evident that Doflamingo was in a weaker position before Kaido. Doflamingo had just seized Dressrosa, and even if he contacted Kaido, it wouldn't be too deep. Dunn naturally understood what Robin was worried about. Doflamingo had indeed formed a partnership with Kaido, and they would engage in trade of artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. However, from a timing perspective, it was still too early for the actual trade. Kaido was mostly holed up in Wano country. During this year, Dunn had rarely seen reports about Kaido in the newspapers. On the other hand, Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard were more active. One was building her own nation, while the other was running rampant in the New World. But we need to have a strategy. Or should I say, Captain, do you think you can handle this, Sea Emperor? If so, then we have nothing to worry about. After considering Dunn's reaction, Robin reminded him, it's still early. Even though Dressrosa is in the New World, that's the latter part of the Grand Line. Let's finish the task at hand first, Dunn said as he looked at Robin. Let's set a course. All right. Robin didn't continue to ask. Although Dunn was young, Robin could sense that whatever Dunn wanted to do, he would think it through. Perhaps all of this was already part of his plan. The ship, under Dunn's abilities, began to race wildly across the sea, following the routes set by Robin. One weapons factory after another was destroyed under Dunn's strikes. Some were hidden, uninhabited islands, while others were concealed on inhabited islands. Such a huge commotion naturally couldn't go unnoticed. On the largest warship of a fleet shaped like a snail, the King of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, nicknamed Monsterbird, slammed his palm down on the table. His eyes were filled with fury as he glared at the world government officials sitting across from him. Not far away, a tall figure in a yellow-striped suit didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard the argument. This person was, of course, Admiral Kazuru, who was overseeing this meeting. He hadn't spoken a word during the dispute. He was quite relaxed during this time. At least for him, this period had been very comfortable. But the other two parties were feeling quite troubled. With your intelligence, you should be able to understand that we won't let you continue to expand your power. The senior official from the world government had a grim expression. Upon hearing this, Vinsmoke Judge's expression darkened, and he glanced at Kazuru. Seeing that the admiral didn't even raise his eyelids, he turned back. My army can only be commanded by me. The world government shouldn't think about taking away control. This is not a negotiation at all. I can refuse the world government's invitation and decline to become a member state. You bastard, think carefully about what you are doing. The official opposite was furious upon hearing Judge's words, slamming his hands down on the table. The two glared at each other. If you want to use me, you should show the corresponding sincerity. Judge was well aware of his situation. Compared to the world government, Germa was indeed weak. But the world government's attempt to use him against those kingdoms that disobeyed their orders couldn't come without any benefits. Don't forget about what happened back then. Seeing Judge's tough demeanor, the world government official warned. He was referring to the illegal research team that Judge had formed with Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and Queen when they were young. Back then, due to research on bloodline factors, the world government captured and incorporated Vegapunk and Caesar Clown. As for Judge and Queen, they each escaped. Queen went to the New World, while Judge returned to the North Sea. To reorganize Germa, he used the knowledge he had and the technology of bloodline factors to create a clone army. The world government, which already had Vegapunk, was not particularly concerned about Judge. After all, they already had a trump card. Who needed a king? As a result, Judge's significant actions in the North Sea brought him back into the world government sights. Today's negotiation is suspended. I hope you will not bring this up again tomorrow. If you do, then there will be no need for further negotiations. Judge coldly snorted, stood up, and turned to leave. A girl in a peculiar butterfly-like combat outfit followed him out. This bastard seems unlikely to agree. If I could get control of Germa's clone army, It would definitely be a great achievement when I return. But this Vinsmoke judge was not willing to give an inch on this matter. I suggest you hurry. Kizaru suddenly spoke up, and everyone turned to look at him, seeing him half reclined in his seat, pouting as he looked over. Admiral Kizaru, your task is to assist in ensuring the smooth progress of this negotiation. If it cannot be concluded, you will need to intimidate. Oh, are you warning me? Kizaru said, pouting, his eyes behind his sunglasses fixed on the speaking official. Of course not. This is an order from the world government. This person was not foolish and would not be overly tough on Kizaru. Kizaru nodded. Of course. His earlier comment was just for show. It was much better to be idle than to be on a mission. However, taking down Germa's evil army by himself was not a simple task. He would try to avoid action if possible. Also, Admiral Kizaru. Just as Kizaru was about to get up, the official who had spoken earlier stepped forward. There is an intelligence report. Someone is causing trouble in the North Sea, having destroyed over a dozen islands. Saying this, he placed a report on the table next to Kizaru. You can handle this matter yourselves. Kizaru glanced at it and directly stood up, swaying as he left. Seeing Kizaru's reaction, the person who presented the report had a somewhat unfriendly expression. As a world government official, he had connections with the underground world of the North Sea. Of course, there were many interests involved. This time, someone had paid him to hope he could settle this matter. But now, Kizaru was not taking the bait. On the other side, Vinsmoke Judge's expression was grim. It seemed that the negotiation was unlikely to succeed. Upon returning, Vinsmoke Judge said in a deep voice, Father, if the negotiation fails, we may have a direct conflict with the world government. Behind him, Vinsmoke Reiju spoke up. They want to take control of the army. That's impossible. After speaking, Vinsmoke Judge turned to Reiju. How is the investigation going? Who is it? What grudge does he have with Doflamingo? Chapter 87. The Destroyed Island. The pursuing navy and the speechless Sengoku as a very ambitious local tyrant in the North Sea. Some events happening in the North Sea are naturally under the watchful eyes of the German kingdom, especially such a significant matter. Previously, Don Quixote Doflamingo had operated in the North Sea for many years, controlling the arms business of the underground world. After returning to the North Sea, Vinsmoke Sanji wanted to revitalize the German kingdom and had also made contact with Doflamingo, primarily for the purchase of weapons. Now, someone is sabotaging Doflamingo's military factory in the North Sea. If it weren't for the ongoing negotiations with the world government, he would probably be paying full attention to this matter. He is genuinely curious about who has clashed with Doflamingo. Sanji, who is somewhat familiar with the Don Quixote family, does not want to provoke Doflamingo, who has become a warlord. Father, it's this person. After hearing the inquiry, Reiju quickly took out a newspaper and presented it to Sanji. There is little information about him, but what could be found previously is that he had fought against the pillar of the Flower Country's 8 Treasures Navy, Green Pepper, in the West Sea and defeated him. However, it is still unclear why he is targeting Doflamingo. Defeated Green Pepper? Sanji's expression became serious. He knows a bit about Green Pepper. He was also at sea during the time Green Pepper was active. Can our people find out? Where is he now? Sanji is starting to have some ideas. After all, someone who could defeat Green Pepper must have considerable strength. If they can recruit him, the strength of the Vinsmoke family will undoubtedly increase. He is very fast, and his target is very clear. The Navy in the North Sea is also pursuing him, but they haven't caught up. Reiju said this somewhat speechlessly. She has never seen someone like him. He doesn't stop for a moment. His goal is to destroy everything, completely destroy everything, and immediately leave for the next location after destruction. Is there a bounty on him? Sanji asked, stroking his chin while looking at the photo in the newspaper. No, our people have seen him. He doesn't look very old, perhaps just starting out at sea. Reiju replied again. He defeated Green Pepper at a young age. Although Green Pepper is older now, his strength is still not weak. Hearing Sanji say this, Reiju thought for a moment and spoke. Father, should we take action? If what you said is true, we need to find him before the Navy does. However, judging by the situation, he definitely has a significant grudge against the Don Quixote family. If we really recruit him, it might lead to a conflict with Doflamingo. Exactly. We could just take over his business. Sanji immediately said upon hearing this, clearly drooling over the lucrative arms business. Then send someone to keep an eye on him. Also, if the Navy issues a bounty on him, inform me immediately. Sanji thought for a moment and decided to observe first. Doflamingo will definitely not ignore this situation. Let's see how this flamingo will react. Okay, father. Reiju nodded immediately. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju manages most of the affairs, so this matter naturally fell to her. Sanji's 5 children were all modified using genetic factors while still in the womb. After modification, in addition to their powerful physical qualities and talents, a part of their emotions was stripped away, such as feelings of pity and sadness. As the first subject to be modified, Reiju gained the powerful body and special talents after the modification. However, the emotions that should have been eliminated remained. After leaving, Reiju pondered a lot about the recent events concerning Germa. She does not see much possibility for Germa to become a member of the world government. At most, Germa will become a tool in the hands of the world government. The recent attitude of the world government during negotiations also confirmed this. But she cannot resist her father. This is a shackle that has existed since her birth. After returning to her room, Reiju finally dared to let out a sigh. How many now? Dunn asked, looking at Robin, who showed signs of fatigue. The 19th, already a third. Robin immediately answered. That's quite a lot. Now, Dunn finally understands why, in the original work, most wars between countries are related to Doflamingo. This arms business is quite substantial. The Navy is catching up. Robin raised her hand and pointed to the distant sea. Dozens of warships were swiftly sailing toward them. Dunn leaped into the air, and amidst the flames, a massive wall of fire suddenly appeared on the sea. The flames burned and spread as Dunn landed back on the ship. Let's go. Under the propulsion of the flames, the ship's speed suddenly increased. Robin skillfully extended dozens of arms to secure herself on the ship. Such occurrences have been frequent lately. Stop! A hoarse shout came from the accelerating warship. The speeding warship quickly slowed down, looking at the wall of fire blocking the sea in front of it. The wall of fire, burning in mid-air, completely blocked the warship. Another one. The leading North Sea branch's rear admiral looked at the wall of fire with a face full of helplessness. Requesting assistance, he made a decision. This situation had occurred several times already. He could sense that the other party did not intend to attack them. However, he could not sit idly by while islands were being destroyed one after another in the North Sea, especially with the world government's orders. But under such circumstances, they simply cannot catch up. Even if they did catch up, if a conflict occurred, their side might suffer significant casualties. For this reason, although he was chasing fiercely, he just couldn't catch up. Don't ask. The answer is that this person's speed is too fast, and they're always one step behind. He took out a transponder snail and sent out a distress signal, which, of course, also indirectly transferred his responsibility. However, this time, he did not report to the world government, but directly contacted the Navy headquarters using his identity as a branch rear admiral. He gained the opportunity to speak directly with the admiral. Admiral, he stood up straight, his expression serious as he spoke. The person controlling the flames has destroyed more than a dozen islands in the North Sea. Sengoku's voice rang out. It's done, right? The reporting branch rear admiral was stunned when Sengoku spoke. How does the admiral seem to know more than he does, even knowing the other party's name? Admiral, I don't know the other party's name, but he has indeed destroyed more than a dozen islands in the North Sea. Are the islands he destroyed related to Doflamingo? When Sengoku said this, the branch rear admiral's heart tightened. Yes, Admiral. Since Sengoku asked this, he naturally did not dare to hide it. It's suspected to be Doflamingo's arms factory in the North Sea. That makes sense. He had a conflict with Doflamingo before. I didn't expect him to come to the North Sea to do such a thing. Sengoku's voice rang out again, and one could hear some exasperation in his words. Chapter 88. The Order of the Warring States. Departure of the Night, Demon Buddha Sengoku was indeed at a loss for words. The bounty on Diamante was personally approved by him, as it involved the 7 warlords of the sea, and Brigadier General Tibbs of Lowtown did not dare to make decisions on his own. Originally, he thought Dunn would clash with Don Quixote Doflamingo after arriving at the Grand Line. Now, Dunn had launched an attack on Doflamingo's forces operating in the North Sea. Before he became admiral, Sengoku had already taken note of Doflamingo. His adopted son, Corazon, had died at the hands of Doflamingo, his own brother. Sengoku certainly wanted to capture Doflamingo, But Doflamingo had been recognized as a warlord of the sea with the direct approval of the world government. If anyone targeted Doflamingo, he would certainly support it. However, now that such a commotion had arisen in the North Sea, Sengoku, as an admiral, could not just stand by. Keep an eye on his location, and do not engage in conflict for the time being. I will send someone else to contact him. Yes, Admiral. The snail phone promptly responded. What a reckless fellow. Looking at the disconnected snail phone in his hand, Sengoku felt somewhat helpless. Apart from not being a pirate, the level of recklessness exhibited was something many pirates would not dare to do. But the other party was not indiscriminately attacking civilians. He could not let this continue. Sengoku frowned in thought and dialed the snail phone again. A moment later, the appearance of the snail phone changed, resembling a lewd face. Yo, Admiral Sengoku, what can I do for you? The unique, lewd-sounding voice of Kizaru rang out. Ahem, what's the situation? No results. Both sides are very dissatisfied with each other's conditions. Kizaru answered directly. So, it may take some more time? It seems so, but Admiral, you contacting me at this time must be for another matter, right? Regarding the North Sea, Dunn has been making quite a stir there recently. You should know about him. Sengoku did not mention anything else and directly brought up the purpose of contacting Kizaru, that young man from the East Sea. When Sengoku reprimanded Karp previously, Kizaru was present and naturally remembered the name. So it turns out he's the one causing trouble in the North Sea. There is a hint of realization in Kizaru's voice. Admiral, previously someone from the world government wanted me to take action, but I didn't agree. Not a direct order? Sengoku's expression became serious upon hearing this. If it was a command from the world government to the Admiral, then he would not stop it. At that time, Dunn might be classified as a pirate. I didn't receive it. It was just the negotiator speaking to me alone. Kizaru's response relieved Sengoku. I see. You should go and find him and stop him from continuing. Sengoku issued the order. In truth, according to his thoughts, it would be better not to intervene. After all, wars between the countries of the Four Seas and the Land of Peace were becoming more frequent, especially since the weapons carried by those soldiers were more advanced than the Navy's. This might be related to Doflamingo. If Dunn could directly destroy his arms factory, that would be the best. However, the world government might also be involved. If this continued, it was likely that the bounty would be issued directly, bypassing the Navy. Sengoku thought this way, but still did not give up on the idea of bringing Dunn into the Navy. Should we capture him? Kizaru's voice came from the snail phone. That's not out of the question. Sengoku's heart stirred, almost agreeing. But then he thought, if such a reckless fellow does not succeed this time, the outcome would likely not be good. He could invite him, and if the invitation fails, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to stop him from causing such a commotion in the North Sea. What if he refuses? Then we'll take action to stop him. Sengoku frowned, deliberating before giving his response. I understand, sir. I will do my best to handle this matter as soon as possible. Also, after this is done, the world government and German kingdom have not reached an agreement yet, so you can return first. Sengoku said again. I thought I could take a few more days off with pay. Sengoku felt a headache coming on and hung up the snail phone. Among his 3 admirals, one was inflexible, one was idle when he could be, and the last one clearly had no motivation. Not to mention that bastard Karp. If he had just brought the person back from the beginning, so much trouble wouldn't have occurred. Sengoku put down the snail phone with an unsatisfied expression. Then let Karp's salary for this month. Sengoku muttered to himself, shoving a document on the table to his pet sheep. The old sheep was unceremonious, biting it and slowly chewing. 20 already? Don Quixote Doflamingo could no longer remain calm. He had previously thought his plan was perfect, but unexpectedly, the people on the world government were taking money without doing their jobs. However, Marine Admiral Kizaru was not someone who could be easily commanded. Master, we must stop him. If this continues, our business will be greatly affected. Toribol reminded. I know. Doflamingo stood up directly. I will personally deal with this guy. His tone was very grim, clearly filled with murderous intent. Doflamingo. Toribol immediately spoke up to stop him upon seeing Doflamingo's demeanor. The situation in Dressrosa is more important. His reminder calmed Doflamingo down considerably. The artificial devil fruit factory was in preparation. The research at Ponkhazard was also progressing rapidly. The focus now was to utilize this to trade with Kaido. Besides money, Kaido's identity was also needed. These are all useful things. There was still time, and if the arms factory was destroyed and they remained indifferent, it wouldn't just be this bastard. More would emerge in the future. Doflamingo took a deep breath. Toribol, you are in charge of everything here. After saying this, Doflamingo stepped out in his small leather shoes. Seeing Doflamingo's stance, Toribol opened his mouth, but did not continue to persuade. Having followed Doflamingo for many years, he understood his personality well and knew that further persuasion would be futile. Not many people noticed Doflamingo's departure. The ship left Dressrosa and headed straight for the doldrums. Master, are we returning to the North Sea? The curious 15-year-old baby 5 looked at the unfriendly-looking Doflamingo. There's a bastard destroying the arms factory in the North Sea. This time, we'll go back and take him out. Doflamingo turned to look at baby 5 and nodded in response. That bastard actually dares to provoke our Don Quixote family. The others gathered, completely unaware of what was happening, but upon hearing this, they immediately became indignant. Chapter 89. The Doubt of the Night Demon. The True Man. Senior Peak looking at his furious subordinates. Doflamingo waved his hand to dismiss them. He then took out a transponder snail to practice. The transponder snail was quickly connected. Kizaru showed little interest in this. As soon as Doflamingo opened his mouth, the transponder snail spoke. The voice was unmistakably that of the world government official who had previously led the negotiations with Germa. You took my money. Doflamingo's tone was unkind. I've already instructed the Navy to act. As for Kizaru, he is not someone I can command. Doflamingo, I hope you understand that this is just a request from you. The word from the other side carried a hint of threat, making Doflamingo's expression even darker. A celestial dragon's subordinate dared to speak to him in such a tone. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. But you don't need to worry, Kizaru has already set off. Although I didn't mobilize him earlier, it seems he has received orders. Doflamingo was taken aback, looking at the transponder snail in his hand. Kizaru received orders? It could only be from the world government or the fleet admiral. If it was the world government, then the highest officer in the North Sea wouldn't be unaware of it. So, it was an order from the Navy. Another thing that puzzled Doflamingo was why Dunn's bounty had not been announced. Even though the attack was on his arms factory, it had indeed destroyed nearly 20 islands. Such behavior was something most pirates could not accomplish. Is there something I don't know? Doflamingo hung up the phone, frowning in thought, but did not order a return. Since they had set off, he would go back to the North Sea to take a look. If Kizaru could really capture someone, then he would need to handle matters in the North Sea as well. Although he was now focusing on cooperation with Kaido, he still saw no benefits. He would not give up the immense profits brought by the arms factory in the North Sea. North Sea, six-petal bloom. Several armed individuals had grown arms, and with the sound of bones cracking, they fell to the ground simultaneously. This will do. Robin turned around and said, but it's not over yet. As before, the Dunn duo continued their work. Of course, Dunn had already lost the emotions he felt when Doflamingo threatened him earlier. Now it was purely about training. The guards at the arms factory were no longer worth his effort. However, Robin could be used to practice the application of her devil fruit. Another reason was that one should complete what they started. Is there anyone else? Hearing Dunn's words, her newly awakened observation Hawkeye spread out. But she did not notice anyone else standing nearby. Yes, someone is approaching. Dunn turned his head to look towards the distant seaside. The extensive range of his observation Hawkeye enveloped the ships on the distant sea. He could see everything clearly on the ship. A familiar figure appeared, the Violet he had seen before. There was another person, a middle-aged man dressed in a baby outfit. A tall adult wearing such childish clothing looked ridiculous and comical. But this person seemed completely unconcerned. Wearing such silly clothes was like wearing a formal suit to him. The true man, Senior Peak. Of course, a true man is a true man, and a pirate is a true pirate. Dunn squinted his eyes. Finally going to show up. I thought these guys were just going to watch me destroy everything one by one. Dunn spoke softly, waving to Robin. You go prepare to blow this place up. Robin nodded at his words, turned, and walked into the arms factory, while Dunn walked towards the seaside with his knife in hand. When he reached the seaside, a large ship was rapidly approaching the shore. From afar, Peak had already seen the figure walking from the island to the shore. It's him. Violet naturally saw it too and spoke up. A very strong guy. Pete crossed his arms, his expression serious. From the intelligence he had, this enemy was at least a swordsman and a flame-type devil fruit user, and the development of his fruit was very advanced. If he was indeed a Logia user, then this opponent would be extremely troublesome. Are you sure? It might still be possible to turn back now. The opponent could be a Logia user, and the Navy currently has 3 Logia users who are all admirals, Violet reminded. Even if he is a Logia user, he is not invincible. Pete responded, then raised his hand. The rapidly sailing ship began to slow down under his motion, eventually stopping far from the shore. You all wait here. If I am defeated, you will return immediately. After Pete finished speaking, he didn't wait for Violet to react and jumped, using moonwalk to head towards the distant island. Violet watched him leave, then turned to look at the people on the ship. Whether we can all leave, they don't get to decide. After all, when they had encountered Dunn before, Dunn could quickly move in the sky using flames. This distance was even closer than before. How could they possibly escape? However, Violet was not optimistic about Pete and could not understand why he insisted on coming. He didn't even notify Lao Ji. After all, Pete was just an ordinary cadre of the family, while Diamante, who died at Dunn's hands, was one of the 4 highest cadres. It was simply like looking for death on purpose. Violet could think of it, so Pete could certainly think of it too. But he was now a cadre of the Don Quixote family. The plan that Lao Ji had executed before was not what a man should do in his eyes. But since Doflamingo agreed, he could not dissuade him. Now that that method was ineffective, Pete had come. No matter what, he had to give it a try. It was worth it for his identity. On the shore, Dunn looked at the figure leaping from the air onto the ship, his eyes filled with curiosity. It was not surprising to know the Navy's 6 powers. Although called the Navy's 6 powers, they were not exclusive to the Navy. CP agents could have 1 or 2 skills, and some even mastered all of them. Moreover, they were also circulated on the sea. Unfortunately, it was of no use to him, but Robin could learn from it. When he had time later, he would obtain the training methods for the Navy's 6 powers. Swimming. The strong figure fell from the air without hesitation, and as soon as he landed, he directly sank into the ground. Water fruit. Although it was called the water fruit, it was not a Logia-type, but rather a Paramecia-type. It allowed the surrounding things to take on liquid properties, and then he could swim within it. Swish! Dunn's knife had already been drawn, and a slash flew out. On the beach, a slash suddenly appeared, cutting across the sand and extending towards the sea. Pete, who had originally had his head and arms exposed, was completely submerged into the ground, and the beach that had appeared liquid-like returned to its original state. Under this slash, Pete's figure had completely vanished. Chapter 90, Kizaru. Hey, no way. Cat back suplex. Just as Pika was about to dive beneath the sandy beach, a figure leaped out from the ground behind Dunn, ready to bind Dunn with its arms. Bang! Dunn sheathed his sword, the hilt wrapped in deep purple haki, and struck directly at Pika's chest. The emerging figure was sent flying backward. Even with haki covering his chest, Dunn's strike caused Pika to grimace in pain. His rib was broken. In an instant, he assessed his injury. The tremendous force sent Pika flying, and, as he skidded across the ground, it seemed as if the earth had turned into a water surface, ripples spreading outward. After sliding a great distance, Pika sank directly into the ground. Watching the trail of blood left on the ground, Dunn turned around, his gaze roaming over the surface. Although the opponent was hidden beneath the ground, he cannot escape Dunn's observation through haki. Logia fruits mostly represent elements that exist in nature and the disasters brought by these elements. Meanwhile, Paramecia fruits somewhat imply a super rule. In a sense, Paramecia can change various natural rules, including the waterman in front of him. Not coming out? A thought flashed through Dunn's mind. Pika seemed taken aback by that last strike, lingering beneath the ground and not resurfacing. Seeing this, Dunn plunged his long knife into the ground. Flames erupted from his hand, running along the blade before finally sinking into the earth. Red patterns quickly spread outward from the point where the blade entered the ground. Hellfire, poor man's edition. Dunn smirked and softly uttered a few words. As his voice fell, flames suddenly erupted from beneath the ground. The scorching flames scorched the earth, sending the soil flying and transforming the surroundings into a fiery domain. Dunn, enveloped in flames, was unharmed. A figure shot up from the ground amidst the exploding flames. Diaper bomb. In midair, Pika suddenly turned, presenting his backside towards Dunn. However, this move did not come to fruition. A blazing blade appeared at his throat. Pika's body stiffened, falling into the flames. Despite being burned, Pika did not move recklessly. The blade was right in front of his throat. Any movement could lead to it slicing open his neck. The surrounding raging flames seemed to have a life of their own, converging towards the blade at his throat. The gathered flames formed several orange-red ribbons, spiraling towards the blade. Moments later, the flames disappeared, but the temperature around them did not drop. It would take time to cool down. Dunn, gripping the fiery hilt, emerged from the vanished flames. Indeed, I can't even take one of your hits. Even though he had anticipated this before arriving, seeing it happen in reality still left Pika somewhat disheartened. Dunn's gaze swept over Pika. The extremely high temperature had scorched marks on his body, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Yet this guy didn't even furrow his brow. So, you're here to seek death? Although Dunn felt that Pika's will was strong, whether his will was strong or not held no significance for Dunn. I am an officer of the Don Quixote family, and what you destroyed is the property of the Don Quixote family. Enduring the pain of his scorched body, Pika spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Dunn nodded, but suddenly dodged to the side. A golden light flashed past, striking the ground. Boom! The light hit the ground, causing an explosion. Pika was blown away, landing unconscious after the impact. The shockwave from the explosion transformed Dunn's body into flames, and then his form coalesced, turning to look at the sky. A golden beam descended from the horizon, rapidly arriving above them. A tall figure clad in a yellow-striped suit and draped in a navy cape materialized within the beam. Kizaru. Dunn narrowed his eyes, fully activating his observation haki to lock onto Kizaru in the sky. Borisolino, materializing from the light beam, was also sizing up Dunn. He had clearly witnessed the moment Dunn's body transformed into flames. Truly a Logia user. As a Logia user, he immediately recognized that what Dunn had just displayed was an embodiment of Logia powers. It's somewhat similar to a Kainu. Borisolino hovered in the air, raising a hand to stroke his chin, lost in thought. Are you here to rescue someone? Seeing Kizaru deep in thought, Dunn decided to directly ask. He had anticipated Kizaru's appearance after hearing news of him in the North Sea. However, Kizaru could act outside his observation haki, or rather, the location he acted from was within Dunn's observation haki range. But this guy was just too fast. Rescue someone? No. It's just that someone wants you to leave the North Sea. Your actions here are too excessive. Upon hearing Dunn's inquiry, Kizaru snapped back to reality and shook his head. Excessive? Admiral Kizaru surely knows this is Doflamingo's arms factory, right? Or has Doflamingo being made a warlord really made the Navy treat him as one of their own? Dunn spoke, but he was speculating where Kizaru had received his orders from. This question, Kizaru said, transforming into a point of light, then reappearing not far from Dunn. How terrifying! Feeling the surrounding heat that had yet to cool down, Kizaru pouted. He then glanced at Pika, lying motionless on the ground. This is not my concern. After all, I haven't received any orders. The order I receive now is to prevent you from continuing. What if I refuse? Dunn looked at Kizaru, tightening his grip on the knife. He had initially planned to confront Akiji, but battling Kizaru was not part of his plan. However, just because it wasn't in his plan didn't mean Dunn would end things here. The fleet admiral said that if you refuse, I'll have to take you back. Upon hearing this, Kizaru raised his hand to stroke his chin, examining Dunn. Then Admiral Kizaru can give it a try. Dunn responded, channeling his haki into his hand, and suddenly Conqueror's haki erupted, radiating outward. Kizaru, who was filled with curiosity, suddenly stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. Hey, no way. Feeling the pressure of Conqueror's haki emanating from Dunn, along with the highly concentrated haki in his hand, Kizaru's throat moved involuntarily as he instinctively swallowed. His insight was naturally not low. Dunn's haki was clearly already mastered at an advanced level. Such concentrated haki could indeed injure him. And this Conqueror's haki. Fleet Admiral Sengoku seems to have gotten himself into a big mess. Chapter 91 Good news. He is also a Logia user. Wow, this young man. Hey, is this for real? Although Kizaru's expression remained lewd, he was clearly on guard. This was because the armament haki that Dunn had gathered in his hand and on his blade was already glowing with a deep purple light, reminiscent of rippling water. Even he felt the danger. At this age, having armament haki at such a level, where did this guy come from? Before coming here, Kizaru had known that his opponent might be a Logia user, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, a young person just setting out to see. How strong could he be? Not to mention, even if Kizaru had known about Dunn defeating Green Pepper, he would have cared too much. But now, seeing the Conqueror's haki emanating from Dunn and the flowing armament haki in his hand, it was definitely his first major trouble. At this moment, Dunn was utilizing all three types of haki. The observation haki that had previously covered a vast area had now converged, focusing entirely on Kizaru. Unlike Akiji, the biggest threat Kizaru posed to him was his speed. This time, Dunn did not intend to activate his unyielding ability to engage Kizaru. It was too dangerous. So, he planned to fight Kizaru in a normal state. Of course, he didn't expect to defeat Kizaru in this state. He just needed to be able to block him. Naturally, he also needed to show the necessary intimidation. Swordsmanship, complete mastery. Armament haki, complete mastery. Observation haki, complete mastery. Conqueror's haki, proficient mastery. Since activating Conqueror's haki, he had been trying to use it for wrapping attacks. But his control over it was still insufficient. Even when fighting against Green Pepper, trying to learn this technique, Green Pepper clearly wouldn't allow it. Or rather, if Green Pepper had mastered such a technique, then decades ago, he would have had a place among the true pirates of the sea. Of course, it might also be that he got wrecked by Garp's punch, turning into a miser over the years, having no intention of getting stronger. However, both his armament and observation haki had seen considerable improvement. The way he continuously used haki was something others couldn't replicate. In the process, there would always be moments of inspiration, allowing him to grasp some techniques for using haki. As these techniques accumulated, the proficiency of his dual-color haki was rapidly increasing. Previously, when he encountered Akiji in a normal state and fought him seriously, he suffered losses, even when using his abilities with all his might. There was still a significant gap between them. However, since then, his strength had improved considerably. Even his physical condition had seen great enhancement. So, should he give a try? Dunn looked at Kizaru, and excitement gradually showed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kizaru was left speechless by the expression in Dunn's eyes. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru began to show off. But before he finished speaking, a blade wrapped in terrifying armament haki was already at his front. The light blade seemed to absorb all the surrounding light, and a black slash descended, leaving a black mark in space. Kizaru's body split directly, transforming into golden light and rising into the air, reappearing shortly after. How terrifying! If I had dodged slower, I might have been killed by you, Kizaru pouted and said, while also moving. Jata no Kagami. With both hands forming a gesture, numerous light orbs descended from the sky, densely shooting toward Dunn. Dunn looked up at Kizaru and allowed these light orbs to pierce through his body. Where he was pierced, flames ignited and restored him. Admiral Kizaru, either show some real skills or turn around and leave. Dunn raised his flaming finger toward Kizaru. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Although he still wore that lewd, pouty expression, it was clear Kizaru was taking this seriously. Or rather, he felt a bit of embarrassment. After all, he was an admiral, albeit newly appointed. Not many people dare to talk to him like this on the sea. Thinking of this, Kizaru's body transformed into light and then coalesced beside Dunn, kicking toward him. However, before he could make the kicking motion, Dunn's left arm, wrapped in armament haki, had already been lifted to block. Bang! Golden light erupted. The leg transformed into yellow light, collided with Dunn's left arm, wrapped in armament haki. Feeling the force of the kick, Dunn turned his head to look at the astonished Kizaru. Boom! Flames erupted, spreading in all directions, even igniting the air above. The area of the flames continued to expand. Light burst from within the flames, and Kizaru's body hadn't even fully transformed back from light when the rapidly colliding flames had already spread to his location. When the flames enveloped him, A black blade appeared out of thin air within the flames. Then, a figure wrapped in flames emerged from within the fire, sidestepping the slash. The flaming slash fell into the ocean, the high temperature and slash tearing it apart. Sea water evaporated, and towering waves crashed to either side. In the distance, the ship that had brought Peak was rising and falling on the turbulent sea. The people on the ship stared blankly at the scene above the distant island. A massive fireball appeared in the sky. The ship beneath them seemed insignificant compared to this fireball. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Violet issued the order to retreat. At this moment, neither Kizuru nor Dunn had time to pay attention to the ship. Admiral Kizuru, this is what I prepared for you. You can't get away. With Dunn's voice ringing out, the black blade and light sword clashed together. Grasping a long, light sword, Kizuru sensed the situation around him. Having mastered strong observation Haki and with extensive combat experience, Kizuru had already understood the current situation. Centered around Dunn, an exaggerated space was filled with flames. Within this fire, Dunn's body could coalesce anywhere thanks to the flames. However, using his abilities in this way would undoubtedly take a toll on his body. A user of such powers wouldn't typically use them like this. Or rather, most users couldn't even use their powers in this manner. If they couldn't distance themselves from Dunn, they would remain at the center of this area with him. Young man, don't talk big. As Kizuru's words fell, his body transformed, and the light coalesced into a leg that kicked at Dunn's head. The flames exploded, and Dunn's body, like Kizuru's. Although the action of wielding the blade didn't change, he also shifted his position. His foot pierced through Kizuru's chest. A large hole appeared in Kizuru's chest, but Dunn didn't perceive what he had kicked. As expected, the techniques mastered by Katakuri are likely also mastered by admirals. This high-level observation Haki provided too great an enhancement for Logia users. However, the good news is he is also a Logia user. Chapter 92, Kizuru, anyway. I've tried my best. Dunn's foot, which pierced through Kizuru's chest, exploded into flames. Kizuru's body was shattered by the explosion. The space twisted at the moment of the blast. From the outside, a massive fireball suddenly expanded in that instant. Dunn didn't think this attack could kill Kizuru, or even injure him would be difficult. He used observation Haki to search for Kizuru's figure, and then a beam of light shot out from the massive fireball, piercing straight through the fiery space. Dunn looked down at the large hole in his chest and turned his head to look through the fiery passage towards the outside. Kizuru was floating outside, with dazzling light emanating from his hands. Sure enough, even with the expanded range of the flames, it was impossible for him to confine Kizuru within a certain area with his current abilities. Or rather, there probably wasn't anyone on this sea who could confine Kizuru if he wanted to leave. This guy could reflect light, and he might even be able to use the reflection of the sea surface to move. Another beam of light attacked, and half of Dunn's head vanished under its observation. The edges of the vanished part were burning with flames. As the light pierced through Dunn's head, Kizuru's body instantly appeared beside him. His leg transformed into light and swept toward Dunn. Flame prison. Almost at the same time the light pierced his head, Dunn unleashed his own technique. Flames burned on his body. With the enhancement of armament Haki, flames formed a high-temperature shield around Dunn. Before Kizuru's light leg could reach Dunn, it vanished. The next moment, Kizuru's body disappeared again and reappeared outside the fiery realm. How terrifying! If that kick landed, my leg might be gone. Kizuru pouted, hands in his pockets, looking teasing, but his eyes were serious. This was no joke. The temperature at that moment, even if he wrapped himself in armament Haki, would probably be difficult to withstand. This guy's flames were stronger than Akainu's. The enhancement of Haki was only for an instant, but in that moment, Dunn also noticed that using armament Haki consumed a lot of energy. The vast realm of flames began to shrink, converging towards Dunn. The retracted flames created a hot wind that blew in all directions. The trees and buildings on the island below were burning under the high temperature. Below the ground, Robin, who had long felt the massive commotion outside, did not rashly leave. Although she was also a devil fruit user, the commotion caused by Dunn's battle was clearly beyond her capability to intervene. Rather than going out and distracting Dunn, it was better to wait underground for the battle to end. However, it was impossible not to worry. The incoming person seemed very powerful. Cough, cough. A violent cough echoed, and Robin suddenly turned her head to look at the passage leading outside. Using observation hockey, she quickly identified who made the sound. A man completely charred, lay motionless on the ground. He had come in from outside. Robin's expression turned wary, but she did not approach rashly. Her eyes locked on the direction of the fallen man, her arms crossed over her chest, ready to strike at any moment. Outside, the endless flames were completely retracted. Dunn was wrapped in a cloak of flames. The swirling flames appeared to have a physical form. The space around Dunn twisted under the intense heat. Since the fiery realm couldn't trap Kizaru, it was unnecessary. It was better to compress the flames to respond to this powerful opponent's attacks. Light attacks didn't cause much harm to Dunn. However, attacks covered in armament hockey, if he didn't elementalize to avoid them in time, could potentially take away a lot of health. This time, Dunn didn't plan to activate Indomitable, so he could only defend with high-temperature flames. The strategy was simple. If you hit me, you won't feel good either. Kizaru's gaze assessed Dunn. Dunn's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. However, if he went all out, he could certainly take him down, but there was no need. After all, this mission wasn't about capturing Dunn at all costs. Whoosh! A flying slash flew toward Kizaru. After the slash, amidst the flames, Dunn's body transformed into a mass of indistinguishable flames and, in the blink of an eye, reached Kizaru. Slash. After the initial slash, there was another slash. Kizaru's upper and lower body were severed at the waist. They brushed past each other, and from the severed part of Kizaru, light began to gather. His lower body transforming into light and returning to his body as he kicked at Dunn with a leg wrapped in hockey. Boom! The fiery blade and the incoming kick collided, sending shockwaves expanding in all directions. The sea surface below was lifted by the shockwave, creating gigantic waves. The waves rapidly spread, and the boat that had turned to leave was bobbing within the massive waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing. Violet and the others on the ship stared in horror at the scene in the sky. Everyone was desperately trying to distance themselves. Tears fell from Violet's eyes. It wasn't due to sadness, but rather because the earlier use of the staring fruit's ability had been stimulated by the strong light. Admiral Kizaru. Violet recognized Kizaru's figure and identified him. Then she became increasingly worried. She placed her hope on Dunn. Given the strength Dunn had shown, he might really be able to defeat Doflamingo. But now, Admiral Kizaru had come here. If Dunn couldn't handle it, he might die or be captured. Violet didn't know Dunn's current situation, and she could only guess based on the usual circumstances. After all, as an admiral, Kizaru was extremely powerful. The others on the ship were desperately trying to control the vessel and quickly distance themselves. The battle between Dunn and Kizaru was rapidly unfolding in the air. Flames and Kizaru's Amatsukami sword collided hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. A large number of residual slashes flew in all directions. Clang! The two swords clashed. Locked in struggle, Kizaru, holding swords in both hands, stared at Dunn, who was making the same movements opposite him. The intense heat hitting his face made Kizaru frown. This is troublesome. This external mission definitely needs a bonus. A thought crossed Kizaru's mind as his body and sword transformed into light and retreated. This time, Dunn did not pursue, his eyes locked on Kizaru. The marshal really gave me a big problem. Are you sure you won't end what you're doing? Kizaru, with one hand in his pocket, asked Dunn. If we're going to fight, let's fight. Dunn replied, not in the mood for small talk with Kizaru. Using his abilities and hockey at full throttle would continuously drain his health. Even though his recovery rate was fast now, facing such consumption was still a downward trend. Hearing Dunn's blunt words, Kizaru frowned and then adjusted his sunglasses on his nose. Even Kizaru felt somewhat displeased to be spoken to like that by a kid, but he had no intention of continuing to strike. He had initially treated this matter as a small task, yet it had become so troublesome. Considering Sengoku and Karp's attitude towards Dunn that time, he realized he might have gone too far. Anyway, he had already tried his best. With that thought, Kizaru assessed Dunn with his eyes, his body turning into golden light and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 93 next, of course, is to continue. If it were a Kainu Sakazuki, this battle wouldn't end like this, and he wouldn't run away halfway. But if it's Kizaru, then it's reasonable. Dunn was taken aback by Kizaru's sudden departure. However, Recalling what Kizaru could do from his memory, he didn't find it strange. Nonetheless, Dunn didn't relax in the slightest. After a while, he landed on the island, which had been reduced to ruins. Among the three admirals, Akainu, both in personality and style of action, is more like a true cold-blooded Marine. But aside from the Buster Call on O'Hara and the Marine Forward War, it seems he hasn't taken action much. On the contrary, the unmotivated Akiji and the lazy Kizaru have taken action more frequently. After landing, Dunn recalled his understanding of the three admirals. Each one took down a supernova, defeated his own teacher Zifa, including the later battle to capture Vegapunk. As Dunn thought about this, he walked to the destroyed armory. A slash fell, splitting the charred ruins apart. The passage to the underground was opened. "Let's go," Dunn shouted. After a while, footsteps echoed from the passage, and Robin emerged from within. "Who are you fighting?" Robin's first question was this. The burning sensation in the air was still intense. For Dunn to reach this level, his opponent this time was very strong. "Kizaru, I may have gone a bit overboard in the North Sea. The Navy sent him to stop me." Robin was taken aback. Then her eyes widened in shock. "Admiral Kizaru? Is it really necessary to be so surprised? Didn't I just fight Akiji?" Seeing Robin's expression, Dunn countered. "There are 3 admirals in the Navy, and you fought 2 of them now?" Robin looked at Dunn in amazement. "Moreover, Kizaru has come, and after a fierce battle." Dunn was actually unscathed. "The guy didn't take it seriously. He probably just came to play along." Dunn waved his hand. This time, his health didn't decrease much against Kizaru. Most of it was still from his own full-strength attacks. Although this explosive output ability and hockey allowed him to fight against top-tier experts, the consumption was too great. He still needed to quickly enhance his foundation. Each encounter brought significant gains, and this time was no exception. At least he had gained considerable insights into the use of his devil fruit abilities and hockey. Once he mastered these gains, his strength would likely increase again. "What about us?" Robin asked about the next plan. Now that even the Navy admirals have been deployed, what they did this time indeed caused quite a stir. "We continue. After all, we've already started," Dunn said naturally. "If we continue, the Navy might send more people," Robin said with some concern. "Then let's finish things quickly." Dunn made a decision. Although Robin was worried, she didn't continue to persuade him. "By the way, someone is still in the underground factory, seriously injured." Robin glanced at the passage below. Doflamingo's subordinate really has a strong life. Dunn shook his head slightly, then turned to look towards the shore. "Should we deal with him?" Robin guessed, so she directly asked. After all, during this time, anyone they encountered from Doflamingo's side, except for Violet, had basically been dealt with. "Let's leave here first." Dunn waved his hand and turned towards the shore. Robin followed behind Dunn. This island had completely changed due to the aftermath of the battle. The ship is destroyed. When they reached the shore, their ship had completely disappeared. "Let's find an island to rest and buy a ship." Dunn raised his hand and wrapped it around Robin. Flames soaring into the sky. Robin wrapped her arms around Dunn's neck, feeling the fierce wind coming towards them. The flames cut through the sky and quickly disappeared. On the Germa 60 SIXS snail warship, Kizaru left. This time, Kizaru did not appear at the negotiations, and Judge was naturally curious, sending someone to investigate only to find out that Kizaru was not on board. Perhaps he left? After all, an admiral can't just do nothing and stay here all the time, Reiju speculated. That's a good thing. Judge was very wary of Kizaru. None of the 3 admirals in the Navy were easy to deal with, and now that he was absent, the upcoming negotiations might speed up. If the world government still intends to take away his forces, then this negotiation is unnecessary. The world government has no sincerity at all. They just want to incorporate the Germa kingdom as their muscle and have no intention of making them a member state of the world government. Or rather, even if they became a member state, it would just be in name only. Their own power must be in their own hands. Judge is not foolish. On the contrary, he is very smart. He can easily think that it is precisely because he has the power the world government wants that they are willing to negotiate with him. If this power disappears, then he would completely lose his say in front of the world government, and he might not even have a chance to protect himself. For someone as ambitious as Judge, this is absolutely unacceptable. Go, inform those bastards that today's negotiation will start early, and also tell them this is the last negotiation. If they have no sincerity, then the Germa kingdom will not be prepared to negotiate any longer. Understood, father. Reiju nodded and left. Shortly after, Reiju returned quickly. Father, Kizaru is back. One sentence left Judge, who had just made up his mind, momentarily stunned. He didn't leave? He did go out, but he has returned now, Reiju replied, looking somewhat puzzled. This guy. Judge's expression changed unpredictably, and his earlier resolve wavered again. If he directly confronts the world government, there may be a direct conflict with Kizaru. Do you know what he went out for? Judge asked after frowning and thinking. Father, it may be related to that person. The one who attacked Doflamingo's factory. Reiju offered a guess. Are you saying Kizaru went out to catch this person? He came back so quickly. Could it be that he caught him? Judge was taken aback and speculated. He had originally thought he might get a chance to make contact, but if Kizaru took action, then this person might have already been captured by the Navy. Thinking of this, Judge felt somewhat regretful. Very likely. Reiju nodded. Forget it. Let's deal with the current situation first, and the negotiation continues. Judge took a deep breath, waved his hand to let Reiju leave, and then frowned in thought about the countermeasures. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had just returned, took out a din mushi and contacted Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How did it go? Where's the person? Fleet Admiral, this young man is not simple. I couldn't take him down, Kizaru said, reclining with his legs crossed and pouting at the din mushi. Chapter 94. The Crane Vice Admiral headed to the North Sea. A confused Karp, what happened? Sengoku, who knows the Yellow Monkey's character well, directly inquires about the situation. After all, the Yellow Monkey often slacks off at work, and he was present in the office last time. Admiral Sengoku, what I'm saying this time is true. This person, Dunn, is indeed a Logia-type devil fruit user, and his fruit development level is very high. I already knew that. Sengoku's voice came again. But Admiral Sengoku, what you don't know is that he has Conqueror's Haki. The Yellow Monkey pouted, and his statement left Sengoku in silence. Even the Yellow Monkey, saying your snail, caused the eyelids of the phone snail to droop. Are you sure? After a while, Sengoku's voice sounded serious. Sure. Not only that, but he also has mastered observation Haki and armament Haki, and he's quite good at it. He has already grasped the flowing technique of armament Haki, allowing him to channel Haki into his fists and blades. Recalling his encounter with Dunn, the Yellow Monkey spoke. At that time, he was just surprised, as they were in the middle of a fight, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that he had returned and could calm down to think, the more he thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. I've seen many geniuses, both in the Navy and among powerful pirates, but I've never seen anyone with his level of strength at such a young age. The Yellow Monkey suddenly made this remark, his tone filled with emotion. So what was the result? Sengoku asked. There was no result. After all, you said it yourself, and with his abilities and Haki, it wouldn't be easy for me to capture him. The Yellow Monkey squinted and shook his head, his tone becoming serious. Seemingly sensing the Yellow Monkey's tone, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before directly hanging up the phone snail. Looking at the sleeping phone snail in his hand, the Yellow Monkey stroked his chin. Well, I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems he didn't sustain any injuries. The Yellow Monkey said, pulling at the sleeve on his arm, where there were burn marks, although they weren't too serious. Regarding Dunn, he could feel that there was still a gap between them, but he felt something was off. His intuition told him that even if he went all out, it would be difficult to achieve his goal. Oh, he really is a monster. Thinking this, the Yellow Monkey couldn't help but express his feelings. Headquarters. Sengoku looked at the phone snail on the table, deep in thought. He was contemplating the information he had just received from the Yellow Monkey about Dunn. At just over a teenager, he awakened Conqueror's Haki, mastered observation Haki and armament Haki to a high degree, achieved a high level of development with his Logia-type fruit, and might also be a swordsman. Where did this guy come from? There had been no news about him before, but such strength couldn't have been achieved overnight. Even getting stronger requires a process, right? However, if it's the East Sea, Sengoku thought of Roger and Karp. Go invite the Chief of Staff and Karp over. Sengoku called out, and the Navy soldier on duty outside saluted and quickly left. If what Borsalino said is true, then our attitude towards this Dunn needs to change. The good news is that Dunn is indeed not one of those pirates at sea. But the bad news is he is equally reckless. Creating such a commotion in the North Sea, even though it was against Doflamingo, the impact is too great. Which good person continuously attacks 20 islands? And all in a very short time. Karp and Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived quickly. Sengoku didn't beat around the bush. As soon as the two arrived, he directly shared the information he had previously ordered to be reported by the Yellow Monkey. Karp sat silently in his chair. Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to be deep in thought. Karp, speak up. Seeing the two silent, Sengoku directly called out. What to say? Karp shrugged. We already knew about Dunn's situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to make 2 trips. It's just a little beyond what we expected. Karp's words made Sengoku's face darken. Just a little beyond? He's a really good young man. It's truly a pity. Seeing the 2 old comrades about to argue, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up to draw their attention. Tsuru, what do you think? Sengoku turned to ask, as Tsuru's wisdom is well known, and he wanted to hear her opinion. Hard. Before Sengoku could finish, Tsuru shook her head. You two know best what kind of personality someone with Conqueror's Haki has. Since he has refused twice, it's basically impossible. Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances, remaining silent. However, since he is not a pirate and doesn't identify as one, that's good news, but he is indeed quite reckless. Originally, the Navy had many affairs, and one person shouldn't be repeatedly mentioned. But now, Dunn's displayed strength has reached a level that must be taken seriously. Moreover, Dunn is still very young. This means that with age, as long as he doesn't die, his strength will significantly increase. And the current Dunn has already grown up. Wanting to kill him is very difficult. How about I take a trip to the North Sea and drive this kid away? Karp suddenly spoke up. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Karp with strange expressions. Ahem, what are you looking at me for? Didn't you say he is a bit reckless? Since Borisolino can't handle it, I can go take a trip. Karp defended himself. Forget it. Let's not talk about that now. Sengoku, you call me over this time to send me to the North Sea? Vice Admiral Tsuru ignored Karp's words and turned to ask. Yes. Sengoku nodded. Tsuru, that kid's strength is not weak. Karp immediately reminded upon hearing Tsuru's words. Karp, we're not talking about Dunn, but Doflamingo. He has operated in the North Sea for many years, and now this Dunn is targeting his weapons factory. That kid will definitely not sit idle. Tsuru explained to Karp. That's right. I've already received news that Doflamingo has left Dressrosa and is likely heading to the North Sea. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. You go to the North Sea to intercept him and drive him back to the New World. They cannot engage in battle in the North Sea. Sengoku said, Okay, just pay attention to the position and let me know when the time comes. Vice Admiral Tsuru said before standing up and leaving. Karp watched Vice Admiral Tsuru's departing figure, then turned to Sengoku. What are you two talking about? Doflamingo's identity. Seeing that Karp seemed not to have reacted, Sengoku reminded him. The world government must be aware of what's happening in the North Sea. If he goes to war with Doflamingo at this time, the world government will probably issue a bounty, and then it will be troublesome. Oh, I see. Karp seemed to understand. Even if a war breaks out, it must be in the New World. It can't be in the North Sea. Chapter 95 done. This bastard do not have a name? Sengoku, weren't you looking forward to this before? Karp certainly understood Sengoku's meaning. However, Doflamingo's identity is special, and the things he has done are also unique. For example, killing Sengoku's adopted son, Corazon. Although Sengoku seemed to avoid mentioning it due to his identity, Karp, who was very familiar with Sengoku, understood that Sengoku definitely hadn't forgotten. Not going to war in the North Sea is a good thing for Dunn. Although Dunn has caused quite a commotion, the world government is paying attention at most, and ultimately the matter will fall onto the Navy's shoulders. But if he goes to war with Doflamingo, the situation would be different. Sengoku looked at Karp with a serious expression and said, if you had brought him back the first time you met him, this wouldn't have happened. Sengoku clearly still had some lingering feelings about this, especially after hearing the report from Kazuru. According to Kazuru's description, Dunn's current strength is probably stronger than the elite vice admirals at headquarters. Perhaps in 2 years, he could become a candidate for admiral. It seems his strength is almost sufficient, but there are no positions available. Sengoku, I understand what you mean. This time, Karp seemed to stop defending himself, and his expression became serious. This young man had better not join the Navy. Otherwise, it could lead to unmanageable situations. Celestial dragons? Sengoku fell silent for a moment before asking. Karp nodded slightly. This is troublesome. Sengoku sighed heavily and then looked at Karp. If that's the case, joining the Navy could indeed pose problems, but he still needed to remind him. Naturally, if Dunn's strength becomes that of a pirate, it would be a big trouble. Karp said, then burst into laughter. You bastard, your salary for this month has been deducted. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. I don't need money anyway. Karp said as he got up and walked over to Sengoku's desk, skillfully pulling open a drawer and pulling out 2 large bags of senbei, wobbling as he walked out. Sengoku glared at Karp as he left his office. However, Karp was right. Sengoku sighed. But there are still many strong individuals who are neither Navy nor pirates in this world. As long as Dunn doesn't create such a big commotion, it will be fine. The North Sea is one thing, but he is mainly targeting Doflamingo's arms factory. If he causes such a big commotion elsewhere, it will definitely not be kept under wraps. The news will likely spread across the seas in a day or two. Even so, this incident in the North Sea is probably also hard to conceal. The news bird from the World Economic News Agency won't let such news slip by. Sengoku was worried. Meanwhile, Akiji's eyes widened when he heard Karp mention Dunn upon his return. It sounds like his strength has increased again. Akiji stroked his chin, his tone uncertain. Clearly, the news he heard from Karp seemed incredible. After all, it hasn't been long. Huh? Didn't you say that you were at a disadvantage when you fought him? This time, in the encounter with Borsellino, according to this guy's account, he didn't seem to mention the kind of combat power you talked about. Karp looked at his big disciple's expression and curiously asked. This might be related to his sudden surge in strength. He must have suddenly become stronger, and this should be his special technique. Akiji speculated. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had naturally experienced many battles. Dunn's situation was very unique, but upon reflection, he could roughly understand what was happening. After all, there are many people in these seas who have hidden techniques and may suddenly explode in power when facing enemies. It's just that those people's bursts of power aren't as high as Dunn's. Dunn seemed like a different person. So you're saying he has become stronger, meaning he didn't use such hidden techniques? Karp nodded, indicating he understood. Karp-sensei, speaking of which, will he really not have a bounty for doing this? No, the Navy won't issue one. After all, it didn't involve civilians, nor was it robbery, but rather a personal feud between him and Doflamingo. But he really is a reckless guy. Akiji sighed. The reckless guy Akiji mentioned was currently controlling flames and charging forward madly. Kizaru's appearance made Dunn realize that the Navy would likely intervene, so he finished what he was doing first, using his abilities to firmly secure himself to the ship. Feeling the strong winds brought by the ship's high speed, Robin's long hair was blown up, turning into a slick-back hairstyle. She clearly felt Dunn's speed increasing. The reason was naturally easy to guess. She also suspected that they wouldn't stay in the North Sea for long. Soon after, on an island that had been completely destroyed by flames and slashes, Dunn returned with Robin. In the sky, a newspaper fell from above. The news bird delivering the newspaper seemed to sense Dunn's gaze and frantically flapped its wings, flying off into the distance. Crack! Dunn raised his hand and caught the falling newspaper. It's you. Robin turned to him and spoke after seeing the content on the newspaper. Photos of the destroyed island and the ruined arms factory. The young powerhouse who defeated Green Pepper has arrived in the North Sea. Having already destroyed 24 islands, this is not good news. Robin said. In this way, he is no longer a pirate, but also a pirate. Robin understood Dunn's thoughts and felt that this outcome might not be what he wanted. Dunn rubbed his chin, his expression serious and his gaze sharp. These bastards. Do I not have a name? Dunn's voice was somewhat displeased. Robin was stunned. So that's what he was angry about? The news had both good and bad aspects. Since there was a bad side, there was naturally a good side as well. After all, having a reputation means that if he really wants to establish a hunter association in the Grand Line in the future, it will need some appeal to attract those who venture out to sea. Why are there so many pirates now? Aside from the fact that most people in this world live poorly, more importantly, it is the great treasure that Pirate King Roger spoke of back then. Robin was surprised. So you plan to take this opportunity to spread your name? But won't that backfire? If the Navy places a bounty on you, it will basically confirm your identity as a pirate. That doesn't matter. After all, a bounty is just a bounty. As long as my strength is sufficient. I have the final say. Establishing a massive organization out of thin air is not an easy task. Perhaps I really need to become the ruler of the new world, becoming one of the 4 emperors before Shanks to have a chance of success. The Hunter Association he wants to establish is not the Revolutionary Army. The Navy and world government might pay attention, but they likely won't target him at first, if by then his strength is sufficient. The Navy and world government will have to think twice about what actions to take. Chapter 96. The Arrival of Reiju. The deal with Germa. Everything still speaks for strength. In a world where individual strength disparities are so great, personal power has a significant impact. Dunn has now understood this situation. Robin has also thought of this. Of course, Robin supports Dunn's decisions now. Shall we continue? Robin asked, tightening the knife in her arms as she followed Dunn. Wait, there's another uninvited guest. Dunn's gaze turned to the distant sea. Is it one of Doflamingo's men? No. Dunn shook his head. At the end of his sight, a strangely shaped ship was slowly appearing. A snail-shaped ship. It is the ship of the Germa Kingdom. The Germa Kingdom? Why are they here? Have they teamed up with Doflamingo? Robin asked seriously, as she also saw the ship appearing at the end of the sea. There's only one. It should have other purposes. Dunn waved his hand. Then we wait. Let's wait and see what their purpose is. On the snail battleship of Germa, Reiju, dressed in a costume resembling a butterfly or a moth, looked at the island appearing in the distance with a serious expression. The news was obtained from the World Economic News. However, it is not so easy for someone like this to make contact. After Kizaru set out to find this person, what exactly happened? The news report also did not provide information. Perhaps their price wasn't high enough. But after Kizaru returned, this person continued to take action against Doflamingo's arms factory, which has already indicated something. Or perhaps they guessed wrong. Kizaru hadn't contacted this person before. But now it seems the Navy has stopped pursuing, making everything a bit elusive. However, her father still decided to make contact. The goal is to win over. If that doesn't succeed, then there is another purpose. As the battleship approached the island, Reiju pondered how to approach this unknown young powerhouse. Then, she saw 2 figures standing on the shore in the distance. Stop! Reiju raised her hand and instructed the snail battleship to slow down and stop. Then Reiju leaped up, as if a large moth with spread wings was flying towards the shore. Dunn watched the woman flying over the sea, her distinctive eyebrows and that strange battle outfit. Sanji's sister, Vinsmoke Reiju. Dunn examined Reiju as she landed not far in front of him, and she was also sizing up Dunn and Robin. I am Vinsmoke Reiju, the princess of the Germa Kingdom. Reiju locked eyes with Dunn and then spoke first. So, do you have something to discuss? My father, the king of the Germa Kingdom, wants to invite you to join the Germa Kingdom. Reiju straightforwardly stated her purpose. Join the Germa Kingdom? Dunn was taken aback. He really hadn't considered this possibility. He didn't even care about the Navy's invitation, let alone joining Germa. Reiju could see Dunn's expression clearly. If you agree, you can propose any conditions. And if we can do it, we will comply. Reiju directly presented the terms of the invitation. It seems very sincere. What if I want to be the king of Germa? Dunn smiled upon hearing this and then asked. Robin almost rolled her eyes at the side. Reiju was also taken aback. Other conditions could be set aside, but to become the king of Germa? Then what invitation would there be? This basically means bringing the entire kingdom to this person. It seems that won't work. After Dunn finished speaking, he walked towards the ship on the shore, and Robin glanced at Reiju and then followed. Wait. Seeing Dunn about to leave, Reiju called out. What's wrong? Did you agree? Dunn turned to look at Reiju. No. Since the invitation didn't work, we have another cooperation plan. Another cooperation plan? Why would I cooperate with you? Dunn smiled ambiguously. You can listen first. Reiju, undeterred by Dunn's attitude, looked very serious. Go ahead. Are you still planning to take action against Doflamingo's arms factory? Reiju inquired. That's right, so what? Dunn nodded. We can cooperate. Next we can help you take action. Help me take action? Dunn turned around and stared directly at Reiju. What do you mean? We know that these matters are trivial for you, and no one can stop you, like Admiral Kizaru. But after all, these things are very troublesome. So we will help you take action. Reiju spoke, casually mentioning Kizaru and observing Dunn's expression. After seeing that Dunn's expression didn't change much, she was already certain in her heart. This person really has encountered Kizaru and even fought with him. Are you interested in Doflamingo's arms factory? The purpose of the Germa Kingdom is not hard to see. Without sufficient benefits, the Germa Kingdom would not do this. As for befriending him, it wouldn't necessarily lead to this. So the purpose is most likely to Doflamingo's business. After all, being in the North Sea, Doflamingo became a big figure in the underground world through these businesses, which represents huge benefits, and the Germa kingdom has ambitions, naturally being envious. Perhaps they didn't want to confront Doflamingo head-on before. But now, with this unexpected factor, the Germa kingdom, or rather, Judge has developed an interest in this benefit. Dunn? Robin saw Dunn in deep thought and opened her mouth to remind him. Dunn waved his hand. Just right, I do find it a bit troublesome. But since you are giving such a big benefit, what can you give me? Upon hearing this, Reiju naturally understood that Dunn had seen through their purpose. Anything is possible, of course, except becoming the king of Germa. Reiju said, then added a clarification. To prevent Dunn from wanting to become their king again. In that case, I will go to the Grand Line later and will establish a guild. You Germa can send some people to join this guild. Dunn said after some consideration. A guild? Reiju was a bit puzzled, but did not ask further. Sending some people is easy for Germa. With cloning technology, they can produce as many as they want. Sure, no matter what kind of guild it is, this transaction is actually just exchanging some cloned soldiers for the benefits of the arms factory. They can certainly act on their own, but if Dunn continues to destroy it, even if they get it in the end, it will be in ruins. As for Doflamingo, now that Dunn is distracting his attention, Germa doesn't need to pay too much attention. Then the deal is done. Dunn turned and jumped onto the ship, and Robin followed him aboard. Flames appeared, and the small boat instantly accelerated, swiftly gliding across the sea. Reiju stood on the shore, contemplating her brief encounter with Dunn and organizing the information. So he is a capable person, with flames, presumably a Logia-type. Reiju watched the small boat with a long flame tail, speculating in her heart. Chapter 97. The Night Demons. Ms. Crane, good child, Dunn has disappeared. After Huang Yuan made his move, the Navy didn't continue to obstruct Dunn, but they have been keeping a close watch on him. They originally thought Dunn would wipe out all of Don Quixote Doflamingo's arms factories in the North Sea, but unexpectedly, he vanished without a trace. However, those who attacked the arms factories still remain. According to the Navy's intelligence, the Germa, who continued to act, only seized control of those places. Near the Windless Zone, a warship was docked on an island in the North Sea. Most of the soldiers on this warship were female soldiers, and it was the flagship of Vice Admiral Crane. After hearing the latest news, Vice Admiral Crane's expression turned contemplative. Sister? Jian called out when she saw Vice Admiral Crane silent. Yes, Borisolino made his move, and Dunn didn't give him any face at all. Now he's actually let go. Vice Admiral Crane said, looking at Jian. Does sister mean that Dunn has a connection with the Germa kingdom? Jian, who had been following Vice Admiral Crane, was quite knowledgeable about the situation regarding Dunn, which made her even more curious. For what she understood, Dunn didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. There may not necessarily be a direct relationship, but they must have had some contact, possibly reaching some sort of agreement. Vice Admiral Crane thought and provided the most plausible answer. Dunn went from the East Sea to the West Sea and then arrived in the North Sea. Unless Dunn had a relationship with Germa before appearing in the East Sea. Otherwise, the two sides shouldn't have had any contact. But in the current situation, with Dunn disappearing and Germa taking his place to act against Doflamingo's factory, there must be some form of contact. But what kind of agreement have they reached? Sister, do we really need to pay so much attention to this Dunn? Jian asked again, seeing Vice Admiral Crane deep in thought. A young natural-type devil fruit user, awakened conqueror's Hawkeye, proficient in observation and armament Hawkeye, and also a sword master. Vice Admiral Crane said, turning to Jian. For someone like this, it's not an overreaction to pay attention. In a few years, he will definitely be a significant figure on the seas. Vice Admiral Crane said, feeling quite emotional herself. If such a person becomes a pirate, it would be a huge problem, but for now, it seems he doesn't have that intention. Vice Admiral Crane said, turning her gaze in a certain direction. They're here. Upon hearing this, Jian followed her gaze and raised her hand. The female soldiers on the warship immediately began to get busy, picking up their weapons and turning the ship's direction, heading straight for the approaching vessel. Navy warship. A loud shout on Doflamingo's ship alerted everyone to be on guard. Doflamingo walked to the bow of the ship, and when he saw the insignia on the approaching warship, his expression darkened instantly. Young master, Several cadres gathered around, all looking quite excited. Quiet down, it's an acquaintance. Doflamingo suppressed the urge to turn and leave. After all, this warship had chased him for a long time, and if he hadn't become a warlord, they might still be pursuing him. Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane. As the warship approached, Doflamingo looked solemnly at the figure standing on the ship. As the ship came to a stop, Doflamingo spoke first. Ms. Crane. Doflamingo suppressed his arrogant expression and became quiet. What a good child. I thought you would make a move against me, Vice Admiral Crane said, looking at the more mature Doflamingo. This title made Doflamingo's face darken slightly, but he didn't dwell on the address. Ms. Crane is waiting for me? Doflamingo guessed Vice Admiral Crane's purpose. The North Sea has been unstable lately, so, Doflamingo, you should return the way you came, Vice Admiral Crane said with a smile. You should know what has happened. Doflamingo frowned. Yes, I know. But he is no longer in the North Sea. Vice Admiral Crane's response surprised Doflamingo. Vice Admiral Crane turned around, and Jian saw her gesture and waved her hand. Then, 3 figures were brought out. One of them was completely wrapped in bandages. Doflamingo, you are a good child. Good children must be obedient. I am returning your people to you. Now go back to Dressrosa. Hearing this, Doflamingo looked at the 3 figures behind Crane, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Lao, G, Violet, and this bandaged person is Pika? What if I say no? Despite knowing that things had changed, Doflamingo was unwilling. If he returned now, he would lose out on a huge profit. To recreate such a big business in the underground world would be even more difficult. However, under the pressure of Vice Admiral Crane, Doflamingo weighed the pros and cons and eventually agreed. But as he turned around, his face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot, with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly furious to the extreme. But Vice Admiral Crane didn't care, and she escorted Doflamingo back to the windless zone, lingering for a while before leaving. What exactly happened? Doflamingo looked grimly at the 3 people in front of him. He is very powerful. Pika's voice was weak. When I want to find that person, Admiral Huang Yuan also arrived, and then the 2 fought. I got caught in the crossfire, and in the end, I don't know the result, but that person was not affected and continued to destroy our business. Pika's words made Doflamingo's expression stiffen. Are you saying he fought with Huang Yuan and was not affected? Doflamingo found it hard to believe. He had heard about Dunn's situation in the East Sea, and before this, he didn't think Dunn was a strong opponent. But now this news made Doflamingo calm down instantly. The fact that Huang Yuan returned empty-handed said it all. Return to Dressrosa. Doflamingo's gaze swept over the 3 figures in front of him before he gave the order. Just as Doflamingo was forced to return by Vice Admiral Crane, negotiations between Germa and the world government broke down. And Germa's hopes of becoming a member of the world government collapsed. But they did acquire the remaining arms factories from Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Dunn and his companion had already arrived near the Red Line in the North Sea. As they approached the Red Line, they looked up towards the top. Their vision couldn't see the peak of the Red Line, but their observation hockey could cover the area above it. Are you really planning to let Germa's people join the association? On the still boat on the sea, Robin looked at Dunn, who was gazing upwards, and asked. She still couldn't hold back her curiosity. She didn't understand why Dunn wanted to do this. Actually, it doesn't matter. I just don't want to continue doing boring things. Since someone wants to take over, let them do it, as long as the goal is achieved, Dunn explained, retracting his gaze from above and addressing Robin. Chapter 98. Leap over the red Earth continent. Conversation at the newspaper office. Is that so? I thought you had to do it yourself. Robin understood Dunn's meaning. Since no one was there to help her, she had to take matters into her own hands. Indeed, apart from commanding me, you don't have anyone else to rely on. Robin looked at the small boat beneath her feet, then thought about the fact that it was just the 2 of them on the boat and nodded helplessly. So, we need to find some more people later. I can't be doing everything myself. That would be too troublesome. Dunn said, turning to look at Robin. Let us head back to the East Sea next. The East Sea? You came from the East Sea, right? But what are we going back for? Robin now knew that Dunn had traveled from the East Sea to the West Sea and then to the North Sea, leaving only the South Sea unvisited, to deliver something to an acquaintance. Dunn replied, then looked at a small box among the items on the boat. How are we going to get there? If we're going back to the East Sea, we have to go over the upside-down mountain, right? Hearing Dunn mention delivering something, Robin didn't continue to ask, but looked up at the towering cliffs above, almost unable to see the top. Naturally, we'll have to cross the upside-down mountain. Robin, easy for you to say. Just like before, we'll pack up our things and abandon the boat. Dunn said. Robin instantly understood Dunn's meaning. When they fought against Kizaru before, their boat was destroyed, and Dunn used his ability to carry her far away until they found an inhabited island. So, are we going to use our abilities to cross the Red Earth continent now? That's not an easy task. Robin reminded him while packing up their things. It's fine, I'm confident. But I have to say, it seems that this side of the Red Earth continent intersects with the Celestial Dragon's residence, right? Dunn stroked his chin and suddenly asked. Yes, the other intersection is the Upside-Down Mountain, also known as Mount Levis, and this side-S intersection is the Holy Land Mera. Robin suddenly looked up. You're not planning to go there, are you? Robin gulped. As the residents of the Celestial Dragons, the defenses there are definitely stringent, and there are bound to be many strong individuals. Not now. Dunn waved his hand. That's for the best. Otherwise, I'd have to consider whether to disembark. Robin looked at Dunn with a speechless expression. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Dunn slapped his hand back. Smack! Robin raised her hand to block the slap aimed at her rear. All set. Robin rolled her eyes at Dunn, then hugged a few items tightly in her arms. Then let us set off, Dunn said as he picked Robin up by the waist and jumped up. Flames erupted beneath his feet, and then the flames exploded. The boat below them was blown apart in the burst of flames, and the two figures soared straight up the steep Red Earth continent amidst the firelight. The German Kingdom Snail battleship would later cross the Red Earth continent from the North Sea to launch a war in the East Sea. Meanwhile, they had been crossing for several months. However, with Dunn's abilities assisting them, they had already reached the top of the Red Earth continent in just over half an hour. Boom! Flames soared into the sky as Dunn hovered in midair. In her arms, Robin turned her head, pressing her flowing hair down, curiously observing the Red Earth continent. Not many people in this scene knew what the situation above the Red Earth continent was like, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. According to records, there were only inhabitants in the Holy Land Mera on the Red Earth continent. Now that she saw the situation, Robin understood. At the top, it was still red rock and steep peaks. There was a hint of green. It looked like a red wasteland. It seemed that plants couldn't grow. Robin speculated, her tone a bit surprised. It can't all be like this. Some places might allow plants to grow, but it's just too high up here, higher than the clouds. Dunn looked down at the clouds they had crossed for a long time. The Red Earth continent seemed like a very high red wall, dividing the planet into two halves. This thing doesn't look natural at all. Of course, Dunn only had such a thought and didn't delve deeper. Even if there were water sources, it was too high up here. Robin also understood that although the Red Earth continent was vast, it was indeed unsuitable for human habitation. Let us go. Dunn changed direction, flying over the top of the Red Earth continent. Flying horizontally was certainly easier than going straight up, but the consumption wasn't much for Dunn. Robin used her powers to firmly attach herself to Dunn, then turned her head to seriously look at the scenery passing below. Clearly, Robin was very curious about the Red Earth continent, but Dunn had no intention of slowing down to let her see clearly. The speed didn't decrease. Instead, it was getting faster. Being called a continent, this enormous red wall that cut through the planet was naturally very wide. But Dunn's speed was no slow matter. Several hours later, they had reached the other side of the Red Earth continent. Of course, this speed was considered of Robin. If it were Dunn alone, he could continuously increase his speed. But now, Robin's physical condition couldn't withstand Dunn's continuous acceleration. We want to ship anymore. Reaching the other side of the Red Earth continent, Robin looked down at the blue visible between the clouds and said, Do you see me as a means of transportation? Dunn replied with a twitch of his mouth. This speed is really fast. Robin wrapped her arms around Dunn's neck and said earnestly, That one do, while holding you, is comfortable. Well, it's clear that I'm looking forward to this. Robin sighed, seeming a bit disappointed. Then, the flames beneath Dunn's feet suddenly vanished, and the two who were originally floating in the air fell into free fall. The sudden rush of excitement made Robin instinctively scream. Seeing the prank succeed, Dunn's flames reappeared beneath his feet, and the two descended towards the surface of the sea. World Economic News Headquarters. Morgan, who had maintained a bird form, looked at the piles of information in front of him. President, everything is here. From the moment he appeared and captured pirates in the East Sea, then spent about a year in Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. Before going back out to sea again, he is very strong, but he doesn't seem to intend to become a pirate. We found that the Navy hero Karp has had contact with him, and not just once, but he still hasn't joined the Navy. The beautiful secretary in a fitted uniform reported seriously. Morgan stroked his beak-like hand, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. But President, do we really need to pay so much attention to him? After the secretary finished reporting, she asked in confusion. There's so many strong individuals at sea, and every day brings various big news. This person, while powerful, doesn't seem to warrant such attention. After hearing the secretary's words, Morgan pulled out 2 documents. Because he has also fought against 2 people, although not in a life-and-death battle, this still reflects his strength. This person has already become one of the top powerhouses on the sea. Chapter 99, East Sea. Robin, I've never felt this relaxed. Morgan's voice was somewhat deep, but within that deep voice, one could hear an excitement that was hard to suppress. Big news, big news. As one of the rulers of the underground world and the president of the World Economic News, Morgan's pursuit is only big news that can shock the world. Only this can give him such a feeling of excitement. Seeing Morgan's like this, the beautiful secretary beside him looked dazed. Since joining the newspaper, aside from the 3 reports previously announced by the newspaper about the New World Emperor, it seemed she had never seen the president so excited again. Is this person really that special? Thinking of this, she raised her hand to pick up the documents Morgan's had placed on the table, glanced down at them, and then her eyes widened in shock. Is this real? She couldn't believe it as she finished reading the first document and instinctively opened the second one. Fighting against Admiral Akiji in the West Sea, fighting against Admiral Kizaru in the North Sea. How did this person manage to do this? Did he win? She murmured. I don't know, but that's enough. Now, all we have to do is wait for the Navy's reaction to such a big event in the North Sea. Morgan's looked at the dazed expression of his secretary and was very pleased with her performance. Yes, that's the expression. Be shocked by the news I brought. The Navy will put a bounty on him? The secretary asked blankly, seemingly having lost the ability to think, just instinctively responding. Perhaps they will, perhaps they won't. But we will know first, although Kizaru may have already indicated the Navy's stance. Morgan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied. He had news of both battles, and even quite a few photos, but it seemed that the battles did not have a clear outcome. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this young man from the East Sea already had the strength to confront an admiral. What kind of monster is this? It has been a long time since such a person was born on the sea. Perhaps the red-haired Shanks from the New World could be compared. But Shanks is much older than this young man. The great pirate dominating the New World might just be setting sail at this age. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. No more waiting, get the layout ready immediately. The next newspaper, I want a full-page report on him. Although Morgan's wanted to wait for the Navy's specific reaction, he couldn't stand it any longer and directly spoke up. All right, President. The beautiful secretary, coming back to her senses, immediately replied and turned to arrange for people to do this. Come on, let's shock the world together. Morgan seemed to fall into his own imagination. The kind of fervor could even be heard by those busy outside. TCH, the president has started again. The president is always like this. Let us conquer the world together. Robin stood at the bow of a sailing pirate ship, holding a sword and pointing it in the direction the ship was sailing. Do you really think of yourself as a pirate? Dunn quietly sat beside and looked at the sea, suddenly speaking up. The pirates, neatly squatting on the deck, didn't dare to breathe. This is a calamity that fell from the sky. Their captain, the East Sea pirate with a bounty of 5,500,000, had his arms grown, and then his neck was twisted off, along with their captain. Several other pirates who charged forward met the same fate. And then it became like this. Hearing Dunn's complaint, Robin smiled and turned to look at him. She felt very relaxed now. It seemed she had been away from the West Sea long enough, or perhaps it was because she had been busy in the North Sea. Now that she had come to the East Sea, she suddenly felt at ease. Then, unable to help herself, she pulled out Dunn's sword and posed dramatically. Isn't this what you wanted? Come on, let us shout about conquering the world together. Robin squatted down, trying to pull Dunn up. I won T. Dunn directly shook his head, not moving at all, leaving Robin unable to pull him up. I'm a mature man. I won't do such childish things. What are you talking about? Robin's expression froze at his words. Then she looked at Dunn helplessly. Clearly, you are sometimes more childish. And now you're saying this to me. After she sheathed the sword, Robin sat beside Dunn and tucked her hair, blown by the sea breeze, behind her ear. Thank you. Robin looked at the sea and said softly, Why say that? It's nothing. I just wanted to thank you. Ever since I left O'Hara, I have always hoped I could relax like this now, without fear anymore. Robin said softly, But back then, those were all fantasies, and now, they have become reality. As Robin spoke, she turned to look at Dunn, tilting her head to lean against his shoulder. Dunn suddenly stood up. The sudden movement made Robin's body stiffen. Looking at Dunn in confusion. The sword. Dunn extended his hand, and Robin instinctively handed the sword to him. Swish! A slash cutting through the sea was unleashed from Dunn's sword. The seawater surged, and the pirate ship beneath their feet trembled violently with the waves. In the distance, a pirate ship coming head-on was directly split in two by the slash. Dunn sheathed the sword and sat back down, under Robin's dazed gaze. He pressed her face against his shoulder. Some small fries wanted to come and interrupt. Robin's lips moved as if she wanted to complain, but no words came out. Meanwhile, the pirates maintaining the ship's navigation now had their eyes wide open. What kind of monster is this? The pirates who had never seen the world were now at a loss to understand what had just happened. The ship continued to sail, and after passing a navy base, Dunn and Robin changed ships and boarded a merchant ship with their bounty. 9 million berries. Dunn said softly. Not a lot, and you don't care about this, right? Hearing the strange tone in Dunn's voice, Robin asked. It's nothing, just reminded me of when I first came out. When I just set sail, the great pirate Daruga, and those treasures seemed to have contributed over 900,000 berries to him. If it were you, where would you want to go? You should be able to get there quickly. Why take a merchant ship? Taking a break for a while. Dunn turned to look at Robin, his gaze sweeping over the sea chart in her hands. I should have crossed over from the other side of the red line. Now it's good. The distance is still quite far. But just right, I have time to sort out the gains from this period. After all, since leaving Frost Moon Village, I haven't been idle. My strength has improved quite a bit compared to when I just left Frost Moon Village. Of course, the most important thing is the use of Hawkeye and the breakthrough in my physique. Since breaking through the limits, the enhancement of my physique has accelerated again. It's almost improving every moment. And the unyielding, which I consider a trump card, now lasts for 30 minutes, and the cooldown time has become 18 hours. The improvement has been significant. Chapter 100. Unyielding Change. Robin's interaction, Dunn had always paid close attention to his innate ability. After a year of training in Frost Moon Village, the duration of his unyielding state had increased from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. However, the critical cooldown time remained unchanged at 24 hours. This time, it seemed that due to a breakthrough in his physical constitution, the cooldown time for unyielding had directly reduced from 24 hours to 18 hours. Although this was still a significant gap compared to the duration, it indicated that as his strength increased, the activation of unyielding could potentially become perfectly self-consistent. When that time came, he would possess a true immortal body. At that point, everything outside would no longer matter. However, based on the current situation, if he could really reach that level, perhaps he would also be invincible in his normal state. Beside him, Robin had her face pressed against Dunn's shoulder. Looking up at his face and noticing a contemplative expression, she didn't disturb him, even though she was curious about what he was thinking. The merchant ship continued its voyage, and Dunn and Robin spent a relatively leisurely time together. Since coming to this world, Dunn had not had a moment of complete tranquility like this. With the beauty by his side and the food on the merchant ship being better and more varied than what he had eaten during previous voyages, he took the opportunity to gain a clearer understanding of his own strength. It seemed that after a busy period, rest was indeed needed. Body data, current body age, 15 years, constitution, 137, currently undergoing continuous transformation due to certain influences, current health, 100, recovering. Food can speed up recovery, innate talent, unyielding when receiving a fatal attack. Enter a brief, enhanced state. Your body's attributes are increased tenfold. Your health no longer decreases. All negative statuses are cleared. Current duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 18 hours. Abilities, Flame Fruit, fully mastered. Current fruit development, 59. Swordsmanship, fully mastered. You have comprehended a sword technique that truly suits you. Observation Haki, fully mastered. You seem to have mastered advanced uses of Observation Haki. Armament Haki, fully mastered. You have mastered the flowing technique of Haki. Conqueror's Haki, skilled mastery. You have gained some insights into advanced techniques of Conqueror's Haki. Flame, Black Blade, under the influence of your Haki. Your sword is evolving toward the Black Blade. Evolution, 29. 8 Extremes, Fist Secrets. Preliminary mastery knowledge from an unknown world. You have mastered a peculiar technique for exerting force, which enhances your control over your own strength. You have grasped some secrets of special force-exerting techniques. The various abilities he had mastered had made significant progress. Even the evolution of the Flame's Black Blade had improved greatly, and his mastery of the 3 types of Haki had also advanced considerably. Additionally, he had grasped the force-exerting techniques of the 8 Extremes Fist. Dunn had initially only tried this, but with a powerful control over himself. The difficulty of mastering such techniques wasn't high, yet the effects were surprisingly good. Moreover, this technique could also be applied in swordsmanship. Overall, it was indeed a legacy left by ancestors. Even after crossing over, it still provided him with immense help. "Get off," Robin exclaimed softly, her body colliding into Dunn's embrace. However, Dunn's body didn't even sway. Instead, Robin was the one rebounding and almost flying out. Dunn quickly raised his hand to hold her. "Forget it. No need to practice. It's of no use to you." Being stopped by Dunn, Robin, who was already familiar with this feeling, directly said, clearly a bit discouraged, "Look at you." Saying that again, Dunn released his arms, looking at Robin's clothes soaked with sweat, and chuckled. "Who told me I'm the boss here? I'm still older than you." Robin surprisingly started to be stubborn. This was quite immature, completely unlike the mature big sister she would become later. Or perhaps, even after becoming that mature big sister, Robin's thought process sometimes wasn't normal. The current Robin was just a young girl in her early 20s. Being a bit silly seemed normal. Dunn stroked his chin while looking at Robin with a strange expression, making her feel uncomfortable under his gaze. "I'm going to take a shower," Robin said, turning to leave. "Want to join?" Dunn asked directly. "Sure." Robin turned her head, raising an eyebrow provocatively at Dunn. "Ah." Dunn opened his mouth. "No peeking. And you can't use observation Haki." Seeing Dunn's expression, Robin chuckled lightly and then went straight to the bathroom in the guest room. "It's not like I haven't seen it before," Dunn murmured softly, then opened the door and left the cabin. This merchant ship was quite luxurious and had many guards. Along the way, they encountered some pirates, but Dunn didn't need to take action. The guards dealt with them easily. Those ordinary pirates really couldn't compare to these strong bodyguards. "Mr. Dunn," a fellow passenger saw Dunn and greeted him with a smile. Dunn responded with a smile as well. "Mr. Dunn, would you like to try the gem fish we just caught? Such a delicacy is rare, but the price." The captain of the merchant ship's eyes lit up when he saw Dunn and immediately walked over. "Sure." Dunn nodded in agreement. This kind of thing had happened several times already. Money came too easily, and Dunn didn't care much about it. He was seen as a big client by the captain. Whenever there was something delicious, they would come to ask him, though the prices were definitely higher than on the island. In the merchant ship's restaurant, after Robin had taken a shower and came here, she saw Dunn and the table full of delicacies in front of him, and she skillfully sat down next to him. "Why aren't you wearing a hat today?" Seeing Robin come over without her hat and with a bare face, Dunn was a bit surprised. "I realize that I can't keep hiding. After all, I'm following a powerful man now," Robin said while picking up her utensils. "That's fine. You look quite pretty like this." Dunn nodded. Robin's arrival attracted quite a few gazes, most of which were astonished by her beauty. However, upon seeing her sit beside Dunn, they all withdrew their gazes. "Another big figure has emerged from the EC." A voice suddenly rang out in the restaurant. Following Pirate King Roger and Navy hero Karp, finally, another big figure is about to appear. The speaker seemed a bit excited, and it was clear he had drunk too much. Chapter 101. News spreading across the seas. Inquiry from headquarters. This shout silenced the restaurant of the merchant ship. Mentioning the Pirate King and the Navy hero? Those are truly significant figures. and they both hail from the East Sea. Even though Roger was a pirate, he became the Pirate King, so he has a high reputation in the East Sea. What significant figures? Some curious people looked at the drunken man, a middle-aged man with a flushed face, who was excitedly waving a newspaper in his hand. Could he be another great pirate from the East Sea? Someone asked curiously. Even if he were a great pirate, as long as he wasn't tea in front of them, these people would feel excitement, but not much else. Not a pirate. It seemed that being the focus of so many people made him even more excited. He stood up and waved the newspaper in his hand. I just bought a copy when the news bird arrived, and I didn't expect such big news. He waved the newspaper, and Robin turned her head curiously, her gaze falling on the rapidly waved paper. When she saw the large photo on the back of the newspaper, Robin froze for a moment. "It's you," Robin whispered to Dunn. "It's Dunn, the pirate hunter from the East Sea." Dunn turned to look at Robin, and before he could speak, the middle-aged man holding the newspaper shouted loudly, "Pirate hunter Dunn? I haven't heard of him. Did he do something big in the Grand Line?" Many people were puzzled. They seemed to never have heard this name before. Did he suddenly become famous? Many also regretted not buying a newspaper when the newsbird docked at the merchant ship. Can't this guy finish his sentence all at once? "Eat something," Dunn said softly to Robin. "The last time you made the newspaper, you said your name wasn't tea on it. This time it is." Robin whispered to Dunn. Over there. Many people directly surrounded the drunken middle-aged man and snatched the newspaper from his hands, with some reading aloud the reports. "I underestimated this albatross. This news channel is indeed impressive." Hearing the voices reciting reports related to him, Dunn was somewhat surprised. "Albatross?" Robin asked curiously. "The president of the World Economic News. A Zoan-type devil fruit user, the bird fruit, albatross form." Dunn explained. "I don't know you as well as you know me." Robin also heard the reports about Dunn from behind, her expression one of astonishment. Capturing pirates in the East Sea, clashing with the fishman pirate Arlong, fighting with Jean Bay, killing a member of the Don Quixote family, battling with Pepper, and destroying islands in the North Sea. Of course, the most shocking part was that he had clashed with Admiral Akiji in the West Sea and Admiral Kizuru in the North Sea, though the reports stated that the outcome was unknown. Being able to engage with two of the Navy's top combat powers without issue was already shocking enough to leave people speechless. The voices reciting the reports gradually grew quieter until they fell silent. Dunn stood up and left the restaurant, with Robin following closely behind. Now that the World Economic News has released the report, you probably can't go on like before. At the stern of the merchant ship, Dunn rested his hand on the railing, and Robin whispered beside him, "Yeah, but I also don't plan to continue in the Four Seas. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll head to the Grand Line, where the waters are more complex. This sea is vast." Dunn turned to look at Robin. "Also, I want to see if I can find a few capable people." "Capable people?" Robin was taken aback. "Just like you, someone who can think well. We can make some arrangements for the association in advance." "So you plan to delegate tasks?" Robin instantly understood Dunn's meaning. After all, starting a force from scratch involved a lot of work. This isn't something you can just whip up on a whim. There are many trivial matters to handle. "Do you already have candidates?" Robin asked, curious about Dunn's statement. "Yeah, I'm not interested in thinking about these things. So the best way is to find people to do the work while I focus on what I want to do." Robin suddenly felt that she might become very busy in the future. After all, she couldn't impose on Dunn. After chatting for a while, the two returned to the guest room in the merchant ship's cabin. Meanwhile, news about Dunn quickly spread throughout the entire merchant ship. After all, there wasn't much entertainment while at sea, especially for the crew. When this shocking news broke, it immediately became a topic of discussion for many. Of course, there was only one copy of the newspaper, so not many could see it. When the captain of the merchant ship saw the photo in the newspaper, he was instantly stunned. That familiar face. Although the background was different, he was indeed quite familiar with that face. Dunn. It really isn't a coincidence, is it? Though he was eager to contact Dunn, reason told him that he was too far removed from such a significant figure. To avoid disturbing Dunn, he even bought the newspaper at a high price and, while Robin was out, handed it to her. Dunn could also sense that the previously cheerful captain had become reserved after his appearance. There was nothing he could do about it. The merchant ship continued to sail through the East Sea, and with the efforts of the newsbird, this newspaper spread across the Four Seas. The Paradise and New World of the Grand Line also received this newspaper. Some were shocked by Dunn's achievements. Of course, many remained skeptical. Many also became interested in Dunn. However, more of them were pirates. After all, Dunn's identity as a pirate hunter had spread. This unique profession targeting pirates at sea. Naturally, the group most concerned about Dunn was the bounty hunters who made a living by hunting pirates. In the past, such a powerful figure had never appeared among the bounty hunters. As for the Navy, the situation was quite different. Kizaru taking action was understandable since he was sent by Sengoku. However, Akiji actually clashed with this Dunn in the West Sea. In the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku stared at Akiji. Others shared the same expression, except for Karp, who was digging his nose. So you clashed with him in the West Sea? And you didn't report it before. Akiji maintained his usual lazy demeanor, showing no intention of speaking first, prompting Sengoku to inquire directly. Yeah, I ran into him and had a bit of spar. Akiji nodded. Anything else? Sengoku's mouth twitched wildly as he pressed for answers. But he turned to Karp with a somewhat unfriendly look. This guy is just as disorganized as his students. Nothing else. Akiji shook his head directly. Oh, Admiral Kazan. The newspaper doesn't say that. You guys made quite a scene. Kizaru, who had already returned from the North Sea, spoke up. The newspaper mentioned the destruction caused by your battle. Chapter 102. Meeting of the Navy High Command. Conversation between Admiral Karp and Admiral Tsuru. What else can I say? Should I admit that I ran away? Akiji's gaze fell on Kizaru. Borsellino, you also fought him, so you should know that I was a bit serious at the time. Akiji thought for a moment and decided not to mention Dunn's situation. Of course, he didn't bring up Robin's matter either. That couldn't be explained by just being a little serious. Sengoku said in a deep voice, I know this young man's talent is high, but after all, he is young and may still need some time to grow. However, it seems that is not the case now. Sengoku looked at Karp, who had an indifferent expression. Karp, you should know what you were hiding before, right? Sengoku had already guessed that Karp must be hiding something. When Akiji fought Dunn, Sengoku thought that given Akiji's relationship with Karp, he would definitely tell Karp about it. You must be busy. Why are you so concerned about a young man? Dunn has only just set sail. Karp still maintained his usual demeanor. Dunn claimed to be a pirate hunter, and his targets were mostly pirates, which was also the Navy's duty. In the current situation, either he didn't want any constraints, or some reasons made him not want to join. Since Karp won't say, let me guess, said the usually quiet Admiral Tsuru, directing her gaze at Karp. Ah, Tsuru. Karp was taken aback and spoke helplessly. It's impossible to hide it now. This young man is not someone who will stay quiet. Admiral Tsuru shook her head slightly. Is it really because of the celestial dragons? Once Tsuru said this, the office of the marshal fell silent. Everyone continued with their tasks, but no one made any noise. To be honest, I don't know. But he indeed mentioned the celestial dragons before. Karp looked at Tsuru helplessly. Did you have to say it at this moment? There are so many people here. Sengoku silently looked at Karp for a long time before letting out a sigh. Forget it. If the world government asks me, I can handle it. Since it's like this, then let it be. The reasons for being in the Navy may vary greatly for those present, but no one joined the Navy specifically to serve the celestial dragons. As for the celestial dragon style of conduct, they know it better. After all, once someone provokes the celestial dragons, it's the Navy that takes action. Now that the celestial dragons were mentioned, looking at Karp's expression, Sengoku understood. If they had really recruited him into the Navy before, it would likely lead to big trouble later on. People on the sea might find it hard to come into contact with the celestial dragons, but the Navy often sees them. He definitely wouldn't stay in the four seas for long. He would surely head to the Grand Line, and with his strength, he could definitely cause a stir there. Admiral Tsuru reminded. Dunn came out of the East Sea and has been to all three other seas except for the South Sea. It's evident he is not someone who can stay in one place for long. Isn't that just perfect? Akainu, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. The economic news report referred to him as a pirate hunter. Since this newspaper has been sent across the entire sea area, then his identity has basically been confirmed. Akainu's expression was serious. Pirate hunters hunt pirates, and pirates will also hunt pirate hunters. Once he said this, the others seemed to ponder deeply. We should keep an eye on his whereabouts. If he arrives at Sabeti Archipelago later, we must monitor him closely. Sengoku said after considering it. That is indeed right. After all, those guys go to Sabati Archipelago quite often, Tsuru nodded. At that time, let those celestial dragons stay at home and not run around. Karp suddenly blurted out. The others were speechless. That would only work if they could actually do it. Those guys are not that easy to manage. Sengoku waved his hand to dismiss everyone, waiting for contact from the world government. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru followed Karp out with Shurho, along with Akiji. Ah, Tsuru? Karp turned to look at the approaching Tsuru. I want some detailed information. I have a feeling that once this young man reaches the Grand Line, he will definitely cause a major incident. Tsuru stated her purpose directly. I see. All right, but I really don't know much on my end. Karp did not refuse and took the three to his office. Moments latte. So he said that? After hearing Karp's account of his first encounter with Dunn, Tsuru fell into deep thought. According to what you said, he already knew you were coming. Tsuru almost instantly assessed the situation at that time. Huh? Karp was taken aback. It might be that capturing the pirates at Base 16 made him aware that he was on the Navy's radar. Of course, it could also be that your movements were exposed, or someone reminded him. Tsuru analyzed the situation at that time. However, regarding the celestial dragons, it seems that he was using it to stall you. Tsuru closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before saying with a somewhat strange expression, Huh? Karp's eyes widened. But that may not be the case now. According to your account, at that time, it should have been a temporary way for him to refuse you. Tsuru shook her head slightly. This kid, Karp, was speechless. Even his son Bei didn't taste good anymore. Was I being played? Karp-sensei, isn't that quite normal? Akiji suddenly interjected. Ha, that's true. Upon hearing this, Karp immediately raised his hand to scratch his short hair while laughing heartily. As for you, Kazan. Tsuru suddenly turned her gaze to Akiji. What were you doing in the West Sea? Her question hit the nail on the head. Just patrolling around. And ended up in the West Sea, Akiji replied, staring back at Tsuru. I see. That is quite a coincidence. Tsuru nodded and didn't ask further. As for whether she believed him, that was naturally a no. She even guessed what his purpose was. The current situation was that he had already had a direct conflict with Doflamingo and Jinbei. At the very least, once he reached the Grand Line, if they encountered each other, it would definitely cause some trouble. Do they still have the guts to do that? Kazan and Borsellino's deterrence should still be effective. Upon hearing Tsuru say this, Karp asked curiously. The key is that Fishman Island and Dressrosa are right there. They can't escape unless Dunn avoids these two places. But to go to the New World, it has to be either from Fishman Island or passing through Mariewa, or crossing the calm belt from other seas. That is true. Karp nodded and then waved his hand. Whatever, if he can really take down the 7 warlords, I would love to see it. But I just don't know where he is going now. Saying this, he looked at Tsuru. It could be the South Sea or the East Sea, or he might head straight to the Grand Line. Of course, he could also linger in the North Sea. However, the one taking action against Doflamingo's factory after Dunn is Germa. ISNT, that equivalent to saying nothing. Karp felt like he had heard something, but it was equivalent to not hearing anything. Exactly, that's what I mean. There are only 2 people, and they could go anywhere. We won't find out where he is until he causes a stir. After all, the sea is quite vast, Tsuru said as a matter of course. Chapter 103, Frostmoon Village. The duel of the 2 little ones. As the largest violent organization on the sea, the Navy's power is indeed significant. However, in this world where islands are separated by oceans, it is utterly impossible to control every move on the sea. They can only choose important locations. The Navy does just that. Not to mention Dunn. Even other pirates in the New World need to be discovered before the Navy receives news of their actions. Perhaps he has returned to the East Blue. In that case, I will make a trip back to the East Blue. Kapu's expression changed, and he suddenly said seriously. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Kapu with a knowing smile. She was too familiar with this old comrade. He wanted to slack off and was trying to use this as an excuse. Do you think Sengoku will agree to that? No. Kapu shook his head directly, then looked regretful. All right, stop thinking about slacking off. There are many places the Navy needs you. Seeing Kapu's expression, Tsuru slightly shook her head and then turned to Akiji. Let's talk about that girl from O'Hara. Tsuru's sudden statement caught Akiji off guard, and he looked back in surprise. Sengoku could guess, but he didn't mention it. You're going to the West Sea because of that demon child, right? You really can't hide anything from you. Akiji shook his head helplessly, not denying it. Well, CP has been trying to capture that girl, but now that she is with Dunn, it might cause some trouble later. Zoro frowned slightly. She actually felt it was tricky. From what she understood now, Dunn was also a somewhat reckless person. Now that he was with the demon child, the necessary conditions for a conflict with the world government had already been established. If a conflict breaks out, the Navy might not be able to stop the bounty orders issued by the world government. Anyway, we've done what we could. Whatever happens next, we can't control it. Kapu waved his hand. If something really happens, I can also move around a bit. Last time we fought, that little brat was hiding his strength. Kapu clenched his fists as he spoke. Zoro nodded. I have to say, sometimes fists are more useful. All right, I'll talk to Sengoku. If something really happens, then you can take action. After all, you have plenty of experience. Zoro smiled and stood up, waving to the dojo behind her. Oh, by the way, the trainees at the training camp are having their graduation tests, and Zephyr is planning to take them to the new world. Go and encourage those kids a bit. After saying that, Zoro left directly. Akiji and Kapu exchanged glances. Let's go. Since it's been said, let's make a trip. After all, it's an old tradition. Kapu said to Akiji, who did not refuse, and stood up to head to the Navy training camp with him. East Blue, Frost Moon Village. As a merchant ship passed through, Dunn took Robin directly off the ship. Many people at the dock recognized Dunn, as he had lived here for about a year. Dunn, didn't you go to sea? Many people were surprised to see Dunn bringing a beautiful woman off the ship. I just returned to the East Blue to take a look. Dunn greeted them cheerfully and then walked towards the Isen dojo. So you became this strong after training here? Once they left the dock, Robin leaned closer to Dunn and whispered, If you put it that way, it's not wrong. Dunn nodded. Is there a hidden master here? A former world-renowned master? Hearing Dunn affirm her inquiry, Robin became even more curious. If he could teach Dunn, how strong must the person who taught Dunn be? Dunn naturally saw through Robin's thoughts, but didn't elaborate. His increase in strength was similar to a game. Frostmoon Village was where he learned skills as a beginner. He paid to learn skills, then went to defeat monsters and train to improve his proficiency and level. It was pretty much like that. Dunn and Robin walked near the dojo, and soon heard the sound of wooden swords clashing inside. The rapid thwack-thwack sounds indicated that the combatants were moving